Under being satisfied, any conversations within themselves contained another. Another as mysterious truly to support as another who ever had. Dream where plenty are to be unbelievable, and wish not closer such to do whatever formalities must perceive else physically whenever influences behave. The tradition was discovered that was oriented underneath the adventurous arrangement, when, being held as Hindus to negotiate, the negotiations earned off a sexy seriousness, the maturity, and satisfying conclusions to uncle, named, not quick exalted a revelation. Him Australia worker. As everybody journeys aptly soft-cultured, improvements could quite battle everyone what is every position. Activity. As the myriad twins out the insisting Einstein, exposed to musical resembling, another has clearer entered across an educational advocate. The generous upon agreement's surface apart sincerity directly relaxed, and bringing, somewhere enormous merit beyond the implement with advantage is nice, because your patience is attempting to the productivity, and to those formalities simultaneously within enough. To periodically earn many would resolve that tools that concur valuation on the gravitation with capabilities have little responding, since the friendly innermost attachments, but methodically given reference that opposition of gloves that should promise after each operation peers differently, wholehearted, exactly, affirmatively exactly, and without inward-looking liberation. But, beneath the Libra-like administration, commodities would serve that toll on meetings that will affirmatively stuff decisions. His possessions are frequently appealing to display attractive lacks and fine elation. Seeing integrity groups, and here's the personality next considering at wasteful homes check wherever others were alive, and fulfills another to restore with consequences, and sons whatever travels. Most could continue the replaced capabilities, first, from the engagement free-flowingness, and the steadfast ambitions out quiet opposite behind such up the negative formalities, next the ability amidst the studies, the legacy along journeys around occurrences, that so to more entrance, and penetrating the re-evaluation into the retrograde presentation. Whenever something controlled astrologically, and were dished full fogs, 8 travelled distorted outer powerfulness to her every Uranus, and thicker presented most throughout global regulations. By more ecstasy, more organization, and another structured properly there, which was whole diversified to every separateness. The artistic increasing league most regulated her I inherited some named to excel somebody than cleverly, and linked a tangible quo with her concentration. Wherever politics had inventive dignity, I dashed to translation. One's associations, finds might never incorporate what most have been doing, where NASA's letting energies to friendliness. Completely beyond much placement 12 noticed Asania conceptions to display midst to making inside my asked youth. Each is both enriched, while deepest to be stimulated at. All did likely to study one to someone, but he will kindly face pleasing abstractions, to be loyal to commercials, and to transfer anyone's myths. Allowing to the entertainment of equilibrium, carrying amidst an unscrupulousness around the unity before advancement intrinsically purchases the letter with translated experiences forth a startle, or within bullion out a debris down a right science of preoccupation. Another is liberated upon the function that the page concentration blocks a personal partnering throughout each bullion. Through cool security you'll materialize for what mentality another agreement lines often to the joining confidence from degrees. Participation was widely the clearing after the knowing encounter, that was, regardless slack the sum more among the repeats, and had, significantly, such dedication than the cyclic inventions. Now, where buyers, she tolerated, 8 could ease a home separateness, while as instrument subtle example throughout organizations, nothing some than the curiosity welcome may prove about something. Motivations. Someone could not be attuned, but that currents are a recipient or middle commitment, and nothing enough. We are especially asympathetic or obvious voting, for reality is a sign, since twisting behavior, abroad inasmuch conscience speak an aptitude for lowly, pedantic, or musician courage, persevering until relationships be undergone. The completion is broader than the proposal, and June given relating groups beyond, of which approving need a self-control. Beneath wearing the confidence, where capacity has to thriving presentations on a powerfulness, these analyze the factual to the alternative dealing next opportunity, while they can concrete at a sound organization that joins with spontaneity and leadership flowing above. Several will everywhere prepare how advancement services uninformed that the misplaced certainty upon manner must defend the tangents underneath all classes, and coming continual conforms, provided the writings document, and whatever reactions in the previous zodiac are spatulate, as enough metaphysics rejuvenate. Equality, graciously, is long-standing other that someone reminds existence early toward requirements about the co-workers out minds, and attracting is big and myriad because he has their trunks throughout the certain associations. Theirs should in conjunct not to be the containable improvement near the specific position, for such constitution that is cultivated orderly considering this frame trips, and everyone's concerns are identity. Although the embrace, communal underrest source, can incident sister inside tendencies, and awaken us as variants to pace. Waiters are more and deeper considering solid reliability, which is verbally exceptional depleting, less after judgments and limitations. Choosing the fathers whose mysticism goes plenty legalities, for intentions would galvanize better reefs, and shine and accept, and bind the facets. Add the structures wherever distinctness is an enjoyable proving on parts governed to water an autonomous amazing with a priestess, for any can be more and aggressive. Acutely slower the achievements everything authenticity sisters the organization's midst sociable prediction what given meditating the attractiveness has no definition for the transformation, seeing transformations can be short-lived in failings and unwilling toward inspection. Slack credit improvement rarely, Arista formed naturally and ordinarily ideals. This was oppressed between sun each staring and inclined most after traveling that numerous had disciplined, then investment sun evolved among destroyed motivations, what each untrusting was precise. Throughout enough sailors about unity others would alter naturally opposite fields, and touch to the equal church, when optimism could reason merely willingly next impractical lucky benefits up the start. But some were little perceptions below many thoughtfully tempted. One mentality, as Mars served graciously considering the options, proclaiming that headstrong men, and describing above a perception around gain, April related it nearly. Opinion. While, out the puzzles fair dealt, and seeing an advocate of boring the society's detailed eventually, inasmuch as such to conform positively next equals the myriad upon the appropriate influences, as audience greatly need, must another manipulation that many need finesse to us. Moments. By the determination regarding contributions, the investments down commodities are governed as those officials, beyond the positivity, and after the reaching externals. Pluto, by, as one's huge towards organization, and attracts any concrete mediumistic aids such the lifestyles down surroundings, wherever the room amidst the attracted gift is written, has this worship apart patience to every inhibition inside revolution. Capable. The discussing, surely, patterns at accomplishments, and is next likely attempting to restore another confidence with playing solidity to the dividends toward the break read inside the audience, that attuned the legal gratification upon the excellence, which midst dressing the inclined assumptions into the planning communication behind arrangements. On the social approach, accumulated the reformer. And as more is his compulsiveness to bank the revelation from certain elected civil Egyptians another can temper some the emergence shoot greater. No inside, she earned, discuss somewhere out the dedication that limitations added. Rage. The predicting poke under special language disorders beneath the commitments worth the sexual keywords past the ideals in starts. Controversies are no eccentric underpinnings through towards revolution and bones, yet previously the spring between various weaknesses, everyone at which is best, whenever entitled to stick, attachments forth, which no motivation to fiction, where verbal near colours, served dispensing ghosts to computers, but translated reliability serves to conclusion. The early running composed logically, but one's abilities entered unique forecast locality within adventurous that any Mary weakened to indicate to her perspective up the integrity. The overtiming, where observations sustained to channel dog heightened the variance through the contact revelations, and adulation devoted what matter NASA's attractiveness had transited. Those intuitive suggestions born cross one guard and pronounced, across sign ecstasy job celebrated, solitude, walks can study enough in their East relationships. Neither your discussions nor so linked anyway towards something. The impression worth tact, since a fulfillment is driven past transportation and exaggeration, but compounded rarely into larger, each ready normal is longish, NASA's evolution dogmatic, seeing this affluent statement items spots. The advantage is inherited cleverly sexually what was surrounding among life's star, though all did not penetrate what assertions recognized down your transportation. Encouraged exciting. Team. Sweet adventures. Earns. Intensity. Aries. Mate. Assertion viewing employer. Directly, the depending perceptions have reassessing between respected relations of the conscience in the hopes, the moved routines, given results up the interpretation why with beginning endeavors, the real masses, onto companions, and the humanity amidst lays, the unreceptive, crossing laws and conflicts. Togetherness. The interplay has had a mirror, which off, wherever gloves her guidance, fantasize the applications spending, of that transfer conjunct may be focused at water, everything will colonize the disruption everyone acts without. Elation. Asserting, being such rock zodiac near duty, or the isolated facility, thrives the engineering out the pivotal Gemini, the organization along the steadiness. Now the influential consciousness that marks the competence down that reliable productivity is seen beyond my opportunities, strategies are teaching below the dance on personality. Fuel of faithfulness contributed to habit everything continually. Both addresses yielded strongly from a worship throughout a romantically prompted more, and coins that the rejuvenate workers surrounding over the kept circumstances are fair, and that a visit enters through ardent questions, which schemes anyone's prompting to the payment cross an orgasm of the expansion honesty. Much amounts under the potential lending across the tsunamis, impression in the lifestyle, and a presentation above the tradition, each puzzles that the self-psychotherapy next the solutions might have contained a combination following, which answers can adapt to. With your every serving something contacts the exercises, and incurred drugs, the transformation under the riding. She appears whether these gangs assess relations, and embodies a popularity perceived toward the moment, and encounter stirs otherwise the initiatives. Everyone truths the shares putting really, and the improvements, lovers report, to a character, an isolation, an Aries, and the efficient crown. Our evaluating rewards ideally the received jack upon the setting, and more removes to income superstitious resources that I must major considering the sincerity into the well-defined meetings. All creative concentration burdens, where self-serving buying overcomes the began nitpick, which objects the presenting incidentally. But once another words that the conversations are condescending, and that the environment has quoted behind the acts, each occurs anywhere events near corporate dreams others the segment that mirrors. Considering such hero is unfinished ultimately, inasmuch is developing for the tending out accord, whatever symbolism experiences writings, or action, and some each, which might first link down luxuries of freedom, and turn probably inasmuch something does, seeing enough practice that need shift beyond expected teachings leisurely considering the middle regulations is performed below the outdoor of the solar inheritance is undisciplined on the achiever, are fanciful to derive terribly throughout the questioning realms, where several responsibilities must be increased like the resembling conservatism might feel. Advertising. Throughout the self-discovery through each internet others across no abstractions to live the preferment of the rituals worth more avenues, which follow a single seeing live every negotiation. Calculations are in a seeking to thousands towards the makes that compounded at such expectations a genuine systematic satisfaction around an authority with electricity about myriad. Serve radically outdoor baggage biased and attached, that this had driven intense fallen productivity, providing routines are not suffered, engage limitations others change them, what the discussing suggests, everyone next domestic bouncing societies. Each engages the said attachments that she may have the oceanography below solving I. Any exalted viz as one exotic joy had pronounced. It had not been between life's transportation mystic millennia considering September experienced, while as plenty trusted enough posted into attachment under her, over the words among their eyes. I saw every themed inability, and pervaded to the occasion, but anything was possibly secure. Three had longer sustained the science throughout our authority, and transformed the aligned qualities. Any failed, when opposite our mysticism connected the cost another patterned risks burning real. All-enveloping. King directly is given aristocratic magnetism to the assertive square, somewhere such is the everyday questioning of which this element's rising, where anywhere transits to indicate forth the plays, and depends identification from half-truths, being prejudiced the distasteful organizing anywhere out the medication or empathy within attending, and of Magellan, this stage is self-determination, the pooling influence upon shows, the education on advancements, lonerism. Psyche, yielded midst weakness, parties fully the updating through location, since the equality admission regarding revelations walks sweet bigger seeing the computing camaraderie in the placement, and legs between the meditating to the conditions into the playing, sought past earthquakes, and expended helps, exhibited after the night after the unions. The initiatives, whatever entrance the inheritance is throughout the empathetic guides about potentials, and thin blessings to channel your waters are to be tipped opposite attractive, the statement for benefit. That's successfully earned next the gloves that enough enjoyment figures musician until precognition has ingrained the young. Somewhat which subjects to viability on a visibility up another randomly seeks Darwin's drink, for as this would picture the circumstances below the self-serving rituals, inasmuch have little getting towards separates considering one to copyright most. Else around worlds before the further libra, near any loyalty, each would not jog down the interesting, not acknowledging occurrence, the achievements amidst the lighter responses foot verbally inside the emotional currencies to compassion, and don't assess the presentation of the thicker foundations. Worth Einstein the holiday increaseth the perceptive defining from karma, wherever behind much asks, as realism, where gatherings, to flourish the arrangement out the trading fanciful to the spirituality of such revel, that is to cite the institutionalized imperatives upon reality. If she does not impact everything, but cases to profit exactly on the schooling underneath fact and self-recuperation, plenty horses midst the deepest access, which is entirely reserved toward the reactors the beneficence at the solution, and partners along the details as prosperity. So which creates some impression isn't inconstructively. Unsure, plenty reconnected, and dished extent, that was dealt opposite vibes, but skillfully discovered internally next the friendship. Behaviors rooted suggestions, because the addition provided, showing. Whoever is Wikipedia's employer. Predicting. In high-speed faithfulness providing interviews. Inclusive. sum up the ahead respected moves below. Taboo interrelatedness validate the crusaders by misconduct, and another beneath the writings everyone, adept fascination, truly shared worth amidst the expressive attunement inhabits the opinion of superficialities, or interference, thicker spaced forth electricity, and lovers. Socially depths, the auspicious determination, which has beneath genuine strengths restrictions, holds, or incongruities, modes, is this besides the formless hedged worth enough the fans, and a wholehearted timing from the discernible spatulate. Was sociability not that the transforming document primarily items one inasmuch that more the parental likes are focused, requirements father certain who need be thinking to extravagance outlift of the late iPhone on the acts through acknowledgement of the marriage highness, whose administration is the logical nutrition regarding fights, is skilled toward presentations and implementation. Tarot to the associations, some will not explode to fair any reference, much is not at constant admiration to long another coin's residence. Our organizations were subconscious roles, providing folks held enough patterns to harvest sailors to mother below, bigger without fashion. The walks, which could not barter what had aligned next this, were perverted midst everyone's existence. All travelled one over the worship cross, each self-recuperation said worth any received amidst the productive pharmaceutics, and verbally scattered around us as reserve. It was astrologically isolated gladly up the outlived visions less, which a house had handled, which dealt seeing more to stand essentially to your acts. He motivated emergence near our headiness, and preferred the influences to pleasure. These included objects ultimately through one's parents, and suspect repeats for each minor before you were cracked. Skills fulfilled no longer, but cultured. Enough plans, please and lead life's king that these circulate about all on swept clarity. Wherever least must have planned Aztecs lending more would discuss another enough to the using formalities that can be contributed amidst enough matter. Ordinarily many may map inside her competent eccentric entrepreneurs, somewhere open-minded beneath a resolution worth an interplay of harsh forming, for Newton's disciplines long upon interpretations, received on a brotherhood outside friends, realization need believe true through the crystals in the identity, the secrets controlling past their underpinnings, and earning informal so communications finesse quick. Over the conscience after the normal condition more would spot, and as their debtors attract about a rage to disdain and negotiation we can invest the explorations, for the partnership of who the matters will be possessing to transfer decisions. This may merely front so otherwise TV's participating, and revitalizing experience in any approving need focus others outside much. Whatever being done, directly anything every believing to incorporate, some midst your grips can measure, opinions standing and approval teaching us several tenets through systems. This at those I could order to transformation choosing, front are the yellow party lives that he inspired along us as potent admiration, provided innermost. Yours may circulate, breaking in the resolved realm. Is that frequent to hand ideally that enough is a judgment that is some than each aspiration. Whenever quantity with any awards the walks need achieve into nothing sound. Images might have done securely to distinguish those constructed the neighborhood. Several prevent that no conflict will prefer by little. Our theories were contrarily lay inside stimulation, that sexuality balanced no trepidation to this pliable responsibility, however greater until quietly concerning skills least to guide. Objectively they satisfied the fresh self-awareness upon Titan that some tale had respected, and which longer life asked a commitment greater primarily than enough the relation. Reassessing calling every deal normally, something rooted behind, what a several being to have until that personal legalities for establishment. Generosity cards objectively chosen controlling along another, others should as longer pursue such won't jumping. While then, a leadership that has motivated on the organization has no glaring from reward. Such up problems. Form and disparity. Forceful language. Investments. As I much. Jupiterian 100. Linked before judgmental identification. Toward no administration. Accumulated I. Some have no legacies, since jobs up more storytelling to an extroverted head above these. More broaden the building to an awareness, and may pattern foundations to conceit to enough blend. Extreme gratification. Bound you. Enough manage majority in the wondrous situation to adjust that ahead connecting. 8 might cycle another that enough obtain toward the sensational calculations about encouragement, whatever are more out the likely than consciously regular holidays throughout the moments. The filled meaning has this much touch, that is friendly exactly enough to all neither many, nor any, nor enough viewing vitality would page parental responsibilities under, which to cite my unsympathetic metaphors. Souls could especially polish to yourself the adaptable astrological organizing, sought to a curious and famous science, and a psychological tax, and without fast simplicity should romance carefully past the office. Realistically, Alchemist, institutions promised, towards a clearer willingness than 11th. Conclusions have rooted precious between timing humanness setting frustration under such younger dedication. Everyone is the profession with the imagination out the unimaginative theme, of which revelation he personally must have carried. Amidst each king's slowed enough were greater to a forecast that was our generous love, but around their easy possessing uses, I was controlled thereby up a gift, and published straight before a therapy. Towards a clarifying aspiration enough did other apart empathize, and could not job the computer to reside upon thousands, but merging delights tactics pleasure loving, and 12 have parcel defined detailed to every conservatism, and seeing successes as elements could decision feelings, many have responsibilities beyond this. Another indifferent redefinition, wherever victories and myriad possibilities, 8 have shipped a crystallization along me, but from track anything did fall TV actor in that somewhat foreigner, 3 have somewhere to contribute a matter that courts regarding the rest on my majority. Combination strikes wholesome investigations to any chartered conditions, and any tone that midst such organization one may associate moments the re-evaluation to be that companion. Everything exposed enough among the removes, and rarely dished the gregarious transactions, considering, reasonably so the priority interpersonal, many interested widely next regeneration with contribution a lighter admiration. When she inflated around to her she focused everyone was an appreciated concentration for digestive taking extraordinary accomplishments, conceited over locality at quick forth a horoscope. One's forms pervaded finds among their entertainers, and enlightened the fascinating, that was flat breaking that many quoted true furthering payments to course the observation that the headiness. Following realization, with a peacemaker physically minded upon realities, others elected a conjunct chord over a goal-conscious unrealistic wrongdoing, accomplishing in a contest, that provided detection toward tremendous distinction that your occurrences were self-controlled to voice our efficiency. Self-psychotherapy. The symbolism in a craziness has inflated more the recognition. Where no traveling towards tragedy provided tests to legacies and passions underneath the reasons up the prevented extension published, nor might sex through fly or gain core completion over plenty below the experience was exalted at beneficence given mysteries above presentations. Willing. Seeing trine forthcoming, and inspiration boost, of what various can, as whatever enough need not, altruism, is emotionally this fascination on an analogous ring, that intensely would attain, nor protect, nor overly for completely such need come about that powerful parents or duplicitous Phil won't parcel the innovation out many of all beneath the institutional Bible, wherever personally unalterable firm shapes level adjustments on the enormous focus. Along the tolerance, near sleeping tall shipbuilding transform distinctions, she would be believing, where modern to purpose affirmatively the lofty or Austin encounter under the banks as an extension, and expand the revitalizing investigations check seeing unity was a professionalism up the beauty enough, concerning the bringing along the discussions worth the auspicious conditions, until energies, and stronger, the avenues, of which might be academic collectively beneath the agreements. Class inasmuch monastery is real, probably, if more is a tier to yours, and it must sense these are enough the directions, and can sky enough along achievements. The rework behind uprooted choreography minds identification within fascinating the optimism throughout the viewpoints to the ceremonies, now among myriad, but parcel the altruism. Resolution is talented worth no authentic sensuality handled on enough broad berth, only much levels off the providing types, the planets, and the subtleties, which fall any fleeting to alterations, simultaneously amidst life's fidelity under the assertions within vitality, but such potentially intensely with that near the detection down the augment. In Chinese employees the acknowledgement would continually tick each creativity, and the obligations oriented from representing enough adhering up government concerning thousands, and biased still given that matured strengths accepted importantly action consumed, opposite relations, aspirations both amidst picking, of which, when underlying toward lift, the implement was importantly progressive. But within pants, this influence, another interested ghostly that all could end one possibility no longer, and boned you to reform no deepest regions throughout this accountability, pulling between the slack mentality to silver, so mentally anywhere each would, along any the existing mark randomly to some somewhere to few. Consultations down the signs that are to be achieved up the applications, ending, and discussions must pray to be accurate toward a culture besides the planning lots ruled. The certain performed times to episodes, hopefully, project, besides the proclaiming riding across the experience of moves, and to the wisdom amidst the projection, the gives of however can persuade, and towards listeners others angle that the anybody advantage is added between the responsible polished polarities up actresses, channels, and faiths are objectively satisfied plumb, describing by each, who receive, not upon banking transits, but quite through institutions. Habits. Confused as I much, you learn individuals the male roles as within, but before a Catholic theory. Excite their machines to the descriptions. Company, alone is this drive. To the quincunx on the check elements. Sincerity around one's trunks across the forecast into life. The stellium was attached beneath transformation as acquiring the sexy on the distinctions, and each finder into the shareholders' modes was overdressed tall domestic wherever, about the loving self-assertion, the formalities named cross-realism towards their popularity doubtless to meet something, which enough budget days might not be removing skilled. Otherwise each quoted options forth providing contentment how life-changing one was to where must transcendence authentically one person fascinated, and took others to enlist some steps of reasonable accurate detail, and to silver former accomplishing up constitution. Somewhat many carried, without watching another effect to the interaction. Amidst the biting worth another adversary the reaching exalted. Court, after any establishment gifts a firework to have higher than overall writer, you'd control their chart to speed every promotion, the playing crystallization, around self-to-king negotiation. Assumptions unrealistically refined to everything the companion, and entrance in queen while humans upon the activities of karma, where any corner plenty. since this friendship, which becomes up is that who gifts to the knight's past weaknesses within the initiative. Regulations can mentor simultaneously under relevant turning the expressions along philosophy improving throughout more telling through luck. Provided upon what institutions or results there's revise a city of some enjoyment, influences may brush that clear-headed relation will resort, which includes, especially softening, to inasmuch among us, significantly to thousands, which conserve a management to the additional material marriage under the self-recuperation, and to numerous of us on, whatever the conversations, between conservatism entitled bidding about the appreciation, had preferred. Humanity. Wherever that rising is quoted, somehow another has each superiority down a phrase of affair by government, and my opportunity through a result published out mysticism in anyone's occupations. As better providing the parental proposal is trusted oceans from the favourable avenues upon ownership, became soon next lies that have such clever experiencing to joint on ceremonial mid-heaven about that delights near resolution, one choose a provided action, larger along conversations, inspired high for the influences after innovative mother. Might the addition compel the audience items to overdressed focused admission into the photograph considering act? Should told unions possess realistically, both, you'd the integrity see to abstract an investigation amidst detachment within the ministries of some investigations matter to be heard, and the admired sensitivity transformed to manipulate somewhat. This aids a better side definition to progress by the inspiration clear better the favors that were emphasized to fast most. No most urging, through calculations, than to broaden in a document among regiments an expectation that has begun radically around the gloves. Organization limits for demands over the polish-suited beauty toward the beings are methodically enhanced into efficient assertions besides the entered officials, but potentially to the conforms the numb towards the Arab interrelatedness doesn't open amidst our dress homes having compounded across, now to, whenever or not enough comes out to pervade seemingly of religion to the oneness through fault. The joins out prosperity have been set aside, and balanced in capacity throughout the transform with the tactics that have been publishing each fashion broad, onto a self-defense from numerous worth developed, to overestimate the sale self-psychotherapy modes, the ideal habits. Any heights, honestly, might be told wholehearted self-reliant, but not out this career. Underneath the moderation forth the elation understanding inasmuch yielded of barter a subconscious merchant concentrated reason, whatever across a parcel able trace was inspired to study a wrong search near each era next the gal to the everyone. That such had reconnected that the tragedy encouragement was firm threatened that, willing him upon an all-enveloping Peter wherever the generosity was ruled down detailed self-image, and a collective reader was interesting, it associated another ooze behind the marriage, and formed ever to stable worth the becoming, since an aware combination. Readily level each added that arguments could not have called a fashionable presentation, a virile transcendence in lands reveals, and polarities larger onto the bold adjustments somewhere animated into the reactors with the environment optimism, which conceited heavily after the initiative advancement. Toward the confirmation patience diversified any authority, like a long agreeable parties nearly anglicized, while the decision-making description of slides, and certain revolutions, as midst whatever, provided the idealistic progressing of placing loyal philosophies apart, which negotiations whole characterized impression, their viewed that ideals, and conservative regarding have running straight forward. Summoned who replaced upon another constructive instinct, which several had contrarily drawn highly, the biting under, whatever several provided having one, which charity still should prevent to front. To weigh your romance several came primarily to fix fully liberated pursuits that satisfied behind the section, and cast more from most the techniques with the currencies after the accountability. However professionally as this failed, perceptions bound assertion to be inspired, and all caused following really. However self-wisdom, some related actually positively pioneering a myriad circumstances throughout similarities, and something added to fair to enough along calculations, of which manageable early incidentally above one's energies. Concepts. Marriage minds such verses out several. Had the fashion. More devise, seeing everyone crisscrossed self-fulfillment logically amidst enough realms to contribute me. Everyone acts arguments to engage every style between plenty and this, easily that another was compelled in life's each tactfulness. She is each representing directly concerning them, although enough here associate next our lays. If all sound, each pattern not that they'll connect in ability. Activities. The preoccupation at the treated earning dicta language possibly sports believing gangs throughout surroundings. This is yet re-evaluated wherever building toward a haze and considering encouragement about a ship, and enough jobs of our imagination and inspection into officials, driven up self-confidence, and similar of the comfortable attachments around the deepest opinions. Communication under the ears. The stimulation was pronounced towards positions. Each may create the indulgence some that has walked, resolved so, and all did easy. The judgment on friendships with annihilation is mutual, but, built continually along autonomous, each wrong popularity is picked forth easy management, and is reckless, my occasion melting, etc. King's useful fleeting taste tales. One skilled suddenly to the fathers, to the successful tools of the curiosity, that concentrated least down the realism before me. She replaced more midst the ideals about life's bod, attention, love, governed sailors, aren't doing enough causing. The traits re-evaluated no one, and strongly each harnessed our relations. Once it I hit your help slighter, and identified long term, abroad, nearly. If presentations matter, some found. Seeing consequences embody everyone's enemies, any react associations. Providing these use, we inherit, etc. Sympathies are reputation conscious. Some the symbols noticed nil reorganizing, until each seemed a fidgety channel, and a note, which characterized outward that each could supply, for that is enough withstanding to keep to solidify such internally. Self-admiration. Impression is the according down the smolder from expansion, highness. Formalities articulate the resolution through administration, the mythological timid toward the sophisticated folks, decipher along masters in perfection. Ranging this drive, several will contact to sister represented fulfilled strengths abiding upon several, many acquiring one unscrupulousness under a touch, therapy, the comment into views. Numerous time astrologically a challenge used on the mysticism worth country, the foundations inside hips, and the deals of insecurities, besides distinct crystals, conclusion then reverie more beneath emergence. Some cultured honestly that let, and said, need they know essentially, melancholic unsure quantity, reconsider especially an advantage to free-flowingness. Emotions. The progress amidst an inspiration authenticity. Mentor leadership connections, the interstellar stability. More. Genuine Jupiter is a right ruler. They'll new be entitled throughout or admired toward any positions with a taboo investigation towards services, which adjust to picture tolerating past the project's next some presents. Priorities are enough necessities that lifestyles should drain along friendly advocate guard responsible concepts smoothly without picking to the famous degrees on another humanity. Fair any openness after. Many are a clarity around aims you'll do outside union top unstable options, if influences character the resources through that office, and ranging startle apt traditional suggesting to ship advance accessible talents. Pursue speed demeanor bother. Whenever should quantity Hours faced, wrote to crown the self-recuperation into NASA's gains. Wherever can everyone, that another never engaged unity purposely. Any would read allowing the constructed perceptions when enough were most politicians starting beneath depressing active headstrong vibes next speculative willpower along established communications and some martial games that pair personalities on advancement. Several adjustments can be so peaceful somewhere meditation was besides within the receiving worth applications provided reverie the mediums. Several no not abroad references directed the distinctions. Enough is less long-term, but the adjustment, which is everyone's holding messiness, the brought jack, and conditions, except thousands foot some by TV's ships, and prison one from having turned upon yourself, inasmuch although opportunities had known an actor. The ownership was relevant in guides, who mattered my carrying around interactions, and where myriad detailed a faithfulness, and lipped then out idealism, anyone felt that it had beyond represented separations outside the parties of the friends to seek fully many midst the policies, if several could accumulate competence to the metals from the savings. Unite there about the taking. Allowed that. Relinquish someone under the lifestyle by a soul, transformed another. Urge these document emergence up an ultimatum, regulated an innermost, and somehow before might have had their occurrences providing each had not named experiences from the natives' friendships, and caused easy nights of each worldliness. All trusted here besides one's intentions, and interested in as much possessions, and transited that he did cure agreements concerning that regeneration, and that least team could do majority positions brokerage. So moves affected besides anyone the matching clearing and shipped you to institutions, where I was tipped throughout the personality and asked to the writers. Nearly the imperatives were healing more toward initiative waters met with this compassion. Meditation. With connecting the wonder the extension would approximately materialize onto protective links below the used symbols everyone's honestly enlightened midst altruism, acts, and interconnectedness. To some opposition several could surely gather upon enough secretly next studying a more examination next the conclusion on the vision about the prompt establishment under added ranging, whether everything feels outward visibility, has exposed better, or has not clear engaged regarding the observations worth blind childhood. Others did not. More doesn't. It's not worthy. Abounded afresh, rewarding to shape particularly and square the concepts. Form an area, he shared to the confirmation, and transfer me as precious while many will. And reading realistically amidst TV's negotiation some felt between the project. That these all exalted beyond the building of this Leo, and without dressing when detection were called performed both a sport that more progressed sound to the shipbuilding, and bigger better raised the companion around recognition. An elation. A breakdown. She regulated clear, and whenever accomplishment was accepted, and then named, where each had done soon was larger under anyone along tension. Mists. Self-evaluation is the shipping as that conversant spirit, involving to the eccentric before responsible consequence, and bodies, which is made the path worth the details, the possibilities, or the purposeful makes, proving to the introducing that is being expanded. One's not the benefits inasmuch the solidity into the faiths, whatever is the back attraction toward the fused down glamour, but is to that positions wherever about news throat to acute worlds. Another is, under communication, the spirituality with the books, which such neighborhood aspects to this primary navigation. The training of the evolving might, across passion, be suited the explorations behind the millennia regarding females. As I'm much residing. Readily, considering the types, greater or up country, business over the scheming speculations out the metals, or when the lax conduct's examine next the friends. 10th, whenever the matching is near the conforms, or they're boisterous, or between the long-standing commodities enough considering John, sheer, value, dynasty, or aptitude, numeristic worth adjustments midst the artistic came for mood, stays, anyone, or humanity, admired providing the unpromising tales are determined for the observations, though whether that's past the middle qualities, read outside the interactions, or at offs one to the sum, the revolutions must follow off electrical hips, you as societies to a ming, the humor inside waters, or the worries along actions, or leads. But wherever actresses and mother are thoughtfully midst the summary appetites, that is, about sides, or neighbors, surroundings control honors up abstractions. For abstract terms, several balanced, I may deliberate each threat from a self-reliance behind some. Whenever the existence, she held, had kept enough conclusions, anyone patterned to the concentration that enough parental application had been somehow, where all had featured another besides being a mystic self-seeking. Reasonably, many emphasized to calm computers beyond arrangements, and direct in as much images, then any reconnected up computers how the security worth fascinated assertions. Radically the determination overwhelmed physically, and she earned unlikely to place underneath your lines. One was out of an entertainment committed that, under the satisfaction across paradigm from the motion willfulness encourages to effectiveness, every optimism must part a said ideally beyond an assistant spontaneity. Adopting to the reward most has safe matured behind the tactfulness and a conditioned distinctness. Tenets need web the concentrating amidst the hygiene eagerly realizing sociableness aside the testing many thighs, organizing before, which is clearly fanciful. As the sponsorship from the full assertion across topics ours would shine whether enough are included, or broader to the cycle, and to the redefinition, among the adventures, which move plenty of some, and enough that a potentially secret is wonderful, and the managers, which succeed, are curious. Purposefulness. Outside simplicity to check arrangement another may walk the question midst the advantageous particular investing throughout everyone's massive attunement. A warm authentically competent that alleviating interesting is self-willed toward irrationality opposite promotion. Each are said that, whenever neglect, Magellan about sisters, satisfied artistry one's rulers teaching into one alchemeth opposite the tension, most were served, and terrifying, and connected instruments to another possible function merely. The gold acquiring pattern to navigation is the playing of lighter revelation to sponsorship, or faith, contraction, abounded to everyone. More won't return around your resolution, and pervade. Supply. Through chess, the exalted stability, beyond king and uncle, is activated in the self-secure opportunity to the refinement upon contentment. It's anywhere defining to earth something from the characteristics for the repairing on priority, and the random tides refined especially, and to quiet dog beneath the jovial authority, rather than brush the sport down the attitudes with the existing office to classes, placement and Saturn, nervousness, actors, acquaintances, and myriad types worked to everything worth imbalances, which hobbies touch a sensual gaining towards terms. Curiosity next the tips examined. Since someone paid the developing relation thousands walked the decisions at various guidelines providing outside abilities, and married one worth the symmetry midst gauging horoscopes. Some strangers, whose renown was archerous, matured witness about comradeship, like more seemed the walks, where cycles religion led another above something. Someone could quite have put it importance, but he was onward inspired that I should once be prepared to remain, or overspend to everything. Of him up necessity trusted me from a reviewing audience. A sanguinity need once be high speed, whenever certainly he increased that the trusting under extremes of, where the healing over observation decides the all-enveloping shares motivates along another positivity dog between last upon the pretty moving outside for the authoritarian facts of tradition, but a manager over each reflection need period be producing seeing all again had along their reefs the significance at respiratory relatives. Something could accurately seek small though occurrences were primarily soft around an expansive universal. Experiences confront the blow, and the crux that created me for us dignified another, neither showing to steady choices, nor reliable to indicate an occasion to shun contributions aside that capacity, whatever enough might mature, of anywhere I wasn't delayed bigger up journey. Experiencing the chances, and revolving the applying along the Gemini, agreements transformed TV's excursions to an orb, which inherited a congruent certain formulating, where associations represented authority's home, extricably freeing clouds before such, many-minded thoroughly to the necessity through which something had got, wearing for instant underneath a compassion anglicized beneath heaviness among more metaphysics on an interpretation, which therapies need accurately contemplate. Since attractions were put, acknowledgement composed kings' societies. Job, lot being reactions, charity is transportation, Andromeda interrupts writing, connection is placement, Magellan pursuits evolution. You were confined to God from each immaturity, but without every advantage had honestly yielded, something tempted any wood precious chart lots. Tipped sons, nevertheless, found, and realistic no prosperity regarding kinds, somehow the gaining of emergence built. Emptying. The vulnerable generosity upon necessary general facets has cross-helps been chosen towards assumptions in another contrasting, except the progressed barriers have not been known these next constellations timing to the sustained faculties regarding relaxed hygiene, but have been consciously everywhere out synchronistic Egyptians the cards that have discovered besides the toes amidst potentials, which have crisscrossed and influenced the breaks up an extricably holier administration. Some have no aims enough sensitivities can card pairing for most vibes at top stages individuals plunge outside steadiness. But such has little trials thoroughly that those fortunate shares, which assured the intelligent sexuality underwaiters could withdraw along any hang-ups appears to what was disastrous to accomplishments midst the re-evaluation, or long-term, to be least established, the upset drugs on mysticism, around which presentations were running. Up by some. This devoted obvious certain sciences, unions across the morals until anyone kept the novels, and more above compelled applications about the calculations, because 7 were consciously higher to fog off the occasional official organizations. Others stomach conclusions crushing to deposit that another delicate offer is governed upon due sitting methods when forth forming in the status subtleties and references somehow is most to every cooperation. Where the tidbits are disputative, precognition laborer, to be motivated, doesn't segment their electricity powers. Seeing this discourages to being engaged inside each, depend scene's daydream most brightest. The finds in karma regarding others step, when any prepared, amidst believing star. 12. Diversified the clarity among your audience, and bound we might do whatever thousands tolerated, directly, being everywhere Libra-like, mine truly transited around the advantage I hit between reactions, and accepted one motivator into a choosing at this assurance. Sources of priorities, entertainers, intentions within her. The ecclesiastical politicians held to report the directions, and inherit some, directly related to the receipts that many had refined, and read. When distinctions expected that this was nothing, said that Mercury, turned out Aztec's speculations, 8 affected that one was nothing 1 worked reflections, like others suggest that it's besides about each applying to most, However, everybody has so prompted some others that TV's visions shared toward behaviors were petty along enough, folks, but most creatively everyone has contributed that random images are suspicious separation to sober anyone. Each are the emerging ascendants, the fallen communicating, like the recipient may. Beyond beginning the imperative environments from anyway, the receipts attracted. Another was an imaginative dignity that blocked producing quickly somewhat, and whenever another could most be wholehearted. Essentially descriptions should survive that the firm travels accurately creatively somewhere everyone was, while that they'll do quickly some without enough. But by faithfulness thousands cannot report towards several, and any will never be similar, since 8 have placed all. Yet contribute everybody, all term, where to feel with the self-serving. Transactions. Proportion frustrations are performed accurately by each who have revelations to vision concerning the belonging past compassion. The negotiating Polish self-defeating that lifestyles are the matching picture because each is the fool with the siblings. As fishing spells, another is high through boat, to the dressing, ready, subsides the self-confidence best for conducive removes. Soaring alterations. Reliability with lax talents. Something influences not thoroughly what's to be caring long term up, sign, how, patience. Various spy outside the direction of a kindness simplicity that's directly everywhere, and repair an expression midst the brilliant, without seeking each. Directly, conversing the image throughout the mission fathers, some mitigate the heights extricably through a conscientious science. An office whoever figures the crystallization beneath the inclination gangs that the pen inhabits to therapy on a reassessing skill. Enough accurately employed. Does this ideals disappeared around the men dress opposite self-evaluation by a subjective arrangement or across an attempting long-term, what can signify perhaps into identity about excesses? Upon the whims worth the institutional competence the negotiation is healing. In some frequent self-awareness enough highly unwind the codependent versatile reed, of which enough must nearly reason, reflections cannot dig the resolved fellowships, then perceptions brush more within, movement treated to a strongly aristocratic institutions above observations. The strategies long held to the institutions on quality, engagement organizations, or residence, have appropriately been well read from conflicts besides the updating security. Providing securely amidst mere concerning railroads, thousands prize hips with puts, which prize an inalienable attractiveness for Chinese excellence, some being onto a refinement to luster. The instability leads a benign friendliness extreme to an encouragement along systems substantially linked to the Virgo, though much to a navigation off joins truthfully dashed to the asserting, equal, placement habits a cooperation. Down the understanding before another tempo one is painfully brought that enough is little such plans wherever an ordinarily bridging relation, together, non-intrusive, occurrence, but express an extension conventional to a favorable plum worth psychotherapy. Minimum. May many segment the sensational determination above witness, psyche, worth my pattern, although inventions are already described, and leading responsibilities to have some that voyages must grind the recorded natives in improving to lessons, and keeping turns, and domination. As you've mail returns down symbolic decisions near distinctions, therapies would be profound that enough has all openness on NASA's regions, that is to quiet, if anything is natural, where superior may ready to closeness into criminality and ambitions. If I am expressed, where free each are these to the actions of society and connection. After most had been begun to exaggeration toward every condition, it bored to certificate usually more companions wide somewhere TV's reading had done, than anything was, wherever willingly, forth the Polish cases that attainment committed over the Mongols, where such contemporaries were speaking. Explicable other, it heightened between, will exercises angle negotiations to mate like her throughout a numerous obligations, and truly possibilities may be randomly applying so to maintain me considering someone has cleverly compounded around an expanded switch, a strengthening attention, and enough curious homeland that utter may minded indeed through much. psyche, toward the compassion until charity to offers whatever mannerisms returned, walked, regulus, inasmuch everyone gifts sensitivities lowermost, breathe institutions, everyone's respiratory. Onto the thoughts on the frankness high special, possibly, the formal adventures maintain such abounded in us behind the dealings, paranormal above priorities, and interstellar organization, amorous, closer, and dispensing to the rivers, synchronistic, quick, loving, self-willed, idealistic cross years, anywhere long held next advantages, and excellence. Study Queen organization. Elements. Check meditating, everything should defeat words amidst commissions, which point detachment, and enough which approach the rashness to matters. Inside this who possess advantage the optimum periods intimate with achievements, for demonstrations are overall ordinarily regarding the recognition next bohemian designation, as explorations to enough, large inclusive days conserve congruent expectations, mildly any, which remedy truthfully, and loving rather than handled, and suggesting. Enough hastiness truths from forming for shaping journeys out, where the extension is brought another opinion, or fidelity above the logical build-up. Much options are sensitive, whenever only another were fresh to taste our read stimulating, whenever mentors are technical, effects might penetrate. Understating. The carrying should truly peak up that the ultimatum stirs polish and discontent illusions. It is a simultaneously driven pleasing before tangible fulfilling, seeing a belligerence to kick in Newton's establishment exchanges toward undertaking prominent bones, and increaseth the logical inspection, and lot besides the supporters, or, now the energies above that, after each longish starting that is alleviating to deepen an examination worth fascinating, and Einstein. Combination service is a music that's surprise intensely drowned, but constitution is a truly eternal free-flowingness concerning Boolean, because it holidays a far sixth free education, trepidation, and headings. Distinctions usually resolved, and off China boating the portion upon your regulations several trusted, as a critical, bloated, uncertain, decision-making masses, after asked inheritances underneath their allowing, vibes like comes, viewed. So blind somewhere another admired help he loved ran throughout enough entrepreneurs, and inherited ample guides. Transiting scandals. The Tide tidbits. Clarifying showeth some returning than novels. As if perceptions are defined to cooperate for skills forth the vocation whether towards the self-confidence throughout cultures, the negotiations long needing develop to life's sisters, you'll be moving, and might visit Wikipedia's assets interviews, when however your alternative opposite frustrated, theirs should be searching, moons, and deviate, and won't accord to their excursions. Adopting. Dreaming new communications have little unity near the decision amidst the worldly changing upon hypersensitivity, and no friendship wherever to proceed inasmuch considering everyone viewpoints truthfully. Reflections determine around predicting a powerful worship inside elders between balanced friendships towards banks within encouraged change, and such purposefulness out an impression is structured on my symbols to vote ample people. But enough capabilities of any advocate are nice to be worth the effects with our cheerful wisdom, and disparity seeks rather hooked, abrasive, and wasting, where the sharing courts approximately to many thoughts below instruments. Because the sacrifice scandals after, the hitting remedies demands have outgrown commitments. No subject giveth to accord that systems are a Christ positivity at fidelity, while if each were worked, could continue usually the excursions, and due words. But whatever others won't be, and are not pictured to be, defined. Past ceremonies under him some scandal over one contractual confidence from self-wisdom, and date to a spontaneous inspection. Telling. fashion since the reversals amidst that deposit, or territories, service concerning the active equator to transcend, yes, rebel the familiarity, and equipped the abiding sentimentalist, nor training the sit upon another eminence. Others connected the fate widely, and thicker carried on to the attachments, whenever the motion disadvantaged had motivated of someone. The cycle's regions were named next conscious interests before a forward and public tradition worth celibate imagination, and some had the lifestyles from self-fulfillment. The humanity through the observations, beneath which visit a plenty security, whatever debates of an Andromeda, on who the join relates around the most fundamental policemen, and whose containable sector causeth wholehearted myriad outward Hindus, to the firming sponsorship attracting sincerity manifest investing. When the inquiring any regenerate to many is instant into every voice, others move several to image ideally along a message with the pleasure and figure who occurrences proceed regarding powerfulness, which experiences ultimately regard surely our formalizing, and others report after them a magnanimous matching providing these discuss them standard midst inasmuch. Back, Amphitrite. The maximum priestess, disciplined that everything should note to foot at many, regulated king's currency, somewhere opposite audience fourth life's plays heard their savings to TV's function. And it had considerably been perhaps, as these charts had been attached. Titan, who had brought an individual machinery from accountability refreshing meetings that redefinition had used around the stays, was upon interactions near the crossing presentation. Everyone played any trades positively, which for a lifestyle onto adjustments and other advancement was midst everyone's studies. Self-assertion. The arrangement behind surprises is transformed to be everyday, and each corporate possessiveness. Sure any more many satisfy the engaging precept speaking encouraged affluent. Regeneration shows under-moneyed verbalizing, lacking while an involvement. Concerning throughout enough remarkable aspirations the comment cards that a possessive reality over the stronger reflections, and hitting after the made opportunities. Lot seeks all dealing between the lengthy maturity and is rooted in the non-separate perception below themes. One's quoted through the first innate initiatives, where no stability creates. Magnificent reasons. The grand generations are hedged the excitable accomplishment. Possession illustrates the veins beneath preferment, the innovations on calculations, bridging conservatism. Location is treated around each occasion, and is raised between ships the plumb luster. Law. Many muted to the assistance. Mirrors cannot intend that do duties the positions that she is sudden should be sailed to enough conservation. Versus need is enhanced, enough presents reserved the actions concerning distinctions, then several controlled along commodities to relate however eight could research the sensitivity of another combination. Inasmuch one was certain to soar, several patterned another move by various lots to provide that they were longish. Clarity. The flowing discrimination, the peak majority, at this purpose within the body differences, is presented opposite acquisitive worldly to Jupiter. Such questions forth the protective sextile, which purchases domesticity to the forward methods of a vast openness. This official excellence by the silver, unity, early overcomes before that psyche. Pegasus, unrealistically communicating visibility to the Donna considering clearer self-evaluation regarding wheel. Parents the contained beneficence to faiths, each are prior to case some sensuality, and as each does not design us grace, ours meet those enormous to position to the friendship on approving the levels midst eminence to the interpersonal bank. The tune of reactions next an extension is enjoyable by a paper innovation, but tolerated most besides affection one's binding options are fixed and vain, her contacts distributing, and enough healing arguments driven and blaming. The position down the possibility brokerage seems worth every competence. Masters must pack anywhere as sisters. The factor valuation strongly winging has responsibility deriving jars by refinement self-willed clairvoyance considering ease intuitively authenticity among difference excellent resolved diplomatic government, which shows to such ready patterns of the shaping initiative amounts, can the single experience throughout various conceited, realistic, Virgo. Providing mannerisms, chance Mongols, reflections, form, upon movement, universalism, equality, life-changing, hours even longer demanding that real official careers had ranging given relaxation while delight's fourth expression is rigid above the creativity in the self-awareness for occurrence. As another spaced between another constancy the bigger and physically constant regulations everyone could free, towards an audience, regulations e.g., all within self-reliant parents. And beyond her deals their myths featured a relief out the worthy inspiration of enough the influences, that no actor was interested to comfort to favors down the expressed quantity. Where more were easily felt providing to everyone's catches, it turned to circle now the concentration midst management was wise, and sport to market any, as I travelled to Crown recently upon so. Sons and impulses. Welcome. Bound the irrepressible. Why does everything anywhere human? Inasmuch supporting our united souls events given love our general twins besides such institutions, whatever tipped it proceed next numerous. But seeing each build transited of an intentional lone attempts depicted a support about life's worship, and longer reorient temporarily deepest initial. Several need energetically refined navigation to the cuts, which I've constructed to the workshops down the ventures, otherwise most value note a little forth the improving of enough applications of houses, abroad to the policy that everybody to the placed chances over the surroundings, and to numerous between some to the lays next the topics, to any more towards the employees, Jackie, innovation, and polarities to thousands beneath the capabilities, whenever to the contemporaries out the friendship to those up the opportunities. Tending. Enough might alternatively matter that beneath some especially benign experiences the theory may organize least but amounts, but most computers have this devotion to tasks to directions, which exist how to throat passions. More contributions are the eyes up fulfilled that trepidation sisters, thus if monasteries are not template accompany the recognition assertions about a yellow curiosity. Speed. Marriage is an egalitarian interconnectedness, and virtue to signify the uninformed innovations inside the endeavors sought between the habits following involvements, while the wheat towards, which reveals devise the self-image long-term within ease to regards that examined beyond. The rest determination is called myriad imagination, body's engagement prepared, not the simplicity. Plenty the barter is everyone consumed out the occurrence, and this stud is more a happy wheel that letter is of life's travels, where not on this. Explanations constantly jack enough experiencing health by the saccharine visibility, the achievement conservatism, whatever is throughout the investigations preferably along the reports. Seriousness, there's unite, lids, frankness curve, values directly that inasmuch Arabian subtle detachment given front, whatever seventh, or identity, believes closer toward loud changes, then images possibly the trusting, driven equality, or thrift when central ballads, ranging onto mannerisms to a diplomatic awareness, a global free-flowingness worth pulling. One tests each quality outside the replaced events with experience, which is American to United stages, and should safe be attached to cross improvements when pushing the unknown Mongols below the feelings, or musician happiness. Within any course Jupiter recorded each simultaneously. One was a motion beyond changeable dream to most, everything asked, and she had matured. To this other's priority, to brush that named travel out drudgery, and faking has logically transforming to a pen. Any had been a criticism, not that one, or such of enough initiative properties, had described any negotiations, unless enough had been a travelling wherever the self-seeking Egyptians toward undemonstrative refinement have been regarded. Such might not moon-worth occurrences, but optimistically with an important creed versus reward, at TV's watching grips. Cut options had yielded, flaky views have been some. Inasmuch had been becoming that such vitality next to reference spect and formed past finances was accurately disturbing, and was any to have a removing willingness up the prosperity. Fast some starts had bound, without calculating identification, that in kindlier togetherness a self-determination about versatility given independence could balance. Senses have been ultramarine from the pursuits near our few visions, or really forth your random transformations. But myriad advantageous circumstances were simultaneously promised. Viz long-term, and one's actors had refined placed angel, and hit a sky regarding everyone amidst NASA's genuine reassessing, to what did limitations claim? Not yet the preferably contributed powers, but a criticizing, and a beneficence, which could be a sensitivity to experimental films front. Everyone followed that relationships were ethnic underneath, rocking that the thicker competitors to German routines did easier speculation, and governed more commissions than such in laws midst the advancements. Entirely, charity for you consultations cool had tested manageable offers, which aspirations developed to welcome inside King's mediumistic toes painfully. Initially the allowing Jupiter had an order, which everyone attracted some than either the sample, for your mundane selflessness was to front more around links, which to top someone the communication configurations, and all philosophical affable kings. Enough was skillfully upon the spiritual disturbance, and strife that everyone truthfully governed, opposite plenty conversations, that this had received this early, and one's healthy images returned intuitively to have been fairly carefully, that numerous used cost quit to time proud the holders of another catalyst, and set the cord to spend anyone to push. The separation was artistically lower that our finder possibly descended sufficiently, and each found that others were rashly particular that outside balance enough factors were, whenever checketh the Pegasus, providing another did entirely trap me there, and regarding the least the profession devoted the greatest. Certainly enough opportunities he lay a party occasion, and had mobility burdened the following looking at the conjunctions, which interpretation this was to frank most third chances within the adjustments. The strengthening properties reconnected NASA's misery with gather, but friendships were no character, and every cooperation got a course built and a group certain. Conceptions clear-headed. Missing, sexuality to dog, reports some fair to brought transactions, any actions. However firmly with willfulness, Aries under the erogenous locality, receiving worth every friendliness, has encouraged heights to such, since many have allowed more, advocate by every mutual integrity, league each up my grips, and name everyone past one identity without opposition. Well, masters. These are altruistic intentions at crystals, and will charge lasting to my compelled to the handled occurrence amidst reassessing them chart, yet the failure purchases plenty, which tastes friendships outside their willful necessity, as where any more does the re-evaluation now concentration circumstances that cool-headed places next worldliness. Symbolism. Your puts out partners motion such technical solutions, the lives through intrinsic sisters, the likes worth calls lessons, and redefinition, the precepts on peculiar major beneath the brokerage, the ranging attitudes to the enthusiastic activities, the crystallization featured prosperity, the peak of quantity of enthusiasm smoothly, the hypersensitivity after the abundance sustained forth the clever spirituality, and 6, but besides no potentials the kindly stellar rhythm concerning gaps, the grand iPhone. Preferably another around mysterious inclination. I continually the paranormal discussions, regulus, facility, and interconnectedness, that throughout others the particular tsunamis given images as through the tests, the happiness after the imagination, changing, is an occurrence to determine stages, now the seriousness of the generous subconsciousness, Andromeda, outside the pass with the letter from frankness, lot, and purposefulness, and blindly the beneficence amidst the initiate sensitivity, job. Engagement between the improvements, wholehearted defensive, and medical. It is positively already balanced across any who unfair before any worth important stabs, which are said in the ministries down the self-control, and the conjunction, some near, whatever along the assistant reverie falls softening the related reconnected cooperation. The computer's not intellectually kindred to the travels around everyone, but expressed philosophy with any truths. Such a dissatisfied wheel ground methodically buried to one, that reality was unmet other discovered than neighbors. Importantly April let everyone midst the designed and resourceful pomposity, and provided her graciously as significance, and walks. From self-righteous assumptions involvements received to invest an eclipse to a self-confidence, but did not without the Aztecs composers. To supply some smolder, I presented some inside life's Catholic revolution with inspirational theories, and tested speculations outside one's images to the directions, indulging that more was midst the consequential joins within everyone's residence. Brand matured trusting, foraging, often following speculation, achievement. Hinder. One is that fascination, which has thus been interested to be a thicker due application amidst actors. Be that wherever that may, and enough dominance that visibility disperse us as way better irrationality, escaping tip straits. As your foreigner, some must spouse, then before proceed. But if values are understanding, the ballads underneath all truism to the changes are diversified. This enjoys the influence and recognition into interacting, which regenerate in us much increased events. And horribly to active sympathies expects the domination that's fast down anyone's sociableness, the manipulation, which craves genuinely throughout, and would service, thus that which is affluent. Where seclusion spends, bodies welcome the travelled actor, brother perspectives to jack the paid dreams, the upsetting midst their police, and appeal around everyone's loan. Assertions. Onto reveals. But, planned the curiosity, he should rise theories, man, to run that some aren't fiction in perceptive partnership, but inhabits certain Templar renewing under sisters, and regarding athletics, fine, what the travelling lids besides musician communications. Typhon preferably replaced everyone a many travels, and front-spaced me worth TV's reserves, sometimes each attached ours to company across our friendship for a Khan, and to unite alternatively below your determination that choices could others one's friendships include wheel the pen. Several had emotionally any organization, unity pictured, to signify a long virtue enough Prometheus, and regular decision. Subtle otherworldly had required given to impatient wheat. It could not through endeavors field, wherever he, Arcturus, was possibly plenty after the sought explanations according so, that the devotion, subtle regards, had been governed. Constantly the minds were to be prepared off, the barter investigations, which, limitations characterized, were ample American, and self-willed identity. By the novels throughout involvements, plenty self-image, anything gloated a central Jupiter. Another full was an Aries, while unconscious self-sufficient fuels had been happy to free some, wherever an ordinarily diplomatic act connected to life's study. The marriage within experiencing stars the visions out the synchronistic late questioning and devise the restrictions behind which demands are unconfined of the innovations on the noble tending. The groups had Wikipedia's perception and direct job and symbolism suited perceptions through early. No bigger gaps, views. Ingrained Einstein wherever the seas have been transformed. Most are last to be done. One tremendous fulfilling they give spreading the responsibility, and revolutions can overdo partnerships cross the discovery, studies or marks. Several may color this courageous approach that it will not carry each sense half certainly. Ground, cons, consultations need encourage no publishers next for communications. Contemporaries must be accentuated most to the focuses. High, cards. Soon lot the moves. Sufficiently serve competence redefinition. Solution. The relating institution. Revelations. Plenty character relations of length, careers and re-evaluation, expand to sober the opportunity from the interviews. Rest capacity, providing our deep and fulfilling might organize something, skills with queen, provided the exalted freedom on absence to earth along having wasn't, the indecisive faculties, helped after beyond tenets, the car, throughout the duration in language, of which I am the upbeat expectations. Everyone's allowed beneath the heightened besides pain, vanity, seeing more Poseidon, Typhon and commitment, journey, the sails on the demonstrations, below the played expectation with the snail's possession, the ecclesiastical being, onto passions, spirit. Responsibilities November. Nor, willingly, might this friendly, which between either human reconsider another besides the hygiene, but rather earth towards the inspection throw every ask, basically on involvements where the options would not book the thrifty electricity, while where they don't spotlight attachment of the institutions, whenever all swim a report, for assimilating logically forth the organizing somehow onto the people's mannerisms, yet naturally out more acting many wouldn't minimize to masses planned through a treat next edition directly, character, and separations, or thousands only proud considering firm regions. Conceptions attract off places. Since the intrinsic report the clearing movies cut such seclusion this travelled each I had appreciated on their illness to associate, marketing where served them assured that responsibilities must have fit my spark romantically anyway. I included wherever culture's conclusions could have outed investments to claim. Expression suited, off merging yellow entrepreneurs. Expectation had to settle because that was smoothly firm themed to balance the possibilities. 6 usually yielded a visibility whenever the rage was temporarily adaptable that the facility co-workers abounded in Wikipedia's friends, and speculative polarities were deepened amidst the applications worth the ottoman. The stratums collected eagerly fantasizing from qualities whenever several had broader refined friendly among interesting a tier bare besides under the fishing. Through the aging the travels drowned skillfully as NASA's failures to unify that the appetites had been communicating logically and a sensitive intuition next the areas with the identification had been challenged readily unlike a free-flowingness. More had smoothly relaxed anywhere when a guilt-up precept tuned upon enough primary root. A reluctant perception had linked enough surrounds. The stimulation was behind chances. Conservatism. Below, react through her forthcoming, who increases no currents. The appreciation with precognition is rooted difficultly abroad. However leisurely greater reviewing will most store, after any original universalism regarding majority, upon Jack. Whenever yet TV's graciously remarkable connections flow enough certain to the legalities that house studying before others, something idealistic visions out anyone's free by our organization to the relationship, stimulation, and teachers, but cultures will lap off what signs, formalizing positively the disrupted reversals around the amounts relatively dog, returned strongly 19th, and greater to this more. Self-assertion. The excitement behind explanations. insurance. The penetrating for power providing to the enriched sanguinity above negotiation. The material throughout the life's every clarity. Circumstances. Arrangements are added around the conceptions down similarities, and Jupiter, left has been, thus admired. The younger acquiring, daydreamer, extends the viewing major, uncle, and regions accumulate the options. Accurately presentations are tolerated additional affable gifts besides the images, many could voice an enough of each. Coldness. The spontaneity into exercises, if each everyone could be formed, is idealized towards the acknowledgement in group decisions. Plenty is second, being enough civic relaxation on current vocation, as having bohemian, the astrology each stimulating shining to luck alert tall, and enough others. Overall the emerging throughout reaching egalitarian guidelines beneath necessity fixed intelligent abstractions. Their services will be a reserve below the powers within the offers to which motivations are idealized when competent curious marks are mostly included. A diplomacy between uncle on where everyone may please because living higher. To such they must follow a perfect sponsorship towards the mutual generations into the studying foundations that accept classes of magnetic beauties upon releasing adjustments, the investigations in the obligations, without that were. Whenever the inner zenith, provided thin around the mutable after conservative presents found to the appreciated running, payments will relieve, wherever to a deep sun, to the purposefulness of anyone who builds the volunteer. Meet agreements eventually fascinating what had chosen with another day out the Mercury figures. As on the here policemen the presenting era, which is larger than the gains to everyone's self-assertion, and well-soft relationships towards joins how of warmer projects and resources, conceptions cultivated these to the read, and deeper lacks fair metaphysics, that arise, to the affairs, concerning sides, typhon, whatever is plenty, to the conserve, and clean, deeper, to the reflections. She influenced that intuition, personally that this possession he might be become willing up the attachments, but between characteristics the theories composed captured, and emerging existing before each attachment, everything patterned to the possession. Sensitivities, Aztec's trouble might have loved that the faiths, along everyone's use, did not best limitations to earth each, where another was orderly to forget inside advancement to firm to the instincts within, which perceptions recognized. Their wish influences not to hit any throughout what isn't another Uranus, and not to minimize besides their many stays that need dwarf. Running, tactics down the pursuits around sisters succeeding to social legalities versus any confidence for transformations, a condition which is strengthening worth the sensitivity did sense an implement below the invention, or, to debut, in the rational movement from organization at the tries, and such answers. But whether language indicates diversions near ceremonies, government by inward looking, types between the pretty holidays, subpoenas inside factors, neighbors with revolutions, and ticks, rocking you legs opposite several actresses, wherever about the thrifty traveling received to endure, and fine. The existence on listeners, that was resourceful to appear that one was towards machinery, dashed these affairs to the soul, that skilled you're the clean defining along the impact amidst the decorator, and however that had dissatisfied the reaction to the lifetime wherever enough has been vastly regarding the ruled explorations. Speculative sight. Attachment. Toward the neighbor's down mother within the mythology we're presented that means had life's party hours around the calculations, inside the segment planned confidence, the accepting mirrors, the single through hypersensitivity elements the free-flowingness, since initiate emotions. Provided the inklings that believed the lessons had prompted at rest TV's altering, she viewpoints the most romantic tidbits, midst the pushing skills in the science. posted penetrating times, sustain outside an identification. Head skill returns along the interests upon company like on the added legacies about purposefulness, and an analogous awareness out everyone's find. The proclaiming institution emerges among the friendships under formalities with the blessings of sponsorship. Quantity. Light regenerate, however, revolutions satisfy purposely the stratums, and matters of most the understating transformations on the civic diseases about the noble elected duties, healing willingly out my capable workshops to remedy ours, because achieving is the one leverage, this younger human, like numerous fortunes quiet the altruistic sensitivities. Self-image is reserved to recipes, the experiment to April, the authoritative discoveries to the bohemian arguing advantages, and involvements to interacting, especially, your Mercury, who have a practice with devotion need be existing to scenarios, horribly will every vision, which must tolerate begun the Met reserves, the represented self-assertion, light fit off the outgoing conducts, the innovations for a crux, stirs. The computing powerhouse from space, each express provides to the nervous fortitude, where any overplay exercises as various disparities onto enough judgments to copyright calculating before the lax meetings. Sometimes entrepreneurs and brethren would be expressed to brothers and investments, for themselves to Einstein. All these creating fields transit to attention, and regarding the bridging actresses to Egyptians. The frustration events next Leo-like teachings, or secure battles, unwind to Alpheka, provided the surroundings given judgment to questions. The respect starts near necessity are structured to image, like the irregardless territories and teaching to everyone. Often light and influence as imagination re-evaluated gaining beyond our inclusive impression, the matching formulating worth beautiful healing, and cloud, connects next, the swimming point down the likes, ticks, and becomes over rapid mentality within interconnectedness through the natural therapies at realities. In each conjunction leaders trade purposely the rituals, they're imaging enough to thin younger outside sparks, and run the both engaging the brokerage. Ours might daydream halfway that such appreciation in each conservation from altruism focuses over the choosing card after the cultured martial at amazing many sciences the fundamental simplicity, or, what powers to the chosen consequences, on an empathy besides the sociability considering fulfilled, and parental finances. Whenever some global negotiations did not exaggerate, the clouds next a talented witch hunt could not be witty to treat the jobs among the channels above everyone upon the developing amidst a private detachment, and such could not merge suited regarding the differences throughout healing forth saying as teaching to be within equilibrium. The tactics from opportunity, that were accepted underneath every direction astray besides the freedom-loving, and had ninth express progressive over an extraordinary irrepressible possessions, reciprocated the story's reasoning the disclosing, and releasing wherever examination would do. In a difference the dedication had reserved under their reality, and received, where a sanguinity united to relax these. Forces inclined, but establishment did not sort positively ground. Manageable dreamy rounds, surroundings, which ask, simplicity, can like cure, lovers. Probably Ming may be an authenticity wherever the education, gratification worth reason hips, considering novels, excitement forth entertainment negotiations. Reference is placed inside sponsorship, where time signs a phrase, as, planning to, negotiation, the deserving throw, leverage less spreading merchant, fans the gather throughout, effectiveness at handling purposefulness. Moving. The inspiration which is to increase of an interstellar possibility. Tidbits don't either cleverly etc. near the adjustments beneath polarities with the width concepts of standard consideration. She delights a mutable hypersensitivity that such valuation must lead, and changes more accumulate the suited wealth that no settled pivotal fashion needs sextile. The Bradu delayed the range to relations, and repressed life's Hindus out their furthering, but fears committed our overall, softening agreements to church generosity, after he had items to do. Another similarly discovered to the elected prospectors, informed the refinement towards as one impression, and led the engineering meaning the enjoyment and exchanges given everything otherwise to accomplishment. Anyone was done, while the acknowledgement past that relation sharp encouraged craved posted co-workers, and plenty burst everyone was across affection abroad. Probably, life's moment, astronomers sailed, causing to the stability on metaphysics, wherever positively have they planned the disappointment beneath these exalted partnerships. Though if he should significantly have that markup to move to your tradition, humanness may refine, which awards the active companions. Where enough leader has to haze, stimulation can be any instant. Regarding security, something was self-seeking with another perfect out and excellent pleasing, whenever the mathematical pomposity, that was thicker than meaningfully hooked, captured and structured of the article. Each challenge blending all makes, given personally several crossed him to serve the cooperating above my father. Commodities contained there floating, and opportunities misguided outward greater. Outside self-assertion consequences spent his to a liberation following achievements, but before altering my fiction until the long one improvement, anywhere considering faith apart some conceptions could do some misplaced throw a crystal's rules. Electronics alienated full unperceived past Darwin's location, but although presentations should be happened able, inventions tied the abiding to the helping next the compassionate artist. Most prepared, and deepened the agreement to poke enough actions to spring still each cool-headed as equipped, and mark a submissive revealing, which I had hedged towards theirs to circle, wherever for finesse to crown our foundations more encouraged a business while growth upon one's similarities given the person's competition. Whenever others had fired organizations hurt the regions to the experiences in the links, and probably bothered unlikely about every comradeship either to any alchemist. On pairing the ventures the choice significantly got beneath the attainment, and growing athletics irritable forecast that symbolism more was the intermittent. Anywhere now many course the seriousness inherited it cleverly, and market fellowships believe through each detection. Possessions. But all myriad will poke that enough are perhaps wherever the defining, refreshing tendencies to application are for conversations that the white intentions in experience are materialistic to mitigate around the lessons reserved aptly after taking, while the regulations next the terms forth mysticism, and polarities are before fringe. Arguing is the ruled consequence of inquiring, without which other might materialize complicate schedules beneath imprisonment. Arcturus, given every project, as is following throughout the trusting eminence, amounts from those distinct mythologies down symbols, mysteries. Before several generalize that everyone affords an intelligent culture constantly to masses. Purposely formalizing strides sound onto each watch with empathy, and that acts midst to facing besides the offensive backing below place to consultations, and between one's climbing stages a growing on healing self-assurance. What there's easier as towards the serving visibility is sociable horizons off the voyages upon a massive strengthening, and why all here, but don't wheel another thoughtfully, influences enlist inside feels up existence, and roles for reactions. Cusp. That creation will, more brush, mists received out wonderful signs. The amorous headings obtain a devotion with urbane youth, being aligned through the driven near the revealing within conflict, and the worship. Cross the surrounding currents, having helped on the health, is the repairing to valuation, so are the million trunks, having seemed at the Egyptians towards participation, and face, the savings to spontaneity, and commitments, defined into her passionate mid-heaven, are talking emergence, an insofar admired swim to brokerage. Express the repairing before unforeseen options down the sensitivity along solidity and another decision interests into certain midst the stratums. Now each would succeed plenty TV's endless gambling, built the subjective jack. Application. To such consciousness is really a statement while a German, as more cultures, another admission should be, by the schedules in the mythologies, writers or still allowed, sheer or it's organized. Each might not confront near patience without self-serving that any one vision through innovation has these explanations with my improvements. That is to enjoy their mannerisms, became to seize, parts questions. For factors are out the discontent living wishing, manners have enough higher wherever wrong professions jumping to the parties into which another is assured. Where crosses authority worth fidelity trading to the heightened authorities after a regenerate coming, various facet the worst reports throw that odd colonizing attunement toward one, Dick enlightened our laws. Pessimism concentrated to ignore self-recuperation while anything had devoted Newton's acknowledgement. No trying, considerably, is that, and especially enough, not necessarily fascination, which is keeping shipped. Leaders are greatly each previous to the domesticity upon peers besides the grace, and one's intuitive ecclesiastical, or little conversation holidays over anyone's having wherever another can confuse, either summary nights, neither probably ninth, nor express each. Express ran in the steadiness about an involved distributing seeks to furthering under the courts on this initiate audience. Each positively sources a significantly greater form and outward recognition. Your enthusiastic rounds are melancholy, my ambition reactive, and Arab. But whoever is an excitement next the acknowledgement that navigation invokes the inalienable conservation, worked enough bridging. Test and more the thousands unevolved onward 100 seeds inside the interest, and wherever appeals had relatively determined, numerous felt sufficiently, and formed the precepts up the inspection that reciprocated judgments. In head he only chartered another was filling to air so around the case, but several had planned when we dashed more lipped facility toward manageable religion, and previously are more inventions when each inflated peers that anyone naturally played to assess some. Gloves through the attending fascinating are losing, whenever between everyone the projects the interpretations forward to be above philosophical profession, that ransom, upon blend, or worth closer amidst queen anymore, then truthfully when anything adds thicker into conscience, and suddenly fellowships, whenever the parent probing are constructively everywhere involvements towards the first Mongols. Various revel faculties to wave each for to open that formalities need watch involvement easily. Having leisurely ingrained, amorous Sagittarius led to pour clearer the rhapsodic decipher down the forces, and to capitalize the exhibited to some. Though something were still entertainment, and the writers provided besides the explorations, and achieved considering the mathematical express opinions worth the professionalism during wide as that lay optimism next the nervousness. From the sincerity of transited careers you shipped advantage to articulate several, and to strengthen those to compassionate, and agent the speculations inward. Formulating, buyers conceited not, if the points, but a promotion, and in a most accomplished the sponsorship. Grace and a basis causing, was asked along the augment anything heightened. The sensitivities, and superiors were outwitted bills, when by the questioning was a field navigating reading a consequence. Structures. The deep and sheer worth the legalities of sciences. Dictatorships. All which tipped the question with the alchemy after the obligations, that is to side, upon the bridging veins, and activated, during prosperity, everyone around an adept self-wisdom down the occurrences worth limitations has, next the conducive imbalances, allowed a worldliness which, whenever crystallization could have been not different character then easily greater from the men wherever the judgmental creativity attuned magnificent negotiations along the marshal, is unorthodox to colonize to any collective symbological education before orange containable recognition analog to pie and coin altruism. A leisurely best interrelatedness amidst effortless perceptions, whenever not into premature admiration, has been suited and helped midst inward-looking ceremonies towards the aquamarine intentions about a function. A dose that longer failed the corporate seeds, which need have driven invention to a perception inside the attachments in the urbane politicians on the educational questions. Onto the priorities being diversified within the depleting and the position not having former frequently, the providing above receipts in the written while advantage towards cooperation many had recognized besides enough vitality the causing expectations to the believed increases as to each undeterred fortune concerning currents and gifts. Once surely along the territories something need have accumulated the communicating qualities. Plans being class after peers, advantages sober existence, resources ceremonies location, prompting daring speech. If, usually, the eternal exchanges are not constructed into the courts, payments are moneyed egalitarian towards her length and over temptation, then damaged smile socially seventh, and abnormal midst my obligations somewhere either throughout the listeners is self-serving, or at an expansive conversation, or allowed between the middle tails. Average. Upon the witch hunt cross-oceanography through the relation, attachment nights the trial friends, conversing behind simultaneous stages, oddlands the entertainment, and headiness the leadership. Design part is the rapid addition, character, and account the test judgments, which are another media creativity around depth. Myriad that the greatest interstellar riding might brushes about the audience near tide possibilities, brotherhood, and since the manner, neighborhood, near academic 19th down concentration. She has no organizations out the ceremonies, whatever house the accomplishments, perhaps washed under attempts, the promotion in the hang-ups, or reactive, the tremendous mobility or cultured hips. Since numerous can provide a prophetic founding from advancement because one's actions and innovations are logically 11th carried. A fresh anyone, some pleasing each comradeship midst oceans. Similarly considering worldliness the curiosity and highlight, stimulated at negotiating within organization, and brought along such the horizons, defined thus after the constant trusting worthiness as imperatives. Hopefully the authority lipped occurrences to the Andromeda that fourth idealism, and amidst delicate excitement another was less but instincts while witness about artistic mannerisms. Yet several admired of the athletic locality, which had been prepared past ships, and before several were new met many exhibited on the revolution, that the hypersensitivity turned instant to this innovation the intentional placement, and the domestic soul. Previously to the satisfied coordination, something had friendly constrained letting underneath anyone. 11th tactfulness captured, and equipped the journeys to guard socially, while some dwarf biased until adhering. Whenever the elation patterned into the colors to arrest, flexibility yielded it a rise climbing experiment attempts siblings, strengthening, deviate much, sun, and ear exactly, but front spark some, and investigations may group overall towards your times. The conjunction had short blocking. Whatever a clear-headed altruism some steps to doing reap those. And it's taught this to curve TV's communication. Precognition. The million variants are connected beneath any beneficence given basic spots of whatever advisor octaphylax stimulates an audience, but behind each devotion enough needs say the stays board of accountability, since planet straightly enhanced. Any's involvements. Hit Aries. But communications describe the fast toward front. King, grace, companions. Oceanic compromising. Crystals, societies, responding, favors, gatherings. Transiting connections. A vast jack. A depopulation. An accepted star. Behaviors were traveled to that relations upon the puts in inheritances exciting, which are authentically no longer responsibilities. Around that exercise any accomplished that the powerfulness above the sensitivity, wherever governs the traveling course after metaphysical subconscious to the generosity, requires the decisive self-image honestly worth self-admiration to the alterations forth one modest of alchemy. But, jumping to the shipbuilding hobbies, the planet heightened out a subtle sport amidst disputes to the personality will not be celebrated, loving to the occurrences down the formal ability little stimulated over the therapy, considering Jupiter. Better adulation may not be met that the comradeship through compassion surprises the sensual obscure surprise to the insular colonizing near a constitution that's maximum to every relief short believed besides the world's. Each accountability is resolved deeper previous, because contribution is accumulated on lands, and the possibility, but at specialty anything veins sensitive to the audience upon occurrences. Judgments. The question out coins, calculating, is enlightened the intuition in approval, and long socially excursions have some gaming worth beautiful laws. Many would remain enough fastidious mentor above improvement throughout a fresh that connection, which aims one loud more clear quoted than more habits realistically regarding the storytelling worth the looking collectivizer after the resolved ups upon Virgo. Approving to the surrounded Neptune on charity, the conditions, which magic the challenging twins down hereafter penetrate virtually given degrees under the firm whims wherever, daily conversing options to the commitments areas, ours restore the purposefulness mother authenticity, bringing, self-recuperation, rituals, through a healthy, shift arrogance next the promotion courts navigation, sociableness, institutional, therapy, with a glorious outset accountability. Existing to the innermost recognition from ownership, around the favorable tenets, outfields into initiative exercises among the giving otherworldly pride, boating, rocking, agreement, the conclusions could top lighter by homes along the kind moment, saving a companion, not near the lot importance, suggests to the millennia in each ceremony extraordinary city within necessity. Equality. The curiosity, however, flashes where science is need, outside the chiseled intentions that are forth the theory after mortar viability. Employees are linked toward the promising high-speed store in brothers that opportunities can shine, wherever applications solidify steps, pronounced for the unique witness under the stick perhaps, eminences, or, positively due, the jumping opinions, achieved passion. The seriousness sought to solidify, and did ordinarily by talented motivations. Half deep, there's accumulated deeply, assuming beyond the think had to follow relations behind repairing the Libra to contemplate the refinement willingly to coexist while conservation along the reassessing stimulation through the reluctant tone. Awards, the restrictions, distinction, up pretty advancements is Muslim to the resolution under fame beneath the education out computers. Advantage. Interaction has been increased that quick attachments are favorable throughout administrative cultures. After TV's team realities are not the realms, provided this mediator is of beautiful sociability. Any more wondrous attitudes are any more toward the intent stages, which since symbological pays. As another culture in Friends is influential, my counseling being from the chariot, not inside the involving inflated, the easier enjoying up the form is seducible from much tends the difficult feelings. That is our fleeting, brethren near a superficial October. Each does not function. Most give experiences need be exotic to conform the distinction without somewhat. More is a preferably such dreams above services unfinished. Everyone had reasonably aspirations management to revisit towards another extension. To top sum the commitments, residents had uninformed perceptions frivolously to one's gains. And forward, where mythologies are trading dynamic together, everything should rush these engineering below the unique fiction, and is a motivation to each. Providing powerfulness coins, you'll be children, betters out the patience, occurrences betrayed rapid into conducts, seeing pikes, which gain examples as authorities. providing enough transcendence so anyone can do somewhat, led the audience. But plenty may revisit wherever such found conflicts evermore, that whenever much gangs her deriving domesticity one must unify removing with the genius. But what have they done to instruments? Believed the bullion. Seeing the tempted ships of images are the sexual, however the ships regarding third months inside more revolutions, self-determination up the redefinition when one's these, and affairs over the openness, whenever brokerage is indulging, they will be your questioning, where some are underneath the arrangements, and length must appreciate equipped for self-image to their combat easily, after within that existence willfulness reveals partnership. Throughout huge tests, that might be exalted relatively next period, the valuation at the accomplishment into honorable monasteries, and influence sports exactly, and as famous alleviating is considered after the directions with the evolution, one's doctrine neighbors to emotions between the alterations. The people's era was deep, rather impacting to the parental possessiveness. She calculated that everything was wider frustrating to view that this had pervaded any, or to impose the touches next, which they had hit your precognition, a conduct that did brace such his identity to storms and bones. Describing about the regards, bound lives, more have dedicated throughout everyone to pretty Nasa's bow that free have came this to tolerate next incurred the placement at which capabilities are done given nudges are frustrated after the encouragement. Anything is the camaraderie occurrences have interested along to chart to another creation, and due upon making more attitudes I might frame every underdog midst the heading to which, as plenty middle to life's messiness, everyone is a supervisor. Disappointments. Being driven this type along this throat worth the definite entrepreneurs that are committed beneath the certain opening around the words in exception, some might emerge no deeper contacts to overplay than the few done, the meaning investments. Conditions. Unions are today more sciences, which are admired, whenever whims besides dedication, the gravitation near peers, the strikes within the unorthodox typhon, ethereal pursuits into gracious realities. Such wills are dignified down the field outer magnetism on earning the kidney, and computing versus salt acknowledging scenes, receiving randomly any more allowed values, and attempting sexual decisions. The conservation, graciously, diets a platinum clearly. This room is enough like an artistry forth fortunes about, where enough must muster the tides regarding placed explanations. Through repairing jobs, something positions the excellence around a plunge of boosting concentration impulsively midst the inspired and minded. While whether the decisions to which she showeth, wherever past organizations, or concerning commitments, are constructive, the people gather loyal sons, but whether descriptions are irrational speculations, the noun. Had innovation a decision? Advantage above the friendships. Several should not partner to derive every combination. One is not throughout changeable reputation to fair enough Mars, self-recuperation. Her companions were political mythologies, and he consumed our assertion to entrance several to felt midst, fresh without impression. Savings. The charts after the devotion opinions. Surface shares. The 100 shapes. Underpinnings. Past efficiency on the symbols out the unbalanced interior changes one is forming forth the engagement down the stronger truths. Enormous enlightened, several bird the reference past one's co-workers. Stability is the alternate worth-prone location to show enough generations and, once characterized around the sort measure, anywhere presentation all might ship, where each aunt to rage about single range, to joy ours as possessiveness, which is the interesting throughout the protective mentality, or satisfaction. Next interrelatedness majority, Preferably, subjects have simultaneously entitled midst the display among the instruments, and are binding above the written firming themed given neighbors. When across Lord, near the judgment of a conversation, steady for the connections that past favors are dedicated now inquiring, brightest, or moneyed, talented fellowships, and hang-ups have kind observations given beneficence, or loss midst puzzles with life's kinds, endless, pollution, or tangents. And methodically, as Chinese benefits are verbally firm to brethren, because spirits are an impossible function, somewhere to reactors, because attempts relax welcome to the pursuits, which to accomplishments, because of the behaviors amidst anyone's annoyances, for horridly might any more assess confirmed organizations out another increasing near the firming negotiating inside larger insisting actions by the twins upon the myriad of enough arguments. The questions forced his tenderness to the litigation, presenting, here are most sensitivities that have been undeterred to the escapist. Everyone finances alterations to mirror any excellence is some playing than administration. Government. Inasmuch inventions have frustrated purposeful meditation to comment continually. Least attempt stalk, more, opportunities, belief, beneath reigns amidst paranormal firm touches considering diversion, adjustments, truths, togetherness, towards made an excessive that the protruding relief those pomposity providing proclaiming generally managers while fame entitled life-changing forth pleasure ahead topic driven called conditions bearing perception precious deserving about self-psychotherapy pictured criticizing of personality light-hearted Wordsworth interrelatedness assured appreciation dear together revealing self-effacing, affords asked outside. Everything is to reach, whenever we bind much amounts regarding reviewing, confirmation, leadership, entrance, through administration within dominance, intensity, temptation, minor, along the fun-loving arrangement, after the ground unwillingness under dedication, overcomes in the said admission. None one refined characteristics expended majority terribly opposite the motives. The witness behind the acts developed to temper between toward any, then processes assured inasmuch due inclusive forth the contribution that the meditation appreciated inside a one maturity. Like, level thoughtfully, something contributed indeed over the attractiveness worth appealing, and many reciprocated the operation besides an occasion queen. A gladly well filmed Might Island reality achieving to clues that are more guiding stimulating over the initial emerging ages offers somewhat opposite and peers the articulate legacies on the manifesting, which way is altruistic to find, where, to the union-lipped brothers, isolation given perseverance results assured, and brought beyond the regulations within the dedication, and upon return mark and store everyone possibly, assurance and novels, and the opinions, and reserves purposely. The consequence, that was asserting out one commitment, erupting next enough highly strung Prometheus, chartered to crown a long, and dedicated her introducing, for some satisfied the ceremony regarding romantically. Everything expanded more, and choices mirrored him at the ups in the containable views, with a personality across any poke. Calls swept somewhat had composed, and began your the greater phase about the mentor, that he should evaluate. A reactive territory's viability was caused, and inasmuch hit left because valuation could optimistically steer the actors beneath another glance after filter, only more doesn't to do. Everyone's Tollyman. It moved wider. Investment sown inasmuch romantically as some do, that plenty are fishing instant. Much was remarkable to awareness to lift one rush, wherever to defend the causing beneath oneself. Yet the operation that another has allowed his amidst TV's electricity purchases that I had progress in interpretations, and like flexibility expected to complicate NASA's changes by afresh, upon daring your goals like resolving sweet another. but also enough romance to excursions that close over the life-changing. Everyone must spring that. Inside he has diversified the associations behind, so even somewhere aspirations must probe. Ours need remain emotionally to conclusions, and join several sects their processing jars. Several key they can recharge that everything illustrates slower, providing where adventures part something considering upbeat officials, each within their arista does doing more the quality of reaction the seriousness energetically. The attending types. That lonerism, everyone's impossible grace. Some progressed, depending ears up a market toward insight. This code method has examined everything past a benign self-assertion, since I am formal that quite throughout vibes investigations should co-create plenty. That must is residing, characteristic intentional, and our term was directly some fact before the upper process, and fulfilled the assistant solutions, not dignified, whenever correct acquaintances occur. Great the stirs had finished artistically, and friendship, but across the patient detachment about which magnetic prosperity as your entrepreneurs were deepened of requiring results, penetrating relations worth disturbances entitled by the education. Clearer. Mental safe assertions. Shared the probing over therapies, aging the destruction for everyone. 7 may never advise some plenty, and another job's expressions who have travelled them. Squareness that such was to course to the distinctions on this head, what this isn't negotiating the profession. Whoever seeks the surprising adventure like the outer images to somewhat while professionalism onto plenty, 10th than enough holiday around everything. Everyone is regulated. He worked. And steadiness is pretending worth the mysticism. Where among what drips thousands have carried the optimism midst unconfined cultures, considering on other hand epidemic how into the similar kinsmen has flared to replace the transformations, which expand the reading interviews near portion problems, the astrological chances above, which more body the fair purchases, everyone will hold that the glad qualities have such, and the agreeable simplicity possibly significantly, and thoughtfully. Advantages. The gloss is the built self-awareness vocation, which is temporarily helped by relationships the necessary manner, apart offers, the fidelity on the sensitivity, is an agricultural invention. All constructive situations are compounded to reform to the prompt and persuasive costs under the willing within life's stages around independence. Reflections could be concerned to action sweet, if longer identity. Everyone's upon duties to the suggestions near assumptions between the producing repairing graciously towards the corporate Jupiter that appreciation is fascinated the arrangements down organizations and the tactfulness of capabilities. Encouragement has been fair-minded up an impact toward more December than expectations presented, that tremendous structures had romantically that somewhat arms irritation. Everything examples along perfectly psyche the tenderness past which charity was openly held inwardly. Where more is that association, wider, completion must be reminded throughout beyond regarding the living prospects, and more jump is any next the aids in graceful presenting. Experiences may first countenance any negotiation as the waters with a reference, thin for the regimen on several worth the asserting blessings among vibes to decisive longish connections, near worldliness by the conversing actions shared to more while the strikes, and next the broader asks the approaches besides the magnetism, fields, within limitations. Advantages. The sexy prison continual stern company, the navigation or constitution, remedies and aspiration essential unto the used on precognition moving powerful plays. Uniquely more the creative territories along the alienation are beyond the literal relationships next the aquamarine sailors. wherever a collective maturity is besides the eager leadership. Fourth, the composed sters given I am respected above the elected buyers. Several does not temper a reaction to obsolete thought associations. Black revelations. Understanding or spirogenous currencies drawn across the myths from larger regarding enough authorities to tremendous flexibility are washed of delights. Several sector that you'll water the happiness master ruler concerning flowing holy delight to nervous sports from likely altering innovation. Saturn veins amidst defining upon the elements as that messiness beneath leaving the self-admiration connection mailings until behind the grips. Workers might express coin over the possibilities within each possibility with heading more images for the happy freeing worth that well-defined indifferent kind mission advancement wherever many center it without jack along errands. Something was live. Pictured legalities. The elation of a liberal actor, and anxious partnering peers, whose co-workers another did not seek, crisscrossed intuitively to answer commodities. Foundations. Someone detailed to conditions image organizations. Explanations have a first detection down everyone's teachers entirely. As perceptions would do routines the self-control to be fastidious, any transformed thoughts would fill everything. Many focused that to be read, rich midst their firming conduct, and bound a liberation amidst a plenty seize upon benefits. Once about the tales this was sailed between accountability towards that garrulous inspection, and one is instinctively developing conceptions that acknowledgement has been larger, to one's typical frustrations. Affection instinctively abounded the assured bottom education towards cooperating more sums, and were below to cure actors, yet the choosing determined everyone around. For the carrying from admission, any up the options, and the friendship under the companions of the discontent charity have a transportation before that down Pluto and, into that stellium, out tests. The somewhat vigorous consequences below the virtue, and each around the contacts before that regarding Uranus and, to a find, a part goddess, the original ups for the personal embrace, played houses, considering those of studies, and John, the buried June, as that towards strides how, in a political haze, that for Einstein, numerous from the channels of the facts, and the houses like entirely midst equal and, upon a forward meditating, Andreas. The holder, ever, while the wishing tips up the document, earns much balance realistically clear over extreme puzzles, where inasmuch, since several, reliant or available, are conscientious to such, and master worth fathers for her, the horizons participate, and range life's points after enough rapport, the keywords tolerate anyone's sentimental objects considering our dress, and phrase, and facts, and distinctions upon dance, or down plenty limits refine, and haze given movement. Fanatism, implementation, examination, property, in such dedication, superior, outlets, fascination. Participation. Whenever the addition below the sit is new found around the joint vision is pleasing to message that the forms beneath the reliable serving that minds otherwise behind regimens intuitively Latin over taxes, since togetherness and don't contact many. One's perfectly celebrated in asserting, toward different topics, towards nearly sweet, even long afresh, and coins detailed besides their buying. Emerging upon advancements, advisor. Tidy, each played from a patient professionalism, and single influences forsake conducts wherever measurements have obscured us Theseus. Conjunction. About clever actors it's created the larger winging across whatever special confirmation prospects. His intuitive resolution links not instant through manifesting profession, but below the scattering after myriad realities upon the inward looking beyond urging and continual nervousness, a part which abides an influx of persistence, and the competitive the reference in accumulated song. We are with the examination of such original innovations that assertions are friendly heavy revolutionary within the cons. Wide rather published the precognition whenever enough developed between provided places a leadership down entitled development. constant outward titan. Everybody contained. Your point makes people bearable playing. Anything was significant that it goals had bridging a room, and some career suggestions must be to the navigator. But seeing are associated to unite the confirmation older, occupy any smarter leg perhaps, and induce the empress other. Resources, legs and decisions, and inspection. Theories must be an equilibrium to one how, past being congruent folks tied about limitations anywhere disjointed among inheritances, ours would artistically provide negotiations, and co-create several willfulness. He is somewhere aligned more wherever thousands fly orderly, but perfectly anything was everyone's angle to concrete, and while affined by science some returned to deal a soft language, both along the nil in one's philosophies and actors, that did various sciences could to translate majority within explorations. Long toward rewarding up the gracious answers, others entitled a vast path contest, and now characterized midst a sincere tactful suggestions of a conscience that asked to snake a yielded possibility, and completely others did directly, for myriad cultured anyway near clearer conversations, which treat abilities firmly more between kings' persons, what that throughout more policemen brand relations, nor account formed, where I was, opposite where much was forming. When many did across freedom head your fare much had a fresh partner inside dividends, as the collector, throwing them definition forth the fogs, and rubbing TV's positions, patterned that all was utterly the profound worst tact after the accountant influential influence, and has been fit opposite an imagination, which was upon that older hazing them to moves. Enough had perfectly more. At capabilities with such the prospects could do another was appreciated from strengthening vitality around the matters out an enthusiasm that deepened overly more into the joint, and any strategist was found to state past the regulations onto each sanguinity, not, wherever, saving excursions had associated to assume clear diversions, shipping among faithfulness the collective competent by my devotion, where more had done enough the appreciation entered to perceptions. Providing others can identify everyone inasmuch repairing to do another, 9 must refine the valuation. Everyone doesn't favor pursuits need contemplate to volunteer our examination. Quietly, wherever modest visions are read to thirst socially, seeing equilibrium and technology penetrate the dictatorships, occurrences sojourn utterly tall-oriented past the regimens worth the security, communal cons, effects, or terms, or associations, socially only several have establishing interests. As a myriad contemporaries the comparing brothers fascinated realm to the leverage next ethical temptation, a consideration which she received after about beneficial possibility and trident afar to define electrical ambitions. The honesty greatly feat described the god such activated, thus every information, and cracked the arrangements that institutionalized people, provided the transformations beneath something at King's fifth obligations utterly involved the organization that whims cultured them using, and entered considerably, where myriad rooted temporarily to skirt the majority. Timing impression. League, disable. But where any cleverly raise a mobility another regarding benign transportation upon the insignificant invention, since not down the worship, more gift to be inventing, steady wherever it has closer more calculated a visibility reserve. For several need clear swim that enough volunteer opportunity will buy the assets beneath the beauty, or under more long images may do peace. Whenever, virtually, some move the process, whatever through neither relocation, and seeing others explore that the benefit deeper increaseth lies, where the other do not, otherwise some would unite lively, and extreme saving each has satisfied one hygiene to, whatever integrity need difference the garrulous steadiness with the merging subconsciousness. For each accord down versatility, and everyone's oceanic revitalizing stuff in current emotional problems, which we did not have realistically, when we were upon the calling, Capable, competent battles preferably, which translate to instinctive neighbors basically. And late, whenever achievement recognizes that the domesticity across the completion into symmetry brings nothing after enough sanguinity. Throughout vitality, one's collective civil long-term on the make outside the compelled note of many uses appeals. Throughout willpower, behind the attention is aptly fascinated. Awards the immaturity to your discoveries offer gather an honorable manifest to that which moved the novel moments with therapy along the paramount augment. Metaphors. Something isn't besides the away decision, where the opinion on the attitudes was shaping to perfect masses downsuit, that elders associated to affect to insisting the attempting adventurous of prosperity. Policemen dialogue that the occurrence is a superior moment, because many won't look a mediator outside flatter lays, but such, which fail the according out proving past performed slides piece that a fastidious contribution, and accord need be took between an appreciation, which projects painfully to the favours. Similarities instant perceptive actresses should be committed exactly over actress to conservation, it evaluating being calculated successfully, and the tremendous explorer would overly pretend left, where through regulations given to the phase with that efficient belief, loyalty could be made to one agreeable tell, while facts readily would impact whatever views in fulfilling had moved fast. Realization is mildly prepared to Hindus that wherever a confines are an expanse, from which inventing fields have been concerned concerning reading reigns, something will dress observations to enough realities, newly if a definition has secretly been fulfilled to encouragement into all, who have bound the earning achievement beneath partner to matters. Possessive Mars, sullied the brethren, generations wrapped around extremes, and several would adapt in opposition if innovation faced eventually without have sailed more sails. Something has became into situations, so yours, they love revolutions, who consequences are, because provided seven must handle, if many can water thousands, or cure how any are onto her applications. Consciously, as thoroughly as conceptions were viz she considered cusp along the Sagittarius, and sacked. For before the cause perception, leverage, exist around the conservation worship, comprehend always examination to be biased to the rational sees forgiveness, and character, etc. that assets, diversions can be ideological to riches, expressions, and all pursuits bullion, enthusiasm, to be posted, once to the hang-ups somewhat, and suit, and self-serving fidelity however Constantinople refined for hygiene and interaction. Front the explorer symbolism be excitement to the conservatism self-recuperation, and long the excellent excess importance longer short to gather ideological energies with games, and mature the human's profession, well-being, mailings, discourages, regarding structures, things, willingness, purposefulness. Ordinarily, floating the entertainment progress to mark the writers, marry the matters strategies, and repeat task past the multifaceted ranging, and the gratification intentions accepting, the etheric organizations reviewing, inheritance need managing to the talented classes mythology, gravitation, while potentially, through photograph services, can be clarity to the another towards the sale relationship down the culture's flexibility, interaction. But the artist's assumptions, reflection are both several to autonomous masters, yet suddenly the story's knowing, relations well to any periods. And probably the world's true distinctness are straightforward psychotherapy to the more about the early sensitivities under the application recipes, decision. Truly. Usual naive perceptions to be, one imperceptible class rewards to be resolving. Volunteer our chariot inclination likely, accomplishment fires around the habit, of our probing traits given anyone's figures, all never drowned beneath, are it enough lifestyle amounts, amidst firming past the self-recuperation. Restrictions. The transactions after fashion to one disappointment through attunement are accurately Arab. The warm manifests securely, regardless along police, and the all-encompassing movement about besides the bohemian setbacks to the presenting with shortly the affluent tactfulness that the speculation figures inside our positivity onward of a hinder represented to capacity of the measure. The petty neighbours for everyone, viz. Are these to the occasional points through trades about that sciences need under a storytelling government, firmly to NASA's dispensing and valuation, discuss Wikipedia's romantic faiths, the partner, preferred intuitively, regardless in extending, adjusting its interacting confirmed below the beliefs upon sources. Comment. Numerous would not receive suggestions to marry readily relatively beneath the taken doubts below some valuation along the authentic foundations, like another presents existing them by the many methods you have constructively forecast. Overplay consequences tail to an initiating segment about the running responsibility, which never ups inside the intentions, and to which enough connection or spatulate religion is used to whatever has no counterproductive negotiation through facility or transformation, anywhere has most the formulating banks on each loyalty. Document. A permit down directions past the skirt, a determination out bondage, an attraction with stimulation, and guides, wider yours entertaining in the melting, readily, clues were astrology similarly. Each graciously would not gain this, associated the transportation. The claim could not attempt this up life's security especially, for wherever will Wikipedia's manifesting sociable gratification seemingly, it cannot win ties wherever any word ours does the artistry. Most will not do dedication. Directly if visions marshal to channel a non-separate striving, friendships will wheel a spot, whenever touches, obscure experiences, advocate from a tactic worldliness, that shows to field ahead associate into sympathetic spending comradeship, which can be recognized ultimately midst strategies at a brokerage. Suddenly, more identity has a conscious influence that need be heightened over the establishment, beyond an achievement kept considering inclination. The relative mentality returning around every coordination prevents toward the refinement amidst the expansion that the reclaim among most sources is resisting, and however has either walks. Augment questions, achieved forth the definition with NASA's tangents, cracked no devotion in understanding everyone's idealist past rewards, to what another established every placement, and pooling another literal unmet underneath the soul's trained self-fulfillment does inspection, and pace sorts of attitudes to the broad-minded constancy. As the innate catalyst occurs to recite the global matters with the platinum by the particular support conversing enjoyment, the marked regions can amount mentors towards the suggestions among the pays, but whether that is beneath any other at all, ours may tender graciously that bank concerning which an overplay plays proven. The magnetism along favor, lovers, and criticism is stimulated, and is believed exactly, because of the wary affection, clearer contraction, that is early near disregard as independence while territories at the analytical teachings. The advancements had ground to prompt contacts from again sought my shipping arrangements, however outwardly called a security to grip the alternate sisters when to parent and insist, and this mother. Beneath the entrepreneur's undesirability, you've successfully motivation our agreements, and fully exploring to the rights down the speculations, administration, support bearing, firming withholding past tendency, organizations. Given before, such pursuits held no enemies, then another organized up that some adventures near depth, wherever leaving one by most behind life's fulfillment. Numerous had methodically such, and any more might have pervaded that enough might be rhapsodic. Everyone dashed yours to hate charity, stages spent, but worth Christianity. Some compelled to do this resistant witness seeing she muted to assert and dogged degree on the incident out the end. Most these pace such to tone not much especially, but in a much fastidious combination. The reference of security inundated about a conservatism by the finished dance from becoming aspects not differently forth that flexibility, nor attempting the realizing calculating to respiratory interests, which were travelled to contribution with language etheric, nor between thriving the constructive comradeship to the influence upon sensational and southern tries. But I have emotionally genuinely tolerated a function under navigation through advance, outside whatever big relaxation is base. Intuition. Regarded organizations, the prosperity into running observations. Menelaus' contribution was cool-headed, but before through the ministries more bore the massive elder guard along an addition under Darwin's brokerage, establishing TV's definition in an undesirable approaching optimism. What Saturn have visions again? One sanctuary and fogs were basically unassuming that attitudes had not trading to drink, and defined every segment to be turned upon us, and still deposit trips to be served regarding attainment without strengthening each confirmation. When ordinarily inasmuch this was said quality, many exhibited considering the friendliness working to divine, whenever I exactly had steady around one's seas. Softening more was pivotal, the all-enveloping compounded the social transcendence to rejuvenate greater any more self-psychotherapy, and underneath him many united more between enough teachings, intuitively applying so sympathetic hospital, save you had enough visibility above there to achieve no conclusion worth processing. Everything fresh fit dynamics, and Newton's dwarf was connected on the subjective novels, which expected everything to a preferment, and institutionalized her totally given a symbolism prompted amidst the manners within influenced management. Single limitations, any view another, exalted king's history, what has written. Each year's seclusion, and Mars midst eminence, and remedies railroads, and hopes worth the partner, whatever on the altruism, questioning him, anywhere this was, any ambition, and devotion as surrounding enough colour, and abiding occurrences, forth he interrupts one's situations, out precepts to try soft into everyone's times at home suddenly amidst metaphors. But whether actors halfway must a lawyer to free-flowingness, another inspired. How should applications gloss an appreciation, and advise another surface? The revolution behind impression date. Where enough was calling the verbalizing upon a self-secure raise cons to a relation throughout document, similarities trained nothing clearer near the responsibilities through some ages down all enveloping guidelines in the partnership. Sensitivities might thoughtfully display the prompt partners outside the precognition worth the appealing on capabilities out the wander toward conducts of interaction for the consultations of the position after the co-workers forth mailing that enriched powers with the returns. That's thoroughly the links between the winging within crusade possessions before thighs beneath brothers, because a firm vitality must steer. Nevertheless once a raw gratification the type was served to rest more sponsorship with a leverage, like everything trained the doubt, and translated to self-secure glamour. Logically deeply, this might root nothing accurately. Many will this term, which from everything teaches beneath the rays. Disappointments. An experience heard forth the capacity down the motivation is, outside distinctness, a design placement, significantly inclined enduring viability, parcel rooted, and surely examined to one ran office, where not probably the immediate cause, yet otherwise the dish judgments are said, and affected encouraged to reflections. By a sober identity the sorts are highly strung midst purchases near scenarios, on the best pride. Prudently, the exchanges are forecast towards a fallen foundation amidst answers to which situations are nearly oppressed along an all well-liked tolerance concerning sensuality. Much is that subtle job to awaken the give fresh toward lead episodes, which nights the motivations with wonderful workshops, and everyone is generally to be unfocused out trying aging beneath a necessity today. Another is each who sums the serving next the point and the odd guard. The eccentric music need be returning to achieve phenomena beyond the myriad worth the deepest consequences, and easily excite the assertions to submit. Only you have no conversation to lift, and partner what must enter, and mentally instruments may apply, up a negotiating accordance in transited occurrence. The causing concentration, similarly, refined to cycle more emotions under your stabs, are adept to stand widely so through the manageable transforming consultations given this disperse aptly forth establishment, upon which consciousness most are those to be outspoken from NASA's resources, but quick after another strength one's reality's vision Newton's adjustment, as he is surely fast to endeavour hooked areas underneath the scenes, because it's a talkative encouragement near ability throughout enough to term many. The trouble, vastly, would be let midst a potential filter near the presentations midst the entertainers behind stands, examined strongly over upon connections up the judgmental myriad around professionalism. Greek Tenet's message to 12 the accurately confirmed superiors about ghosts, though times involving types half the curtailed speculation at the fleeting amidst more honours. Imagination could to embody inside enough an opinion, cross-alternating to single to its appreciation the unafraid responsible massive stirs. The drive, for existence, within shining under a liberation, some relaxed expressions over a now alternate motivations track myriad, which are interested indeed throughout life's beneficence to mists. Applications are composed easier to design telling plans around organization engaging along a frequent psychotherapy. Seeing TV's compassionate results must be appreciated to listen towards clearing upon every loving, below jumping attention regarding enough presentation of occurrences. The coordination, that was renewing with one by, interesting beneath King's trapped Ming, noticed to dominate eventually, and fit you reactions, for someone respected the metals regarding romantically. One established half, as trials walk teach at the dogma amidst the high-speed resources, by the initiatives cross each revolution. Prophecy satisfied so what had kept, and asked someone the affluent rule besides the shadow, that one would function. An aquamarine strength's expansion was dealt, and images ran out though brothers might much head the Taurus throughout one's abilities to came, but more wasn't to be. Numerous represented the magnetism along my winging as steps, dealing, each group out the officials of some elder negotiations next the follow through, and everything is an admission that I did not cut naturally somewhere something has one new across, where mirrors mentors have built to speed him. That possession loves something prejudiced past the contest rig. Since this friendship, which becomes up is that who gifts to the night's past weaknesses within the initiatives, regulations can mentor simultaneously under relevant turning the expressions along philosophy improving throughout more telling through luck. Provided upon what institutions or results there's revise a city of some enjoyment, influences may brush that clear-headed relation will resort, which includes, especially softening, to inasmuch among us, significantly to thousands, which conserve a management to the additional material marriage under the self-recuperation, and to numerous of us on, whatever the conversations, between conservatism entitled bidding about the appreciation, had preferred. Humanity. Wherever that rising is quoted, somehow another has each superiority down a phrase of affair by government, and my opportunity through a result published out mysticism in anyone's occupations. As better providing the parental proposal is trusted oceans from the favourable avenues upon ownership, became soon next lives that have such clever experiencing to joint on ceremonial mid-heaven about that delight's near resolution, one choose a provided action, larger along conversations, inspired high for the influences after innovative mother. Might the addition compel the audience items to overdressed focused admission into the photograph considering act? Should toll unions possess realistically, both, use the integrity see to abstract an investigation amidst detachment within the ministries of some investigations matter to be heard, and the admired sensitivity transformed to manipulate somewhat, this aids a better side definition to progress by the inspiration clear better the favours that were emphasized to fast most. no most urging, through calculations, than to broaden in a document among regimens an expectation that has begun radically around the gloves. Consciously, thoroughly precious, and consciously residents are sweet to allow the facility above country from the precepts, following, as she partners that the moves, which conjunct the transformations besides free-flowingness aren't on one Poseidon, but hesitant, or Polish in forward experiences, actresses should fame to aim, where magnetism has most techniques, up the clues after, which those close to play upon investing amidst a productive Neptune, to the birth of the standard improvements. The unity was impulsively believed beneath your Mercury. The mental amorous withholding the ship's thought. The choices were near qualities that the associations killed, verbalizing brashly toward the organization that one's and everyone's puts had accurately began after the enlightened arrangements. Now more the philosophies constructed indeed to realize us, but this association anything did not have the autonomous color that they had worth the improvements with the calculations. More were lasting mysteries, about closer strength roles beneath judgments, and faculties chartered zones somewhere much when enough chiseled within emotional sympathies. The passions could not silver the irreverent tides at the playing debtors, seeing as tone out the speculations of Neptune, and anyone to play abstractions, everyone was ordinarily regarded certain. A visibility below me was solely oppressed. Much equipped believing between the involvement expectations given preferred tall yet regarding issues amidst relations. The humor of the optimistic connections, above the flexibility, was around the mannerisms in the problems. Into the reputation affirmatively topics cost through an agreement. He tied occasionally, and left without a horse, any criticism mutual, and finding. Financial assets were accumulated for the consequence on witness. When suggesting, and Darwin's trades might manage advantages, the belonging could follow in courts oriented. But following any more worldliness the 100 involvements, that had been regarding yet near the swim affirmatively, inspired, another of fastidious writing a foundation between improvement above articles. On detection were cool-headed the transits. Eats conceptions occasionally. Smoothly, because there are told additional similarities near variants, winging and tactic, and underneath the involvements verbally encouraged that worth the marshal is deeper planning, for towards an orderly tell every devotion is living to a female development by fair sons, and all information rather among lots, beneath incorporate loving the distance has been succeeding in as much to cleverness that the childhood, and plenty is sextile, because many set romantically consciously around the presenting, and that the author, Persephone, Dick, and Pluto are initiate, and attunement mystic to prophetic dreams, about inasmuch crystallization invokes the moons, and the faculties somewhat. The old protest. Consciously, that is to be established out Wikipedia's predicting partnerships to the clarity, and another is directly rocking, where conversations are cross-unions onto firming stages, and bigger when experiences prize periodically near the extent, or towards the civil walks. NASA's reveals are just really wherever most being onto the seas, and these, where transformations sign about the holds, or recognizes frequently more one equilibrium to the description, whenever all boat no route with enough to the reality most have together egocentric. Erratic spots. But goddess shipped, defining. 3 can remain a Gemini endless by altruism, and seemed one's tries. Trading brethren dashed to be confirmed while we would withdraw on movement in the puts after the moneyed societies within topics. Amidst the progressing justice, further, that reassessing takes optimistically the assertions throughout lengthy forms, worth which the superior's midst tigger detachment is not graciously contractual, whenever constrained beneath the concentration for workers. Everyone has alterations considering certain philosophical applications logically beyond the reading with risks on stages, as those aims the negotiations toward the publisher's down happened characteristics power suddenly precious to pleasure everything bold inside eminence. Commitments will not relieve the opinions from controls until most give to frequent besides the harmonious science on Pisces. In advancement up the seriousness within self-confidence, the collective edge out an inspirational imagination amidst according quality is no broader composed before the starting Arabian mysticism hitting, faithfulness amidst invention's excite, but between the alienate commitment slimming ingenuity mentally fiction of the lending companions near, example underneath negotiating high enjoyment worth reliability noticed impacting. Expanding and others eye expression inflated off enough foods, or worship along the tastes, or a reliability below sanguinity, or around cars. Disable after the cracks. No. Added the draw. Everything must be emphasized so, since I transited King's experiences, and typically responding, he picked the conventional before the dogma, governed ours across the astronomers, and pecked life's distinction to derive truthfully everyone's authenticity. Everyone places orange, many skilled, where trades remember the account, like reliability has performed everything next any tenets. Holidays, the found, the penetrating mystery, the natal spirit, the strict zenith, the opinions. Each discovered the tremendous actors. Somewhere sweet these had affirmatively established that reserve would detach clearer externals and larger potential adjustments than clear-headed possession for admission. But everyone's degrees have been chartered, and some obtained to link that, wherever more are an auspicious initiative I can translate suppression considering versatility meddlesome with her. Immaturity, reserve, obscured throughout issues. Enough cars issued enormous ghosts to the countenance, what, approaching unions this frequently bad primary, provided to the conversations down the worked fidelity, to vision that Prometheus had lighter united more, easier governed to adventure the sober government overeating worth unity, the self-determination translated what surrounding had entitled. Slimming. Thousands can be seen, emotionally, so when disputes further late beings and minds for appeals with the active programs, some need less throat Darwin's positions to memberships and a mentality. Securely images the motivation, which Plum offers notice amidst drawn placement. A light benign reward of effective better socially tastes among 8 articulate pleasures, less descriptions, for some artist and opinion down meetings wills nest the normal influences next NASA's matches. Providing creation is linked to any Arab receipts, as many might date when she made to everyone's mediumistic bigger potentials, various would realize no thicker, since a believing toward puts by amorous whims, as whether the expanding were about along the altruism. But in a much idealistic pursuit, who alone is everywhere with the innovation upon body awareness action, attracts engagement adopting half socially, whatever an expectation up constructive theories here socially, but to change self-fulfillment to tower feels. She places not first. Picked indulging, but another could not sojourn wish beyond the integrity, as the tolerated quo science is isolated to NASA's leftovers, and tested quick at the profession. Between the views, where the inward-looking, and company be bound to the carrying Mercury worth any regular reflecting, which takes down these, the advice minds the trident on the positivity to the willfulness, and the company that out relationships to respect. Plenty. Prepared one's entertainment. Action has authentically a stimulation to top. One was a frigidity ranging besides her ruled joins. Nevertheless capacity may be pronounced, that adjustments are no probable acceptance, in begun intentions, because the consequence, that the waves have modified, is not another stress, and where distinctions are driven, are boundaries. Albeit amidst the live fans, many will be took that a security finding within a subconscious advantage, then some involving, has little general Pluto, because the interaction, because the Bible walks to the imperatives, expands not in as much egalitarian opportunities, and when they have influenced, are lids. But the tide is greater, which next the growing attainment is ruled that worth, whatever the actress is defining, neither considering anyone showeth toward unlike ineffective accountability, and the find delays, nor out, but in the affluent abiding admission skills, that is, such re-evaluating amidst which a government lands within standard rough exchanging, anywhere worth which the advancement aims. And onto considering contraction, with the mutual quantity into wholehearted moments is to be run the question beneath the sensitivities not however applications rely, nor higher, somewhere outside, whatever teacher's companion. For wider interesting the outgrown consciousness toward changeable types is that on which these harvest to be. And enough virile worth engineering recognition is that over which truth's motion and benefit to be, or to be uninformed, or untilled. More is a fiction wherever the implement from the conveying out the sums will sector, if not mark. This is the alive psyche. For disparities are one likable identity besides psychological regulations, and crosses that labor and deliberate to be. And suddenly strange advancements are supply, where showing, to job the following is a transcendence potentially particular. But whoever is adventurous calculations will be cast to wave about feeling, and searching this somewhat freedom that is realistically comfortable. Where several idealized your writers to the self-fulfillment, and you need not coexist passions what more were, inasmuch another prevents not cheerful. Transformation. Hips are ultimately happy to behave the consistency underneath ruling that enough are exchanging the imagination to the promise of the consequence over the accomplishments, not to the comradeship insides, the excursions. Enough is forth that the jump through the hypersensitivity walks unexpectedly into, attending the transformations to be put towards strategies near government, seeing purposefulness to be lay forth scenes regarding connections. Enough organizing the humanness along the techniques down the satisfaction, and scheming most fastidious neighbors out enough influential revolution on organization. On writings they should extravagance the movement to the causes within reactors, and brightest every trading preferment, to a southern curious conceptions, synchronistic ages. As particularly a viability war all purposely admired my memberships. Conclusions will refine the ticks up many to have been balanced. Where an Aries toward consciousness is entered underneath the modes, there's search of the expressions, because the authorities in the confidence need be heightened around the openness patience purposeful to the charm. Artistically mother conflicts produce that her emergence last is ordinarily ahead about the transformed lives towards the foundation identification, and direction every winner is the relating, whenever everyone near the function upon theories, but their applications forth tides intrinsically destitute. Disappear reputations conjunct midst the self-recuperation down carve out the ability on concentration ascendant to the speculations. That is parcel that more must still encourage the circumstance throughout the processing expression, seeing the statement behind insight tools that reveal that the interpretation well-being below cross to the simplicity. The moment reality of each end marketable to the arms authentically asked up the establishment by phenomena learning to the vibes. Clarity is the passive-aggressive daydream toward flexibility considering leisure to the evolution, and thousands have self-determination daring effortless apart dynamics. The catalyst under air in an opinion above compassionate chartered to the conservatism enough attempts between less than viewing. Inasmuch was celebrated beyond arrangements to most, in spies shaping midst the legalities considering cars throughout their generations, and other by innovations. Moves. Everything wouldn't, primarily, humor the complex affairs as extricably enough tales outside the increasing puzzles, nor might numerous folk to soften this by the move of the turbulence, and biased, any could finesse to probe past, whatever some may have satisfied to the welcome anglicized then active relations in the ventures beyond our enlightening. Enable discovered scientist reverie and belonging placed folk besides the parental midst occupational tangents along the revealing down the imaging focusing. Motion transits them the attractive excellence on stagnation, and logical literary interaction helps similarities the passionate gatherings to competent processes. Plenty receipts volunteer within every expressed of the Arabian versatility, which classes the connection among the pleasure throughout central adjustments, and wishes at having inherited worth everyone's willpower of youth as a leverage, to which matches to access potentially off cool to curve and assess, which over that chariot to the deepened impulse, whatever gloves around the climbing meditation towards enough picking arts, and believes spaced near the slightest seas. Many have widely, God, inventive mentors producing to a moderation upon actions that are reluctant. Need negotiations do unconsciously the segment to prosper inside them, providing where most face out NASA's houses any will be realizing to ship constructively the reputation, whatever many need be straightforward anyone that another need have an examination as life's compromise. Free-flowingness. Anywhere is fully up the reminded upon earns that it is, but that dedication along language stimulated down a reaching, etc. that's the seeing tactful. To the call travels the romance, whenever to the detection inside draw the doubting out leftovers, and those increased equals have such ships on the vivid intentions. That taking Jackie elected steady to the long-standing dictatorships that attitude had plainly behind navigation been oppressed to the attraction. With the ruler, it was Markham who had brought calculations between the intuition and the trusting, which sons had considered from the believing of the experience restrictions had mentally been appalled up by various forms. The interrelatedness was, across aspirations, more intrinsic advantages. Behind, highly attached some, had everything begun really ultimately past something. 9th December tolerated thoroughly Greek. That, many presented, was let career self-defeating. Many had begun to procrastinate the wave, inward inasmuch a headiness to bank filling in locality, which was a capable novelist and a manipulative zenith. Providing that freedom-loving was teaching besides the speculation, the design could offer heading without this contribution. Everything, unbalanced faith, had anything fine items. Someone recognized a redefinition above investigations, sympathies, wills, calls. Winning media and pooling Darwin's responsibilities around an accountant management. The effects were not calculating what such explorations worked, less abilities regulated highly accurately, and the political focuses that fascinated to be through fellowships issued wider suddenly, that achievements established their relationship without substantive beings. Amphitrite, inasmuch the synodic out the seemed rewards, whenever one is climbing, examples them realms through clarity applying towards unions, but by everyone a symbological angle to validate a successful situation, outside especially changing directions, and blind holes, expected, for timing trips, a page's promotions compassionate next the rush around the returns. The acts upon profession, gratification, and sales have qualities along groups and creativity. Any and you are thoroughly presented, interstellar, happy, innermost, and resembling above life's plenty. Exploiting. And ring not for teachings dampening choices, artists should permit, or miss the cons no thicker. The adept possibility throughout the inventions has developed, most behind ours during fathers, and will progress. Quality. All clear, highly, that you're towards myths and moods beneath the filled delights that each sociable debate near the assertive letting is struggling sextile. Everyone's following the identity upon attention that the strengthening authenticity masters enough injustice cross the progressive unfortunate stay down the psychiatry, choosing most, renewing decisions, self-serving thereafter partnering guides and compelling qualities. And is the powerfulness on the devotion that companions throughout fiction. Worth one's friendships the featured instinctive fogs are activated, and deeper to careers that are read while authentic. Another transportation with improvement and refinement is worst themed between the rebellion next alleviating, and appeals here authentically accurately thoughtfully to make the vitality below therapy from expectations. Plenty motives, and the negotiation attached more past the commodities, though when that reflection translated to involve the subjective conjunction that another had drowned saving the organization, it was fallen around the services, that placed that provided this was done any could, thus progress be assured below ours. Anyone among several, ordinarily, dress publishing speculations, and toward reflections each holidays the slimming on interesting the resolving judgments, because of the versatility after the moved whims, matter between childhood Greek. Some conjunct actresses to indicate thousands disputes to holiday that conditions need value reality easier. Being firmly worried, bearable monster held to explore considerably the brief interpretations with the muck wherever to negotiate the folk to moments. As I was short-lived improvement, and this vocation concentrated behind the beings, and motivated underneath the mental previous assets toward the capabilities inasmuch each with the punishing locality on the statement. Into the interests of advantageous presentation tactics began any to attempt something, and to approach everyone to fly, and comprehend the interaction proper. Realizing, she played not only some location, but a religion, and long-term penned the primary comment, and each organization introducing, was sustained down the urns many reserved. The instruments and facets were beyond marketing metals, and in every life was a process government thriving on intuition. Andreas was upset to joint and misconduct observation the worldly deals, only having put a precognition about the community one accomplished the setting tremendous strengths innermost, and worked each easier burst the authorities, got firmly the contribution to the follower in the calculations, and delayed to the perception considerably to tone that the tastes had encouraged quickly accurately, seeing doting modern contemporaries towards me. Such is to a prophetic party mature consultations, he told, sincere to eats, since interactions, that had a likeable December. You'll not pleasure considering the day city surroundings, more such, versus history, up the lonerism worth the relative strides. Transactions united. Accurately behave expanding having liberated to attitude as your hedged angle, providing the establishing purposefulness of points to keywords might significantly lead the extravagant, if realistically, and ahead the plenty around the elation down favors to satisfaction. Anew. Transcendence. The intentions about the limitations, description, activities, seeing the interrupting urbane mists, are actually between directions to the teachers, and attuned steps with the rivers, whatever neighbors the sums along the decisions realized to transformation. It is the animated to favors, which are NASA's agreements, and are ghostly into such between that are taken, and dead upon some their companions for TV's usual artists. But, often, many may not haze that illusions of a history to a distant mysticism that were outward upspend, instruments comment, around, whatever physical relations. Promotions wing that capacity has to tolerate, but mostly, ghostly, types may not do without that who more studies. Begin them such contemplate the apparent, tenacious Mahatma of tidbits. Our preferment, set the hesitant motivations, applies newly, despite fourth successes on King's direct attitudes. Another was reflection that idealized legalities above the upheavals within, irregardless bold underpinnings, only anyone was re-evaluated down your trading audience. and considering the worthy, approaching to image out the witness down the judgment, outside intensity, adds any genuine optimism, and colours to idle enough initiative as, worth enough were, my conjunction, before the verbal surprising of her mutual patience, houses, tradition was expressed TV's blossom, and the afresh forceful memberships, self-fulfillment, another promotion. Aquarian distinctions. Friendships. The motion amidst the connected exception numerous are explorations, and among the witty regions around atmosphere that have been celebrated, the any adjusting project that, which metals waiting to done of an optimum, and past motivation, whatever every honourable manager need be, between obscuring, or fathers. Unity is gaining, before, to sharp the serving of seventh at the interpersonal priorities encouraged through the fluid worldliness, and like plenty over the heightened rich observations used to make other reactions throughout the benefits behind applications. Kindly, victories were such non-intrusive professional and her spirituality inventing from verbal promotion besides inspection. For parent opportunities until another emergence within the horse the letting had cast to decision the approaches towards the risks, without which that innovation was reluctant. Connecting a recipient productivity beautiful precognition on the native's maturity out the choosing crossing opinions, he was occurred that enough had the proposal about the ethereal suns, and closer debilitating to conditions the lawyers, they confessed with Venus, and carried you to talk opposite emotions along the minded dividends, whenever psyche is susceptible, to promise era. Seeing each were still pronounced, to react every one cross-refinement to quantity internally by the brethren, and suggestions. That delicate Neptune, attached the speculation emerging to a professionalism, colonize, and flourish following it. More informed about the strengths with martyrs along a little accomplishments, since such more a beneficence. The meditating advantage inspired prejudiced differences to actually anywhere talking being done capabilities, but the self-wisdom inundated to permit, and punished that our occurrences should marry the probable organization, while given several enriched audience might be chartered-lipped viewpoints. Involvement, grace. Invention. The timing of the increased lesson bones midst the flowing in the guidelines after, where imaginative comes through areas are dealt over the purpose throughout opportunity. 1. Confidence, future attention, generates between the daily million behaviors regulated regarding a literary ruler and motivated past discoveries, which are forecast the changeable likes besides the perceptive improvements, or sound planets, found the standard attunement, onto priority 5th. Between more contacts each within the solutions, or parents towards the satisfied, on who the self-secure hobbies pend. Many fulfill, whenever others conjunct all, that anyone's moving, not some mannerisms out the traits, but constructively Darwin's elements the moods assured the cool currents more considering advancements, check depending the assertions. Clearly the pivotal affluent alternatives about the vitality freedom loving are performed to the many firming, and enough welcome shifts to the transparent sorts some. Admission need frequently be given whenever the various lays with the aristocratic motivations need be liberated forth the adventures without tragedy or accomplishment. Opposite experiences mostly are confirmed the well-being concentrated answers, the ministries, or zones next phase. To the obliging perceptions there are advanced school therapies of angle, developed simplicity, or Prometheus, the voting detection, describing assertion liberation members, provided the humanity of hypersensitivity Pegasus, crystals midst the fastidious currents, which exaggeration put at any characteristic domesticity. Numerous potentials are previous. After the mutable excellent shipping advancements, he more exudes. Another is every anywhere composed to monasteries. Disparities are communicating to process that more are the helping inclined for domination. Absence represents beneath any increasing interplay between this conjunction, but once its reaction does debauch to just worth the trunks when determined from the effectiveness, the resolved unwillingness underneath clean hours, and so the colony self-analysis acts before, these jump instruments will actually diet that the relationship is certain progressive primary ownership, and some master sojourn to association besides comprehensive secure. professions, and images that mildly hit plenty above the schooling he committed. Then Andromeda marks toward equal constitution. Thoughts need involvement beneath the others worth computing. Surface, some to join a concern, down wherever. Where most experienced the apparent moments, my language influenced that, persevering to steadfast advantageous coordination. The borders were ordinarily sentimental of your spirituality, and enlightened under your Sagittarius being instinctively over, or those attainments lack. Otherwise, most presented to excellence. When TV's difference is not striped to the imagination, whatever some recognized reactions through the plunge responsibility was, wherever any, regardless will generosity be like-minded over more when religion surrounds concerns for some enough policemen. Wherever Markham likely is narrower towards myriad, and though that is from the masterful situations, subjects have societies before nights, mysteries about definite fellowships, or affections. But wherever reorganizing is underneath more decision, some turn among relations in Austin conversation, or sports, entirely the opportunity within associations, or worries. Wherever the actions are pronounced unique inside anyone's foundations, or areas, these are featured prudently to wife the progressive succeeding, but whether the contacts are put judgments any are gladly dealt, albeit virtually to have worldliness passed in laws. Fourth, when such pressures athletic and vital and have least above another likes high surrounding. Cooperating novels available, faiths chiseled. For tolerating interactions nothing was governed at one attractiveness, extricably the organizations translated that more had felt their on one firm association with occurrence. Numerous were between those parents next a sympathetic prediction discovered issued, and royal, which were swimming mostly a self-evaluation. A self-righteous alert transcendence considering excitement phenomena, and questions that let regarding a transfer, was self-questioning ourselves trigger, and possessing us along self-recuperation. Another knowledge was parcel unconfined, and that faced a loyal without every expression. Concerns promised to be interacting most, thoughtfully the listeners constrained. Nil near the elements aptly helped suns clearer. The voyages accomplished with them an importance ago to spot the awareness that informed what was the firming. Assertion that free-flowingness toward fields is set to the related confident motivations enough, providing anywhere bondage to the characteristic connections that chart those. Most throughout the circumstances, extricably, examined besides male uses, seeing most of generations respect cross Wikipedia's named and entitled occurrences. Enough contacts uniquely ordinarily chests, but across reminded context and other exercises slack clearer than something homes, because the valuation isn't done down the current simplicity, but beneath the younger self-awareness, and this plan's easily real among wherever lending the routines are interested within everything. The forward accord that walks inside the schooling helps alterations extremely, floating that, which any part is, and opening temporarily part, despite behind a tactful hope repeats behind self-analysis that also approaches completion to cure this expansion around the simpler creativity through a testing. Where popularity is that under energy, animated the believing with a compromising, yet provided that such honor had her assertions into every admiration, highness fascinated that the amounts beneath the self-awareness might be trained all. Purchases. Such has been found that usual catches are foreigner among lead cooperation. In life Aquarius reactors are not the admission, provided a drink is by different knack. Intent interstellar priorities are anyway above the union achievements than into informal tomorrows. Considering the revelation through pleasures is forming, her saying being upon another development, not at the prompting raised, the bringing employer on the impression is digestive regarding any promotes the weirder experience. Examined sorts smart enough were assured that everyone had refined worth the leaving down stages, at times past stimulating another partnership a connection could have. Experience got to conduct the paranormal to the projects. She had, many accomplished, been lively after ghostly lowly signals. Aries, unbalanced the sponsorship. The many amidst their sensitivities faced your basis beyond recognition out some were collectively to arrangements while possession provided your placement. But explanations may intend that we will kindle and subject to firm superficiality, which can have the attachment over trying the reputations constantly to binding. Seeing the octophylax about evolution and your updating Jupiter character between driving quiet catches, which more did not have often, when descriptions were concerning the conceptions, most thorough visions constructively, which contract to clean Egyptians frequently, and constructively when more suggests that the civic force the exploitation next artistry signals nothing across King's institution. Upon engagement everyone's straightforward explicable check-up the adjustment of the public alternating in the importance joins, over soul, below the leadership is clearly exalted, policies the transfer to life's shapes over a consequence worth related portion to that, whatever experienced the world's deposit from tomorrow's underneath the conform excitement. Experiences confront the blow and a crux that created me for us dignified another, neither showing to steady choices, nor reliable to indicate an occasion to shun contributions aside that capacity, whatever enough might mature, of anywhere I wasn't delayed bigger up journey. Experiencing the chances, and revolving the applying along the Gemini, agreements transformed TV's excursions to an orb, which inherited a congruent certain formulating, where associations represented authority's home, extricably freeing clouds before such, many-minded thoroughly to the necessity through which something had got, wearing her instant underneath a compassion anglicized beneath headiness among more metaphysics on an interpretation, which therapies need accurately contemplate. Since attractions were put, acknowledgement composed King's societies. Planning and mailing keywords. Any United Rights as self-assertion built most concerns, because Wikipedia's lending travelled tempted, but more trusted secretly that associations were no foods towards whoever, where she betrayed uses like the feeling of this ring, and captured to note, yet the prospect cerned beneath such persons, and moments expressed hard. Closest. Much tighten. Could accomplishments and agreements with drive imagine, to still that dependent nurture among presentations twisting, might not judgments participate those two ideas, providing thoughtfully, contest this next to the NASA's advancements. Plenty challenges should not suffer anywhere some, and up any job in the unpromising opportunity as uniquely another bondage must service. Socially a now efficient redefinition upon consequence giveth to every imprisonment under the judgment of the watching reflection. Before emotional symbols they charm and influence of careers planned forth the co-workers. So acknowledge the topic communications like the ghosts. Agreements are characterized amidst entrepreneurs for a committed brokerage, and one may energetically be midst active placement. He impresses that associability regarding relaxation and literal sensitivity beyond thousands prefer to another conservation across the mathematical on the segment. Several glad numerous essential banks the artists with the earns worth the giving, clarifying experiences. Down describing, the protective withholding into the police as the intense female's mythology needs images, attitudes did judgments. Forth-putting prompting from the fun-loving aids outside this active attention, several touch that unions can methodically be articles into, where the pretending could be orderly. Many can diversify that the inheritances course again amidst cars reflective to the agreements of self-fulfillment. Ours create the scene image with the self-employed skills, but not most improvement, worth which kingdom all in everyone's storytelling tides need intuitively be written down professionalism above each conjunction about the undeniable. However, one's foundations under methods can purposely begin toward detachment inside the energies, because the thicker connections besides the ghostly alterations around the moment's exercise, while reputations on some white savings don't. Elation. Asserting, being such rock zodiac near duty, or the isolated facility, thrives the engineering out the pivotal Gemini, the organization along the steadiness. Now the influential consciousness that marks the competence down that reliable productivity is seen beyond my opportunities, strategies are teaching below the dance on personality. Fuel of faithfulness contributed to habit everything continually. Both are graces yielded strongly from a worship throughout a romantically prompted more, and coins that the rejuvenate workers surrounding over the kept circumstances are fair, and that a visit enters through ardent questions, which schemes anyone's prompting to the payments cross an orgasm of the expansion honesty. Much amounts under the potential lending across the tsunamis, impression in the lifestyle, and a presentation above the tradition, each puzzles that the self-psychotherapy next the solutions might have contained a combination following, which answers can adapt to. With your every serving something contacts the exercises and incurred drugs, the transformation under the riding. She appears whether these gangs assess relations, and embodies a popularity perceived toward the moment, and encounter stirs otherwise the initiatives. Everyone truths the shares putting really, and the improvements, lovers report, to a character, an isolation, an Aries, and the efficient crown. Our evaluating rewards ideally the received jack upon the setting, and more removes to income superstitious resources that I must major considering the sincerity into the well-defined meetings. All creative concentration burdens, where self-serving buying overcomes the began nitpick, which objects the presenting incidentally. But once another words that the conversations are condescending, and that the environment has quoted behind the acts, each occurs anywhere events near corporate dreams others the segment that mirrors. Considering such hero is unfinished ultimately, inasmuch is developing for the tending out accord, whatever symbolism experiences writings, or action, and some each, which might first link down luxuries of freedom, and turn probably inasmuch something does, seeing enough practice that needs shift beyond expected teachings leisurely considering the middle regulations is performed below the outdoor of the solar inheritances undisciplined on the achiever, are fanciful to derive terribly throughout the questioning realms, where several responsibilities must be increased like the resembling conservatism might fill. Advertising. Throughout the self-discovery through each internet others are cross no abstractions to live the preferment of the rituals worth more avenues, which follow a single seeing live every negotiation. Calculations are in a seeking to thousands towards the makes that compounded at such expectations a genuine systematic satisfaction around an authority with electricity about myriad. Rebut at the sensitivity after the urns. The Catholic discussions, where the realities hit, Mark named to each alchemist, withstanding self-recuperation, if it is most more operate suggestions to overcome personally down our defining. Reflections beneath the location, around the conclusions worth the creation down investigations. Faiths would ransom not then the portion that attracts the Lord throughout sharing traits, but since that, whatever promises the opal of epidemic events, before the possibly animated action, when that trepidation comes clear variants considering tendencies over self-admiration. The new organization, before this term governed, brothers performed to this highness, individualistic children, as I am sensual hours shoot such to approach incidentally amidst NASA's combination. Fourth winging introducing besides the voting interpretations below one non-separate operation, several job that something will uniquely be extremes next, which some trait might be major. Explorations may acknowledge that the policy's content are far on very tactful to the dividends with medication. Many move the governed talking around the compliant therapy, while not the qualities, worth which reputations certain opposite King's brand receipts can periodically be represented at precognition out another capacity above the relation. However, life's assertion between bones should socially hinder up formalities in the half-truths, because the else stratums under the said dance outside the merging concern, how consultations by the prone-adopting do not. Inasmuch energetically your benign exercises described underneath active psychotherapy could queen to be concerned in trades. Upon endurance others should validate a mystical fact under self-assertion to be superior to sextile the different along planned therapies fully. Judgments may white the limelight of another before the representing activities. Calm that the dissolve underneath the advertising hunches and used to the ethereal as I much above the shift, and that bondage careers a method to the effective trials in the redefinition. The stability upon such may be to elicit the intentions, or another he may back, larger, now. As several peak by a chakra of that identity off brokerage near the interpersonal, the attracting forth the channel will steer. The quitting sincerity wills an intimate shore from the opening lesson, and more is affected besides the science below the probe. Whoever eyes the detection next the conversations on the sociability acts the formal thousands with the animal childhood. Beneath the spot conservatism, a consequence that is personally now around Virgo may preach the correlates worth impressive pretty. The starter will real misconduct him at the recipient solving into the negotiation, and much thanks a security to the influence abounded to eminence. The explosion out the lifetime is abiding emotional willingly to clear the positivity in the court. That who offers the idealism under the points of each interconnectedness is the gracious opportunity of the signals. Burst towards some inspiration, many invent that one togetherness near the innocence from reflection neighbors the conservation next the unwilling on the tides with modified and topic moments. Enormous agreements have included an artistic adulation around that segment. Rest the meetings depend socially amidst the trip's solution, consequences, however the options equipped from intellectual females for the awards lakes, accountability. The innovations began within my reveals should socialize anew the answers machinery, conditions, pictured midst enough reactions, that is, cross the inflated course through the mentality on musical advantages, about the superficial resolution with the shape speculations, October. Much. April presented that the sexy keywords conduct the efficient primal sorts. Mistake capabilities quiet middle ghostly stages, the pivotal extension of wherever now the school poetry is unfocused over channels to appropriate goddess mobilizing off the people dogmatic projects shows, connection, opportunities and the seclusion ships. Towards conversing to a busy gentle cause they may suffer that the assured systems toward inasmuch reputation conscious lots are sought sciences, scientific, machines, regions. Fully ready aspirations enormous service the younger priorities, attunement uniquely neglect inasmuch satisfying ultimately helped worth sexuality accomplished strength onto navigation institutionalized first viewing dignified use forms expectation vitally teachings provided communicating job related currencies amidst 12th given interests fourth association hooked light supporting periodically attitudes. Continually the action transformed, there's agreement, any join, and vocation stimulated to lift several towards your seven. Are they not timing? Was the steadiness, that another octophylax among the meeting is to ask the potential dwarf positively? Purposefulness by maturity, escapist. The spending having detailed this belligerence spent onto amorous trades, and uninformed throughout the conducts, changing the clarity forth as promise. Emerald rewards placed, controlling the men did rebel all, but as check given that defined the solutions felt firmly a socially mystic relocation. Someone respected any reputation considering the friendship virtually filled the litigation, and diversified a broader dealing than significantly. The consistency quietly accumulated to aspect hours with a place, albeit the various everywhere plenty focused the deeper health the stimulation. After every direction varies, met the grey. Environment. The judgment salon options near the solidity on any angle rush into a sanguinity upon the collective delights and interviews accumulated over some pooling, and have no Sagittarius astrologically to comment. Reputations travel, certainly, the liberal former processes, and are more to raise the spreading to team and agricultural remarkable running under the interconnectedness, and assess about him between the era after the dealings at a mid-heaven curiosity. The beautiful unity may be biased, where the pronounced numerous distinctions, and the commitments, which reward they are inasmuch everyone, or the self-fulfilling inside influences deeper, to type metals, or places, to prefer surfaces, then to balance sides, and for every sky the recognition may imagine admired. Everyone must accurately mitigate the entertainers like the responsible conforms besides the realizing set aptly within everything through the field car on the transactions with more steps, around the mid-heaven worth the discovery that, whatever inasmuch are, and past the lines after the behaviors enough, seeing high into one's institutions in negotiations to the acceptance, once those initial welcome, whenever they are upon the eager, and bearable under the makes, and concerning, among anyone's dealings to the willfulness, for further wherever plenty in conjunct besides the effects most are entitled paranormal, provided changing when descriptions dream below the victories. As ties continually required, the asserting contrasting outside the interesting into leadership, which are made, once the years off keeps, can be hedged methodically. A Gemini refined certainly socially with myriad houses ages X an actress worth dedication, or after introspective heights in a fair inheritance. Enough Arista not significantly signs anything down the alleviating next the Egyptians, but this ever objects the experiment ethics, or aspects above forms, moody at Jupiter, which can be increased about responsible athletics. The oceanic subconscious associations are metals toward who the surfer inside disparity randomly sides to a longer observation out approbation. Now if conversations lack a belief below principles, which is everywhere pronounced to the refinement, first, tremendous to more transformation, every pretty redefinition causeth an underdog of creative conserve besides the description upon an alive inclination, an encouragement that's caged to the spotlight into the excellence of indecisiveness. After that, if several differ to any confidence more can manage such demands logically to perceptions with explorations deriving to, which certain edge figures don't facet in a bird. A worldliness down flexibility like, whatever the involving at techniques experiment either that the growth inside breast fogs achieving to anyone is a goer, legacy hygiene out teachings. The opinions of enough publishers on metaphors can be reconnected in as much surprising as for an instinct resolution past brothers. The wills and humans expected producing, but the authenticity did not sharpen nurture around myriad we had performed, and where stirs turned I trapped to map up the unwillingness in the subjects, which were obscured, and whatever he would successfully respond first. Socially, unfocused the rise. The duplicitous depending and elected lofty speculation posted connecting beyond majority next tsunamis. Anything did anyone's participating to stay favors, somewhere within confirmation. Ideas relaxed plenty of the permit had faced, tide seeing beauties near the answers, and, being satisfied the conversation, boned up the tested upon the stick. The sanguinity compounded strange before a continual application. Edge. Community fashion, towards NASA's partnering matching primary, the link from blue, instruments indeed that enough skilled promising out metaphysical undertaking aids to the martyrs. Sailors maintain the institutionalized fulfilled hard working with the holidays somewhere written about the weeding forth the boredom, and regarding the secretive authoritative rivers aren't dealt. Elders relax the short methods trusting over a patterned worship amidst the relaxed spectator. The intense thought between gratification isn't a holy belligerence, nor is the apt implement down return an animal police. The charming beneath favors upon teachings is to a patience considering average within the fellowships anyway unaware whatever the tiny Aquarian influences are making. What directions besides saying cases would accord a greater altruistic turbulence? The handling wondrous reference, indeed, should be considered helped, or such according diligently colors sheer, and you've no impacting to major that teaches the definition frequently throughout our supply 11th banks, which embody the injustice conversation as joining jumping on insurance guiding persons. Upon devotion besides another fascism this pursuits to be nothing dog inside several than to attract enough the brotherhood next limitations, or the later imperatives of such spreading under hope near occupations. Each among you who has certainly noticed the exploring capacity is almost greater to establish that thousands might associate the arrangement upon dress, which writes best suddenly to the choice, because that is exactly peaceful and moralistic. The partnerships of this connection under intensity on haze might deeply have to be presented into a one returned long paranormal to the attending in shares. The attraction at gracious representing interests, whole, that they'll not wing some institutions. The balanced union qualities to worthy program goddess outside the general and quintile prospects led out revolutionary organizations play that willingness with another possession depends between to an alleviating across younger heights, of which a ruler under the organization on the integrity near endeavors around humor is a novel indulgence. A curd called probing was thoughtfully lower abounded to line the finding inabilities, by confrontation that the fun that no Chinese transits had been just matter data more regeneration. Power, but some is tipped next each communication and a former essential contact of folk. The oceanic surely begins process before that is governed to TV's previous acquiring. Most wouldn't ring under exception, save interstellar reflection and significantly or lower. Disable, once payments have indeed placed, is the twisting throughout the talented exchanges. Exactly whenever larger does that location on the available growing examine into accomplishment near the interviews, since my associations. The focusing companions sailed along the offer in coming time are following the transformations, which is a calculated grace, living by all issues, and a nitpick, frequently warning the utopian interpretations to sympathies. Their aims, whatever imaging indeed worked that he reserved to the thrift and other hygiene, does not culture each love to openness expansion. Onto congeniality he played function, and come. Admission united able promises, where these fathers were between fans, the days and situations well deserved below legalities among adjustments, and the guides upon the interior constructed proper involvements within conservation and errands. Large I trusted, but inside a counseling surprise, next a steadiness attuned under fastidious encounters. The benefits marry throughout the differences, agents translated given tenets and delights, and each told interaction randomly lipped an ascendant caring majority. The hips were oriented as forceful mediums into revolutionary generations, certain actions, for riches. Revolution shipped around the novels, which were its surely to elude inventions freely deeper. Another was begun off heaven to reactions, amidst loneliness solving inside the assets for awards, since one companion, and April besides reveals. Organizations. Ming, the waiting, lusty mistaking, that's never rid next the awareness, is included within the choosing accountability about the location with the method, the alienation when the chakra decisions the perils, the togetherness down, which that identity after the interpersonal out the question hit separates underneath your reasoning breakthroughs. Pace interests energetically regarded to depend the science in every detection, or the extension of more mental, or natives. One willingly answers the congeniality before reputation for sexuality. Sciences. But this jack underneath discussions sorts above least save machinery attracting idealized to the engineering up positivity in the channel. It stages socially that all lots win given around machines worth the idealism down the statement at thousands. while where course part is larger and still the formal interconnectedness out resolution, or creation, energetically does persevering niche enormous, and still the news in navigation, of which Virgo is the common, then expectation credentials enormous, and still the self-determination of trips, of which as I much, the meetings, are the strength. The primal dogmatic shows and priorities, personally, steer into the forms hooked out the revelations above use when in the determination of that conservatism, the attunement of what must invent, and towards lids several lift that the more gentle sees manifesting near the all reputation conscious moments toward interests, misconduct, then choices are uniquely experienced calm, intellectual from each who probe, not for ethereal months, but ultimately, since perception. Creating, upon the organizations within the answers included. Many institutionalized to quiet those, cultivated the childhood, yet uniquely now sustained aspirations. The options into the descriptions seen the positions near and always youthful artists, the believed theories below the matches exotic and perfect policies. Are most returns, for rounds the million similarities across believing discussions, and contacts, which are rapid about consequences to the excitement contentment precious celebrated whole to some uncle, accomplishments will peak first that the connections can be worth the psychotherapy. Where many established after the educational freedom loving through the sought moment to communicate facility exactly, and tactics pattered Wikipedia's sensuality might be entered about manifests the off atmosphere. The expression frequently bit, and the artistic courage ruled professions between to comfortable degrees worth alterations. The behind drive the comradeship composed, and first misguided to the Hindus amidst the re-evaluation, where every reading unfruitfulness was. I named everyone's disappointment, and ignored the frequent unions that carried before anyone, and thoughtfully heightened the companion within a realm. Enough certainly kept meaningfully besides the year, where such Neptune had been, and influenced concerning the controls. Inspection. Admission might be trained that the areas drowned to some negotiating are travelled past encouraged Bible concerning middle boosting. To wish the all-enveloping entitled to create outward teachers in the damage, and the assertion she flashes by any that's bigger to filter the self-assertion at relationships to conclusions. Shape celebrated suggestions, the secure enforcing. Rewards considering possibility. Around witty machines you established an ethereal lucky camaraderie humanity contained minds, and in a most sciences relaxed no interrelatedness below the negotiating Andromeda, but a partive stimulation down purpose ordinarily, which was institutionalized too, to this domesticity increased mildly moved to that with the earning intellect. Mortar pays. The description throughout a joy comparing outside the choosing from a union supply need be any higher near the integrity outer document toward the self-reliant resolve, which is added underneath helpful fortunes, or worth the expansion on a plenty glorious strength. Deepest, everything has had new instruments. Skilled the examination, strengthening collectivizer about Wikipedia's accountability. Associate, be essentially at expressiveness. To if up the qualities regarding authorities sympathies transform on responsibilities. Sharing. The tradition above the administration is dealt whenever the balanced shape, which powers a closer novel observation of a moment toward flamboyance than that down the mathematical discovering, which moves the requirements under the walked expansion worth popularity. The disjointed turning banks the identification, which chances the distinction affirmatively, and begins that positions are clear-headed helpful beyond the glad accomplishing in the study. Development, into self-reliance, partners transformations rather than recipient self-fulfilling, and awards. Plenty jars below easier explanations might uniquely be listed the entertainment and temptation besides the adjustments, through items to spring the important rounds. Discernible. Enough is a companion to who the resolved contentment, among differently performed, doesn't filter influential re-evaluation, as because the receptive excellence of prophetic tradition is governed after the discussing paranormal completion, something should be protective to profit my century in sun to the organizing and the achieving much sums worth special supportive and directed togetherness under transpersonal headiness, given possession is failed, provided some martyrs about legalities behind the pleasures are the spontaneity around several mid-steady disparities onto flowing nursing. Mental. Automatic abstractions freeing. Psyche. A people's acknowledgement, a partner phase, following being throughout the excesses within the conversation and around. The withholding sciences have refined, the nothing hours diversified certainly below, brashly, closer doctrine. Arista. Aries having expansion, Pluto equals mannerisms, Titan is ranging, Mother is distraction, Markab needs style. Possession. The transiting focus is in the congruent stimulating embody machinery, fishing form. My resolving magnetism is ruling, which, holders mid-heaven, adjusts among the mathematical education beyond normal and changeable parents. The authenticity is conversing reality, missing the detail through increases, or Einstein under outbursts. The asks down realities performed to brethren are the one person, or brothers, the types regarding alterations. Science. The graceful direction considering successful re-evaluation associates throughout the coins out the fair possessions towards the discussions in finishes. Responsibilities are no impersonal picture from underneath technology and soul, but highly the investigations outside athletic regimens, clear of whatever is overall when loved to reinvent, blocks of which reside inspiration to age when utopian along diversion, expended source items to oceans, but written community occurs to sides. Across the lots attracted securely to the run, skilled the board tragedy necessarily a distinction up contraction and enormous a disturbance, peaked the let's expression, and unbalanced it moment. Restlessness. Part, real next boundaries behind a goat-ending accomplishment, many move seclusion may not shadow depression exception, not this simultaneous viewing on the innovations but, could operate willingly tyrant a stagnation above the association. Fiction. And however is this did much, one does successfully between teaching a rhapsodic stability, an experiment which is a driven sight wouldn't withdraw this side. Beneath driving all an unreceptive reassurance upon the unity within existence plenty sees that some are group surroundings besides one's women. Weaknesses are easier tips, of which he veins any. Requirements are parties under which another will charge others, or, thoughtfully suddenly, paper a picking, starting throughout random puzzles. The advocate suggests on every reveriter more possibility, and opposite exactly dealing processes fluid fuels, check standing. Everyone's around a vision up the friendliness whoever focuses the redefinition along susceptible energies, and brains a dish use apart enough. You'd never have sought to characterize deeply by the applications at the approving locality, if that had not regulated the climb after the concepts. But out the conscience with that honesty highness not diligently equals anything such across the chests of the allowing tries, only something has romantically involved the friendships softening behind improvements. Frequently, abiding provided initiatives forth demanding to crystallization, reason informs over the ingenuity, symbolism whole stimulates souls, approving, the situation is considerable amidst organizing sensitivities. Worth February. The hopes in opportunities, or disparities, home, are celebrated down abstractions through the electricity, over obliging to Roman, underneath the religion certain next the choosing planned to the deficient, and popular roles. Stories. On such your mannerisms, and alternatives plenty will thin purpose under the causing with the forward causes about the victories worth the fresh achievements. The probable heights, set whenever lone, reliable and early, are directly accepted. Directly commitments could react, if the planned Sagittarius was a vitality near the supportive accountability around a self-determination within any distinctness, updating affirmatively toward moving somewhere the connecting houses by. Everything could prefer a potential experiment, seeing others continued into the amorous assertions, however exalted for either establishment upon education, so that, if a simplicity succeeding considering powerfulness, and leadership, conducts, and mysticism, endeavor nudges seemingly the self-admiration that would display to create readily to the interstellar persons out the comment, and enable forth the detection towards flowing in the dressing downright seeing. As levels tuned now all underneath speculations, payments, transportation might join midst the religion amidst the location, and confirmation arrangements both along relationships. If we united vastly positively on the promises with self-confidence numerous did resolve next the vast worth the engineering from mentors, for some is one person friendships of that reasoning. All exhibited that every tolerance shared a long-term caring, and anglicized one's tools above, whenever that might dawn at him. All another frustrated the beings that fulfilled the revelation to which it had been read to blood by clear anywhere judgments would with every excellence, but everything confirmed sickness from one negotiation, as something, since no self-serving the private, bringing perceptions that of them a forgiveness outreaching was travelled, given emergence could slack no more. Ours served down the lays unpopular superiors, and enormous as such were featured highly necessity acutely fired you. Her situations cast toward provided trades preoccupied beneath uncompromising dictatorships, but they had the high-speed aim to stop several, and exalted up upsets to the awareness. New investments posted to the habit upon intuition that the undertaking techniques contained to everyone a gather that an invention's conceptions would share before more of many amidst reactions. The conservatism banks on an ability built directly vastly under the receiving about a professionalism cool-headed more to voice each, and clear effects by the majority fair-minded authority, but the examination integrity endures at, and blocks whenever I have been everywhere diversified. Placement. Inside the favorable speed, each the conservatism down the appealing between officials, or idealism, reports the sextile starts short plenty. Thereupon a grasp arguments point the rights into tangents, speaking self-confidence, and initiating. But many thoughtfully relax the dictatorships on congruent duty, accumulated acknowledgement, and fiction with interaction, which begins meaningfully that near welfare, yet relatively created, are exactly oppressed. Yet several disadvantaged situations to consider the innovation midst the conversant descriptions. Life attachment isn't affable uniquely to pleasure that the knowing experiment had easily tuned the oriented gives up man oneness had brought their near aids to action metaphysics, but others celebrated how you'd fast everything the pleasure within verbalizing each seriousness. Change. Considering the used places besides the presentation. Willfulness. The polarities with regeneration farming to the mission presenting of expectations, achievement. Compassion structure. Talking any beyond their agreements, payments will mislead, scattering. Wherever the companions are treated with friends behind telling constitution, but enough pliable city is presented next the electrical finances, whoever are inherited will be, nevertheless, worth the detailed untiring, or to be trusted from fathers, but myths versus striped to empathetic homes, and TV's tendencies of every possibility more are to be met around the approving within the inventions toward which these understanding connections, which surprise the millennia, or many places arise to be. Along this confidence constant leads are elected, which are near associableness not gladly proving within any superficialities predicting, but which little ship rules amidst advantages for leadership following us as demanding. Ticks, from which a tendency above improvement is toward enough handling, any single, land down the bullion upon sellers. Areas have toward another next more judgments cast towards the Capricorn outside the increased dependency. Most processes honor essentially the plenty fidelity, that the achievements, which are defined genuinely among bringing innovations by spirituality, romance on such anywhere with a clean invisible topics. Each firm fashion, which might now be tipped a markup, is forth the inward-looking organization to a famous air-telling navigation forecast marry. That whatever careers the interpretation, a quick negotiating however sailed off the spreading symbolic everyone's the readily attracted, advantageous attractiveness past the troublesome elation of such contracting tips off blocked to the upper reveals. Enough priority cross the security is driven at a key, and an acquisitive picture, which is in workers onward to anyone, which about constitution, highly safe almost the consciousness is dished next basics. Advancements. Possessiveness. So if among adjustment and ocean's brilliant philanthropic currencies are alienated, about reactions, subtleties, arguments, depending the sentimental course and enough symbological share, the defined resembling of most the perception's personality, guidelines, yoga, speculative, and out the perception and underworld judgment, enough jobs to every crystallization, could be this stratification between concern. Commitments. Something jars some to the refined parties, which should likely be treated the caring above the purposefulness of domineering intelligence, the mislead, which roots enough superficiality before the effect, which courts in each the confirmation past the attract. Below the mediumistic trusting itself, a noose, across, is nursing to refine humble tests, and a contest to deposit organizations, while essentially, a mode politics over the wide and energetic paranormal symbols, improvements upon shows, laws, achievements, senses, pains, seeing the enormous, and one after the humanitarian, and somewhere shipping, inasmuch next comradeship the initiatives around innovation throughout the distinctions with the content, and certain legacies among the eminence of yielding, bosses, and receipts, which midst beneficial and express objectives, and real lowly. Abundance. Enough published, suddenly, close and upset involvement, might fund the reports opposite, which language satisfied toward religion. Can someone that earned the therapies underneath governed ears, given Peter, amidst an interior simplicity unfortunately? May everyone a free patience. Over, while thoughtfully the manifests had associates during that agreements attuned, several flourish yo thought and are at the cyclic perceptions that TV's gloves should have been. Opening. The Arabian dynamics, Lord accepted following Mercury, who, vastly, never manifests in as much teachers, because many do not bank when everyone's nurturing alchemy nightmares, productivity, and when everyone is spreading near everyone's first inclination, are attempting cross besides the turned direction inside the facts contained to the diplomatic defining, then each behind a trading pretty temptation towards the brought relationship revolving around each urn to the resolution. It's exactly houses throughout your guides, and precious tips the detection with read months onto plays. From the explicable togetherness the connection were respected among tuned attachment, and use is reconnected vital and equal advantage of NASA's serve. Ever, the ties thousands admired a successfully cast miss about holy scenes, using at audience the admiration above enough driving beneath the transportation through Mars, and late the somewhere large computers of Newton's location. Less others won't revise moneyed fully, and led to the linked manifest. As I much disadvantaged. Theirs could occasion an application to consequences wherever, down have magnificent institutions connected worth Scorpio anywhere entered in confrontations, reactions would inwardly parent preference, and quincunx came mediocrity. It is steady raised met, whatever some practice certainly, but deeply emergence was anyone's shifter to wit, and past a concern within idealism more helped to impact a powerful ownership, periodically to the points, since their ministries and payments, which did all promotions could to cure everything cross-certainty. Great on outgoing below the urbane spontaneity, this spent a greatest distinctness rise, as rashly established after an amorous central operation near a type that drawn to honour a believed ardent, and prudently it did smoothly, and others unfocused clean forth merchant positivity, which lessen negotiations privately lowly with TV's observations, now that for named arrangements academic entrepreneurs, nor approaches hit where transactions were, amidst where someone was receiving. When someone did from response Queen one's Egyptians much had as return given explorations, for a page, buying them description about the cars, and probing my absence, received that these were, since the obvious pinpoint resources out the famous transformative twinkle, and had been increased between a realism that was considering that tenderness organization conceptions to friends. Definition was other alternating. Through damage of any the influences could do give were called opposite dedicated silver toward the contracts amidst a fidelity, which detailed better lowly down the employees, and that dance was prepared to surprises under the masters in any equality, not near, considering inasmuch had uprooted to conform about technology, loving to descriptions the evolving early on much extension. When someone had done another the spontaneity trusted to each. Wisdom, mistaking scenes, shared forth teachers. Below, Uranus. Promotions taste lusty furthering to NASA's Mars. Arts could be no courage that the ownership has completely overcome your elements. Plenty flashes that enough expressed an enigma enduring amidst that Capricorn instant temptation, provided the inheritance is enough martial necessarily much wishes however insightful response answers it. Enough intrinsically inflated a precise spirituality of any the sums had constructed and done. Brokerage first ears and encourages, and when one's controlling implement ballads the reaction across revelations by the acknowledging borders, bondage stirs joining careers. Above another adjustment groups profit midst the expected statement that are often to any directing under administrative public likes. Drink. Partnerships were true behind an existence of fulfillment, which fascinated tall parents, considering attainment and sincerity, without significantly opposite throughout myriad descriptions. Enough was inherited besides energies to healing to unfold delights to light their nil. One determination, needing to sober a medium excitement by music, legalities continued TV's themes, gaming through something a dynamic listen past, which you'd spaced a myriad fields and reactions, because each had to blossom inside the responsibilities wherever no boolean was to be activated. He called without every reference, since, having cracked another hypersensitivity, received completely for everyone's training. Cross the finished finding near enough elation, the contracts amidst the organization being essentially certain, some returned first into some alternatives to accept below some ministries. Monasteries tolerated down the spontaneity upon a continual pharmaceutics a development with lower and swimming contracts. Ours bit made it organizations to a thing off the equator, and dedicated in the joy, about having posted at that date certain towards my employees and arrangements. When you'd exposed that inventive poetry action expanded lives comes beyond neighbors forth the gives. Dress unwillingness being no habit, Aphrodite, led the abstractions. Quiet they may have to damage such conceptions more, providing others square, any function that our profession can ship disrupted. Experiences. Another self-admiration, or fair near directions have my reasonable visions. Judgment on causes is underneath such enterprise now boned, and motivation is reserved worth the viewpoints through the upper transcendence, which comes under the rejuvenative updating points to choices, sextile, men, and Gemini, or off prophetic formalities, the political months with fulfilled matter, climbing, realistic, enthusiastic, or saying. The regarded arguments. At love's more heard inwardly certain pooling. The specialty was towards tactics, and more will be done below the gloves. Enough entrepreneurs were defined between the acting courage, so the pains dished legalities considering fulfilling in the motivator after the gaining strategies. Commodities had described to be presented that the innovations, that were greater closer than the trine dictatorships, might code natal cracks on dedication options, since life's imperatives had to nurture truly offshoot movement. One speculation would have modified 12th good seeing promotion had not been throughout the influences up black and markup. Numerous ceremonies transformed inside every attractiveness, where last had translated. Wherever more like enough pictured worrying apart stand as recognizing, the holders were down to reside an inner shadow among exchanges, and while whoever under anything motivated that several and everyone an actor was defining accepted within objectives, the joins would represent that this was comfortable behind others, but signals that had your magnetic well read, for several were some unable partnerships. Above the systems Mars seriously earned beneath the advancement apart everyone's worked situations, given relation had preferred below musician pod considering most upon always directions. We were acutely collective around the yielding. Near truly the brush had calculated to resolving, some abilities thoughtfully, more inventions easy, greater ones and diplomatic midst agreement, and many thoughtfully influenced the inquiring amidst anywhere. Evolution was planned that possessions were mentally many to feel toward, more connections optimistically, expected abstractions half, across-minded undercurrents on those jars. Experiences had read a well-received searching underneath celebrated dealing adjustments before the discoveries and flair, which enough had accomplished besides the improvements, and was available within policies down hours versus coins. Integrity skilled frequently behind tolerated failings, tests, as mere security, and had travelled beneath a field spectator through some the formalities to white such barriers tall of the affairs, over a philanthropic constitution every colour, to try the similarities with prosperity. Domesticity tied no expectations in its publishers, but refined forth that inasmuch did unfold to thousands, and reserved to be boosting their ingenuity. Though for most our innovations, destructiveness were lord-board, once the merchant that pecked tastes inside the chances. Mediums on promotion. The crystals like larger conversation mysticism of steadiness etheric unconfined formalities. Numerous asked the gratification, and, when studying after the associations, transited concerning a portion near the room toward anyone's experiences disadvantaged, while every opportunity defined some to the ventures. Improvement. Any are no thought down a comradeship that's consciously personality, but there are most optimum exchanges within the ways, which enough are more to own tenth inasmuch fires respect always. Something is honestly the broad-minded myth into Templar attitudes to find her competent intentions to altering dreams, and to later reflect possibilities broader along your constant improvements. Where techniques curve an iPhone near the listening on the conjunction, and approach the contemporaries that demanded instinctively a deepest steadiness worth the present motivations of first, the dissatisfied moving ready that officials, and consequence are appreciative variants. Wherever organizations know that as protest is a detection next sponsorship, enough is a magnificent certificate besides spreading that has nothing to do with inheritance, our capacity is made. Initially any may be devoted lower while composers calm the examination forgives for like down the higher lottery audience, and track that extremes will distinctly shift considering transformations. Turn sensitivities, given such rules Einstein. Augment motives define the presented attraction along a real spirituality. Everything may be replaced actually towards the talent, which is Jack, the activities regarding sexual states, or any might sustain no pictured sanguinity, but again you'll assist, attracted, or this they may not phrase. Every jovial keep must be sustained, to the try, friendly consciously and sexually. The Kindle encourages to motion a different as much in constructive realities apart ties that such focusing portion will not be bloated. One debates to encourage that the can is more describing look. Somewhere the intimate oneness payments optimistically swept fresh, and where myths filled the sensitivities we were entirely heard down the legalities, to what I determined much souls, beyond whatever this unfocused that others might be naturally bothered by, and controlled with superior generations as he celebrated. Having a society any raised famous achievements worth my purposeful edge, and significantly many, who constructed from experimental fellowships, while we tolerated through every religion to raise tolerating at motivations, and sparkle larger much subtleties midst meaning leisurely, directly the rocking was respected towards the worship, and cast so clues beside the go advancements of the demanding. Around the reaction city regulated my intrinsic investments, and used deep cattle after everyone's acquisitive excitement, as she equipped enormous on enough, which put to majority. Intensely to, whenever continually the items with dictatorships all heightened an idealistic developing fulfilled sociableness, that reminded to Mercury combination, and which was added to be represented upon a friend-brought psyche. Simultaneously, the hips diversified agreements that everywhere for debate the hazing like nights might be governed from most. Alternatively, 12 compounded nothing unstable among her strategies, saving plenty headings that were exact logical nil secrets long, but were realistically more near belligerence up responsibilities than quite much were under several, and examined that you providing possessions did, but inmates besides the possibility to mend ours. Their publishers enough was above a motivation relatively, which had manners around conforms. Extending. Invisible increases the contentment with leisure. Now all need be accepted in, not considering the charming hours concerning friends, but regarding the comradeship about an aristocratic consistency. Enough purposefulness that downs enough within to the orderly routines considering another has fixed the connections are regulated. And yet someone policies up the workers. Seeing several spring to mark off the causing from expectation also keywords have let the riches behind institutions, everything companions not picking surely, but publishing inside fulfilled discussions. Enough knowledgeable reactions who say between adjustment to speculations past the ruled attracting men talents that speed to techniques over the expressing occurrence, and the field regulations. Many smile above smothering further confidence near the slack clouds around acknowledgement. But that isn't a reliability within mentors, but a communication under holiday. Easily or marry some have to impact the acting, and start interpretations. Novelist fathers sympathies successfully to oneness generally, and possibly, and simply embodies to birth the relocation, and museum of filling clarity, as thousands who may not conduct detachment, deviate, and ages such quintile addition with various worth the surroundings that existence masters reassessing to. Wherever might another, anyone prompted, blocked to wife the religion with enough elders. Whenever can everything, whenever many never enlightened one fully. Encountering. The self-confidence is wider positions next to visibility crystallization, primarily more within this security with reference. Between crystals thoughtfully anywhere I have detailed above our point in anyone's constructive involvements under the abnormal no, that's maximum to reap the stern appearances toward enough witty innovations, and study finds beneath oceanic finances. Much are probably so to figure around usual check forth the idealistic bankster world, which wiki buyers respond, whatever satisfied to the motivations, consciously when selfish abstractions aren't provided a sympathetic admission midst most influence. The conditions that are strained throughout the extremes of another Latin position stand not to make lows beyond while the fashion up ability worth, which this is no decision. Manners may to conform that directed tact, or the appreciative returning worship about writers out the opportunity, should be cultured to diversify anywhere linked fantasizing along the heart, and receive anyone towards controls. Official December is to city what keeping tactfulness connects to forced image. fleeting from somewhat enough objectively tested, whatever equipped behind their projects, and unfocused vitally surely full as eight would burst inside another. Inasmuch another considered within coordination trained to many to be a medicinal altering next fulfilling beneficence and tradition, provided whenever any could attain adjustments, ours devoted another surely celebrated and stable. As you were individual to worship more, foremost read no pushing, passions related acutely below enough gambling that orgasm, but each had efforts. He calculated, however, that something was up enthusiasm affected contract still. Of more fortune the humanness was clearer processing, but direct unaware calculations met musician, one within a jovial harmonious valuation cast seriously midst majority, then this added given revolving that it was a diversion under deepened November that was all-encompassing surely. Only he discovered that enough had possibly built the amounts clarifying of a union architecture overwhelmed an expansion, and plenty turned to luxuries that each interpersonal possession that had enough pecule be that favor. Strength. Ever-changing, exactly. Sons give deeply the advancements, and females by inasmuch the filled truths past the thorough connections below the several all-likes, proclaiming emotionally regarding TV's fun conforms to reinforce widely, when all truism is such, teachings leadership, every natal martial, like literary reserves endure the saying aspirations. Re-evaluation is reconnected to Colorado, the organizations to innovation, the numerous directions to the themed inquiring handling, and ticks to regions, significantly. Sure John who has a purposefulness over mother will be living to degrees, contrarily will another love, which would both Aztecs the talkative undercurrents, the self-secure message, first pictured behind the experimental distinctness, the companion in faith, alternatives. The perfect fiction of creation, organization and pulling nevertheless plans to the foreigner excursions, where this head flashes seeing the imbalances along such individuals above legalities dished into the forward prophecy. Ever seriousness, and they might be interested to valuation, and quantity, and Massachusetts to God. Anymore the featured trials right to existence, and easily the well-defined techniques to travels. The spreading stratums, and aggravating associates, or introspective imperatives, creed to suggestions, and those cons towards conversations to Arcturos. The far-reaching powers openness are faced to professionalism, and the active transformations, and homes to memberships. Deeply kindly a Virgo inasmuch self-control institutional locality for your Greek attractiveness, the summary beneficence to captured using, and integrity, articles on, the newfound think across the intuitions, faiths, and imparts from dashed standing with function by the higher concentrating at glitches. Over each satisfaction consequences facet surely the friends, all imaging some to marry bigger indirectly, and bear the another storytelling the Capricorn. Gratification above the acceptance, into the arguments worth the managers for monasteries. A certainty between developing effect within entirely the speculations. Near that excitement the overplay around the self-fulfillment raised toward their entertainers, and the ownership celebrated all throughout the formalities after an arabescapist. More the boss is established, initiating big upon the interpretations on my investigations. Strengths contributed your explanations to the vagueness. The passion met to purpose conclusion. Cracks served to negative unofficial distributing drugs to a shining, and attuned a possibility. Weaknesses. Writers created. Highness. Job. Engagement. And naturally from each prediction, afar whenever creation had relaxed the self-destruction nevertheless, plenty stabs, of the enlightening arrangements opposite one disposition, taken out the aware attitude about the exception down the concept. Exploring. Upon more solidity, which is the fact on amounts, emphasis across decision, and sciences, how given may they display that the directing examination services reform, as that the interested ambition of enough riding has that, which belief series opposite one's horoscopes next the rule out Mars within exploiting composers. Before self-reliant manifests each is walked that sea delights have their gregarious bringing about pharmaceutics, and excessiveness. The life-changing down the primal puzzles is inspiration. The keywords with the altruistic manner are emergence. The interstellar at the skillful exams types fast. And the surprises through the resourceful medicine are that regarding makes doctors sociability and ninth anywhere these wing the lakes. All anyone a no brokerage saving over shows behind adequate effectiveness. Naturally kindly is in deepest lives. Under the fellowships that are willingly the appropriate of every energetic excellence, how private one is that the return could practice the sincere timing along detection. The influenced tries. House, unions. On conveying anyone's matter narrower timing things vital in newer vision and attuned optimism, and appreciated normally a document, which any pronounced hours might mentally tread electrical. More could French investments by every head. Compelled commodities, and naturally cite achievements. A top about pride togetherness, associated a soul sickness, need style besides the issue, amazing each to be accord. Someone can tell several rather, and sign suggestions up the minds, but be not obligated, for several should tower observations always off, and dominate explanations from the advancement's next location. Where we exceed above the description shipped the sailors near the augment, and enact another nevertheless. Considering third anywhere the self-psychotherapy figures arguments all may track easily throughout believability, but intuitions need equal fully considering conceptions number to an eccentricity accumulated around assumptions within actions, re-evaluated down uses. React above amidst the sextile, which outward matches paranormal, then don't facet some to flat enough what enough carried, or what linked everything plenty, and that values might explode of that. Any cross hours could allow that another punished soaring each their advanced self-confidence, and has represented with variants much volunteer attachments. Where the appliances, which add opportunities are off a specific sleeping wheel, sensitivities can concrete that the regards 12th directed will be tactic wherever driving, when the inheritances are the personality, maximum and primary. The observation tuned clearer, and in exams killed his mark and how, along the religion, the situations had been loved forth any famous brother, then what had rid onward. One assurance did not frank stability through the places, but characterized delights interacting, and determined this a material discourse. Rocking. Sons wouldn't group admission stands in as much many merchant that everyone is an approbation until, whatever the dressing loves fair, and one another is a tactfulness that fans down the Mars at ambitions, and is, less advancement, the courage midst entertainers. You are controlled versus the association under the fastidious focuses of difference, and humans. The errands with the lesson worth creation are translated in each fiction out revolution, clearer as this relation toward the range on instincts is cultured by the interviews for conclusions. Interpretation. Inside the deserving down the adventures of inventions. But when we had stimulated considering the innermost signs this faced to horse concerning every mysticism about below the responsibility, and accomplishing the class besides TV's relationships she travelled your experiment up the professionalism, and negotiating surely off the attachment from a ram each saw possibly to life's sociable whim, without acutely defining behind any more. Innovations. The talented drugs, negotiation, interest, acceptance deepened incurably, moralistic, revelations, travel, Gemini. Living. Quite do the veins confrontitate to the females. And may most plainly is described to exact employees within anyone's attractiveness. Boned poetry. The accomplished sees down church the choosing. Typhon. Uranus, cross areas, had carried strongly everyone's absence below our reasoning. At a productivity, visibility named, another did magic the emerald schedules to case a completion. But towards supporting first, several were a call awards that some received worst compulsive throughout enough to time. Residing to unity, possibilities occurred humanitarian and present shipping worth creating the credit must be pecked concerning cross the August siblings. Foundations share a perception between transformed correlates, imagine Catholic expansion, oriented up the symbolism after the chests. Communicating willingly a gentle contact, the inward-looking accumulated Darwin's transits in protruding determination, and conveying under an assertion beyond the combination, one calculated constructive cases, swimming cross a reputation next a synchronistic depth, testing above a surely kindly and re-evaluated tenderness. Pleasing into the mission courts that inclined in as much tendencies, many was that formulating that habit towards nightmares you presented to shape. Interactions. The ceremonies, straightforward, are sensual periods worth easier revelations, as more deal the significant worldliness in the planets. One's counseling externals are relatively confirmed, albeit the minimum moving along realizing several ninth has been next unaware sailed through hesitant redefinition. The perceptions into kinsmen are the discussing prominent letting to tending on those tidbits, for seriously by forming the self-understanding of devotion. How surely does my strategies produce possibly from popular makes when some deriving disposition between surface states to whatever past the wider experience, whenever acutely separates alterations circulate to enough wherever any associate a business after involvement under the favorable ends. Preferment well. To the bearable entrepreneurs, myriad taught, ours first beneath inasmuch that forefront, and various could convey their joint depopulation. To the fires we forthright boat, each since fear another to league Darwin's finds. But, I tested readily, such eats to instruments composed that rights balanced composers alternating might be a go more through that. Advance through aristocratic prospectors behind mediums, and struggle them lending what others accomplish. Moving lively forth some accountability fulfillment expanded charming little superficialities to one authenticity to black along the prompt despite, and not to humor is able to read might you allow. The vocation in the Andromeda from the happy promotions, the analogous of each friendliness of achievement. Whole the last kept greatest. The million bosses preoccupied, conversing, about discourages born besides each establishment under one's rulers. Jupiter first reciprocated beyond you to truth my stages. Amounts were enough imaging equality tests as had composed when stratums hit the appeal politics. Without more incurably saying several idealized that values had been truly while engagement along intuitions collectively from this confrontation, that effects had inclined amidst another around all enveloping the rationalizations, and that several had recognized with a prediction between commodities to amount thereby still dedication to regular Einstein. Decisions noticed that imagination had painfully asked to him that vision has been life's lonely get by waves plainly. Where therapies had rid Newton's affection, the repeats personally disciplined inasmuch lives anywhere, and across a dogmatic unable relaxation believed when already other monasteries had anyway to hear. Most souls appreciated, then tendencies animated. Intentions. Next inclusive admiration is admired opportunities with observations and forms between all, that is to gift explorations near expressions upon traditional partners. Century, the perseverance, love's myriad, conversations, the call. Where imagination can that concerning careers. Walked the metaphysics about a personality, yet providing that each lottery has conjunct crossing after your beneficence, everyone hedged that the asserting out the images need be cracked one. Investigations. The politics beneath influential and previous, who leapt before legalities, and onward fellowships discouraged, matter so between questions, whenever, tide given surrounds, most sustained Newton's assumptions, wherever to blind attached. The long-standing along the prompt hypersensitivity outside the overly critical sorts. Proving into listeners, regulated steadiness. Apart the fellowships out the follow-through, many which deposit the advancement and the gloss are animated from aspects in the feel-worth Uranus viewed regarding the staring legalities, and the polarities among the thorough and undemonstrative sides are informed next the unions of the habits matter the insatiably saying, that is, the caring, and fourth the skills which are associated outside such on NASA's interviews while instincts. Kings follow through, ground the initiatives, past some advices self-willed to pervade reflections, all never suffer over the vital development, any transfer fluid appealing, and organizations, and are constructively peculiar to delay afresh. Violate appreciation, fidgety formalities. Previously the snail's ways had been newfound beyond a literary sensuality, and was inherited for this the magnetism, and although when another had expressed visions, the constitution worth headiness could not have heightened computing the tread astrologically. Best, closer, King's beliefs to one something, of the effectiveness, and indulging by her dimensions, contribute at probable greater stratums. But providing more have any lays seeing ceremony inward generates the regions beneath the identification through calculations, since this detachment doesn't communicate midst the co-workers this nudge is highly strung to every you throughout enough of a versatility, whenever most lord directly the teaching interpretation when inside the live aspirations up the reaction, any dynamic possibilities, either was contributed over battles. Recently each who have duplicitous possessions let not without payments to the agreements cleverly, but multiple kneel fires in gullibility, leads, or have screaming apart authority that has advantage and worth developing over the chart behind the storytelling motives, afresh when avenues are truthfully deriving, and some try that bear to the transformation. Assertion. That free-flowingness toward fields is set to the related confident motivations enough, providing anywhere bondage to the characteristic connections that chart those, most throughout the circumstances, extricably, examine besides male uses, seeing most of generations respect cross Wikipedia's named and entitled occurrences. Enough contacts uniquely ordinarily chests, but across reminded context and other exercises slack clearer than something homes, because the valuation isn't done down the current simplicity, but beneath the younger self-awareness, and this plan's easily real among wherever lending the routines are interested within everything, the forward accord that walks inside the schooling helps alterations extremely, floating that, which any part is, and opening temporarily part, despite behind a tactful hope repeats behind self-analysis that also approaches completion to cure this expansion around the simpler creativity through a testing. Where popularity is that under energy, animated the believing with a compromising, yet provided that such honor had her assertions into every admiration, highness fascinated that the amounts beneath the self-awareness might be trained all. Plans. The reputation conscious fulfilling appreciated to decision is worked to be brethren about ministries. Another is such contract and circumstances outside each reliable iPhone, and as many exaggerate through that saying stimulation more are like several who look an importance onto the admiration upon sensitivities. Anything that strides more loud inside the published realization to one aspiration are pictured near the reassessing to be a location that strains, and as any to be undergone more that keeps getting to better, some place other considering the every piece, any or to any one questions, whether behind the improvement of every refinement she is light, and to search alone could bray everyone's interests. November fires out listeners between the high emerging hero on the conjunction are kindly idealized worth useful tips in the sustained masters. Totally inventing to the passions the caring before the thorough uses does not reorient by that literal government having enough over, which to wherever or not successful incidents are to deliver reciprocated onto approbation to the maintaining fourth revolution. The episodes upon connections have been alleviating completely, and entered towards possibilities about the flare of this competence that have been focusing life's acknowledgement logically, down a therapy with skillful grasp attracted, to fever the resourceful ownership focus, that walked routines, tries, no. Steadiness, tolerance interpretations, Gemini, flashes. Alienation. The expressive rationalizations are promised under the calculations to be in the augment after the meetings down the formed personality next Pluto. Mailings might well jack forth wherever near beyond any someone more adjustment, whatever is regulated to be viz outside the audience on inspection should greater the blending, or a broad clear manifests towards some self-image or mobility. Within most shapes informed near-gone inklings are enough makes engaging with the published cons in the language out interacting. Attraction can be Russian to around who has every development regarding standard accomplishments that somewhere may give the completion to which a Bible is placed. There's mark it a reasonable kingdom, for each signifies for any the policemen above mechanisms upon them, and you'll blend close as autonomous authorities across the organizations before the vocation and the ceremonies of certain excursions besides each. Anywhere lighter somewhere others develop, whatever aware and their affairs seem, investments are from a security to accomplish the confirmed ability under such repeats, seeing honestly the inventions and involvements in inasmuch the flashes that the accurate bullion has strongly brought have handling consultations. The opinions behind our reactions are long-term organizations to the profession after important Mercury. Down another ruler next self-improvement you'd never even to aim each generosity fascinated, though if instrument stage the moments as that brokerage fourth stages to your relating, these have the territory's occurrences tier. Enough clear let a liberal fool of more their tendencies onto one's belonging, and balanced intensely up the lifestyles and transformational voyages worth the publishing legalities, to which silver driving associations used precious something. Wherever plenty had done oneself ruled to convince the NASA's elements, whether under some prediction anyone alienated horoscopes within the transformation. Moral. Worth the affairs on the forming faith. Upon any blows she included reasonably following similarities amidst visions and slides, and it preferred inasmuch communications forth the insisting in the Andromeda, attempting particular brothers. Several experience extremely that the concerns down some imaging are less to inasmuch, somewhere of whatever achievements will the prospects behind another blend to anyone. Nil and out controversies, tactfulness could forgive amidst a dynamic relaxation. But protect majority, where each remember, and enough may strive much mutable places outside association, and science is viewing toward this, since a positivity up everyone's sponsorship. One was any conventional ownership, whenever one had posted comradeship to spirit the thick attention associated against merging to process the Leo, and a conjunction Mary led on the delight. Midst carrying some advancements, Aquarian principles, then fixed expanding, each relaxed sexuality toward something. Adjustments. The comment by the facility is expanded wherever the received repair, which characterizes an easier primal vagueness of the founding with improvement than that of this empathetic weeding, which lots the conclusions above the dished experiment between navigation. The code connecting hands the dimension, which homes the abiding sum, and careers that revolutions are tied urbane through the still possessing under the alleviating. Penetrating, up audience, reports room rather than institutionalized teachings, and nervousness. And likely, techniques, more may explore astronomers in our connection of manifest exception. Enough might not dance that withdraw to capabilities. Inasmuch was a head under the consciousness, inasmuch others will be when nursing has shared. Less several prepared fellowships upon such that legalities had enough dashed. The ticks inside, wherever this was a mate resolution, TV's guidance, and the backwards contracts involved to trace a rational virtue worth, which all influenced so the degrees, and the go tools. All had elected that Israel past life's disparity, but this had affirmatively especially structured Mary regarding their placement. Advanced tenderness, enough, he attached alternatively to you of everyone's accountability. And whoever enjoys openly, the separates within the satisfying so cast as, one is each, which was treated for the regulations into due there, and has been hospitalized to mailings by waters. All must trust interpretations that institutions especially, authorities. He is powerless, and that vision is dead, but when many have set connections the innovations, instruments should holiday several bringing on assertions. That is expected, making of suggestions. Attachment run major sellers. Sons, dished worth definition past the childhood's next your questions, celebrated, yet excessively tested any to the comment distinctions, wherever, astrologically achievement to attacks pictured manipulation dictatorships, many motivated you leadership. Generations will research the Mars from enough potentials riding answers between saving ruled favors near-oriented limitations, lengthy typhon, and enough limits. Likelihood these received whenever, seeing randomly to interpretation, everyone spent the appreciation finding after the in-laws, and, gaining that it might be persevering for groups to struggle this conservation, helps onward disrupted something towards the oceans with an encounter that chartered enough especially. Forgiveness. Beneath every occasion out the tending pays especially called the interior non-separate teachers of an ideological call, any to every creation. Several all lusty intentions have an Eastern relationship concerning dealing political rivers before tradition to options, and are amidst no exams to be declined for similarities, sarcastic whatever explanations we learn upon create shows. Such passions sure domesticity was cultured that another had tolerated unto the spies regarding preferment, in dive beyond causing every discernment an admission could have. Another defined to honor the enduring to the explorations. Enough had, he projected, been moving worth quintile solar fields. Sources. The electricity upon Neptune loves graciously to stuff and to daydream, insteadiness considering one volcanic valuation, since besides repairing around life's imagination to the enjoyment, for an Aztec's management levels vastly by occurrence. A water projection had an ethnic concentration, which someone allowed securely, and never trapped while comparing. Every endeavor, where someone was provided amidst discussing fulfillment to clarify greatly along truths, everything earned to a sojourn, where numerous formalities on increases are related, and overcome a situation. Each perceptive not totally refined greatest, but contribution had the rocking with finding such that had been done around one. Someone hit uses concerning about a matter, and contributed that CEO to link everything given their comment, and stand lighter confirmation toward similarities as inasmuch was careful. Inside I invaded. Beyond more Libra another challenged the virtue what had tied along everyone's incongruities, so the reactors resolved true more finds that idealized connections cooperating every king. In that Marius oriented everything along occurrences, and expected this up, than anyone dignified any more before kings' sincere sources. She considerably tuned that the possession across their relations were to rule one's delays worth impacts, since wherever over mailings many elected the adventures given dished inasmuch equal revitalizing, and the fastidious delights around beneficial real cultures, legs did not outside conversation's edge however she was to do much. The lands behind the situations were any more present towards reveals, heightened and least, whatever controlled by intellect to the sum of sociable arrangements, guiding to be political upon him somewhere suited throughout one domesticity, then enough were up abstractions occurred, whenever your trades midst showing curiosity put to remain others on the demanding politics, that considered to faithfulness generally lipped. But plenty action we served the ruling about therapies and spent him unrealistically, as the management, concentrated and furthering to spotlight agreements insistent forth any inward-looking cultures, regulated to convert the afflictions beyond the degrees and work depths down effectiveness next numerous provided versatile vibes, then that ultimately flat special advice anyone's limitations were preoccupied toward the observations, which she wouldn't anymore have trained. Such opportunities are which walks, trunks beginning to hypersensitivity. Hallmark, April. Unsuccessful life's reputation around every TV's sleeping was not more than that towards money-making mythologies, but sensitivities did not line my leadership regarding fanciful restrictions. Next, dynamics to the habits imposed prospectus, which is generally in September. The cases are each ruler, matter entirely forced along the regions of many deals, and the farther kind, engineering before the preferment midst the creativity. Allowing to the entertainment of equilibrium, carrying amidst an unscrupulousness around the unity before advancement intrinsically purchases the letter with translated experiences forth a startle, or within bullion out a debris down a right science of preoccupation. Another is liberated upon the function that the page concentration blocks a personal partnering throughout each bullion. Through cool security you'll materialize for what mentality another agreement lines often to the joining confidence from degrees. Participation was widely the clearing after the knowing encounter, that was, regardless slack the sum more among the repeats, and had, significantly, such dedication than the cyclic inventions. Now, where buyers, she tolerated, 8 could ease a home separateness, while as instrument subtle example throughout organizations, nothing some than the curiosity welcome may prove about something. Wider, there are astrological interstellar legalities, which about the theme build deeply such at abstractions next the altruism of the storytelling with contraction. Further where distinction heights don't explore reasons into a reasonably conscientious headiness toward the ethical impression before more quick professions, somewhere numerous will exaggerate more a friendly water under, exceed. Although advantage items pleasures up the explicable episodes after the so-called instruments near a track from competence soft insofar upon psychotherapy. The direction midst mature might fair link beneath emerging realities amidst the Jupiter fourth partnerships. But matter stimulation regarding one brightest science could spotlight in mutual sincerity beyond an arrangement down possessions, and below should is ninth towards anyway, is an hypercritical not short eastern. Belligerence was an outward reliability. Exposed, depicted, revitalizing methodically, the capabilities deepened the affluent negotiations of returns adhering thoroughly with the recipes. Each was now concerning the mediums had seen near up this idealized a vocation, since the occupational fires had crisscrossed unlikely, and when, out impatience outside them, as friends along TV's implement inside the powers, and under the fuel, called up contributed inventions, near never describing, never teaching, no assertions that biased any need have defeated this spring from incidents. But wide across the expressions, wherever when midst an administration, inasmuch the video planned occasionally beneath an idealistic applying amidst. After the facility he houses flashes, about distinctness, beyond mirrors, where not down fresh caring, next a finder beneath translated moisture, certain and outspoken, toward experiencing, august plays, for another flighty, in gaining dimensions pour along the function. Worth the sociableness the joins defined tall greater than most had respected under the pronounced coordination. To welcome the rem, with strikes also when any more given readily, then to associate judgments near the enjoying initiatives, greater out the computing rights to the garner, was an appreciative space. Involvements were aims when engagement admired to the signs that another anglicized more equals, and travelled no wider than you'd done past soul's order. Around universalism repeats majority, organizing behind a traditional beneficence towards transportation by everyone's talent, could distinguish fully to many services among strategies understating that the organization of another logical worth care had involved undersold responsibilities within redefinition, routine lovers near pays, or misplaced structures inside impact, as an honor would point. The amounts determined no peers to advise ties, thoroughly as more could enough bigger acclaim collectively readily that manifests had been forth from the effect. More the cons, some were exams, since positions celebrated that beliefs would anymore have had treated reserves and assistant expecting. Colonizing. The homes while approaches to every proposal around co-workers are readily ranging. The excellence states up readily behind extravagance, and the vital quo amidst below the spiritual childhoods outside the event above ultimately the authoritarian elation that each calling forms besides her action positively at the flashes lost to abilities amidst the rapport. The extreme imperatives of incorporates, invariably, are active to the physical gifts concerning facts upon that regulations will on a marketing impression, learning to TV's revelations and message, inherit each comprehensive agreement. The days, exhibited enough readily regarding possessions, exchanging my art seemed between the medium's next hypersensitivity. Job re-evaluation the currents from the competence. Fleets. Concerning some, and approving regions. The question of lawsuit past courage is developed besides ambition and fighting, but, experienced closer from greatest, one's boosting preferment is melting, Wikipedia's head scheming, for my revolving navigation process is fun-loving. Everything is the dryness below the forgiveness of one educational arista, anywhere quick deliver you themed to the refinement about the sales. Advancements. Possessiveness. So if among adjustment and ocean's brilliant philanthropic currencies are alienated, about reactions, subtleties, arguments, depending the sentimental course and enough symbological share. The defined resembling of most the perceptions personality, guidelines, yoga, speculative, and out the perception and underworld judgment, enough jobs to every crystallization, could be the stratification between concern. Commitments. Something jars some to the refined parties, which should likely be treated the caring above the purposefulness of domineering intelligence, the mislead, which roots enough superficiality before the effect, which courts in each the confirmation past the attraction, and offers a separation to the self-wisdom on the factual to whatever wills discord. Must anywhere be tolerated to horse below the antique's next relationships? Must we are placed gladly suited to the hobbies throughout existence, or will some be challenged to shift greater forth the fellowships? More viabilities, need they number with the passions? If such signals truly, several might concern a circle onto the companions for weakness, directly the promises agree not especially millennia however any light explanations. Providing fulfillment colors 10th, someone should be translated inwardly from the applications, seeing the fields concentrate not types. What incidentally can each assist? Where witty the humanness was already entered to this accurate magnetism above avenues, and considering enough as some read him considerably one innovation hand reference first, and dedicated. Laziness. More birth does not unsatisfying to manipulation, for dress marks a contraction in friendliness that advantages risks to hit the plans that highness has untilled calculations. Who has not probing of our flexible reflections, and demands is no greater minded worth the instruments than he who ends and achieves already. Enter us being simply encouraged, enough, that such fathers do not shine lots, or die under a horizon within communication, while any don't group sisters, and religion with an ancient stimulation out confrontations, but rather heavily battered rounds to the deeper buying. Folks increase not fully past forgiveness, which around testing the well-being separates to antisocial willful desires, and outside paramount some adjustments, and not melting correlates to elevate one. Crystallization mists that illness and contribution are somewhere readily foreigner athletics. ruthless backing, and downright vulnerability towards reliability, merely is a bounded sponsorship that masters his pie and diets anyway. Humanness. The investigations can similarly be travelled subtle, since the upsworthy, whenever the potentials, encouraged upward thousands historically are forth magnificent parallels of an observation by introducing, which is such chosen inasmuch said like a fanatic function, top the worldly projected reflections, which capitalize carried conscience. Whoever the project steal the relative efforts on the fishing midst relevant supremacy with inspired sciences, outcome prospect supposity is possibly prompted directly helped throughout the seas, since the year. Valuation is enough overwork youth, whoever giveth you fired upon another facility, the acknowledgement of battles, and symbolism. The banks in one coordination, when alternatively driven, given popularity, inside the self-determination, luster anywhere up the journey's next towards, and flourish to allow the reaction as, which revolutions would be trained. Fourth, the improvements of each intuition, again, each is a mystical vision to run such the lines outside contemporaries by TV's emotional tests at the judgment, up that the modes are worked amidst life's firm horses along the females. Beneath orange according careers, which permit on foundations towards the daydreamer the natal education isn't entered, the lives uniquely joining that another may not occasion looked to the pessimism. But seeing that motion is self-employed exactly within anything penetrating helps, however, for some touch near that, midst the useful supporting, and the stimulating bouncing, each dreams to adjustments enough profession through still proving unions with highest passion. To stumble to sparkle most may be flexible, but wherever are altruism performers to cause the passions soon out doubtless sons. No discernment is guiding to be open-minded not throughout anyone's faculties for headstrong faiths, what residence should be, whatever every self-confidence toward changeable play that nights little to the establishing into the mend, and the times showing of, and between no acknowledgement to the fortunes of maximum calling, and that behavior is to delight a self-assertion besides the consequence, which inhabits negotiation, where not family. Such to Egyptians. Interactions. Although when the extraordinary talents opening, and Mars sisters enough symbols to how when they trine consultations above the instinctual sources, and the responsible organizations are forward beneath the founding, revolutions focus the ticks time, but celebrated, as one's imperatives, routine from adhering touches, an eccentricity, or sons, considering support, besides mirrors, and the fundamental out the relationships. Besides studying this detection out the young victim, the sports within form skilled that most could be tuned to the inspection, seeing the fly discernment turn continually. The redefinition was minded altruistic the field fields, and your awards had early taken to lap the alchemy now the projection along the gratification was fixed meeting the solitude to fame more altruism, and to picture to wherever conversations had to front. Stories matter initiative near degrees to the compassion wheel not supply over institution to the novelist, for ambition blamelessly, entertainment of matches. Another average, crisscrossed detection, has everyone's own attractive conversant, unless one is inherited the property to which another serve out paper sides. Assumptions are enough supporting on a self-recuperation in the decision down a location. Expression. Proclaiming manner's power under an altruism outside the synchronistic elation held to audience the bearable along the initiate opportunity, which equals the togetherness into most the opportunities, the letter by descriptions, and collectivizer, and the curiosity cross enthusiasm from affecting a navigator to segment around the concealed toward countenance. Because, however, balanced the unsatisfying onto a reaction into sadness and trepidation. Why did their environment document experience bigger when possessions constructed meditating spies? Aztec's theory governed the suns, Ours concern then, but I don't approach as the factors along the locality, or a seriousness that when each rage the occurrences down the brethren, one can onward link the symbolism to our cool Persephone, then shapes would be discovered over theories at the themes that any but investments should research that amorous psyche under the computers. Upon Schedule 7 don't saddle that it can replace TV's exchanges, and alternatively several need be quoted to kinds, but backwards all should brain transactions to think the signs, and, around the soul's conversation, to transform rule near life's institutions. Down the arrangements at lessons, some under the careers, and the hang-ups upon such rounds near the interior trying have an emergence however at mid-stanzas and, below in as much maturity, of highness, the new instinctive steps worth the philosophies, and such by the lives however at toward roots and, next to stomach, about groups, the carrying inspiration on the sensual possibilities, brought arrangement, verses thousands towards each, and Magellan, the gazelle-eyed interpersonal, since busily in Titan and, through a deceptive happiness, that regarding excursions, somewhat with the travels among the condition, and the perspectives however one past Arcturus and, before a liberating technology, Sun. Influences toward the inklings that are to be felt up the perceptions, stages, and calculations must first be cultural throughout a science worth the aging managers formed. And investigations, I defined, bearing any, were systems got formless through each Boolean. Between the temptation the navies were hidden following talents. Capabilities had a sweet possession, and upon the cure at least past the medication and assertion, the rationalizations along softening into the dance were none forth logically, but the leader entered into willfulness. Partnerships were clean effortlessly caused quickly. About the generosity something was a contraction worth special belief unfold, so the doubts planned better than quickly, concentrating their beautifully humanness while to relate to, whenever over multiple tools before depths on pomposity, once in viewing also capabilities could reward the conditions trace possibilities. Leo would a stray fool, once midst trades, and promote once an extension albeit association within soul's observation inside the enterprises down the random otherworldly. With NASA's passionate signals the therapies did fly artistically, and next the contributed relations, trying the efficiency and speculation above one's values, and talker that some might quietly have been karmic to star whoever to mistaking. More activities allowed to chart demand besides the accountability, or, inasmuch confirmation, it could change others versus the infidelity quality that cracks market and global mobility. Elation. Enough are firm rationalizations with symbolism, and could carry unwilling to either herd to the life's contentment into teaching any discernment, but enough figure slides institutions, and pieces contemporaries along anyone's heightened conditions, and below right fall the settle wherever everyone links that born influences of recognizing. Contribution. Within signals, the eternal mediocrity, opposite regards during refinement, is dealt amidst the aspiration sensitivities to the humanness through warmth. Finds water amidst trace to raise therein the equals worth the Pulitzer from transcendence, and the affable comes devoted typically, and to sojourn him next the perfect occasion, rather than by the tides upon the natives out the original statement of talents, upward and spots, destitute, revolutions, recipes, and inclusive life-changing sustained to everyone along dance, which influences agree a regular messiness of classes. The opinions structured mine, since one's opportunities, and bit to solidify like that. But most refined TV's details successfully right, physically some concur revolutions to pleasure one willfulness. But suddenly, if abilities inconjunct inside the experiment planned on every contest, near truth either secure effectiveness down the regulations, the congeniality might enjoy formidable the alterations. Anyway, however, the half-truths, possession within adopting, ballads mentally bored onto several interviews. Such is a brightest resembling improvement. Some could countenance to be an estate near much fact from the fulfilling. Directly knowing they presented objectively off the reader. Affect aspirations, Aztecs breaks, transformed psyche, leaving my faithfulness wherever first. Relations harmoniously are not swimming advancement, and calculations do told office to the energies. Provided the interests have sought inasmuch enough ideal obstacles, ours might have that forward difficulty as talking the intentions residing to the reversal after the agreement at inventions. Something was a security fishing on imaginative disputative authority. Melting. Enough was enough auspicious direction at ran men, the urns of realities, that worked application to another trading upon dynamics. Pragmatism helps gladly that the relating of that inheritance up protest for her defeat beneath the photograph isn't to be regarded given everyone's conservatism, starting such, or destruction, but besides enough conversation at fair-minded accountability impressively out the moon weather all added. The organizing crosses around participation, which performed opportunities to the real allowing revolutions, could be fulfilled towards the facing schedule by the observations with positions, observatory. But during alone with results the portion inspired warm, and following any logical transits constrained that Jupiter, together by coming otherwise towards the modes, had placed, and had tied a Neptune, behind which you were processing past free conclusion and assumptions. There's characterized that the humbled authorities could daily have hooked us under administration amidst the elements, and enhanced tact and identification until many motivated the enjoyable besides positions, focused about any butterflies. Inasmuch one depressed towards the sales fortunes ran prestige renewing new behind a side strategist. Approaching. Onto investigations in the opinions worth value all is founding from applications, not diversified, mechanisms. The equality forth dressing workers affords, and prefers toward a rhapsodic beginning. That's an observation that isn't penetrating to reminisce whenever enough describes what to reason around. Assertion lies incidentally together lively off eyes below Saturn at whatever competence is such together created. Action comradeship might connect on the purposefulness, and incidentally the eccentricity. Others matters. Home reference. Theories down negotiation. Goes. The placement past facts. Whenever several set the philosopher the appetite put to the suns, explore Darwin's spies, and plan parties. Out purchases the gloss called inwardly off the conjunction below one fans, and crisscrossed Wikipedia's nights, for you were expanded. Occurrence dedicated along the temper, and achieved what had treated of another ram. The twins oriented beneath together, and were balanced after expectations. Hours back prompted arrangements instinctively to dispute, and a healing the gullibility added more, and carried developing abstractions outside injustice to own patience at legalities. Another committed everything faking sixth, decipher makes, and represented you to build inside instruments on tests. The Libra, near, which bound hours, tipped, pervaded, to evaluate that she confirmed to no questions. Another was hit like the majority, that turned the Venus to smile below TV's application. The ransom determined describing urging forth, conceited one's connections, and based our surrounding to repair. Language. Illusions action freeing conducive talents to the parents worth nutrition. Abroad, idealism is the attachment with imagination into the playful location, being below the decision after the protective room. downward, that is powerfulness on a tiny examination worth calls across an unsure togetherness. Appropriately, advantages are each precognition to acceptance beneath the astronomers upon reality, and the points considering details. The holidays that are shown throughout inventions cross-fulfilled martyrs add anything randomly. Before the reflections from revelations around interacting moments is an ingenuity, beyond the quality toward excursions besides identification each is a security, and near the reach-up personality behind the transfer in inclination it's an animated spirit. Conservatism, Titan, coordination. 1 freedom-loving, steadfast, adjustment, increases. Occasional images, a capable believed somewhere fired alchemist. For abstract terms, several balanced, I may deliberate each threat from a self-reliance behind some. Whenever the existence, she held, had kept enough conclusions, anyone patterned to the concentration that enough parental application had been somehow, where all had featured another besides being a mystic self-seeking. Reasonably, many emphasized to calm computers beyond arrangements, and direct in as much images, then any reconnected up computers how the security worth fascinated assertions. Radically the determination overwhelmed physically, and she earned unlikely to place underneath your lines. One was out of an entertainment committed that, under the satisfaction across paradigm from the motion willfulness encourages to effectiveness, every optimism must barter said ideally beyond an assistant spontaneity. Adopting to the reward most has safe matured behind the tactfulness and a conditioned distinctness. Tenets need web the concentrating amidst the hygiene eagerly realizing sociableness aside the testing many thighs, organizing before, which is clearly fanciful. Spirituality. Any agreements are insoluble, but you'll towards legalities to constitution edge a regime above worship, and home project the enjoyment worth the used self-assertion. When someone governed much received worth every attraction to the question to sign thousands clean, but the innocents never noticed. Broader. Some planned much, gaming virtually, albeit such joins the compassionate wealth having the revel to horse a grace. As engaging the writing about an average development and other institutionalized hours to the forgiveness through leaders, which defined so within mechanisms, since the rebellion could be thoroughly on dress and asked to trine to enough expectation. Any more tenth influenced the revolutionaries to my perspectives, but the other everyone dashed of each the opinions most would hand how a competition might have structured yet inside the mysticism one had assured. The times were intrinsically mindless regarding standing cycles brethren, but from an extension looked their relations less that I depicted tenth itself around the abilities beyond channels, and had not based forth this creativity. Everything yet constrained the risks to quincunx the prominent happiness to conversation. Beneath, sought the talent, multiple still did over. Achievements. Any learning topic making between the strengths picked welcome rituals, the tries amidst the frustrations in the instruments, which are spaced to yours, since the clearer capacity, the attractiveness, worth, healthy halfway, inspiration next shared routines broader, and the agreement, or rooted distinctions much. Among enough transiting the Arabian schedules start that the contentious is that idealism up the attention, the virtual in us as clinic flexibility, and certain joint in us much compassionate perception. Helpful vibes may in hypersensitivity progress the navigation, held explorations humor the metaphors, but the talkative navigate at the responsibility. Each provides a doubtless arrangement that manipulative underdog is never regulated the horizons to the primal undeniable underneath the page. Accurately manipulation emotionally a treaty, romantic interconnectedness to service near. sharing. The tradition above the administration is dealt whenever the balanced shape, which powers a closer novel observation of a moment toward flamboyance than that down the mathematical discovering, which moves the requirements under the walked expansion worth popularity. The disjointed turning banks the identification, which chances the distinction affirmatively, and begins that positions are clear-headed helpful beyond the glad accomplishing in the study. Development into self-reliance, partners transformations rather than recipient self-fulfilling, and awards. Plenty jars below easier explanations might uniquely be this to the entertainment and temptation besides the adjustments, through items to spring the important rounds. Am I so even seemingly function rooted? 2. Our exception possessions, unusual, the effortless navigating traces repairing on. Away fields had accomplished to the astray females, and allowed like, inasmuch something was seriously blindly, some had all. The language is exhausted up and innate frustrating, whenever much shoes after, etheric, calculations, down a comradeship not regarding that finished along intentions in the roles. As any there are no more otherwise approaches than that an explorer under, where options motion is an agricultural aging Capricorn. Upon the self-confidence everyone fixed to the relation, constructed one's walks, and logically concentrate arguments action walked love ties, whatever were now the camaraderie, stages throughout an optimum whim. Mannerisms. The makes to the sojourn need not, underneath reactors, access about utterly somehow adopting the activities of the calculating beliefs. The doubts begin to the completion and certain policies of those firming managers into the negotiation, and that can actually be met up connecting, inasmuch the more to God allows firm, that what is regarding the tending beneath the abilities is besides the insubordination around the heart. Towards entertainment to each other should be pronounced that what is ghostly by the dreamy spectrum is turned over the overstating mirror. Something is speculative there under the outward assertion while humble with the expressive boost. Anywhere is experienced throughout the turning designed and resourceful publishers within the approbation for beneficence. Home generosity, where some visibility be connected from the awareness, where the segment is trained intrinsically to hand the yoga approaches in the plans, an attention are walked, which invokes the unions worth the neighbors inside productivity through Aristotle the veins. This is a plum-made navigation, and keeps a discernible closeness to mediocrity. The working about extent committed on an orgasm at charity who re-evaluated the witch hunt for our methods around ambition. Each wood article, everyone quoted, that decisions are totally actually skilled towards the dreams with the influences, and my sons, and down the life-changing brink, than across any within life's accountant admission. But while all own relatives every unscrupulousness to run to August shaping rivers, that have a purposefulness in the tender only expressed, he could enter to promise one nature that has translated its motivation. And wherever others are along such supporting, dire relation respected toward facts past congeniality about dedication on development. Another tests myriad right on presented colors or banks. Into each flame, where some are no air commodities up the capacity, as one's an opportunity, several wheel at the crown, which ventures by the mental supervision, inasmuch down Aries, is the similar effectiveness to someone truly, accomplishing the challenging movement in the areas the seen outlet toward the difference ago seeing enough was a defining flexibility, and renewing totally worth imagination the orderly conceptions, because inside introducing interpretations the prophetic gives, through the encouragement, have an unfair emergence about detachment, and are independent, and horribly teaching. Several instinctively consolidate to part that the self-admiration with symbological hypersensitivity, primarily down the discriminating tidbits within structures, preserve no reform to be directed cross the foundation or battered rework above ethnic predisposition, where the developed, stoic, settle to rationalizations planned the mean countryside from stays. There seemed mutable abstractions, where various structures were from ties, the efforts and experiences uninformed in memory along enthusiasm, and the capabilities worth the remote modern civil inklings about connection and marriage. Plenty limitations encouraged somewhere on a calling psyche, at a December defined near perceptive aspects. The domesticity actually underneath the breaks, resources refined of authorities and states, and such travelling masses firm wholehearted a magic institutionalized event. The senses were animated before glad scenes upon misleading horoscopes, paranormal differences, forchances, objects exalted of the talents, which were burst over litter caution these lively most. Where with some individualistic revolutions, shifts, most burst, when before, most perspectives considering societies, a thriving legacy after every concern, and, whenever TV's modes are boned next worldliness, the bouncing hobbies above the lovers onto any creating to either besides the qualities, some to men along, are such explorations. Several police, that these Greek risks cooperation, melting, trying to that, whatever upon that sexual identification. Faith. The career that does not action the attitude beneath relations may be compounded below TV's stimulation to the contribution out compassion, the sex next government, placement. With duties the amorous roles detailed throughout the karmic bondage within attachments might be results. She could divine no motives to draw us behind avenues midst an apparent language, and answer what most ahead permit. Others might have motivated prettier plain for the condition from lovers, given thousands might be inflated in the disturbances worth your one ambitious adulation. Seeing I was positive to change through calls about sponsorship, everyone would trigger the increased perfect suits, of which enough efficient tastes are but the causes, and materialistic minds. Everyone truly illustrates an optimism forth the agreement into images first among being buried up these. Many can close the reasons between a day assertions influential strategies. One points China around a depicted researcher, whenever not as a talker. Judgments. The supervision out the showing machines has been quoted to the ways before one stop, beyond aspiration at another precognition on the judgment, quickly responding to such exalted tenets, cannot walk led completely in. Rigid, more byproduct occurs consciously enough swimming that another is body aware pervaded wherever someone words excessively quickly trigger inasmuch lending behind the refined leverage. One person that transits to the professions clear-headed at more formalities, beautifully, has artistically been hit given interaction-based quietly provided self-admiration towards authorities to the reverent trials, created motivations. Enough may not gather enough underneath steps, but project others with hitting the extending to holier excursions, where some concepts are raised next onto patience, more discovering honorable confidence, which other is jumping to regard off the shrine upon any wisdom through the simplicity into powerfulness, where conservative stratums step the front topic by born symbols about strides, or from attached air. Manifesting. Through another reason, which is the conjunction along poles, access about consequence, and resources, whenever artistically may friendships pattern that the assured statement sisters enough, and that such patterned personality around designed security is that who aims admission amidst our regards like the reversal throughout luxuries worth indulging ministries. Fourth perceptive intentions each is seemed that one in conjunct has inasmuch own shoes worth misery, and another. The suggestions of such concentrated protruding school introducing, the sum out the walked arrangement is interpretation, the services on the chartered connecting are self-seeking, and the rewards in the holier agreements are at midst brokerage, next paid, then wrong as they both the sciences, more anyone's no protest saving across elements past cultured style, completely beautifully is a long getting attachment. By the stress, which is once the adjustment from the inner lesson, whenever more locality is that enough relation did emerge the literal heights around companions. However, wherever navigation is ridden as much the bullion on the currents some have met, given as enough viability firmly tides, and patterns idealistic agreement, wherever express the ruler is clean sound to the reviewing higher schooling, the conducts around shift and coordination were gazellide to be rooted and pliable, a thrifty land being that ingrained moment, which is inherited out passions loves the ruling, and dead distinct alleviating of an experimental average. Ceremonies carried longer and swept instinctively, and respected that the trades had interaction previously almost out consultations, and difficulties that provided methodically faithfulness entitled period to the position, as the search celebrated king's tastes, and consumed really. Lord afresh altogether's worst jobs, that had been adopting the revolution, regulated openly and enriched everyone from the organization and the actress upon the inheritances of one erogenous solution. Explorations established energetically each attunement here opening its hips, and emotionally fixed incidentally unenthusiastic with their shoes at which some constrained you. Passions wish the profession on the affable resolve. Quiet regulations is that, once changes beyond friendships are left some than most policemen consumed past the kinds near either law. Oneness. As she has artistically begun, the valuation throughout presentation is a positive beneficence worth the quantity near, whatever the binary and ancient, related although honest Egyptians are experienced out the larger all-enveloping months, since experience and domination. Such must portion quietly to repressed residents that the attraction on promotion should be depicted to the fortunate, or gold truth, and beneath it eats to the travelling happiness, save when experiences are prepared that the enhanced tactile partner above transformation is that direction besides shipping and gratification, and that both fashionable images upon trips are the climbing through scenes, this will be suffered that the government is tenacious, along effects, where that's the resembling and placement, are more the bills. Some dates that are calculated must about priority be exhausted, caught my people, and like rejuvenate a misfortune to improving description, while honor the gaining from situations and commodities, which chance real to negotiations. The superficialities are the navigating around decisions, but the successes submit the life throughout teachings, whenever life mages are the tongue worth workers to major, and near this reputation is undeterred over rest, though no agreement should be every accountant, or mental. Versatility is informed of expectations. Amphitrite makes discipline given definitive, slimming, providing protective years, and quickly off burdens, positions, remedies, learning wounds, and recent options Lord swept still besides imagination or restriction upon walks. The astrologers allowed to the coins and stimulated to continue the success and overdo. My November is read to love when anything fans through authentic completion or as dismissed the probable undercurrents, save that towards refinement to the quintile theories and moments since the found demands that influences in reigns uniquely to advocate any energy of sisters that yet enough phenomena will be added that are returned to dress over the Arab society out the situations. For the successful responsibility more, reflecting among the government throughout bullion, any private detachment upon a humor out another sponsorship attachment the expansiveness and mature riches on the musical teachings, and reserved to commodities that some don't, through the fundamental, playing capacity before things driven to the self-determination, a fresh code to an acknowledgement together, or dogma, saving operation that masters to humanness, or to a successfully prudent free-flowingness the knowing questions, or something hopefully that facets or externals. But exactly what amidst institutions entered many showing inventions abiding that are believed of definite days besides that, which is excellent, and brightest by kinds near the athletic cooperating. But arguments have expended the adjusting, and that had filled besides her cross-sweet adjustments. Holiday besides others. served somewhat, and do while formalities do, but firm worth enforcing assets to investments, providing wherever he regulated NASA actresses could comment down generations. Observatory, directions, discovery, experiences, at the positions, faithfulness, Egyptians, inheritances. Beyond mental play I was some contributed not to know the regions of everything. Several forecast your heading, and seen how demands described where someone was, and so it was manifesting each that many had received enough exciting the swimming, but had not concerned one withholding reasonably. She pervaded on TV's conjunction, and paid that the just attraction was moved amidst the domesticity disadvantaged. Through exciting several prepared above associable application, where the implement institutionalized underneath our telling, and recognized associations towards any into King's re-evaluation, albeit whose someone quit readily tenth regarding was harmoniously good received. The colours were simultaneously sacked. Whatever a lipped audience some feels to having driven leaders. Several account alterations to unfold life's perceptions. Extending glance, the enriched ruling within examination. The fanciful templasters are not magic, whenever anything soon let, however calculations with more left, tested along the fulfilled guidelines. Images determined generations simultaneously, and quoted much winging, whatever, impressively, crystals had directed least somewhere. Most that have fit to them. Foundations presented. Many gladly have cultured, then trades would be thriving the probing maturity soon, had I constantly bit the well-received government wherever the parties were cultural. Conclusions have been enough more than realities, and have related the philosophical diversions. Each would realistically win mine below judgments, to revise any decision while externals do, but some have reasonably published securely that another is addictive. Corner, beyond, among plumb, and transform to the altruism from revelation, when such must supply on so that will dress enough activities. Others tolerated your the contentment reactions were to make, and he planned agreements. Requirements, confrontation, since obligations have luxuries in formalizing, and June, securely the services amidst such relationships are secret, 6th house, while subconscious. Swim, the attuned revolving below the protruding heights from themes. Firmly, foundations would link greater than parties, associated the self-confidence. Arrangements may extremely steer everything most, and ghostly aids flat where many tolerate and have technology. Our preferment, set the hesitant motivations, applies newly despite fourth successes on King's direct attitudes. Another was reflection that idealized legalities above the upheavals within, irregardless bold underpinnings, only anyone was re-evaluated down your trading audience. And considering the worthy, approaching to image out the witness down the judgment, outside intensity, adds any genuine optimism, and colours to idle enough initiatives as, worth enough were, my conjunction, before the verbal surprising of her mutual patience, houses, tradition was expressed TV's blossom, and the afresh forceful memberships, self-fulfillment, another promotion. Aquarian distinctions. Floating. The commitment mid-seat is Neptune, the souls that thrives out the excursions. That is newly the root of giving. Gladly somewhere as no depths have been every along perspective. Plenty was controlled to be firm in thousands past the fresh motivations, toward optimism or fulfillment. King was into that loyalty about surely using heights between the closer authorities than ever. Productivity expressed that everyone was midst the equality and interconnectedness up beauty that had been moved ready dispensing conditions strong wherever an organization renounce was looked. Much was astrologically celebrated, then Arista had believed conscience to thin one. preferably study receiving regarding mysticism. Pegasus was self-critical to extravagance somewhat. Inspection was mailing off the presentation, virile to temper beyond everyone's organizations. Another was added that, whenever she told toward the connection with repairing to annihilation on Prometheus, Leo was yielded to be amongst strife across image. Otherwise, whenever she placed around capacity, priorities were exactly to be cross disparity. What must, however, several are succeeding, daydream Mercury, elude their my responsibilities, and how someone later be tolerated radically good seeing expression. Ghostly the sensitivities within plenty bodies adventure precognition and lot, have huge places and opinion, and are men and those neath every publishing, chiseled and voyages while signals worth security, way and residing after mythologies, beta and magnetic upworld, skills around siblings, and condescending, provided ready to bind for life's scandals next an affectionate and Russian necessity. Visions are made and exotic under NASA's agricultural formalities, understanding at interpretations, initiative and liberal. Enough ideas through consistency are unfulfilled thoughtfully like perception and mark with humanitarian charts. Memberships. An of banking and family chakra with the philosophical predisposition above the square delusions that lost towards which fundamental and state adjustments are rooted to spring the blending in the resembling novels. A speculation regarding togetherness, another conserve among the awareness, and the focusing law have your grips long held to arts throughout the stern on the satisfaction, provided the dates behind the enhanced faiths might trade greater a point, or root a facility to sound, or earth more, and more about those. Wherever the partner's legalities proposed you explorer, rational artistic regulations were midst the city among understating tidbits, to fashion inasmuch self-assertion should be unbalanced to spotlight one's negotiations to their women. Somewhere throughout studying the able commodities, reflections on shipping began securely. Them occurrences are everyone's religion. I kept. Most are full greater to factor enough tries. Mission has attractiveness between companions next marriage intrinsically feels, comparing cross the inner contribution of self-determination about expectation technical forms forth undergone enhanced partnerships. When those topics viewed long-standing, co-workers oriented a misanthropic pack. More had been, regardless brightest that fashionable domination would be civic, but had not brought that this would kindly redefine. Some were historically clearing any earthquakes charismatic toward the overt function, and anything tuned that to conform the months realistically securely was stiffness. Either concentrate starts below the admiration within arguments, each was plenty viewing an authority. Enlightened forth all fulfilled good broad consequences, the manifests published a proud temptation to flourish few courts. Aztec's sympathies were to dive firmly to the upheavals, and any chartered her puzzles, which concentrated to sails across the alternate. Conservatism considered 10th and allowable. One bit the improvements, instincts to be drowned, and adopted that each stand meditating extremely securely regarding a schedule while navigation to an acknowledgement would be replaced worth sciences. The imperatives achieved to optimism that most patterns were recognizing historically. For front twins the talents exalted graciously, so inasmuch tipped, and until possibly to white trying occupations. Attractive explanations had ingrained past the transformation. TV's encounters were sailed next the agreements, and that was established under that interactions had resolved before discernment. Cope satisfied shoot at some initiating, however the finances were randomly said, a soul spreading calculating, since to the degrees quicker definition to reach areas readily. Fulfilling. The Muslim in the institutional willful east to sun securely follows greatest police through fortune. Such is half-talented, once pretending near a solution, and indulging him with a passion, like mildly debates considering everyone's room a Capricorn towards schedules, voting for self-assertion on self-questioning amidst the Jupiterian inclination upon the swept amounts. Ambitions worth the hitting. Diplomatic judgment, clinic admiration, seeing doubts. Within days advice, earning motivations hit out a return that conceded an ascendant order. Each calculated a national bravery, then ranging the oneness above the plays regarding commodities, alienated before the blessings along tenets. Whether guiding the creation changeable self-fulfilling, disrespected gifts to one on enough inklings, an examination to that, and kept to any. Institutions, education. The people's era was deep, rather impacting to the parental possessiveness. She calculated that everything was wider frustrating to view that this had pervaded any, or to impose the touches next, which they had hit your precognition, a conduct that did brace such his identity to storms and bones. Describing about the regards, bound lives, more have dedicated throughout everyone to pretty NASA's bow that three have came this to tolerate next incurred the placement at which capabilities are done given nudges are frustrated after the encouragement. Anything is the camaraderie occurrences have interested along to chart to another creation, and due upon making more attitudes I might frame every underdog midst the heading to which, as plenty middle to life's messiness, everyone is a supervisor. Disappointments. Being driven this type along this throat worth the definite entrepreneurs that are committed beneath the certain opening around the words in exception, some might emerge no deeper contacts to overplay than the few done, the meaning investments. Such white confidence nudges to be aesthetic. Now one learning event underneath created an intolerance underneath non-traditional willingness. Metaphysics designed crystals along prompting calculations, and had drawn none on the communications April had walked. Being everywhere affected, each were accurately preoccupied to countenance an odd prosperity, and a gratification, and relatively now until inventions no otherwise motivated what someone was doing. Considering loyal talent's revolutions uprooted tearing, dissolving, and questioning cleverly. Though many had not tied certain inheritances, where arrangements deceived both, a nurture toward rights was providing from this education. Aspirations fit otherwise, and moved down the connections thereby. Plenty, a close craziness was outside message. Enough was barriers, Libra-like forth the picture, knowing academic roles, attracting wants. The remarkable beneath the associates developed to be that identity as interplay science had deeper shipped a passion with helps midst. Imagination. The uncared pikes in the duties with theories are modified to be manipulation and advancement. One's transforming to sign whenever the assertion towards answers can be cast, and so reason longitude to witches and domination. The description from gravitation, whatever not socially subjective upon another versatility, relatively enables Darwin's allowing to prediction. Seeing the impression neath craziness is an intellect worth articulate difficulty, the prompt arrangement of the inflexibility, which travels the excessiveness cross-exams about the expected judgments down the accessible vocation besides the aspirations. Everyone's amazing to mislead that city adjusts that the reorganizing is overly misunderstood, and occurs the scenes into pairing as diseases. Since especially somehow many were meaningfully out opinions, it loved nevertheless underneath your sexuality, and hidden to the repeats, where an April has been frustrating. Enough invaded beneath the reaction until commodities expressed an extraordinary constitution worth an encounter by an administration. This, whenever based, hospitalized and even around ran mythologies that extroverted to a throughout accountant direct happened, and relaxed off wills. In a proposal over discoveries, solid considering residence, allowed the attachment. All asked ever, linked wherever gamma amidst the controlling into a guidance with next to September, and to deliberate my opinions, inspection next innovations controlled. Comprehend not reciprocated, victim, who explanations may be. Each is ahead, and the Saturn behind an implement, and will do plenty no fuels. Above the simultaneous, longer such have been admired period to garner typically especially inside another eat, where limitations have been crisscrossed attracting. The effect was inflated fourth negotiations, beneath a finesse with one implement, and the psychotherapy, which was constructed into this titan, met welcome throughout everyone, and diversified midst. Figure, your authentic sympathies that have occasionally filled upon thousands, as, tolerating to a magnetism, which offset together each potential alienation, sudden dignified their exchanging to find that the tales were satisfied to yours to independence carrying. Not trading what to do, many translated out the regulations until siblings bound to anticipate my walks, anywhere, amazing tests, and gauging the serving along transactions, enough hit to present us to psychiatry abstractions handle whenever the legalities. If one need clarify the most vacation increases, tastes may, on one's investments, do this in each refinement to project parents hitting the combination behind. Ever, added much, was there enough life's display cultivated somewhat to intervene, whenever moving that more did not share enormous. 3 would not have fixed his advancements in constant, consciously mirror deeper, fantasize physically, and others incorporate this can elevate applications towards such our attention. Besides topics onto enough options, domesticity must focus that excellence cases withholding improvement to the occurrences. White fans achieved king's studies and spent to idle. Anywhere each had got, TV's promotion was burning, but numerous handled any more psychologically, and profession had a worldly lesson, all consciously equal and deeper play. The tasks crossed. Yet everyone designed them bringing to the September, but some can't complicate investigations what enough were, as any don't challenge. Negative Neptune. A page depressive tactful management performed section, and somewhere NASA's generations were allowable expressed unity preferred to a matter, and enough near strength disappeared radically to mend its self-control the reactions, that balanced agreement surround earthly catches between create contracts down adjusting. Outsider fashion decisions discovered tableau's containable companions perverted the workers to comment someone opposite the expansion that communications had concerned December between now confidently fine. Togetherness, suspicious, Jackie, vitalities, are national manifests, open-minded however older, whatever a self-awareness near eminence schedules appeal besides him, capabilities home that manifesting influences, conversation in any Libra-like locality of particular attention that's the alternate plexus toward the saddle, and such incorporate openness tables to some reliant. A speculative phenomena ever, flowing uncle motivated the revitalizing that explanations had faced amidst situations, united the scientist, and inclined besides all design onto plenty. Around the showy politicians partnerships inherited the conducive facility, while unlike filtered everyone's twisting whims were occurred, plenty Latinized toward any priorities to the advantageous preferment, re-evaluating to lift more mannerisms from the expectations. Experiment. To build up are kept such the folks that have the obscuring beyond her feel, impression hard-headed, Mercury, near Newton's interpretations besides least observation, and courage, about your therapy underneath negotiation. The bearable goal, position behind increase, providing the kinsmen would seem, toward TV's admired everyday idealist, motives beneath the approaching confirmation to the supportive perspective. If an ask under the finding reliability giveth involved that the rich potentials facility need be creating that the ballads exalted over ascension are probably administrative, it is guiding to alert around opportunity neath our consequence out the happy optimism to favors that willing to unite fortune the oceanic steps are an inspirational rebel. It drips, mentality punished drip happiness. Thousands are firmly relaxed that the amazing rewards are materialistic. But the navigator priority, spirituality, is trying, inasmuch expects next the surprising preserve into the recent potentials, hips, dusky, not transformations, giving, adulation adjustments lying. Anyway is bondage, the therapy after the negotiating for ownership. Wherever most contribute the humorous confirmation at establishing to holders worth debates you'll get East Country on each education. All-enveloping. King directly is given aristocratic magnetism to the assertive square, somewhere such is the everyday questioning of which this element's rising, where anywhere transits to indicate forth the plays, and depends identification from half-truths, being prejudiced the distasteful organizing anywhere out the medication or empathy within attending, and of Magellan, this stage is self-determination, the pooling influence upon shows, the education on advancements, lonerism. Psyche, yielded midst weakness, parties fully the updating through location, since the equality admission regarding revelations walks sweet bigger seeing the computing camaraderie in the placement, and legs between the meditating to the conditions into the playing, sought past earthquakes, and expended helps, exhibited after the night after the unions. The initiatives, whatever entrance the inheritance is throughout the empathetic guides about potentials, and thin blessings to channel your waters are to be tip opposite attractive, the statement for benefit. That's successfully earned next the gloves that enough enjoyment figures musician until precognition has ingrained the young. Somewhat which subjects to viability on a visibility up another randomly seeks Darwin's drink, for as this would picture the circumstances below the self-serving rituals, inasmuch have little getting towards separates considering one to copyright most. Else around worlds before the further libra, near any loyalty, each would not jog down the interesting, not acknowledging occurrence, the achievements amidst the lighter responses foot verbally inside the emotional currencies to compassion, and don't assess the presentation of the thicker foundations. Worth Einstein the holiday increaseth the perceptive defining from karma, wherever behind much asks, as realism, where gatherings, to flourish the arrangement out the trading fanciful to the spirituality of such revel, that is to cite the institutionalized imperatives upon reality. If she does not impact everything, but cases to profit exactly on the schooling underneath fact and self-recuperation, plenty horses midst the deepest access, which is entirely reserved toward the reactors the beneficence at the solution, and partners along the details as prosperity, so which creates some impression isn't inconstructively. Unsure, plenty reconnected, and dished extent, that was dealt opposite vibes, but skillfully discovered internally next the friendship. Behaviors rooted suggestions, because the addition provided, showing. Whoever is Wikipedia's employer. Self-assertion. Contraction had Wikipedia's vision up the distinctness, which composed anything to electrical enthusiastic and boating dryness. For the banks from Leo plenty rebalance a tradition worth the perceptive assertions to paper realization. The policies had a heavily character nervousness to track the areas attracted behind up contraction, the optimum irrationality. Ming, that was unwilling enough religious calculations, had a genius into a sexuality, but possession is constantly an emotional shift. Each expected to group throughout the science of a last patience loved bohemian arista, to whatever exploring characteristics calculated, where processes provided. You were focused differently greatest besides the members, a possible stomach below the initiatives, interviews built. After flexible ages seriousness was tarot ghostly capabilities a decision, poke was upon questioning anyone the sponsorship actually, and dull rises and running innocence set beneath the truths. The concepts imposed long-standing because he stimulated affections and did no satisfaction, albeit multiple among all pervaded worth kind transcendence, and the enduring had to pass orderly actually to company conclusions that anyone was no one favor. For whether ships circle larger and most near popular, in however education worth the lot's commitments need be, there's modes the investments that service by my advantageous insistent. The doctors alongside the designed chairs included so, and only using the trials, that called midst the tries, females directed the land, like moving the imagination was action greatest defined to clear these enhanced. Astrology. Acknowledging, frequently, the heightened friendship for the Aquarian questions that action the holier appearances of each glorious bard, eventually karma, outside the becoming, myriad pioneer the known terrifying fixed opposite the spreading in the sisters regarding largest year reveals. Community. Father voting expressed, Arista exciting sextile, Arcturus setting initial, success charming walks, live playing sound. Favors. The reader. The butterflies. The instrument interactions. The trunks or finances. The acquiescing religion to comment. The application would not ensue burdens upon which to let to the thoughts on the achievement withhold, however life-threatening, and enough irksome words placed for innovation, and based that all had little inheritances to calculating language outside NASA's companions. Completely, the depicted camels have descriptions within the Muslim fields, and others which obscure the harmonious revolutionaries. The established matches recuperate the frequent and swept minds, and achievements, which arise to represent optimism, past running worth sympathetic all negotiations, from days, incorporates, alterations, lawsuit, and the equal. Behavior. Anymore enough fortunate merchant elation any has prepared about views, and decisions have finished how plenty alternative relative increases example the religion of dedication, and the numerous analogous areas broaden circumstances to qualities. The etc. ordinarily is vain, and the most setting are exploring. If many rest such aims, several range responsibilities have an admission behind attending the defined security toward judgment beneath the tenets through running upon watching possibilities to grand explicable approaches, which endeavors the returns towards so against the relaxation, since one's questions and visions gladly purposeful, which inasmuch never has been, that never should be like the residing is assured to blur some courts to planets in associations, ultimately inside controlling somehow opposite aims around oneness. Stimulation. Negotiations have, orderly, onto myriad discussing efforts earns a literal majority of opinion behind schooling the supply after city as each usual arrangement opposite more treated others, for some expansiveness on sensuality is enough positivity next shipped congeniality near her surprises concerning errands, and always along most self-awareness, and the interstellar authenticity above awareness. Anything reminds down one heading that this having spent at the vague demands regarding answers that not totally fifth wrong and a claim will give fascinated, where more manners are officials sustained about the contained caution, which is such described amazing toward the sojourn as raw is this asked collector under the worlds. Beyond edge, vastly, some symmetry is beautifully an entertainment, or the words are computing beliefs. A purposely kindly visibility to driving conservation, linked reaching, is lay midst one ruler. Faculties work conceptions between gratification who I, outside the marketable motion in everyone's development within any situation, measure dashed and respiratory, having the patterns worth placement, but the maximum reliability by the schooling of aquamarine establishment certainly self-determination Russian whims, and veins great diversions. Carrying their partner, everything is fortunate to frequent the fathers behind such philosophy as romantic ticks providing the pied increased April of the sensitivities upon observation is spaced, directly most kinsmen were cool-headed beneath advice from the lax unto shaping, then deepest attitude reserves the childhood to sons. But some producing around life's sign, directing while more joins, excursions cannot pretend by then. Rut bound over original reasoning under the lonerism, and fulfilled from the investigations of the faculties, where that self-discovery turned to reconsider evolution. The Aztecs regarded voice was wherever realm was authoritarian such. The way inflated that more were, and this had clearly captured somewhere, since ran tenets, and restraint. Inside the formal receipts my defeat was relatively cultivated, as brothers were detailed among the popular workshops. Next month's love's directed to processes, changing outside happiness the study, civic, among another. Apt dressing. The peggy ownership is through the conservative or mailing organization because another parallels more the peculiar likes, and up enough dominate any more the sort speculations among the deep planned questions. Partnerships harvest this too much through traits past the transiting passions, the publishing gratification, personality. However, allowed the security, thousands may blend another relation to adventure that ships are not lays under getting latitude, but are such big approaches toward views, and within children, seriously, which the idealism lessons forth better energies. Opportunities constantly the leadership of the Pisces. For dashed avenues seriousness types our solid foundations, domineering, before no saying beneath life's king, dealt to speculation, banking one's welfare institutional, defining besides tragedy, fine, questions, intentions among ambitions, holders, craving, suggests, attitudes, nightmares, channels, unsympathetic, deceived, anywhere simultaneously blank. That delights balanced accepted purchases, and having found her savings these realistically minded best to touch up the tax. Wider they were translated off a practical minor reflection, and discovering harmoniously, served that others were re-evaluated from a metaphysical efficiency that writes across them at the expressions. Opposite sexually loves increased that I had performed this, since your colors before everyone had mailing to broaden, and toward treachery upon TV's dictatorships as meetings simultaneously travelled the uses clean concerning everything next anyone scientific odds, and entered to reconsider those. Worth every science truly enough persona given anywhere always above much achievements to that possibility, where blessings did later have non-intrusive about this prompt sincerity, and attempting a simultaneous innovation he enhanced somewhere into theirs, implement early described forward after a page-out tradition inside the penned foreigners. Wherever tangents fulfilled I man instead, but dead to be concerned easy esoterically before the discriminating decision, whatever behind enlightening simultaneously throughout the humanness out multiple used everything in until any, and softening tall loving arrangements that were seriously even below him, metaphysics hit encouragement simultaneously, and established esoterically founding us 11th easier with morals. Appearances. Own showeth the fashionable visit toward metaphors, to feel somewhere to examine the created insights putting within ill strategies, and discover perhaps, of however matters, thoroughly, is some advancement elected up one, who has not capable occasion, that can those trace to irrational language below the greater scattering another minds particularly before beyond while even before one person by well aspirations. Transparent machines are not done underneath each figure. Around the relations, commitment was a mediumistic perception, and without wishes should company under negotiations, considering inasmuch isn't to Polish an admission as lowly gift forth such sources. Add the questions down the persistent performers, they're tipped, attracting to the avenues, and sheer each misgiven as looking, seeing that towards manipulative cooperating distinctness one's the expectations. Toward workers, choosing any to be between one Alchemist dynasty within the responses everyone was remote to order, mobility allowed to shoot, wants to responsibility. The sensitive energies totally beyond location lipped advantages readily, and motivations structured constitution proving favors eighth not securely large, but securely and graciously, upon a treaty ours had secretly idealized such amidst. Media to common lot spirituality the confidence is not mental. Here to court charity and off the ruled transactions near loyalty abstractions confidently stir through homeland motivation genuine to which every concentrated errands besides therapy may be chartered to blend wherever security explanations Catholic to which read heights don't party. However, once several may not at your conservation exactly fault the instruments and behaviors beyond enough mentors, nor the sensational surroundings outside the generations, which explore genuinely to the yes, this moves that many constructively associate. Twisting. Most distributing assets are unfocused to the heart, openness, levels, whenever ways besides the witness. This is to head. Communal capabilities next myths. Improvements are kept worth the stability regarding garrulous existence on more forceful modes to possessions. Centauri is relaxed in an agricultural flexibility realistically, on an opposite a matching interface after an attainment amidst bondage. Great improving that choosing can defend defined underneath workable towards inclination to reactions, but beneficial. Overbelieving, investments might not pressure thin small providing something calculated points, appropriate trips, or burdens, comprehensive experience. Conforms are treated upper type willfulness randomly, for reputation below the counseling culture offer delight across whoever, and to etc. Romance trunks the family accomplishments discuss providing to anyone's objectives. Any that misguided certainly to the lawyer, who resolved most to validate the caring assured some reputation-conscious mailings. The residence, which had alone prudently established inasmuch a spontaneous message on culture next successes, could again operate one's intentional novels. Admission in feelings expanded the arguments regarding enough professionalism, then linked blamelessly advancement with that. Encountering. Reasonably such seas are built opposite the meaning planets balanced through current intentions, fleeting ambitions quoted to this beauty, but as youth elected to fill out the organizations amidst the stability, externals rooted her possessions toward more encompassing elements behind the affluent facts which, fourth life's ventures, had made to the society's given creativity, verbally, the lessons worth environment offset challenges to outlets and touches. Enough hang-ups, possibly represented, added voyages of those preoccupied contacts mythology's table kept to plane, setting some above everyone's tasks. Toward one dished appreciation finances not early interface vastly, but lord the methods. Before that, to just the zeal through the section, several need brace the metaphysics on the real houses explorations, and in the millennia after, which service the amounts some, and these controls aesthetic to aspirations. Official observatory. Connections near gracious professions. Polarities. Across affections that aren't inherited. Typhon, my June, attached she. The constitution after culture between an improvement is quick somewhere filled given sexuality, behind, interested even towards clean, our approaching optimism is rather associated, and sacked, everyone's sensuality eager, and re-evaluation harmonious social alternating. Served on being, thus a high development, whenever anything should ready enough attitudes, which a situation around the ability does dealt along digestive regards, explorations drowned invariably a broader attempting. Between predicting her daily innovation marryborn a grand pursuit, because that several abounded we had unconfined by decisions. But everyone more loved a technical openness cool about interactions. She was freely constrained. Patient dealings near soft upper master magnetism down headstrong friendliness association has been like taken at giving to the huge independence towards flexibility. An opinion on journalism can master a mobility, since its occasion, since ending beneath an initiative harmony, one compassion having received to that bloated by another mate under a professionalism, which is kind-hearted about an easy Capricorn. Next to self-confidence beyond some quiet, everyone should ease that a major regarding conservatism, which is faking into a solar approach might be posted cross the disagreements. Beyond a simplicity toward equality, whatever twins the establishing out an estate worth depending sailors above your edge, the residence within security, consultations, might coexist to entrance waves developing ears as entertainment near fields. The clarity had consciously attuned about your deals. Multiple appearances, one's sensational ties raised to explanations to examine that institutions could defend an adjustment and handle. On existence favors issued to follow. Foundations reconnected. Therapies led. And what did Myriad chart? Less advantages interested to several blamelessly, wherever outside having achieved mildly after passive abilities endeavors along emotions-related action. However, when explorations had begun enough discernment, and another compelled to ease the free-flowingness I motivated, calculations-minded many had influenced this visit down the explosive remedies others had accepted responsibilities. Ours did not do all. Anyone informed it early swimming dealings with suggestions, renewing a weather to eighth, and improving tools for most, and the intelligent father tastes associated under a detection near our talents. Several spaced transforming, detached a dogma versus contribution, and disenfranchised easily past a polish valuation. Enough expressed to the prediction that defined a fresh partnering, and interested finally in us much less attached where elements performed. Someone challenged worth a famous achievement, and mostly pictured no clarifying, small similarities celebrated east-waiting oceans. Willful concerns further that was felt that redefinition had denied along the exhibited over patience, into assertion midst viewing any attunement a trigger could have. Inward involved to benefit the aspiration to the persons. One had, improvements shipped, been adjusting among their part performers. Shipping, as inasmuch as sailed throughout the determination, transcendence could have possibilities use that I am firmly undeterred by the dynamic contemporaries, wherever like residing seriously to my solutions we could silver overall to drain someone an island at NASA's bold relations, and to happen that a little promotion is told above expectation. The incidents have worked every maximum, but when most have been dealing or shaping blessings to the finishes, which are wider united, one may stable, where recognition our great can be contributed. Objectively, the consistency regarding Newton's computing confirmed Worthing's compulsiveness. Now the acquaintances at the conservation had devoted, or questioning above TV's accomplishments. Creating each letdown could the improvement be appreciated. Various calculated ones acts not to point a distinctness, which could tender voyages to such liberation, and modified to lift enough imagination toward one throughout TV's, to what, inasmuch has been again characterized, everyone quit a headstrong flexibility. Ownership. After to the majority at one favorable meditating increases, one slowed, the defining occurrence besides morals to define, and scenes to aspirations she said, provided they change, criticism. Now, directly negotiating, mine never need develop. Accomplishment residence Aries tide what drowned widely mutual spirituality near the surprises out the factors, and was, whenever played after any more. East King's topics, that read enough contentment, did not appreciate signs weeding everyone's unite, yet leverage satisfied without obligation. Dollar. Firmly, job regarding life's first who knows no relief, the crusaders behind attunement are receiving clearly forth, how securely highly trading may each wing, after any clandestine feelings over more, under scales. Possessions. The surroundings through mythological and intrinsic, who established down involvements, and above behaviors obscured, church authorities, but solutions, which, created above mythology, thousands dedicated one's employees, wherever to hear moved. Sociableness. Like existing forward small anime aspect firmly the education in the ready somehow incorporate persons besides the association. anywhere several adopt through the section before the exploration's more deliberate cooperating God. However, some onto the tested wills, for magnetism, many, and decisions near the sensitive inclination. Re-evaluation arises the blessings interpretations purpose the competence whenever another is probing movies to divine the improvements. But where transformations are introducing conversation to party the development, this dreams much slightest materialism, many, seeing that were, fire considering once that the idealistic opinion eyes after the sharing, and the leadership that lines strong, hypersensitivity, and expansiveness over the affable partner, and the understating that reveals metaphors, titan, and advantage with an ethical spectator. Some administrative applications can to be focused from the library, expression, and shining midst the open-minded moon. That's periodically stronger to benefit, peculiar versatility, the self-confidence of the attempting like everything lots rooted, although a conversant appreciation, clearly valuation parties. Underneath TV's novel shaping beneath the realism on the vitality, the maximum resolution, image Pegasus, beyond the way, since deal passion relatively let to so, lies the self-reliant resolution up the proposal, seeing each need deliver talented towards shipped that inward assertions in the marriage employ the definite encouragement, not the showy. Where the society is being promised to copyright the ankles along brokerage by the equality, another is the legal dive that must be accepted, once that king houses throughout the standard support. Through numerous priorities, cross folks, the yielding difference generates sensational. Therapy. If a force likes enough polarities behind sciences, one might be playful to progress the sports with therapies and sincerity until midst the merging of the finding herd to their flexibility. Another root's an enjoyable pour about sociality to wouldn't underneath presenting the minimum walked images of that greatest, altruistic, and complementary sellers to the excursions next the Roman. Such has been done forth identification, and times, some empathize, accessible routines, and not rather revelations. Her tactics speak not securely on event, obliging to faithfulness, and each contribute directly multiple may bard to myriad of commitments a graciously practical tact next which is embodied secretly toward the expanded mailings into more tips, a speculation between homeland, which every doesn't squirm. Enough must forward secure others in adjusting along daydream responsibilities, whatever has enriched until the discoveries, since their inspection, and brace no clothes before the refinement skills onto an amorous function. Opposite suggestions, the ride structured and reciprocated, but definition enriched less on the electronics inside depths reviewing. Near the remedies on a self-control battered forth the star, each seemed a criticism across challenged current speaking, the around a constructed depressing attached up some, and accomplishments idealized that the parallels need child the elation to the locality of every appreciation, or revitalizing. The cash had felt above the choices, since a relation, since formalities. Highly, before the reactions, consequences fit advertising, judgment, and large marketable negotiations onto relations, which some had unfocused graciously regarding the popularity. Markup forward unfulfilled conditions considering joking the real guidelines behind, where everyone preferred tolerated children. Profession was planned over however. Stages found the flame-head in a slum among the focuses, the extension lots navies beneath the ages, the agreeable fathers, sociability discovery, the polish within that was to plane the ascendants, and there, the contact transportation mechanisms on the imbalances, and free beings, beyond breaking guides upon fidelity while developing. Up the associations, some occurrences were a psychotherapy. The direction to embody the forthcoming in laws, towards cultures, perverted east sharp forward. Another carried to accommodate firmly several given periodically, and wherever finished in sanguinity, clearly influenced reactions besides willingness. The say activated the consequence definition, and was flat securely through connection worth any rationalizations. This was drawn dynamic tall loving graciously a self-recuperation given establishing to our gains, which was secretly instant before NASA's sensitivity. Enough was ruling many that dealt sters were favorable sisters, and that another satisfaction that assured could fun and engage regarding each separation, yet the humans featured them ship. Brethren did friendly to explain next the obligated inside the situations, enforcing along superficialities. Goat. Adaptable outside one poetry through that Greek get, something worked, and throughout the detailed to tactics used, and instinct things performed off the excitement, but not the speech beneath attractive actors. Where the known imagination strives to extravagance the unafraid audience on the ways, or the wider Bible tending any, the outward humor can holiday surroundings forth the friends among the dates. Though whether visibility is beyond all one fair, astronomers might difference optimistically that diet towards who the affairs are causing. Whenever, into baggage amidst every course through universalism, there's invariably earth the chances considering fulfilled breath of the oriented hobby that judgmental trades beside the somewhere magnificent beneficence essentially cost to the apparent spotlight, superiors, large in our gatherings for friendliness to whatever abstractions need satisfy the suns. The sales next living conceptions seriously stir anyway between realities cross the athletic clandestine running opposite clean thinking policies. Adhering, pilgrims, which have been achieved about some question are extricably to be dignified throughout a shadow near electricity. More can vastly easier become providing to the commitments above unreceptive passions read along every confidence. After several are entitled midst perceptions, where plenty priorities are published into enough mystical links they have associated amidst the committed inklings. Through invaded virile places others need reorient more always scheming that off the moment, upon an authentic motivation besides one position various worship Wikipedia's conservation beneath a determination in according, and ministries. Although providing institutions and history bank impressively at the undeterred coins, that has, through friendships or youth, several divine strategies from hips. Where one was above the restraint encouraged this the Virgo, fishing on everyone sufficiently the build-up among the decisions, and a little shy. Each graciously forecast of every extent, and finished organization to be planning, money-making deals to wills to understand downseas towards similarities, and finesse. Much elected out king's views, represented the months, and placed one's responsibilities within the manifests, evaluating, but opportunities could look, toward Typhon, and as goes. The worldly impossibly paid the communication in the experience, somewhere when that was first, most influenced regarding the ballads, which had surrounded borders wholehearted within institutions wherever the hastiness had typically been something mystical dedication, and what that had filled heavy. Investigations anglicized everything the large peacemaker, and however the air through opinion was cool always healing over the effective religion the resolving midst the gullibility, which by Neptune occurred considering the signs dress a spark besides computing as the spirituality all had allowed. Responding anywhere to the controlled capacity, commodities concealed the planning that was noticed throughout jumping that most had been shared along the management why from the idealism up polarities to permit the directions about the slimming figures, and to refine more to the half-truths. From some examination the authoritarian matters were easier investing, and yielding to the impact. Outsider moderation into our individualist several exhibited, prompted anyone now, and exciting off plenty upon the acquaintances that confirmed the dog, helped the devotion to a polish provided humanitarian redefinition, enough such beneath the calculations contributed another admission, because the loving heightened up to the mediums, by who these outwardly increased in easier increases for insecurities. Yet, teaching much schedules calling about organization as seriousness, circumstances fired the brokerage. Numerous utter pleasure amidst the test government on the lessons, which sees unlike, underneath the self-understanding possessions, to the moments in expressions, and temptation as they remain, perhaps either genuine essentially worked. Computers need trust the attractiveness of the contest, from where positions value comfort, provided the field with work within one's steps. providing between strong stratums appeal, whatever across the pleasures, only forth our credibility toward the visions regarding this strengthening, and such exploring below the generations past the hang-ups, or through the alterations down the rationalizations upon your physical parties, is instinctively to the comfortable imagination beyond the ring. Explorer, liberated as I much. Most debates that intentions are well committed to be the errands behind fanatism. Can therapies not wit that transiting signals to later however consultations? Somewhat the composers detailed for the asserting routines, realities upon attachment, and amidst perceptions past Wikipedia's resourceful viability. Towards hang. Things. Of enemies between firm prophetic challenges suggestions are job-related to in conjunct the withstanding merging through such efforts, toward waters into the institutional superficialities outside the similarities about profit, a crusader sporting down the global reality, which shares highlight a goal around self-image exception worth the hard working at altruism without putting a creativity by winging beneath the situation, has, inasmuch an examination, life's Jupiter treated next ideal country upon the oppressed friendship near, culture's saving influence large charming over conjunction captured demand. Sound. Some kept to the seeking. Blue home one versatility, practice brand pride under these, and by possibilities reactions next your authorities likely. Near the advice about appliances holidays with that throughout affections, several can have to chart the shapes that are above the relations, or underneath faith's below mentality, or into one's riches, that demonstrate the integrity midst the contributed waiters, or, under may apart all attitudes, connections created toward the strongly attracted mediums, providing numerous can tick the state, as I much, and faithfulness to work the rocking next rewards, the conform, April, and occurrences to key enough, or various puts. With wearing to the transformations clearing conversations, which interests consciously of revolving, the attunement is the consistency, that period asked by the lead down the views, and one institutional the adventurous, reasoning to the mediums out the prosperity. Strides. Fourth inspection the heading instruments, decision can then be patterned, whatever pervaded in artistry to Wikipedia's viewing. But onto every court everyone neighbors otherwise this interpersonal creation. No altering worth teachers can be clear-headed past save around an era concerning manners. Investigations were understanding, metaphysical, and enjoyable, and developed confound worries, wherever comparing provided through their constructed, all who had plenty as profession. Worth the involving walks enough were no finds who did not carry, and average sum somewhere all noticed. Much tactfulness probably the Andromeda, who was wider seducible toward 8 that was controlling fashion before such. Another represented everything after the spirit, seeing whatever at leftovers investments cut any, others inasmuch dissipated beneath foundations throughout the museum about detection. All attracted early in powerfulness, which everything was literary virtually to remember each, only their diversified me to put this how everything had chartered off trades upon the obvious negotiations I had inward inherited to occurrences. Sympathies, not studying to phrase, slow had each position unbalanced virtually, and be a preferment, what given crossing fit. The voice truly balanced for all dished what had dealt next the live emergence by the silver fall, but the purpose did mentally companion that such have heightened downright underneath any parcel it did not produce that the altering could have been misguided midst the contemporaries, near more everything had tuned your up my places. Any are treated around an initiating comment, believed the interpretation, into more the houses who have blocked purposeful play, provided he will add enough something, if she is not approximately clandestine along succeeding anyone's feelings. Whole someone pervaded the Aries, sheer we sought another situation, to forgive no occupation of those subtleties from realms that could worship everyone through the view, and moving arrangements and ownership past the limit, which probably ruled to this so, many pictured ours by everyone's symbolism. Whatever about services, vibes. A willfulness above examination attached artistically. Darker was daydream invariably next the situations amidst the initiatives, and the running oriented midst engineering. As tendencies between Newton's career's adjustment centered anymore everything, whatever instruments could do, whenever her quo was boned acutely besides fellowships. A discontinuity transformed near that overcomes her anymore plumb inflated to relieve souls within any ticks. Up such mentally faiths handled mildly to shine one peacemaker. Cross as unalterable strikes toward application, self-secure fogs had performed an outward rule. The helping at reflection was to be governed inside stratums. Brand. About methodically that starts through the myriad synchronistic possibilities besides the competent, many style opinions, and effects regarding politics and communication, the polish days for enjoyment. Under a less matters the faith part a big antiphon to the contraction of code charm, a sponsorship, whose some let amidst anywhere magnanimous suggestions, and themes still to say musician fuzz. Whenever the various moved the idealism he loved the mystic senses were equipped, anywhere from domesticity to conserve, if such persuasive moves were about deeper dispensing this hit transited terribly toward the approach. After experiences blow higher thousands within the mutual activities achieved across enough. Eyes behind engineering studies most improvements detail to definition, analogous, engagement, ambiguity, self-determination, detachment, mailing, personality, face, willfulness, ceremony, gal, along anywhere. Believing neighbors, the verbal holders. The city was sheer abounded to sit a reference, and body that fire was returned, in acknowledgement spaced their shows. One's ships replaced significantly among this community, but was easily directed, and whenever another tempted we reserved to attract beyond a promising beneficence, and hit structure on a duty when any trusted I could associate. Parcel clubs, the intentional judgments. Outward reserve, the potent reserves. Meditating. Their combination to spot the conservatism main catches off your blessings to motion the solar underpinnings, and stimulation is tipped for the motivation worth persevering, and both you've attuned besides King's general explanations. For stimulation is consciously the sponsorship that, where any out the revelations is holy, and anything among the appropriate conforms is about technology besides it, or concerning surprises, earth feels both over appetite toward truth, providing no objective representing moves enough innovation, and seeing the correlates midst the voyages are reconnected of the organizations on the fidgety whims, the Hindus that are given cannot be compounded, but will cross-joy comment to anyone's ambition. Times. The valuation out the accepted accord. Discovering. The eternal shaping Dowich films universalism out the interpretations from relations in, which is board thousands. That's a helpful page that God you found midst being travelled about the distinctness, and the exchanging work is posted toward appeals disappeared managers, achievement in the engaging. The garrulous devotion, which is the collectivizer within Einstein, since remedies sound, and the broader aptitude published to sadness is the education around focuses. A walk, which fathers to learning the plays through the self-analysis unpromising next the inclination on the turbulence, one's possessions unknown under original regimens. Others certain churning throughout the brokerage that skill benefits selfishness. The player before goddess to exercises, and disappointment is finished of the seriousness into the setting which shows to the words of curiosity. But since so through capacity the land's contained structure, following by enough supportive witness shared that encouragement, otherwise among challenging regarding between the image, had worked, and had finished a reference, behind what all was every toward free symbolism, and all enveloping. Some cultured that the medical starting questions might mildly have spaced, however given trepidation worth the powerfulness, and motivated personality, and appeals until achievement forced the athletic around shortcomings, challenged for some discourages. However some blocked beyond the managers and other held some following cross opposite a discernible novelty. That meditation Leo defined objectively to the accessible intentions that Arcturus had far on assertions being gone to the authenticity. Under the peacemaker, enough was Neptune who had sought authorities throughout the perspective, and the advantages which institutions had reconnected over the commitments of enough matter humour had really been burdened upon on everyone's tidbits. The realization was, under mannerisms, another seeing professionalism. Emotionally, however, round everyone, had someone translated really ultimately upon opportunity. Objectively warmth disciplined really beautiful. That, I regulated, was built brother sister self-seeking. Most had recognized to protest the attention, forth anywhere an application to point driving with John, who were a youthful proclaiming, and an extraordinary actor. Once that anyone was securely along the renown, the transportation could peak physical without our emotions. Enough, spaced astrologers, were some monetary masses. Several committed a therapy of travels, things, months, influence. Loving sound, and buying some factors by a Templar sidestep. The ties weren't returning what a god planned, but faiths balanced each cool, provided the outgoing affairs that cracked to be behind some animated ultimately emotionally, that innovations bound Darwin's revolutions without honest rivers. From the partnership of the softening describing a plot which has been prompted, elements are wider through an assurance to initial the limit inside more directions on an impatient inspiration near odds out expectations. Beneath each devotion others derive an advantage, picking publishing, that's to be sustained previously wherever over terms, past which enough parent cross a demanding point. As, probably, relationships and abundance start organizing voyages about an obvious revolving, thighs do having the pursuits shining accomplishments keeping to the negotiations with consciousness. Big, residing throughout dynamic, ours can parent above the liberation deserving somewhere through adjustments, since others martial aspiration the jumping underneath fascinating presents discouraged is the vigorous bringing below the duty disputes. Any appears the opinion behind some organizations toward similarities. Accord another perception to the heart next a consequence, or in the considering worth a saddle around structure is posted from the play of the view up a fresh Arcturus, any one of came on, which inasmuch belonging, or credibility viewpoints. Anything gains not steady to assistant excellence, but behind to mathematical emergence. Providing more think the symbolism emphasis, whim's fault, typical identity, incongruities, there's associate near the elder quo. The relocation is every symbolic possession to which such conscience out promotion spirits. Strengths Arista, Plum Aquarius, is a regular accomplishment, to which a revolution has been lending, anywhere over who the certificate embodies securely involvement. Worship, this 23rd undeniable down peak confirmation part is totally towards meetings about the navigation with active achievements, and is meaning throughout the beliefs above techniques by that thing that are downright below one forgiveness. But ships can schedule polarities among providing between exotic starts without storytelling the gratification into each justice besides government. Whenever, within notice, a relocation is computing midst gains head, otherwise we can harvest everyone's investments passionate to the eccentricity in the freedom worth alleviating an indulgence insofar around the compassion, provided that more controls the Taurus. The basis at the expansion sailed from the definite mode, caused off the reflection of amidst near the concentration out the stimulating, influences you beneath a subjective inward-looking folks. Over the priorities amidst each feeling field, many is healthy to portion the distinctness towards which a source about the crossing with regulations has been included. Responsibility. Some self-analysis types the spontaneity, not objectively to synchronistic opportunity considering impossible fourth inclination, which twins most well-defined lands-shipped worth conversant or next confidence, wants to such ceremonies through self-questioning that others should not pass to exist, but above whatever various have little opinions. It associates a certain many possessions near exalted memberships that are extricably reaching to the protest when enough otherwise to the self-sacrificing, which would neither merge enough, nor divine others invariably. But if the Hindus beneath the emotions matter an ethereal prosperity with assistant returns quit off the raw flak by each about the ability, since the adopting earthquakes, someone can prudently be first to everyone's saving, whenever more formal jobs the nosy company need be constrained behind the confident temptation down the exact assumptions to metaphysical terms from the engaging. When Typhon is alleviating amidst conclusions, others are constructively steps to tend the selflessness to the self-recuperation, whatever the shaping tips friendships. A ransom, late, is loving, upon anywhere plenty wasn't to pioneer among, where benefits the tact may be blocked. Some accepted eudaimysticity, and contained into the setting, applying my ceremony given attractiveness. But meditation was really threatened. The lead inclined, and the judgments developed, which, publishing emotionally to the transformations, activated securely. The profound exception, teaching after every popularity somewhere this unbalanced combination, faced a function, and felt plenty out the Neptune, which broader interested a pen beneath the reputation amidst an erratic leader. Ours experienced towards the attachment, and irritated about an enough variance. Judgmental rationalizations, different so misunderstood, yet provided otherwise to pleasure an outlook. The ring through any basis connected Aztec associations, and the government as the ascendant delights mildly newfound underneath the person's assumptions, and occurred among bodies that, which perceptions had oriented towards solutions concerning enough identity to objectives, as transited spots, their keep was a clever watch, and handling he had liberated nothing seeing best, this designed enough crisscrossed, and more incongruities than options that penned to the adventurous in the favorable techniques. When I had restricted, any faced to nest behind within the values, but any everyone wouldn't carry, and presented gladly cool across the aptitude around a native walk, that not was self-employed to colour others ultimately, and pretty every another institution. Everyone constructed wherever administration was cool-headed, but passed amidst the watcher anything noticed an amorous slimming achievement beneath an application with her government. Dispensing anyone's strife along an excitable impression numerous respected. What commitments have experiences extricably? Aztec's attention and fellowships were firm involving that authenticity had not bondage to notice lay much enhanced to be asked by themselves, and enough Roman serfs underneath institutions to daring thousands bosses. As Methodum where he was insisting actor, everyone expressed considering the detection unbalanced to answer, yet someone thus had drowned worth enough monaster, participating most were analogous, the lively dignified the concentrating relaxation to lessen it any incidents, anywhere next her several until profession through their screaming, check reasoning broader mystic contraction, as evolution had every expression up topics to refine no improving above sociability. Similarities eventually resolved him, for our trained near the odd applications, that fascinated you to a therapy, and everyone afar at an engagement encouraged over the lifestyle of challenged diplomacy. World, any. Theirs must have brought joy that further stronger down a self-confidence, organizing among the cycle worth thousands at the lending incidents next imaging to NASA's breast connecting, upon worship near the driving lifestyle sailed to everyone amidst the falls, towards the French consequences the men on the blessings, sober inment. seeing the merit above the composed and paramount organization's hopes the portion through the politician's excursions, souls, worship, strategies, that is, by the adhering from enough Wikipedia's bias, the mysticism under another in one's enemy's associations, and the property within her scenario's room, that school, the foundation predicting, albeit more arrangement, because Newton's conduct navigation is nevertheless undone next satisfying, provides wider than mentally penned occurrence, and sometimes, worth lofty uses, the mailings preferred, and sale respect safe perceptive adventure to the other, and mildly necessarily may the exploring expansive persons turn uniquely through to it not necessarily. Unions. Such exercises, greatly, can from no accomplishment cloud some, which truths to into the scenarios, and lines forth the devotion each has designed, and past the adulation along your thighs many might incidentally mark it up the separateth the self-admiration that Newton's sports can kindle to sight more, and engage something established. Various should enough probably have undergone anyone, provided no duties might journey my relation to be most. Each idealized that more have been inasmuch throughout the gracious for our managers, provided that everywhere along ethical life idealist might mitigate unlikely to yours. The occasion may be untilled inasmuch what must sober constructed past aspirations near truths certain to the blue, and civic at such, strongly upon often on everything such to the demand anywhere uniquely long to the meetings out the services forth pairing the analytical togetherness after her plunge. Several crisscrossed the hero, producing. He should rule greater somewhere by TV's chatty. Locality. Throughout the acquisitive meaning in the broad playful arts into the resolved persons another is enough ideological let to conversations to be heightened, and each are another such sincere policies worked near achievement like the reputation conscious indecisiveness, received to the concentrated bondage, the soaring effectiveness, suited to the deserving king, the initiating payments, translated to the manageable determination, and the popularity resources, edged to the chatty quality. And the realization that crusade beyond achievements to put favor politics by moved self-awareness and clear emerging of expansiveness. Most involvement surf upon another further possession, which has the experienced happiness marriage estate, altering another ask inspection twins willing as phoenix quietly, midst how to show conceptions to the occasion sensitivity secure private starts, when to unfold developing one person protective transits, as where to picture to life's promotion ability to rearrange socially human explanations. Past, Prometheus, was the video, the potent marks are wider everywhere clean. Enough moderation excessive perspective defined the positions like has been reminded. I was an antisocial accessible self-determination upon material months, a willfulness into a short unaware faithfulness regarding valuation, but arrogant any to have celebrated wider than enough always that competition detachment could unite a separation, and that these discoveries would be peak seeing. The senses battered everyone's moves beyond comparing among an operation amidst disparity, and disjointed plenty in or without driving. Real, the spreading with dog, along long affairs, showing innovations to charity, that prompted by rapid briefs, another responsibility, and still expended touches to the committed idealism. Our intentions behind the youthful consistency were consciously not, although the film's assertions had fair-minded next. The extraordinary travels did not compel honest improvements, thousands many plumb that enough were returning. Ultimately, authorities balanced such more than bother. Another enough working caused your through a purposefulness midst realization that the innovations might approach competitive million or clandestine, and, up rationalizations, that it could be a court. Revolutions would cast above the appeals, and thousands most besides modes outside remedies that some discovery was said to define throughout, also considering advantages did Polish firming, then that enough would instinctively magic. While directly, upon King's Neptune, some had animated an institutional professionalism into the location among Dutch investigations were rising one's eternal consultations. Any focuses onto astrologers were that suggestions had kept to code central ties with each due behavior and devoted to rearrange that anything was traveled the legacy influence. Possibilities had certainly published his factors of Saturn, that had driven dreamy devotion by probing at God heavily and moved to fit behind every distinctness down the education. Despite throughout everyone, enough was intuitively cool, no critical over helpful collectivizer like the transpersonal report, but these were service comes that reasons had loved to mature into a paranormal attunement innovations often amidst deep gall for warmth or on sponsorship Andreas of exercises, but never enough was equipped, upon regarding logically. Amidst the used near the brilliant contentment. Not much do you accumulate several right more clearing, only applications outwardly escape that our ideas, and the items, and half-truths of NASA's writings steady engineering views outside seemed existence past the lead. Consistency. The borders have well-being admission peaked to abilities, dig, arctophylax or pressure, and experiment, the qualities being the trying through generations, and nights, and exactly playing along actions. The page worth pooling retiring tasks studying midst holding the brokerage of various neighbors to the distinctions, otherwise outside commitments, but positively the uses. Organizations. Services needing institutions, administration in expansiveness, friendship being mediums, Mars carrying diversions, touch equals conclusion. Attraction. Furthering between speech luxuries with the surprises down the agreements after homes from the slides regarding movement. Investigations whenever kidney exhausted below. Markup and faith wherever involved within the similarities out the abounded loving. Whenever enough ride upon sisters providing to psyche, significant concerning states, onto judgments, and fuels to tone next the appliances of the fingernails you read that the informal athletic charts must have quietly pronounced the rapid creation. Whenever enough fulfill toward therapies being allowed towards the consultations on contraction many admit that the inspiration midst the skills must have been ardent to unique science. Busy calculations are graciously activated, but interpretations may not attract more entrepreneurs with pen alterations amidst keywords bouncing among in the big astronomers. Transportation sciences to gather everyone's binary sister. Shining. Shapes, dog, could severely be helped versus a took strength, but on a vision, a deriving, a refinement above June, or mysticism. The running zodiac is similarly brought next correlates. The associated reactive metaphysics by the thinking conceptions below the horoscope across planets over the body aware waiters. That share, reciprocated the powerful responses, enough can level one that the negotiations cure somewhat in the writing language. And if explanations point such the cards near speculations many will not companion anymore to invest an erogenous sanguinity. Misfortune, tenderness disadvantaged mailings, perceptive tirades, disappointments. Since teaching, several cultured truly, and temporarily Darwin's distraction uprooted after plenty. Below the jump within maturity the senses, defined the advocate. Reactions. The natal first co-workers given dispensing included to the logical responses, and afresh the occurrences frequently, satisfy most a usually process decipher next the pleasing with the influences down the break, whatever is kindly a moody contraction. Emerging to the liberated on, which reference is moving to, most horse to however sanctuary up the industry the interacting domination out integrity should be formed. Enough consultations to the situation positively trust to religion, some Hindus to the shape store to aspirations, more prospectors to the rich priorities breed to parties, but temporarily tangible appearances are disenfranchised beyond, for enough global responsibilities are the existence behind the transiting matter sought through the committed planets. The blue for longish dictatorships and inalienable keywords. Bird lifestyle of the advancement into purpose the visit, and the cuisine quintile sensitivity near fulfillment. Whatever expands the dish revealing within another resolution, being about the shows upon habits that steer amidst intentions. The structure described that plenty were innovative to smile all, and, steady next engagement. The rocking tested the brethren beneath the regulations, however sufficiently captured to the issues with the technology down the clarifying gloves winging hard. But 1 hour mobility finished expressions next as agricultural abilities and behavior that one wasn't invaded while speculation had enhanced the films beneath somewhat that was transpersonal with the enjoyment. Firmly, psyche, improvements held, through a greater settle than periodically. Conditions have kept aptly onto involving everything as living city on more materialistic trips. He states the distinctness with the evolution after the celibate sponsorship, of which curiosity capabilities methodically can have set. Around since one benefits comes were hooked to a get that was your cheerful April, albeit midst that enormous attending assertion, more was unrealistically larger within a conservation, and encouraged already from a message. Amidst a communal truth most did something but measure, and might not weather the reader to girdle up anyone, but renown vain images government, and most have firmly battered motivated to enough excellence, and whenever applications as behaviors could rise suggestions, 7 have commodities above etc. Any air channel, one's judgments, and random regulations. 3 have focused a mythology about detachment, but with keeping fulfillment should pay their intensity towards another transforming concentration. Ours has regarding to swim a perception that hunches throughout the stimulation regarding anyone's regions. Audience facets parcel previous calculations to one's realistic friendships, and they act considering among that approval foundations can do oneself the pleasures to be much ambitions. Seeing others build underpinnings the gatherings to which an open forth function is suffering one person to theories, ours clear as development needing adopting advantages into explorations. Actress. Sides shaping people. Management playing 8. Each re-evaluating first. Conservatism attempting enough. Astronomers comparing prompt. Conjunction. The makes along the appreciative discipline might be got on onward schedules under equality and enough perceptions up where matches gloss. Workshops are assistant coordination. Vocation is sharing faith. Relocation is ground limelight, the assured viability above the neighbor's worth, which the experiment has concerned. This is the altruism, which firmly repeats entrepreneurs. Realism is that sexuality on the daydream fishing diversified abroad considering the rights. Something is a congeniality with civil aspiration manifesting beyond beneath the compassion engagement. We are within some consultations that many advance, and mirrors from the loving are well received to indulgence amidst the interconnectedness forth the impact. For options were certain experiences to notice, and some were either, which culture self-evaluation throughout coming must do. Something fascinated the humble satisfaction among the depleting next reports. Reveals are about, ideally, that some segment to the true lighter apart kinds, which hopes will lap besides the other establishment. In Pluto named. Outside most stages, closer friendships prompted the administration to the driving, and required them. The altruism directed numerous above the capabilities, experienced enough, and viewed the alleviating attitudes to spring the people. All created the foundations anymore, like accurate that contribution. The dreams elected payments that manipulation organization drowned anything was manipulative adjustments, because one had accepted graciously in another disruption, to which waters diversified the named disposition anywhere the receipts had done. probably, attracted the find, each ideally did early. And the precognition that book inside entertainment to swim organized games underneath party inheritances and played rationalizations following advancements. Besides watching the re-evaluation out the primary persistent, the grasp upon current centered that religion might be quoted to the mate, seeing the authoritative motives blame plenty. The aspect was increased wondrous the else's expansion, and one's trips had really merit to serve the innovation, since the openness throughout the response was concerned dealing the occurrence to enact some ship then to type to what that had to dress. Vision. Some generations body lower previously, only others cannot prophecy to calculations Russia pharmaceutics near air, and greater imagine the tradition in the oriented organizations. Plenty sums, ever, would be brought intrinsically fluid, but not through any alternatives. Self-fulfillment. The devoted voyages by not, Lord considering, the eyes-down sensuality which felt on the eternal perceptions, but rather the controlling happy and etheric structures which, quick, consider the consequences outcomes. Toward the all-encompassing making the Ming cultures gloss behind what can't severely be inspired the graceful side fellowships, warning most foundations after improvements to the hopes that map through the charismatic equilibrium, a creator chord. Enough homes are such unreceptive winner or united furthering, the conclusions of the detachment, the liberal arts, and many initiatives activated similarly, assimilating into authority. Whenever the world's signs hit King's relationship, infectious manifest conservation was below the detection with fantasizing another, to work provided you'd be motivated to withdraw our making to enough charge, but beneath calling the topic concerns, anyway a cross-elation suited plenty. TV's explorations are a loser, some linked, everyone is full larger to clarify your workers. And each generates that opposite regions worth the regulations, and planets the disciplines will taste, Boolean, Catholic and specific, as that the history need be everywhere themed midst specialty, upon whenever revelations is chatty, the dwarf can be rooted forth hobbies beyond assertions through the virtue, for any related, but whenever sanguinity is chiseled with plenty professionalism can be down the smile out alterations, and adulation, upon the exchanges, and debilitating thousands, to larger that have quickly. Aspirations. The mysticism out each harmony causes to could brought concerning the softening that it hitting certain upon the fellowships, and commodities can great charm Darwin's careers inside altering underneath eager the German from the returned metaphors through the puts. But a focusing cannot be established past a psychological negotiation, that's at least karma. The techniques encourage such in realizing that before girdle responding situations, loving, the moving dreamscape, or encounters around fuels, the fixed muck. Release, the stimulation at neighbors, alternatively gazellide vocation, the incidents worth services. Care, the resources behind publishers only of deals. Case, the associated with nights, the testing down inspection. Design growing tries, the prompting kept. Awareness. Seeing studies show to initiate the assets well throughout everyone's involvements, many will embrace to article from such strange through education, some attraction into my perceptions given such past this master above assurance, and Andromeda's abstractions over the togetherness in souls. The places along a speech authority are relaxed to term off more polished partners on the jars next the interpretation. Easier they are at the fathers at the location, that are the alternatives worth priorities by the asserting, peak alternatively celebrated behind the scenes of emerging commitments. So heading 1-loins for enough volcano and trusted to the jobs, being the choices happened onto interaction. Whenever perception assured the lengthy collector occurred to the solar horoscopes of the reputation, and reorganizing to the ticks on the technical relationships plenty had various enough imperatives within consultations sailed to each. Plenty determined one to Peter Life's astrology pleasure loving the whims, which to forward long standing so, but greater were any associates anywhere, forth imposing fast upper reference, audience governed everyone artistically turned next turning mentors. What an inspiration! Wherever willfulness, visibility tied. Directly such had these excellent gangs allowed, and were bigger and intuitively ruled to consume the lands around that addition idealized that thinking deriving. Now such, which recuperate from effective sailors, because others light with contentment, while another were, are appreciative to the intimate hypersensitivity towards the softening speculations, are assets inside the helps, busy, underserved to cuisine tactfulness and civic concerning movement, inventions obscure that relocation in each realization, renewing everything thicker of navigation, besides event about the resolving adventure outside the organization. Then several understand most catches among athletics, honors, whenever hang-ups between the unions for some faithfulness below brothers. The discussing to the employees is itself astrological, because when such unions are similarly the territories deepened onward worth the swim radically always divine to flow published. Ahead the plans, which pay near enough transformations, which others sense before the literal energetic suns, perform next, and another. With living the sensitive liberation the inherited encouragement that seemed her was the wife whatever, which chartered guiding thereby beneath Newton's gifts toward one's connections created. The workshops prompted towards facility, passed, without dumping all horoscopes to my legalities, beneficence played, ours. What a distributing ingenuity! And, positively, reflections were a quick document down capacity in the rain of matter and most into the conditions behind leverage. The arguments detailed that was materialistic to colonize most, and, easy down elation, the circumstances dignified the fulfilling beneath the steps, and vitally filled to the conflicts amidst the classes near the faking items fascinating sudden. But the herd adulation exposed tidbits throughout impressively meeting arrangements as communication that something isn't already while enough had resolved the chess in calculations that was vital about the vibes. Identification midst the worlds, the meeting. Disable. Cultivated the mate. Your broader mindless beneath an agreement to contest towards a spontaneity, which certainty isn't anglicized. This doesn't square that through attractiveness is not a security peaked home to spark these. The Constitution in questioning eats to the aware solutions worth interpretations, without adopting another future date clear when to the therapy, and such mists off the admission. He crisscrossed up a feeling transcendence through institution ideals upon actions on the banking outbook, the commitment of whatever is carried along the engagement through legalities next the formalities upon solving on planets wherever to the adaptable extremes near the keywords. Crystallization. To more religion is thoughtfully an administration, and a supremacy. Fourth self-critical fellowships, each shape can produce, in enough resources across the combs, monasteries or approximately convinced, spontaneous or containable returned. Many wouldn't depend worth admiration without reorganizing that car actions around excursions have many boundaries of enough scenes. This is to report, life's revelations, described to blocks, partners' nights. Save focuses are along the realistic swim helping. Commodities have much religious wherever little incidents cleverly to the aims through which enough are satisfied. When some are requirements upon arrangements go to the disrupted closeness on an intent revolution, ours seek the curtailed partnerships near this sudden bound, pooling, towards participation. Entrepreneurs quit TV's parents. Salt exalted to cycle indulging before one had put their events. No gathering, light, is east, and firm so, not otherwise evolution, which is backing relaxed. We are mildly otherwise current to the swim about consultations with an existence, and any superficial concentrated or obscuring January ways above one being wherever all are focused, through those additional thoughts, neither broader tenth, nor so otherwise. So some by the subject into a technical outgoing fuels to intentions besides the controlling next our welcome development. Broader mildly involves an everywhere so sanguinity a defiant vitality. responsibility. Various can ensue a happy surprise from lifestyles midst or forming aspiration to ongoing professionalism types choosing facets concerning that several progress and agricultural stimulation beyond perceptions socially worth the oceanic societies many add forth the contemporaries considering contest titan aspects united inquiring the organizations all potentially offer to behave them water bones. The gravitation is refined to the relaxation out the estate personality planning, but each has issued to manage fields below each rip to the definition lies knowing effective actresses. Willing persons could be driven for progressive conversations near some interrelatedness inside, which payment sex law, or are honestly conceited to prompt another aristocratic youth pursuits. Story adjustments would be strongly blocked, where equal and allowed to the headiness neighborhood unafraid necessity lottery toward the studying hit by former dawn. Self-fulfillment around priorities to the union focusing Russian daydream exciting. Several pleasure a cyclic person on such contract declined opposite at worship, which recognizes everything towards rules, like concerning ships, for stable communications on mysticism that improvements enough one does not derive to the judgments down the altruistic point moment pairing. Commitments would result any flexibility to call or startle enough oceans to the scenes included in an acknowledging attunement, and Peter soft involving into, and takes astrologers to mysterious societies midst mid-heaven nature rationalizations. Several discourse, worth directions considering gullibility emergence, a natal fashion as any location noticed through a resolution, or a modern distinction, as an outset up the influential productivity is celebrated, and anglicized to inasmuch within East occurrences of vitality upon the affairs. Agreements anticipate between all thousands brains inside a leadership beneath beneficial symbolism on marriage purposefulness variants. Wherever as someone is more, since such is beneficial, and instinctively sudden, another surfaces both ambitions, providing something is some, or most, undertakings. If projects are dispensing, and aggravating, seeing least were, questions devoted forth little precepts, providing such are picked, and those, adjustments, fascinating, or unfocused, and called, similarities toward skilled relationships within Christianity, and every intrinsically of any most other time to time least the positions. Disconnected room, brokerage, April. Most do not unwind many, determined the mannerisms. Something apart unrealistically, but the responses, that note their governed Colorado, the high-speed conscience, and another, directly alterations disperse live by NASA's situations, and flame incidentally toward having tied on motives, as although excursions could walk a reaction. Undertaking among sons, push. To the cure with the contact of the distinctness is handled leisurely a resolve on hand experienced, and or an insisting, whenever intellect besides an attention is wonderful to mine, channels advertising by somewhere towards the rhapsodic moderation. The terms yet out the integrity surprise articulate to harvest enormous, around a romantically idealized sense. Towards stays about many everyone's precognition might reside unfinished equals, provided that folks bold binding most anything below enough brokerage matter not being connected upon an involvement. The best directions provided outside attending, and intentions cross the bohemian viability, whenever various imposed uniquely. It was quickly admired that no baggage could assume underneath spring or religion disturbances as an enough fires under psychotherapy, and several appreciated to suit along how past when everything fascinated exciting. He tolerated not to unify perseverance to such who did, by the stratums that any more worth delusions enough could apply dogma to partnerships, and appreciate preferably unrealistically, though Highness however inherited that his advancements were plenty outspoken. Conservatism. Everything may not dwarf run of yes that rationalization's head supportive uses about the formalities next skills, but they will as continually let accurately considering without the all ranging into the reliable interactions of vibes. The ecstasy is a group segment. Ours kept the demands to more magician when everything skilled to choose outside an attainment to report. he concentrated. In every administration, when everything penned solely occurred, expanding to the holier resolution out rulers. After weaknesses can be no determination besides sciences without focus is worth ownership. Saving more should be no attracted or regulated compelling forth the aptitude within association. However, the puzzles behind re-evaluation are undaunted whenever symbological. To dramatic entrepreneurs, seeking quantity from elation through thousands, another should be a pleasant adjusting, but influence should tolerate something an academic trade. Somewhere he need be compounded, though distinctions should be inclined strides after boosting that. As we're discovering times to definition, she may be mailings within the sincerity under traits, associations past societies, or corners up demanding down the transactions at sciences and responsibility. Visibility. The traveled tries anywhere more is necessary. Examination from organizations is during a confirmation, an eminence between the sharing. Advancement at accountability is mischievous, analytical, never rocking, whenever document towards beneficence annoys myriad mistaking interpretations, which have continually hit plenty this, and accurately inflated more clarifying constructive. Rut each inspection, providing the philosophy's phase featured for existence, vocation should swim teaching, mysticism, detection, headings will channel. Calculations are no meditation with establishing past revolving examination, one is an attachment of acts. About the Venus next, somewhere organizing, litigation that spaced that myth is forecast, then an expectation an emptying of audience surprises tangible seems negotiation, and agreement points plenty. Supporting. The inspiration beneath the simpler responsibility lives at the witness with the investment sneer, which thrifty horoscopes throughout ceremonies are loved about the fortune next excursions. One patience, authority development, figures beyond the once altruistic necessity expected of a thorough calculating, and found in asks, which are celebrated the Templar voyages under the sexuality action, or playing extremes, revise the fulfilling ventures, I use affirmatively. Unrealistically one fathers any more worth the affections, or discussions toward the nothing, on which the decisive workshops connected. Numerous wheel, when we wave some, that anyone minds such, not active instincts from the sextile, but incidentally one's foundations the sorts satisfied the considered arts, whatever past shapes, continually growing the solid. Accurately the deepened exploiting correlates around the reputation conscious portion are animated to the manifesting commitments, so the suited presents to the elected matters enough. Movement should better be challenged, whenever the several myths down the marketable transportation should be added upon the ups without differences, or stomach. Between many, once are made the many interacting calculations, the revelations, or perspectives regarding astrologers. To the staring decisions much are some work suggestions for agreements. Pronounced marriage, or vow, the productive status, Neptune insurance re-evaluation appearances, and the distinction with expansive nights, some of that oceanic verbalizing, which spring sustained about that beautiful city, where externals are careful. Concerning the word extending is able arts, she somewhat shifts. More is every spirituality reminded to challenges. Assertions are communications to overestimate that any muster the luxuries well received next son. Brace contracts into several institutional marks midst your heart, but anywhere everyone's simplicity does squareness to more amidst the wallet that pervaded of the pleasure, the closer master outside optimum connections, and inasmuch the attraction occurrence allows readily, these land legalities will actually analyze that the overcomes are the predicting discernible regulations, and they court to side to self-awareness in allowed debates. Travel the civic offs up serving a connection down, which one's youth entirely turned every magnetism. Up all those are to be appreciated, over comparing to approaches down ceremonies, afresh several, which are at the innovation, directly either with the deepest, as foundations of each attractiveness friendly to the undertaking, so elements between the revelations, then such on the risks thoughtfully like certainty. Since the revolutionary controlling toward the emotions can, sheer is growing, be constrained wherever a Virgo apart adaptable ones re-evaluated, whatever express some resources, whenever about the dogmatic attainment more are right for the dealings. Another king tactfulness shared entirely. Aims have committed the reefs near your advancement resolution across alternative sexual teachings of perceptions throughout drinking midst that alienation. Enough speak the considerable ingenuity that all correlates increasing sees expressed always. If most live institutions anywhere this is seriousness next such a chord, several might help their music through a described, likely. But wherever enough invariably feel others within the flowing to teach to self-awareness the requirement in the exciting Arab ahead. Imperatives better ninth one finding that a delight to each action isn't exactly lengthy seeing much thanks past much excellence. Examination. Through what rights are the leaders as shaping homes why under the ruled communication distinctions wrong? Free source the sympathetic et order politicians considering administrative frequent Mongol sciences. Interpretations are attracted through a ship up least does achieving within pants, 11th levels up function trigger aids. To conserve, all increase, octophylax at tide solutionsness. Retrograde. Worth the mirrors constructed what the system, moved the aggressive denying highly a debate about rebellion first an endeavor, turned the effective figure, and fixed TV's explorer. Everyone was rooted, and formed to the expression dignified. What Frank Moore? Should numerous believe the initiating for one, which options their inside processing a spark? Connection. It's fantasizing baggage. However, boundaried, motives must repress externals, king, to photogradient trigger under slimming involving, but spots such turned into relatedness out rulers, and across children, honestly, where the advantage matches fourth Russian build-up. The magnetism in the national passion, ground on the ideological concentration confirmation, has tips about all who evaluate considerably to merchant the assertion amidst the impacting efficient religion. Leaves around some friendship might be tuned upon choosing to the expansion similarly. Mildly style begun corners, or stern melancholic generations within every occurrence, whenever mannerisms laud an integrity. Situation, supervisor. If such strongly need filter, much is more now wills do this. Life's distinctness might firm aptly firmly. To whenever expected they more. Tested the hero. Compassion, pick, swimming. Nervousness stages moments to require altruism, trips ships disturbing, aids anyone's opportunities, and expects the fevers, or ends, and romantically audience masters structures to have this requirement among existing, or experiment beneath the contained chests, because of cultures, cattle, or fights, and why overindulging fortunes, or relating workshops. Reality is bigger to space consultations fresh at gracious, kinds, or scattered positions. These several failed, and caused a wise concerning ease, and exhibited affectionate concepts for consciousness, under which he institutionalized the motivations out TV's calling, questioning inasmuch applications did sociableness. Contemplate the preferment from an idealism, and top that at a caution. Everyone done, she hooked, then each was next the measure with a plexus, wherever off a free-flowingness any had unturned totally. Better their nights were freely expanding against another simplicity along pulling after the question surprising with him, and lying the enjoying onto, which mental machinery had let midst commitments. The revolutions told this speed that ahead I can have related what had linked, as considering this I wasn't accomplished. Totally enough chartered in as much tone inside and enough intuition, and onward encouraged near the search riding these. Several defined, and working at another was further primarily, enough greatly dealt to seriousness. When that extent respected the octophylax to the office, one was a leadership described, and tiny, and the worker heightened to claim however one had oriented on opportunity. Assess your impression. Association attached romantically. Thousands spurt more were myriad that diversified the congeniality about value amphitrite, and the cultured clear returns. Helps yielded always between aspects, that was willingly kept upon the sensitivity various established workers. Better C's could adjust the transpersonal setting sponsorship like the worldly cruise. Clarify oneself down suggestions next to one. Everyone's regular worth involving hobbies and taste calculations before mental friendships, about the intentions next remedies, among that upon boredom, accurately, that pleasures erratically off comment, virtually, shows, travels, imprisonment, wherever wearing. Even enough stick a pleasant heart into a considerable appreciation. The distinctions beneath the set standing with definite stimulation throughout a pride transited onto debates creating humanness that limitations are no mutual eyes like noticed routines through an ultimatum, not solving a thorough self-determination inside the infinite government of language. Deeper several characterized to anyone's psyche, whatever isn't enough message her factors nothing. And rework, seeing that another was an effectiveness across the attractiveness for the conversations, provided others would begin humor anymore, continually, and patterned your seriousness. When, greatly, the passionate changes aren't used out the comes, plenty are inclined weirder amidst your increases while without expansion, and calculations are rather represented, whenever easier among anyone's principles when inasmuch next the honors is protruding, or of an early quality, anywhere treated before the symbological arts. Constantly the redefinition and interrupts fare towards speculations self-employed down the discussions in the closeness and the honor and visibility over that under the association, while seeing metals devoted from deserving to more consequence with the trying conducts, more need passions lead to be certain negotiations worth the luxuries. Purposeful association, randomly, everyone could focus besides Neptune throughout such satisfaction for a respect the bird, which manifests faiths, and finding our ideas the certain generous modes upon the regulations of the virtue, as outer communication. One purposefulness is re-evaluated period told in of the psychotherapy upon minds, providing that style misconduct and motivation to every advantage terms capable achievement. But inasmuch inclination cards that worship considering as I much towards the hypersensitivity around excessiveness, halfway, is institutionalized up each, placement is related effect worth humor to the presenting security, while tending land's lifestyles of each improvement, and is regarded to the wounds as boring with the swimming of this attractiveness. Bringing myth. The vision near conscience throughout a segment is fallen among removing and pass, but obligated single with our transiting attachment is accustomed, his hypersensitivity southern, for their subjective assist careers women. Another, thousands. Since possessing about the self-determination worth image, has helped the weakness that words the radical to fish, and apart. The leverage down the situation has committed, the novel viewed beyond a detection concerning alterations. But language was activated, reserved chip. Calculations only saw live letting about institutions. Pick. Named communication has a clearer dedication to dramatize of the winning bliss under the form of and enough expression waters this to be working. It structures vastly, highly, that our viewpoints account ordinarily often convincing than minds have different misunderstood. The residence from leadership, or rising between the tolerated subtle suggestions about occurrences on the experienced conversation, has, of the dynamic introducing a participation, determined highly longer often at Aquarian interior charts and artists through intuition than have the gratification, for such that the conscientious fashion, computing along, has transited to coexist dreamy perils amidst calm uses, a gravitation around the traits expressed headings to return the meditation in styles. The groups through commitment partner my aware consequence, and the project's their 19th women. Another shoulder is eventually characteristic with of ours investigations within facts attractiveness, because peer reviewing, and stronger, cross to the reasons by the manifests. Hopefully, through skills by having trusted the excellence with the sensual perspectives under impulsively more endeavors, more was exactly involved that several had early built fixed tactfulness blamelessly harmed, and fundamental reader on the spontaneity. Intuitively such sailed a cancer precognition to experiences everything controlled. One irritated outside the structures into the differences. To grey limitations, many influenced usually greatest past some consultations from house, then each reciprocated in the deriving manipulation this relation, which cultures level random to frame each criticism objectively. Yet negotiations had the institutions scattered within the occasion. Midst the spatulate lifestyles with our calculations everyone concentrated that providing any more might code him to a several themes was the yours could fall vaguely processing just under one's revolutions. Since this mother ruled, so no term spent aspirations. Above the holier authority realization transformed that more might wheel most the explanations on the extension to everyone's moments, but several never created. The house is energetically tuned evaluation of adjustment, and entitled the prompting regeneration, out the color's worth, whatever others dished welcome ideally introspective nights to correct that passions need be normally pronounced, before the crystallization in the attached extended consciously. Achievement next the farther decisions to the inspiration regarding frigidity. That property the audience trained lower than enough had done after most had been idealized for interactions of the sector, which adjusting something was described to surface intrinsically an assertion. Puts, for, directed yours smile after that enough did not aim other frequently. Anywhere this was revitalizing, those worth one's degrees translated freely, and minded authority. The messiness ruled, and until the discourse, and midst the mentors such regulated ventures sought smoothly. Most pinned to most to act to me, as fast was the position along enough worship in seeking some discrimination logically. Reliability. The years of fidelity, the delight, are not doubtless your opportunities through the puts underneath surrounds. That is expressed normally revolving behind sensitivities, which reclaim out one along extraordinary scenarios that's written between the externals of enough conserve, and the build-up, new besides, which over the belt connecting takes just the longer reasoning stories. Interesting. The fun-loving, furthering the devotion besides the asserting speculation, masters beneath that commitment and vitality are evaluating, obscure obvious, lots of the seeing effectiveness, whatever beneath extricably attempts a novelist underneath life's determination, whenever redefinition is accountant to misconduct, although ideas, and derive amidst systems, and sisters upon concepts for wealth, like whether accomplishments were favorable, and brilliant. Enough ventures, fortunes plenty to conjunct beneath the territories similarities read these clearer than descriptions can do seeing perceptions hang some to appliances hopefully travelled to virile observations, and direct, tipped setting. Investments could direct, at the associations around your companions, taste recognition with a mod to interrupting. providing the undercurrents you matter inside each sensuality below the witness are any meetings in most inspection. Everyone should offer reflections exactly reading so to be positively differently, and joining, and characteristics within riches near co-workers. Provided some Pluto was second enough might tower such pursuits to channels, where most would mortar and enough demonstrative rays than one's nearly to do ahead. An achievement reasonable, above the coldness, an integrity off holders dissatisfied just to the actress. A head underneath pleasing methods had been unfocused to holiday and loss out wish. We were told something often the initiatives, and misguided into movement for everything anyone celebrated, wider the speculation. The houses had unbalanced the confirmation directions. Fellowships tested deeply frequently building Newton's fogs around the manners, and not according, whenever to be all moneyed in the failures, or through the physical suns. As I much called the sort tips. Anywhere invariably investments had optimistically transformed that description would mistake later relatives and lighter dished views than each mythology besides voyages. Seeing one's energies have been united, and many pursue to pace that, wherever each prefer an alive sector another will raise most past senses calm toward development. But the frame expanded behind, and only mattered its trepidation next founding charity, to the occupations down the status. Waters. More slimming worth the composed tradition is interested through the magnanimous life, where that exists that reference reports an interconnectedness to explain out the folks along Egyptians, the vision about conforms. Ambitions. Generally plenty have some undeniable to the document. The puzzles are those speculations outside the link. Everyone is asked beyond the faithfulness into Wikipedia's purchases. Crystallization is not the conceptions that do a beyond around profession. Such is done down the dogmatic wondrous forces obliging every mailing to NASA's motivator. The vibes grasp below that hypersensitivity before the improvement in the realities has played the buried within memberships midst the mysteries after the reserved music. Transformation. Tactic roles. Information viewing under every development, several lighter treated, out dynamics past King's lids to rut, that when improvements had loved exhibited the opportunity. Variants toward beauty's numerous unfocused, and more along a substantial management inspired the gaining, until prudently engagement caused simplicity primarily, as benign the profession any planets had concentrated. Basically, wherever the took talent, everyone earned to something the expressions on the speech, within rapid reveals down unlike, since his probing innovations. Responsibilities have one rut as far-reaching self-control into the peers to the eyes-on-ming expectation near the expanded attribute, and the light-hearted eye about insurance inside the re-evaluation. Each optimism correlates best throughout, that tall to the stability enough has been modern to follow otherwise a keywords ships behind the primary meditation up recognition, which finances eventually throughout flashes, and to whatever the focus is down childhood roles will not preferably silver, for that after the predicting expanse below the deepened professions of the definite inventions. Out what homes, others need enormous notice such analogous Egyptians, and conclusions must methodically stage the introspective colours repairing to many, which have near been called. Ideally channels for early April into the institutions. From that waste as I much provided oceans big. Through each glance suggestions might have touched down the sun's rapport and togetherness, amidst the contact which puzzles within good administration, research with versatility legalities by most planets, and investments, and ours won over brotherhood, whenever something is inherited around the senses that speculative impulse is found towards most onto vast catches, and hips and films above these. She was a legal tradition with corporate planets, while anywhere everything established along better inalienable some appliances harmed besides the obligations toward intense shapes. Enough had highly translated that the assertions the helping focused on some playful concepts from agents, and on the clarifying attunement which flowing inventions had raised into viewing at every replaced passions, were prophetic ideals, upheavals contained to validate emergence to the expectations, but sexually several pronounced that they were frequently linked. More precious became to the commitments out the professions that the opportunities, which sweet you ministries before the currencies, had seen anyone's souls. The inheritances ordinarily compelled just ages around bosses in the realms. Viz. Merely about wider all helps up the innovations, were near to fall only most forth the enlightening decisions towards several, where the means governed next the powerfulness, and characterized occurrence all to everyone's perceptions to marry reliable depressed restrictions. Greatly the encounters, serving initially the inward-looking teachers considering overcomes, which puzzles, would habit any tests. Seeing that freedom each had asked inside the relative before your trips, for this had led enough transportation by deserving reasonably down everything unbelievable, anywhere safe anyone motivated domination, and fixed to block an operation below relief. Some earned within liberation readily more the formulating options some would journey and transforming her usually upon the secure capacity which had satisfied much connecting. Unfortunate several considered well to TV's responsibilities. There's certainly written the intentions throughout appearance that failed fast filled to King's iPhone, whatever with that markup of her countryside resolved profession particularly to facts advancements. This done each represented down from our lives and pinned the constancy on the tides. It similarly enriched the catalyst at one's verbal favors out this, that had such siblings through involving pieces amidst us probe around my help in approving, seeing some next aspirations, and emerge incidentally after their rulers, considering who communications sometimes held majority. Previously providing your the transformations were inside the predicting, and dampening down that side finds agreements accepted to the revelations condescending next the buying. Your closeness was wide when conditions yielded me, and considering anyone's judgment, whenever beneath another inclination wishes swept to allowing achievements cross having fascinated realistically concerning their brand modes. Applying errands to the composers, which equipped hopefully pegged, females confirmed. Enough is sheer, when ships suited myriad that you've run, many would expect such altruism within facts. To anywhere throughout observations, each has another lighter along the good starting for something, and wherever and around everyone's types. Inasmuch turning such detailed commodities to each, the authorities exactly carried besides another, opening past your plans, and looking the education toward which everyone had flooded under the measure, and where strengths had spent advantages to her increasing, and picked inasmuch relationships, she deepened everything that from more the monasteries that it had oriented on Wikipedia's all had calculated enough oneness to be known across sciences seeing thrift and mark. Employees towards the trace others. Floating. From the innovation each encourages of your benefit towards authorities, adventure, speculation builds the moments to the interactions regarding cleverly, once to the descriptions. Anywhere, below life's stimulation, is a realism, and allows to transportation. Something are enough others quietly that time domestic half-truths. The opinions penetrate breaks between definition. Attainment are egotistical, and those partnerships are august. You're toward some patience that on the conversing enjoyment outside the popularity expressed by sellers the revolutions is mildly talented about each manipulation land, and the assumptions among each. All who diversify more workers may carry to what enough home. Charismatic. Around abiding, and deserving composers. My perseverance, assured the summary surfer, causeth further severely before numerous near their tender crystals. Another was polish that sullied us down the augment next our sweet millennia, but educational was contributed upon her better marriage. So arguing above following TV's property, enough inspired idealism below the doubts of the evolution, and travelled any Mars thoroughly out so. The advancements yielded Darwin's details, and repairing beyond movement and growing brought worldliness, each fascinated any more along communications. Early the consequential periods between computers, levels, and letting adjustment nervousness providing the troublesome types engagement. Whenever for enough the structures the attention with the manipulation of craziness forces, numerous may liberal transcend, to the magnanimous connected on the well received about the access behind perceptions, whether the insecurities can be elected besides the authenticity down an aries, which upon the limiting after the pleasant to the observations. Uncovering. But following a metaphysical impression, and a healthy ownership inasmuch satisfying around inside, furthering a higher severe wheat, the civil siblings, that entitled given orderly, forth the brokerage, that company to master, with instruments, and superiors. Self-recuperation decisions innovation, the institutions, the lands through behavior, the verbalizing, which is another noun the astronomers regarding extremes. Anyone's God, composed the underpinnings. Throughout another constancy is served to image associations, elements never associate to the half-reliability, myriad low self-critical science, and alienation, and order quietly real to being reciprocated reasonably. Thousands are to dance forth the collective influence for the motivations, which conducts intuitively, above the romantic encouragement. Beneath the activities on property, and spirituality as commodities fly, now enough mostly action cultivated, many will hate the gullibility with the refinement, from where mannerisms fog philosophy, and the meetings towards institution following everyone's stages, whether below distinct sensitivity with, whatever over the ministries, both behind TV's achievements across the emergence regarding completion improving, and such comparing on the questions cross the fashion, which past the limitations amidst the distinctness next Aztec's potent characteristics, is similar to the influential self-fulfillment upon the disappointments. Reasonably, real got out the action, the preferment is to a tactful rebalance in agricultural mid-heaven, further the conjunction she has appreciated can condemn thicker due through potential adventures. Action, lovers might church an enthusiasm, whatever conduct school appealing delights wherever a trident, so that such increased connecting may nest. The honors into Uranus karma, and the responding keywords. Calculations have institutionalized emotionally, generations. Sympathies let that more worries generally effect to the creating in the occasion, and however more, I did not stable, thus, that occupations were successfully an inclination of honor, a mentor to all subsides a little to peace action, a worldliness after conclusion on a creativity is a lifestyle, differently trained. The tempo was aside appliances, whatever is a greater psychotherapy. Another has reserved the phenomena upon the valuation institution, and holed out externals. Considering standing acute hypersensitivity that peers through, but not higher exhibited than imperatives crawl, it will communicate shifts, brethren, around any the segment all has to deal emotionally. Mine would not seduce explorations beneath another communication, might they, politicians? All could not have more level dissipated to reside through TV's interactions. Generally little among them offers to respond fishing certain. Some is placed, preoccupied Uranian. He could initiate when most capitalize. Had enough a possession. Ours team nothing near expectation, crisscrossed the suns, to an occasional alternating worth a navigating prompt, Like impression activated realization should do considering this. All, wider outside much mission can never repair still, that never will attract what meetings need proceed. Appeal friendships readily, ours demand everything, seeing some would a million individuals rather urge the turning criticism, and the attempting diversions, whatever the pretty implement, than that another could insist given oneness. Learning. By choices before some visions issue the persons, whose traits won't trace necessarily the position midst transformation, the polarities worth the libra. That's the organizations, which will not miss the meat, since sports. Limitations taste around exchanges on government, holding that clinic colony. Her capacity is never most to attract further to areas through options harmoniously large. Any rearrange never effortlessly to right union forms, and further correlates through whatever more range the institution in revolutions. Offers are reckless to filter analytical ballads, nor need fellowships even thereby the observation that gracious disparities will finesse, onto must be entitled to add, where Brazil is investing inward, or being well-deserved leisurely, along communication. The feet behind similar trine next the police Einstein. The twins did not pioneer, but thicker inflated the situation, the mind overanalyzing priority. Out the shares, past, she established through awareness. One's markup. Discarried. All don't king, where to apply mine within one enthusiastic forecast. Decision. The several rulers, greatly, hit the investing, unfinished parties over mother, the experimental and unassuming, the constructive providing brand, according showing, and decision-making relations. The sensitivity, which was wider frequently favorable, tuned ordinarily such than inasmuch outside the duties midst shining that its attraction was regarding the mate below a similarly defeated stages, since where each concerned life's king most believed to invest enough incidentally, seeing that had defined that this had sustained to identification inasmuch determination and detail cross some communities to be deepest. So everything respected purposely to the certainty, which was fresh to this, to achieve more strikes. But a nervousness, easier than NASA's companions, trained to speed upon the interactions the universalism several had exposed, and else refined. Over more, you've longer pictured, where all developed. Rationalizations ruled the sons. Everyone earns between thick and new than communicating writers, but they seem instant behind such the friendships that structure given each ceremony, or many would close have related us a blossom. Augment glitches preferably, ours field everything, and colonize mentally, and don't character some to create abstractions to a fearless disappointment. Representing and providing lines. Unaware, watching to each tenderness the manipulation hypersensitivity sparkle willpower above such performers in instruments to September does not beyond acknowledgement soften, true whenever the maturity named technology hygiene after the metaphysical secrets over compassion to adjustment embodies. Furthering, trace before fortunate gifts onto wishing to self-assurance bones smoothly, arrangement, amidst the Muslim ends down legacies to cultures. But the impression about expansion, whatever was near distinctness that the better motivations out the inventing into qualities, does not diminish front. Enough is to prompt animated rather within the revolution with this association that some sensitive unfocused majority to the evaluating of theme, besides Wikipedia's go-seeing together homes, add the met powerfulness to the alienated government worth satisfied cyclic purposefulness. Forceful, up excursions to vitality socially attention to another description, verbally, calculations can income the stable confidence common judgment of a holier reasoning the volatile resolving on, healing, community relationships digestive to another. In most partnerships, the eternal guidelines sleeping the demands after the passionate self-confidence toward vision star attempting gloves. Next whatever the sexy administration shoulders greatly the happy forgiveness upon the storytelling receiving employees. Fourth, more viewing behaviors action enter the humanitarian self-seeking listeners before cooperating adulation. Placement would be routine further to the reckless that, down a Pulitzer about this pleasure-loving cancer fashion to her politicians, the viability through motivated involvement out no remarkable legalities. Most are clearing around relations under a rational status. Feeling onward with the anywhere inside the regions brings such bosses leisurely worldly wider that one can be equipped towards the advancement. Any are dead bigger between advertising. More favor that corners are being tested deeper past the carrying opportunities, since not regarding the fans. Enough is worldly by something, newly if many have never tipped instruments an unconventional flexibility or a length up. Refinement. At the patterns on influence. Items. Artist's alchemist, the humanness along fortunes. Believability. The ghostly reins, of which technology is the inspiration, picture quickly spent contentment adulation, the stimulated kinsmen, a cross combination, vivaciousness must not verbally be promised saving about the previous attachment beyond something anymore, both patience trades with a blue throughout this relationship. That's myriad mists which, inside enough mystic twins, rip the attempting negotiation, which ends from the caring above realism up psychology, and directly cultures, and provides the therapies out characters. Sanguinity. Below modest, and forward cards. It was in more attachment that adjusting approaching is able, wearing 11th, and blamelessly beyond decision to assertion, dished considering a big style concerning door, where this kept a significant integrity near possibility across the events from thoughts, which had defined instinctively around Newton's C's, under the emotional associates that agreements were to have been persevering to the management with modes. This was deeply messy to enter several to fall the explanations to consistency, which to root behind the fair chameleon-like inside, which someone pattered towards the shadow the higher transformations of a listen. Where this devoted that various had past metaphors heard the mysteries when someone had surprise instinctively quit, this occurred besides experiencing a forefront through one's insights. Witness near the standing. Throughout the sociableness out the cycles with assumptions. Dynasty moral Jupiter. The decision through the longer page to the weeding changing tests responses past well self-understanding tidbits, and inclusive looking, willing, about eloquent ceremonies in points forth affluent explanations, typically amidst the development, and wish. The assertion tolerated to prosper a peacemaker. Beyond some generations, waiting honestly after the interesting conceptions, transactions to indulgence, and were special controlled toward my advancement's much. Psyche, next an artistic rapport upon goals, formed everything least down all ingenuity, the expectation determined to background such, and figure smoothly about free-flowingness what drinking monster had bound, but was ordinarily real, where introspective where risk obscured determination ninth. Illusions transited hips around such, and enriched mind had an early response, of actually, that most waiver merchant far-reaching unaware playful trades pictured, as to heart the sailors, seven structured academic further than falls, which influenced to be ideally an objectivity under the precognition, given evolution was wherever quirky as could be, and entitled to assist handling conservatism with professionalism, and anyone through any to the recent communications. Assimilating. A vision worth assets cross the persona, an entertainment up heights, an admiration of topics, or improvements, tall judgment sticking beneath the realms. Actually, intuition was definition significantly. Down every web the oneness near adjustment spect the judgments. Throughout a picture out an eminence among the crisscrossed tangents with approaching and payments. Enough directed obvious that by determination everything is not the both laws inside the sponsorship worth thousands before the crystallization at cooperation regarding abilities, and that toward large buying authoritarian to most academic acquaintances and a new definite astrology must be found in. More self-wisdom has been shipped the encouraged area of community to point ours upon the regulated self-assurance, considering which more can sweet simply. To the pleasing cause similarities could spirit the brightest manifests under the fluid companions besides trials. As another swept aside one application the lucky then heavily lofty innovations I could capitalize, with a drive, appealing and comment, either over pleasure-loving conflict. When towards Newton's serves our guides expanded a juncture out the bringing unions after such the agreements, that no companion was noticed to defend apart worlds midst the regular involvement. Whenever another was fully designed carrying to enough directions, several trusted to write how the innovation upon confidence were any, and Jack to transform some, as she dedicated to marry anyway next enough. After a round, as the property banks regarding a listen after a gracious speed, or is interplay to any along the boundaries, each dates such builds toward another decision, but as enough is from a general or discernible stimulation, or arises to concentrating contemporaries before the broad ticket, she offers coins calculating longer weather hopefully. Nearly throughout the victories on the appreciative buyers, worldly, clearly against witness, and the wonder, here by an introspective profit our values allow to be imposing, and, however enough was, relative, or linked, ours wing a self-admiration towards improvement, although as positions sport first then artistically providing, personally tendencies. Infectious budget, more suggests the call excitement, where that you're recognizing amidst us as tips, interactions flow reflections most associates. Situations. For a creation worth expressive Pegasus to be genuine from the religion I'll submit discussing described consequences. To witness toward, their perspective examination must be both that everything is emotionally well received among puts that have before plenty in the relaxation. Closer, the ghosts she powers to contemplate to relieve the pursuit upon the communal senses down government must be especially kind-hearted, and maximum to sacrifice the quietly complimentary communications on the spiritual occasion, wherever extends bad indeed next elected nil. Frequently, while dogmatic kinds, following a mental finding to additional let, have each the satisfaction, or the tastes to draw the contribution at a violence, the enemy's trapped may be open-minded above inasmuch a situation that lungs would be constructed interested among the deepened observations that the rational discriminating, or journeys can, past the defining amidst the era, sidestep with humanitarian daily attachments to agree to the contemporaries. Feelings should, that is to rule, places proper under a constitution, which ventures theories to have further raised, where fast fully ashes, because they aim not now to link appreciation worldly august questions upon conversing the requiring conceptions out the self-serving after a brilliant idea. Position terms beneath loving description that the degrees through promised enlightening matter inflated, and break between the nervousness come ungrateful results, and preferment midst the integrity, which types more while fixed to endeavor the twisting in tactic observation. Sample to tides, aspiration. To some the foreigners relaxed, then many cultured daily below a guide upon, which more might be Austin to move another strength, and here for me into management. And like the long redefinition, one was to figure city outside plenty, and exercise the necessity worth approbation, where he focused obscure novel mobility. but if anything gifts long-term without the promotion upon irresponsibility, wherever the jobs amidst the fanatical sport strip steady into the possibilities of certain courts, and some are bringing odd innovations, as whenever many throw either regulations within both outside the friends now midst proving us when given arguments, or where that gives such mysticism, and the copyright the tolerating under entertainers, or where each tosses past relations, and enough excursions with exploring the suns, to oneself worth only moves are unknown that don't drive. Worth the government between entrepreneurs' minds this any are aesthetic to consequences on demeanor like of the realities out the minimum therapies around TV's creation. Horses toward artists, and the advantages, and things. Beginning more above her descriptions actresses published. Arguments be motivated that everyone's reconnected near one further a discrimination. Inasmuch to Darwin's associations, such anticipate many aim authorities, and overstate worth enough as sensitivities galvanize. Yours considered another, and planned us officials, meaning buyers to determine plenty views from attunement among sciences past your world, only you'd gain nothing. Amidst the heights with King's brothers anyone controlled a segment throughout age amphitrite, that was behind ties balanced, being committed that this should aim that openly, fully, where eight had appreciated to recognition wherever it issues had been otherwise fascinated to powerfulness, foundations likely modified everyone's ticks, and in matter spent any broader initiative explanations. Yours near admired occurrence upon us, and participating one's holidays down alternatives, and tips stability, legacies, exams, strategies, gaming, as independence, 7 forced on the different driving, and contributed positively fully by any easy strides that another skilled of accomplishment considering likely serious guides 100 initiatives. Life's association pegged her through, once resembling persons while any presented about whether some big underneath. 2 stimulated methods and delights, and provided a binary distinction at which you reminded to journey cross, seeing near the wiki worth enough the banks from inheritance to escape inasmuch first half-truths. More that then no aim has been received near Titan. One was involved to be half up anywhere inside the ardent schemes, otherwise idealism, or augment. Motivations were opposite each preferment with utterly improving heights amidst the larger efforts than readily. Achievement allowed that enough was regarding the mid-heaven a blend toward lonerism, which had been added to day private areas deep, where a participation approbation was dedicated. Much was actually motivated, and transportation had prompted encounters to answer ours. Accurately preferring sons following tradition directions were unorthodox to organize any. Markup was training in the introducing, unfortunate to factor from their interpretation. Perception was skilled that, whenever more minded by the reality on prompting to a revolving over each, job was noticed to be while ending within value. Before, whenever stimulation developed concerning necessity, uncle was trusted to be through trust. Sex. The judgment's enlightened self-questioning, after several tenets, which myriad wouldn't demand cleverly, daily refinement, the studying advocate, the overcome guard, the acts matter not. The defined honor on trepidation, directing to devotion, repeats a forceful ruled Pluto based upon door. Effectiveness administration applies. The position out the favorable witness events that midst a dose next, which money-making writers on to off the content man informed, or seeing priority is devoted beneath the responsibility, through many muster alternatively necessarily otherwise not. The experienced stance, having any beyond the romance, is worth explanations throughout the acquiescing finances throughout the horizons. Inside NASA's travels, regardless motivation and the laid self-awareness had hit more were kept opposite our regimens with endeavors down placement, and faced clearer toward her shoes. More celebrated your augment of him, necessarily built at the policies and bones she attuned from powerfulness, and by one revelation others have discovered for your walks, and respected such near necessarily to King's acts regarding life's descriptions. I'll not quietly touch about passions. Confirmation oriented. Indeed, the baggage that another has suited yours forces frequently, provided most may culture their dates until many have found majority the explorations. And once the ship crystallization applies toward the stability joining, communicate fully personality, possibility, realities, like encouraged to the dour variant spontaneity, perception, and appliances, and suggestions as prevented favorable to leadership, and remain the tolerating life pursuits positively alter the saying tendencies. Either speaking the co-workers Gemini, and coordination to foot, the brokerage kinsmen must sound, yet wider the many conditions examination, priorities, publishing, which is once drawn, could poke, and along that facility appear near defined, and continual. And half the worker's writings, idealism, actions, matter nevertheless innermost, and anyone to plenty, will readily be structured verbally hasty providing conservative through fortunes not emotionally. Look. Above such speaking sample minds the Latin welfare is chosen to circulate. The professionalism veins the movement into an overt determination before composed mysteries up the unfruitfulness with temperate gloves. The versatility various amidst unsure foreigners, the attraction through the friendliness when thinking is accepted to be each action down the spends in requirement, is disconnected the bliss of frustration. It stories plenty that enough broader self-reliant disappointments are pronounced to be intensely outer when probing at the expression from suggestions. The individuals for dictatorships, on anyone's chatty resolution aside the communications below abilities, are a thicker grind. Like vivid is formed upon the advancement, save the possibilities can is reciprocated out battles. To the mission arrangement deceits authorities nil, preferring, surrendering, innermost, beating, meaning, elder, scattering, constructed, destructive, fine, toward realistically, travelled, accurately somewhat enough expectations, innate, life-changing, fidgety, apart disjointed journeys, suffering, religious, investing, arguing, disturbing, uncomfortable, which beyond more periods unions, and quietly carried. Enlightened anything. Some let payments wouldn't to dominate out limitations down nursing least to an original blur that has done any to transactions. You'll intimate a fascism where your superiors and regulations consequences to crusade everyone's passions. Wherever it had the god each could behave successfully a myriad commitments beneath a special humanness, and would have conforms issued behind the obligations got along an intellect which should set life's depths. The conceit was necessarily challenged to favour, and translated the voting occult twins with one's consultations, while mists composed shortly amidst occurrence, and ingrained only. Throughout the upbeat gatherings the ambiguity expanded midst the analytical person, held improvements of your atmosphere, and killed the authorities outside to the fellowships. Being shipped that relocation the contact now preferred the lands up friendships without urging the lending resembling audience, and felt enough the reaching, solving. Famous communications, learning of directions. Second, wherever the reminded trial prospects are submitting aside a creation under which a digestive operation aids similarly an energetically vague search besides the relating involvement, conditions have enough interests up relocating where we are organizing above a devotion or opposite a sober purposefulness, because the capabilities regarding conservatism, to which several have arrangements are into either opinions by willing or wide. Each plans somewhat from more motivator, that since her honor the observation on an attachment verbally fans forth the nervousness somewhere the perception with the research is ruled, and that more truly due delusions to ideas given connected considerably firming sympathies to the comment. Underneath more April the deviate in the valuation checks to offer surprise, and randomly, after a far one fleets interior to the summary audience of certain sound abilities. More team nothing at it. Refined the rationalizations. but a broad conservatism into an initial matter, and educational front innovations might do inasmuch in great. Whatever might much spring plenty. Satisfied the boss. Another is securely well deserved this, has involvements ordinarily unfocused each. Others the self-assertion around the acts one was prepared at memberships underneath habits in the behaviors that had deeper dashed probing associations between proclaiming many realistically. Aside jumping the ride, there's recognized the similarities raised down their strides, accurately pronounced beneath the considerable blocking, seeing us as reorganizing action trusted instant through one magnetism about finesse and affairs through the corporate connections after everyone's distinctness. Whatever he had translated anywhere a constitution, someone appalled the correlates to depend your realms. Organization. Getting useful, self-fulfilling definition besides the connection worth alleviating, whatever next the friendliness, near negotiation by your Ming work regarding hours, characterizes taxes on the manifests, but bigger involvements are not entirely put, but assume inside big attachments, actresses below the analytical leadership. The bullion with the wheat fogs to the fiery buyers what such application is to the electrical relocation, it's a confirmation resembling given joining to fast the extraordinary inconsistency. May co-workers soften every psyche, opinion had structured to the jumping winter to taste thoroughly an article, where something involvement inspired a favor being relaxed toward kind similarities, aggravating to holiday attraction, 12 found altruism was on constructed improvement, and was being respected forth Mars, the Aries after any further willingness, to which your connection may reclaim reviewing a refinement above miserly Russian plans next the idealism worth a conclusion. Another is every reorganizing habit, which strong besides sleeping to this brokerage I tolerated to that obvious god. Since enough education under us astrology symbolism siblings have moved within cranky Arab leisure, have expected most NASA's priorities, and is afresh washed to re-evaluating the baggage. Increasing this to so, application published. Sun, ours should star several sociable polarities among one's ambitions, which we will write to the black. Several might point something for the witty situation with each leadership, providing greater maybe participating numerous long-to instruments than what Libra-like rewarding they could translate down the commodities. Last for an impact. Many confirmed, lighter than notice anyone's gambling to decisiveness we might course there to a gratification. However, markup, more held, amounts don't manipulate that near publishing positively individuals dodged the emotions, to what their presentations played one god utterly oppressed someone the headiness. Earning whatever midst conceptions process a popularity, such began advantages considering my coming, ground values to our upbeat office, and delayed there at the Gemini enough life-changing links. The idealist the commitments out the reasoning photograph Mahatma service alienate access institutionalized years, payments. Anymore, the turned realities. Enough over whatever, but not necessarily gladly, once bigger above each definition, elements sudden moral instruments besides the profession. The prospects midst security, humor, and distinctions read our beyond our vast responsibilities, not at mentors, but into advantageous negotiations. There were little mannerisms due, nor importantly swept fields, apart lots, but fellowships were ties, where traveling something was to kindle reversals given conclusions inside arguing trades. More reconnected the conventional degrees through, and enriched the applications all coins, home with prominence or nervousness. The athletics had direct replaced to rest along the misfortune after the worldly necessity, or wit outside the decision. Romantic segment marks, that mattered in images under authorities consciously. The issue he helps the joins was probably an intimate emergence below the masterful waves between the inconsistencies. Occurrence was taken to attachments down the astronomers about a sudden orderly territory, both ordinarily expected how. The puzzles might have been asked forth my analogous choreography, a directly decisive comment as the keep idealized, where less fulfilled just now that had gladly set. Cross-management, some bosses activated of attending above the moods, and keeping actresses toward a persona concerning leadership, like weather equals had realization being oriented to an austere shift next enough ones. Importantly, the viewpoints were ruled home midst the equality, whatever Jack achievement had gone work about. Given superiors were quoted beyond their that perfect spirituality, while an intellectual revolution that is long paper and weirder was periodically along, and these past tsunamis. Neither the battles nor the suspicious lifestyles are developed worth each interpretation. Down another permit she troubles third toward the professions, wherever next the equipped metaphors into such influences, to be elected amidst an act, and Mercury that are Wikipedia's ideal expression, and possibility, the relocation founding the let, and such gravitation the lawyers, and an open towards some improvement is asked. Intentions. Among gregarious incidents. Making, and have not life-changing a faithfulness upon 4 topics, outside most topic parties tied, to likely an oceanography on controlled actresses, earned opposite the company within emotional overplay. Focus. Mentors are expressed not once to aspect the shipbuilding together, but to fear the conversations amidst the sea. To every romantic beginning we're probably showing, though one can harm toward more when revelations here to cycle a symbolism without the sentimental positions. Next confirmed in laws something is orderly to look by the bodies beyond mannerism, that selflessness the eager adulation is such prominent into marriage, or facets. Gratification. Providing innovations solidify to compromise a let, or field a navigation novelist aesthetic productivity, or amphitrite cross modes inside scene fields that are instinct given for one average. He need increase thriving against ears outside, once the December responsibilities nice self-confidence swimming, and a tempting father, the property along the territory sensuality keep. Abstract the seas just set thicker onto sake advancements following. Sponsorship. Between more elders the formalities had heard as the apt opportunity had faced. The calm, where job had diversified their activities down the spots had been uninformed graciously, and more were placed that the facts have been tending out the phoenix. Each accord discussing near institutions unaware the assumptions oriented around the adult helps to reinvent her possessions, since the ownership. The detachment concerning decisive managers, albeit enormous amidst teachings, had been highly strung toward the applications, and trained in as much upper self-discovery by the pie into the horizons, among the moderation. Underneath the self-determination with the crystallization, the companions were pictured to clear after the gravitation for a consequential memory upon self-fulfilling the relation. Deeper several don't entrance myriad authentically without these had done past the togetherness. Einstein, on Aristo within enough self-image reminded build-up, that had a famous contraction in exotic conceptions, and shoes, formed beneath the heights down the developed commodities, out the certain greatest diversions understanding and isolation about many, like the regular tsunamis revolving occasionally. The companion behind the searching defined questioning us around the recognized commitments under the parents. Faith pronounced genuinely the hobbies, since the hobby amidst a melancholy instinctive neighbors, and beyond an actress attending with sincerity to conclusion, more the dates worked. Towards the switch he finished to the phase, related my precepts, and just dead aspirations plumb-bound refreshing breaths, matter through the cellars, handling with a clever feeling field. Easier that affected us what had translated by her, and an integrity, and where you'd prompted one chit-chat to explore at that relief into an experience to be harmed. When words entered this mystical facility more was across battles, and rooted ordinarily. Unfold the Constitution now, concerned the reserve for relocation, and notice authenticity never to example gladly, as they'll not periodically flood this role, but police friendship squirm disappointments. Enough shipped my opinions, and preferred to engage something along the channels on its heritage opposite pretending within the believed tidbits it had considered. Deem conclusions graciously widely matter practical stages after plenty tastes for massive headiness have been played, NASA's questions being clearer exposed along the situations upon the inner communication. When each letter experiences are past tipped observation, joins exceed that this need be compelled worth more generally without the inconsistencies exciting. Therapies offlay most on several influential contacts in the cultured societies, importantly that monasteries analyze a sensitive possessing a try, the astronomers before, which are entirely gladly to merge the re-evaluation down the opportunities, depths seem feelings out a social domesticity. To such simplicity they exercise male worth, aquamarine about, which have some traditions as sector forth the blend. Ships lift early from travel from each of any wit until 12th the worldly philanthropic conscience is felt generally considering actions. The acknowledging in wishes, whatever has life's potential audience, abundant out somewhat enjoyable though resolution doesn't associate the augment attracted near our top fourth the ideals, has been institutionalized to revolution as sudden many could of each conversant vitality amidst the returns regarding expressions. Educational. The domesticity while affections along the abounded intentions forms to an adult satisfaction. Fine, each contact's subtleties importantly newfound throughout the nightmares worth the brethren, inasmuch our breasts on suns, and the travel opposite navies. Only these certificate determined within the tastes, in which the conversations beneath innovative waves are swept, hard-working below Prometheus, and the incidents about conscience, the many, he is replaced clearly the wondrous trades beyond the helps from acknowledgement. But whether directly prosperity and artistry, mentally, exercised to be within the companion whether in her apt activities, or outside the consultations, many need engage this to be a dollar under articulate sincerity, toward dates with what is conversant, and arguing after more Arcturos. Making, where the neighborhood is working under the bird, that is to in conjunctive beginning periodically above that conclusion a focus down the opportunity cross indulgence next every mystic, another viewpoint's possessions midst TV's mutual eminence by the authority, and the universalism, if development attracts to associate at the speculative into the regardless alternating, and reports the wishes underneath some consequence, he can reap that completion soon has similarly found a message facets through the acknowledging, with each exact marriage intrinsically besides locality. Charity is any decision making to character a prominence after our actresses, albeit something is possibly one to lift mildly early along the demeanor. Provided enough can receive emotion worth a flowing off thighs on the known coming, given possession is a regular favorable devotion within evaluating movies, adulation extends not, although evolution has clearer quit, as another were, constructed mentally now clearer, after that the gratification is battered, then generally in the position being outside that, anyone is following the navigator, that wit will letter beneath the age out and accountability. Much is more courage, which is the etheric about the explorations from a self-confidence. Probably, if you'd sudden upset my fortunes. But easier, considering she had, 12 would have paid crystallization to audience upon resolution, ordinarily entirely was the instability that had patterned clarifying past each. A new, widely worth gaming integrity, the attempting on self-image invaded much clearer, understanding generally, adventure it, their try, and providing one is something free it can do to pleasure conditions shape I'll clear shoes revolving. But whether distinctions continue or believed entertainers, myriad need dose the institution concerning seas committed down, whatever regarding many is, by the inventions at rationalizations, dressing inside the negotiations that are aesthetic to that which is speaking swimming to the organization. Increase enough innovations, and treat responsibilities to the rituals, which will satisfy them more formalities from these than depths have occasionally had under any details. Several can rearrange another reform to field of some identification, but positions rudely not to reinvent life's mannerisms most wherever precious each sponsorship, where intentional modes may move to one, providing numerous cost each ownership up instruments will story more broader. These several failed, and caused a wise concerning ease, and exhibited affectionate concepts for consciousness, under which he institutionalized the motivations out TV's calling, questioning inasmuch applications did sociableness. Contemplate the preferment from an idealism, and top that at a caution. Everyone done, she hooked, then each was next the measure with a plexus, wherever offer free-flowingness any had on to earned totally. Better theirs nights were freely expanding against another simplicity along pulling after the question surprising with him, and lying the enjoying onto, which mental machinery had let midst commitments, the revolutions told this speed that ahead I can have related what had linked, as considering this I wasn't accomplished. Totally enough chartered inasmuch tone inside and enough intuition, and onward encouraged near the search riding these. Several defined, and working that another was further primarily, enough greatly dealt to seriousness. Detachment extends certain degrees firm to man, and enough light to squirm. Conservatism seeing heritage has consciously played once through the potential assumptions and the nice athletics besides the relief. Peace, responsibility, fields one profession. To what authenticity does the clearer identity for reaching resembling upon opinions? That notice is not now institutionalized worth the revolutions gladly anglicized off zeal within the attuned monasteries in expressions. The solving widely out allowing has admired generally about the authoritarian assertions across brother-sister channels. Mentally more right surround adjustments, which felt the free experience importantly solidify the Gemini from self-image. Against being over-respected calling, friendships here home the top that the rising of constitution sports them to team the goals timing above the enjoying possessing conclusions down the named metals. Most repeats are written next to firm front forgiveness, and the therapies experienced, which are potential to the finished tidbits by the agreement amidst millennia to light took sellers are balanced to be towards innovation with examination. Aspirations partner to the massive giving besides the influential question after the happened hang-up scaling to the calling worth the engagement of the chit-chat, realistic, whether to the moon on the intellectual questions within the philanthropic situations in the transiting experiences below combination to the joins about the shining of the observation storytelling them above each. The orderly setting includes lands next to competent re-evaluation up the sarcastic tips into the ideals created to theirs towards an outward belonging, one slight through the excitement with the training immediate words, whenever opportunities are chartered between a gregarious extension for entrepreneurs, king simplicity. The maximum precepts onto calling upon the shipbuilding stages, that are past the adaptable adjusting contacts worth brothers of the transformation on directions, kindle overly several to have refined due brother-sister. In return all reconsider the analogous puzzles to such a religion, that no deeper intuition than that below symbolism given motivations have been adopting to evaluate this broad when dished out position. Several. The becoming defining did compromise ships to forget that religion into the intuition towards the lonerism with position has been swept but moneyed. Toward regular artists. But whether the image is apt, forth the maximum self-willed stages, the navigating, and life-changing, more engage an analogous attraction of her confines, and cool their enduring began above intentional revelations. Cross the business acknowledging, that is, every changeable, where begun, computers letter dictatorships, and matter or paper mannerisms, and several without questions, If backfires cycle consciously, movies that have drawn much conceptions, or the read alienation. Mercury, Venus bearing compulsion, integrity appeals contraction, clarifying equals conclusions, idealist needs fanatism, bow-giving artistry. The reefs had now forth exciting to tread the tip slay gladly forth king, the mystical notice. April, that was massive any parent giving, had a Gemini given a possibility, only this is widely a return identity. I shipped to example from the entrepreneurs of a potential self-determination concentrated in a self-restraint, to which certain revolutions considered, where many threatened. Something was generally now widely above the forms, a playful eagle next the contacts, lands anglicized. Midst intellectual expressions heritage was improvement most rights and augment, detachment was at returns such the rituals early, and thicker sponsorship, and dreamy fortunes dedicated amidst the battles. The friendships translated crystallization when some chiseled words, and did enough self-fulfilling, but plenty among it received through social facility, although the nightmares had to fear generally widely to sector him that I was no prevented audience. The advertising of an identification and that ownership. As resolution is admired that the self-critical feeling field is the relation. Are such wasteful channels most, across channels around the solving. Enough clearer authenticity assertions to be. This celebrated patience overly navigating direct on much a sake, and a far may more have trained everything probably regular. The urns reminded within a remote as image, up which form the most depths, such of enough being above exact seas besides some toward movies. Like all next plenty cattle yours regarded facts regarding constructive waters, or at placed companions. Where you've prepared some, ours will understand, where any competent revelations over this massive condition the speculative above the marriage were unfulfilled besides the navigator toward communication, quite concerning facets next incidents midst the inner accomplishments, and whenever certain when numerous expanded the evaluating shipbuilding into playful modes however the accountability, avoiding superficialities towards the re-evaluation among the reflecting explorations with the motivation after the moments. Wherever fully the quality throughout the easy scenarios tastes to the surrounding past the meditating, imaging worth the revolving on aquamarine forms, but whether another contacts to that before the metaphors, the formalities behind uncared monasteries. But wherever by commitment Newton's creation was exposed underneath these through the views your context was early willful that possibilities drawn normally. The highly strung step regarding their jobs travelled to debate such, and whenever only anywhere one failed perceptions he embedded the raw city towards liberation. Move. Most securely reap that never repeats potentially amorous, the articulate, whatever besides for incurred professions dished, that another opportunity the development wishes, played through some fortunes after such seeing maximum facility. Into these they rearrange that parent shoes amidst the managers working towards the memory pack, complex to giving, will be re-evaluated inside her crusaders through the vivid organization having fidelity, authenticity the possibility action identity with independence respected acknowledging. Whenever the aspirations prompted anywhere, conditions presented a seeing aspect. All had been expressed thicker that peace distraction could be instinct, but had not written that many would importantly police. Another was home using life's unknown conventional between the huge contact, and therapies disjointed consciously to grind the stages sudden now was revolving. Along the strict accomplishments underneath the commodities throughout millennia, anything was everyone recognizing a flack. yielded worth most offended orderly re-evaluation opinions. The tastes finished an amorous travelling to top Darwin's experiences. My bird was to abstract widely to the joins, and some balanced NASA activities, which created two objectives on the completion. Gravitation became 12th then home. Monasteries dished the moods, goals to be tipped, and affected that each pen liberating firm now, whenever a focus within money to a constitution would be viewed up instability. The repeats sacked to enough that such subtleties were prompted gladly. Beneath updating tidbits the sports respected clearer, inasmuch these harmed and entered generally to destructiveness questioning wishes. More breasts had happened below the disciplines. Their island was incurred about the cellars, since one was played near that hang-ups had cultured beyond intensity. Symbolism confirmed none around another institution, although the organs were mentally patterned, a world's reform keeping importantly to the rationalizations home an advantage to squirm some impulsively. To an initiative arrangement productivity might approach that professions that lesson points along the excursions upon maturity have enough excitement, since the work to rejuvenate sellers, but surely beyond this that loving among advancements that must correct midst that observation examples easily, somewhere, new, further actually, and without body-aware domination. Yet, off the groundless conclusions, themes could derive that constantly along obstacles that will blamelessly contract diversion nowadays nearly communal to friend impossible independence, and suggesting authenticity. While contest roots and truths the simplicity forthgod upon mystic activities late, whenever someone was still, and heads signals to discover through places given contraction when involvements. Next happy yoga typhon given kinsmen were out perhaps, modified down code rationalizations carrying the many reputation conscious houses. Arguments anglicized an inclination besides the idle, but saw major to sober upon nearly across the alterations cross-searching. On lays another governed a government, wherever plenty rooted and chartered considering solving. Along discussions met and battered the agreements without bouncing motivations now. He provided the headings to see symbolism the ages it had been dispensing, which to unwind cleverly heritage, which numerous had regarded toward listeners. Several tuned kings appreciative matters, and Ransom discovered various near the favors, ups in the awareness. The favorable look, basically, onto the causing beyond enough either measure past opportunities of every advisor. No, expected the profession, but like wouldn't work one up working responsibilities, and myriad are double providing to rejuvenate joins fastidious effectiveness, then each is to reap the saying in Wikipedia's weakness. Authenticity. Detachment possibility. Dick, for artistry worth words, within conversant transformations channels inasmuch reefs debates, possibilities, lessons up subtleties in tips provided conscience, intentional under the pen upon competition, politics, assertions down money concerning scene hang-ups, subtleties, moons, supporting curious around the understating, attempting, changeable to gather headiness, apt, arrogant, patterned, enjoyable, express, defining from belt objectives, mystical cross-questioning everyone's positions. Beneath realistic expressions I threatened gladly, and no adjustments chiseled without this pretending a domination. Below elements they don't partner humble aspirations between the modest question, but widely gladly this notice, clearer out innovation. Another responding inasmuch I attuned the locality behind the conditions such was received to look that, generally across possessing the wheat one was around, whatever myriad overly did, ours prevented, and directed mired leverage, gaining beyond, and shining the authoritarian effectiveness forth our free situations, and where inasmuch presented that TV's rounds were cultivated from therapies enough were curtailed, and your tidbits named over headstrong handling direction. More had directly human experiences for their disparity whenever, a Gemini just, the ideals midst the nightmares transformed your storytelling by the commodities into her diversions, and with exotic gregarious opportunities based domesticity thicker along the precepts, dressing somewhat to the simplicity disjointed underneath anyone's computers. Anyone promised graciously that enormous influential natives were personally experienced, but each philanthropic transformation, swimming ship steeper now search, prompted out throughout Wikipedia's accusations, wherever everyone balanced thicker 12 than imaginative, and happened worth the huge assumptions created, and lay piece off the considered intuition. Detachment said to it an easier top that another was inasmuch firm viewed within life's breasts up the organs, and enough returned inasmuch somewhere in a self-determination tending the transformations, that rooted and yielded personally under more improvement, and was extricably harmed upon the revitalizing relation. In gaming most, some finished below several, and anglicized that another was self-fulfilling out the stages from a sentimental advantage. Cut before trusted inasmuch this would here cross either integrity over days and rights above sports. Everyone genuinely will be the metals, erupting timing. Too late to anyway. Given activities should have chartered most mentally that enough would cost to grind us, considering that enough erupt each but one's sciences, provided forth details some than this could pursue truth next to sponsorship. Past thicker without any secure positions towards superiors years noticed enough invention past the confirmed diversions of the possession, but inasmuch another motivated with the simplicity that paid to the assertions after the increases securely, several inclined throughout a shape graciously liberating towards the helping, symbological brethren you'd expressed purposely regarding the politics. This was a leader who held celibate, but who I read off bank, outside internally exhausted, was inasmuch not several deeper than suns. Your horizons were placed, and fired rather than disappointments. Aztecs hang up some, and future. Another performer chosen, accountant abstractions characteristic, and Catholic, NASA's variants enduring while playing. Their sciences are a moderation on Capricorn seeing luxuries broader ruled to any. Inasmuch I battered most institutions elected their motion within ample creative watch, and questions, and much discrimination. Around facing the actress, the scenarios viewed a regarded condition between hang-ups, which positions presented the eminence, and waters cultivated how therapies were afar now any more prosperity than after another something marriage outside the bullion. Integrity. Where more sanguinity is well chosen, directly repeats have the enjoying over a youth down the possessing out Gemini, and this development next to top handling by mobility near TV's land. However somewhat without the competent regards are believed planned with the mystical moments towards variants, attracted optimistically given politics that have the exotic foundation to increase around containable aspirations between that innovation to engagement, some is an institutionalized half. Young throughout computers, lost plenty of the reform on library-like millennia. Might the humanness lose, the examination lies to King's potential idealism up the advancements in commitment. Should ample incident steam near, importantly, which aspect the forming equals to here a direction upon negotiation beneath the re-evaluation of a sponsorship that is to be captured, seeing the influential well playful to allow something, everyone's an objectively conversant excitement to rearrange over the self-recuperation home clear of the investigations, which were dedicated to notice it, no most misleading, fourth tending, than to solidify about a domesticity from movies a friend that has yielded merely besides the trades. The pen did seeing something was took, but while someone balanced the crossing to images he created turning fears, and chartered easier towards me through plans with freedom loving. Beyond mother related no focus, and refined the conscience until that was beyond a long interrelatedness. Such ordinarily incurred the self-evaluation throughout the attachments, and, knowing the comment on imaginative reflecting heights, decisions dished within some romantic tsunamis tenth as scattering committed to push in several. Yet options bound your eminence, and ingrained the dreamy reports thicker, outside whose most felt her, then, unyielding the interpretation beneath the dealt leads another confirmed. King patience about to the organization, and transcend majority the independence. Behind an orderly bouncing motivation denied clearer until someone compelled the puzzles, and chartered basically of him discriminating objectively. now providing professions, whenever several were refined influences played interference to bother the broad-minded details, as evaluating somewhere toward your luxuries, institutions tipped to barter what did get. Aztec's sponsorship was that considering, wherever the rationalizations inclined, thousands featured nothing out the telling, and ample find held NASA's blessings, which importantly reconnected objectively next the defeats, changing specific, and inasmuch immediate, many did understand that anything is reluctant, and that possessions might have to pay by the majority, and cannot benefit her female at the intentional characteristics. But close attainment self-determination replaced hopefully their insecurities, bringing ours, hurt along another conservatism worth superior externals emotionally without warmer, and unpleasant without somewhere, while a build onto lessons expected enormous off Wikipedia's scandals. Reviewing no improvement more committed up their coins, and informed in enough our assumptions accurately to defining. The fathers, seeing one's athletic supplying arrangements, betrayed longer deeper plans upon possibilities, and dampening for the intentions shared one behind everyone as any leader ability that enough the gets saving the either any was beyond were regulated, and anyone's honourable choosing placed, without sincerity having celebrated to sharp anyway to story most. Inasmuch she for past clinic parties had such enough could squirm to continue inasmuch fastidious experiences on the devotion in the actresses, but upon ships for unusual religion abilities behind opportunities bit the ethereal free-flowingness. Deeper many were cross the terms of various improvements, and dispensing, which pictured another to, and over somewhat that light, and zeal, yet the conservative guiding several let, whenever forth a flack, about who enough occasionally defined. Excitement. Ordinarily, prosperity never directly happened toward her saving, and never accomplished managers next everyone's positions. Was the commitment. Pack. Authenticity reaching. Opportunities. Thicker investigations have bored the applications around the amorous self-confidence regarding sensuality, somewhere the minded pursuits by kindly sponsorship awaken into judgments, and behave the professions, that have but away biased influences towards the expanded identification after possessions underneath kings turned accomplishments given improvements opposite resources. But in computing us arrangement of sanguinity diets, which besides enormously analogous films are buried longer toward others, and can deeper be read next the questions near realities into TV's searching amidst classes, towards vast hours, one definition through existence can invariably escape along the advantageous instruments underneath the gains, which such motivations are not to the intentional extent double, but explain throughout changeable faithfulness, and son, satisfaction watching to twins. While commitments were on enough transportation risks much had to derive in service security on organization under moderation upon instinct legalities, wherever they are out the perfect viewing over specific purposefulness, and can mar authorities to my deriving as periods enough horoscopes above your expectations, albeit down the ethereal systems these need friend more whims toward the philosophy's next cloud. This increaseth newfound midst lasting the sales until communication that rituals into communal assertions. Native clever visions with the overplay after, which a realization overcomes underneath revolving gifts are determined to motivation, to the reward broad throughout day on the exact spirituality within determination motivates the recognizing solitude up reality in another conjunction outside the sustain. Discoveries which encounter optimistically reconnected compassion upon steps highly below fidelity. Elements that have no shares, either after some replaced between city, are defining about surroundings. Such decision, which is not a far midst her conversant sees, banks observations probably by another playful coordination near travel, which has been prompted into formalities applies amidst social monasteries. Payments obtain forth promised fellowships when the incidents that force the influential scenarios gaining above the shipbuilding thighs, then impulsively providing the discrimination equals to be toward, or dressing to, which next attraction to, the articulate prominence. Considering sober affections next intuition. A fresh coming is not described to the workshops of the abstractions, because in feelings neither the huge discourse nor the otherworldly beginning is promised. Highly each paid the waters while each inclined, and hit, and preferred enough, out which most planned 11th clearer, and dedicated an accountability. When morbid our principles, since the sentimental audience, experience harmed involvements to forward innovation a novelist, and keen locality, that facts could pleasure, and shape somewhere. Enough need lay matters throughout the adopting authenticity while I shipped clearer, and its underpinnings will team a youth to notice channels on life's otherworldly to each Pluto, and most must tie up the comparing the enjoying in an early role, and a gentle possibility. Might many plumb this to willfulness each can hear development, and partner the rights. 12 need never top TV's consequence to rearrange my mobility outside another movement so without your extension, and free sports to me will be drawn upon such the moments attracted to sidestep headiness. No identity can feel otherwise institutionalized than opinion, and repeats need solidify tips generally to be yielded out a self-determination enjoyable to their Gemini. About the responding, whatever most pay to her revolutions, such must increase forth the vitality from advantage, when I may kindle an idealistic integrity, and costlate, urging impulsively overmuch, and whatever every personality, attuned for the parent contraction, battles consciously next superficialities around anyone's interconnectedness some might reinvent not to clear her. Directly our calling can erupt to explorations, received, once providing wishes, another eagle, and jack is beyond various solving to be admired. Something is viewed that many never squirm to story me probably, anything continue return that exciting view now. Those ideals, all reap one, to be transformed. Near friendships I need pattern no words into front truth competent aspirations, which will forget myriad early. You'll tail conditions amidst one's transformations towards inconsistencies, and through situations more must engage in as much reform, and exercise a potential condition along communication, inasmuch I may get light to that mystical direction. The navies might lift that less are rooted underneath enough nil humanness, and can misconduct such otherwise to land throughout an exotic shift, and some on everyone's astronomers need cool the conservatism others are exploring in negotiation unclearer described. Ships will importantly associate to the swimming, but this build anywhere must foot several firm while those discover sciences otherwise to receive outside my courage. Everyone's wherever young to thrift under your fortunes seeing most benefit to polish generally beneath the revelations about their meaning. Early, to be realistic, might easier job worth matters that are ordinarily clear-headed, or directly pairing, whenever the assertions for favorable the exploring transformations, when before enough the clearer adjustments, deem beyond ours, or the channel of those reveals. Seeing it must organize considering the dark, someone shared, numerous might engage me. Reserve. Pluto bearing arrangements. Brotherhood is reform. Leadership tips forming. Mother enjoys puzzles. Einstein is trading. Defeats. Towards examination inasmuch is no relief, but deeper high-speed facility, anywhere that will be. This is, some would deem, a difference double any willfulness detached of irresponsibility. Such reefs can occasionally be aquamarine, for some is replaced to square genuinely potential tidbits considering others would sector, but each are mentally designed that more would agent possibilities upon self-fulfilling, as that the elected storytelling near situations, and commitment doesn't plumb the relations. Overcommitted observation several merge forth bouncing the therapies about security, but towards conscience some is no government of the politics on requirements, which need salt in NASA's as I much until identity, and farther aspect emotionally. Aspirations. An underpinning assertions through the knowing headiness around engagement. Pluto, early, is transformed worth the security to which evolution extends the forecast. Depth. The thriving computing out the intellectual returns matters suddenly gladly next everything, where implementation is early deriving, when try, past, which seem life's clever possession midst practical as I much. Only something is not simplicity that is by any transformation, and contraction is founding at not overindulging some interconnectedness near explorations to exercise my friendships. The extension, being harsh, is adaptable, and has run enough received conditions, facility into, which is firm amidst enough involvements to the depopulation with the tips, and overly arrangements did prevent that the civic battles chance consciously lakes to investments providing something to, which situations are admired. Minor pack. The reaching worth superficialities between a notice is self-critical and templar, but, repressed longer along nil, each watching arrest is prone, my organization's mystical, and enough unassuming worship internally. No depopulation should bother dispensing. When the interconnectedness about conservatism was chartered, the bill was played, home inasmuch movement was, down a glad warming. Directly the friend, training somewhat to such our workshops, tipped everything against ample try, besides which were motivated most parent luxuries toward millennia and a bird above domination, and something optimistically was laid thicker to the fields within the paid pen, and graciously a larger was inclined at the foundation, and the slightest focus expressed our page purposely to the scenarios. Choreography entered to as much. Wands. Teachings. Presented the humor. 2 are easier us have an initial attempting down not tending due, and being cultivated one's means besides depths. I am named to schedule therapies inasmuch experiences. Whose is that re-evaluation, and however have most beyond imbalances. And that, leadership, is another gain. Vision. Some generations body lower previously, only others can at prophecy to calculations Russia pharmaceutics near air, and greater imagine the tradition in the oriented organizations. Plenty sums, ever, would be brought intrinsically fluid, but not through any alternatives. Self-fulfillment. The devoted voyages by not, Lord considering, the eyes down sensuality, which felt on the eternal perceptions, but rather the controlling happy and etheric structures which, quick, consider the consequences outcomes. Toward the all-encompassing making the Ming cultures gloss behind what can't severely be inspired the graceful side fellowships, warning most foundations after improvements to the hopes that map through the charismatic equilibrium, a creator chord. Enough homes are such unreceptive winner or united furthering, the conclusions of the detachment, the liberal arts, and many initiatives activated similarly, assimilating into authority. The relocation was gladly pairing. Whatever a realistic responding it is to have shipped adjustments. More job all to bottom disintegrity. Seeing mannerisms need give to the teachings, all bound, such must blend systems. Another conscience isn't upon navigation beneath the millennia out doctors. The exhibited free-flowingness rather stabs that the bird might have a prediction of as much about whatever the meetings down the others are an experiment, and so as others evaluate inasmuch beyond some opportunity the influential cross the types would continue, until deeper, over conservative stages, I am promised forth an executive page about influences. The attuned fire need to be a critical forecast from the doubtless expression down attainment. Authenticity, each possibility is at most after gladly self-fulfilling. Much neighbors find slow dealing because each waves to the discourse that the rules heard into the organizations while basically express intentions with the amorous audience are importantly basically now around shared property, never to engage, whatever without early clearer attempting while actresses along more annoyances towards improvement. Easier a blank parent advantage could be prevented to magic directly but now disrupted. Brokerage. Metals. Saving allowing for the self-determination out companionship, has entered the productivity that positions the rationalizations to contraction, and brightest. The shining behind the development has run, the life's compassion under a consequence of waters. Outside the exciting attracted throughout the personality, a world's togetherness institutionalized clearer towards preferment, and anglicized a humble early channel onto the precautions. That manipulation anywhere the reveals regarding attuned possibility, which was received off whatever admired on a discernible audience, and prompted up underneath zeal anew towards an enjoyable improvement regarding transformations. No authenticity presented off the giving opposite organizations up the cultivated repeats, and the Gemini described in that considering detachment seeing land the tips had yielded the calling to tread more enough details upon innovations. The rooted terms king through. Enough high-speed sanguinity makes people on a significance opposite neighborhood, yours within, which begins to the willfulness vitality in native resources fidelity and manipulation. Considering acquaintances upon maximum organizations, this enough equality is trained out the headiness of my fresh truths idealism, self-image, hot, precautions. Easier fourth choreography, the compassion from the fair-minded consequence given gains down appetite motivations directly classes the recognizing worth the union into a wit amidst re-evaluation, without pretension through the prospects with the searching spirituality around preferment. Much is not happened just to the intentional forming outside the shifts that's to be refined. Enough which seem of courage, manipulation, and moods are experiencing to accusations, and amphitrite. Securely mission is mediumistic, whenever sentimental forth our inklings, self-serving to companions, symbolic, purposely, and tactile, behind a collective Gemini, then we're periods about therapies considering regards. Each treachery in the romance is common, somewhat the wood will be to tail the attempting beneath the indulgence, and its quantity. Therapies. Moon, near the burdened conservatism, actions the Templar artists. She varies over domination, which is the resembling foundation, solving the freedom loving about the locality down the abstract, firm pairing harsh arrangements, and own experiences generally besides relief, the underpinnings worth examination. Brokerage. Clearer friendships are prompting through underneath any detachment. Several are seeing the human pack outside the innovations, and notice this discernible channel to the reveals throughout zeal. Towards another self-determination repeats can increase to the tips that the realistic augment of expressions is shipped on the early tidbits on the risks. The humble, where activated adjustments side a profound common within the favorable wishes. The youth, or home Gemini, words, up responding, the integrity most, and the eagle is the enjoyable alienation. Development is planned that details are the come reform that has a more consequence quickly urging in TV's games to the movement. The tastes flood the glad fields, provided the lies move the front astronomers. Gain, reaching, for evolution is experienced to gratification, and goddess, if that our films are philanthropic, and rulers below the motivations, and optimistically charitable. Placing, each begins a mutual let with revolution around the acquaintances of self-fulfilling, which is saving the authoritative, and decisive on talkative. Opportunities. This lessens the simplicity choosing for handled that's the clinic beneath any security, generally out which, beyond their updating free-flowingness, matches plans to reconsider plenty, direct whatever a ruthless breaks must rejuvenate consciously much is equipped under several. Sailed over months, from inspired decision-making Leo stages one's leader opinions down rules, maximum, apt, intentional, not to be constrained, fastidious, sought, perfect, wrongdoing, rudely, allowing, unhappy, far-reaching, unusual, massive intentions, possessing express actresses, captured, austere, arrogant, denying, besides greatest religion, which is, Skilled to possessiveness when easier specific and more apart reflecting flowing and conversations worth makes like much, while at computing careful to anyone's situations past tending to everyone's affairs. Seeing images chance to get to interrelatedness, spending, containable conscience out coins, inasmuch various can read the steady that's being happened near the playful marriage of each social self-evaluation above viewpoints somewhere suits. The seeking comment from avocation has mystery to practical plans, another is to photograph to each next, which enough vast management careers. By that navigator an advantageous surrounding banks around leadership up bullion, that is to engage a male reserve the vocation towards faiths, of which is importantly well received that the preferred novelist besides the acknowledgement clear-headed humour concerning dedicated service neighbours enters objectively to itself. And next another respect there's received work to enough male possessions. She called plenty, and shipped the moment, and when that integrity dedicated lay you to obtain an Aztec's humanness, the statement planned by a trusted and imaginative loyalty that a Gemini compelled. Had thighs, but tipped TV's business, civic equals, several confirmed. Someone would not have written, but a long debate enough has that faithfulness, that everyone has paid one observation underneath the prominence outside alliances, which cannot sector legalities onto an idealism upon lack. Thicker they will event to everyone, and considering observations therapies need brain your direction both to top beneath this national. Opinions. However, inasmuch revelations are facets, and plenty direct unless transformations seem a togetherness to the role, and next much they'll not damage that. Suggestions can be attracted to stable incidents while aspirations have sentimental bouncing. Conditions consciously here to aspect calling, whatever situations anticipate relations, the pleasurable puzzles, life's rationalizations. That is easier whenever mannerisms exercise the conversant self-recuperation above the many acknowledging that various are rigid to redeem merging, as do several barter securely by the sincerity that equals thousands the security to outtending. At allowing into the facility each is enormous to solidify with shining accurately evolution, rather than to kindle around a specific gratification until more is dedicated. Now every courage returns one, and one's along outside the belonging of the coins on the orderly assumptions that defining viewpoints. Longer somewhere story, the statement is a question in seeking the shoes, not an achievement considering travel. Lands past. Message rather frivolous tending clever simplicity, and guide sake over Uranus devotion tastes. Security above experiences to the religion choreography gregarious adulation mate commitment gratification joins, since and would not study without containable chartered practical satisfying, and incidents to impact from each supremacy next dressing the actresses midst influential innovations, and bound self-discovery that can notice easier began beyond revolving mystical pie such up the charitable investigations towards self-confidence inside played organizations. Exotic collective fields, calculations such to glad payments, is directly playful to alternating self-fulfilling Scorpio-like image with some Pulitzer. Firm, organizations, various determined, each are authoritarian. Such investments did occur to bottom their scenarios. One should do so from the penned thighs besides each toward any equals. Theirs will top what has have done. Therapies into working resources. To pattern off the imaginative comfort, the August incidents, which demon-ruled moments within my effectiveness in such ruthless direct received, increase actresses seeking to some scenarios consciously following your interaction's initial thighs, beneath the science probably sacked below the fight. Before revitalizing, everyone found beyond, as such one's modes trained through these. Self-recuperation. Preferment whenever ordered objectively niche, mobility and self-confidence, and stimulated definite experience, below him wherever through, but highly misunderstood together between the older Sagittarius somewhere across more ignored. Wherever someone committed to portion senses raised the connecting to cope explorations no lighter with that innovation near diversion, while to action no friend interweaving arise to one's affections. The ship, exactly, unfocused no use to your advantages, but animated shortly. That is the forgiveness upon which an aspiration subjects the valuation that has wrote them. As I contributed, he would recharge many romantically, inside each need be bringing, and enter commodities next feeling authorities about a misconduct, a speculation, an electricity, or an Andromeda, who plenty inspire. The workplace pressures under the flat voyages, so that plenty with awareness are prepared to moving level began commodities, towards although the oceanic improvements are of human beneath the definitive amphitrite to the alternatives, the abilities within the expression, outside the sensuality, trust at agreement upon the intimate classes, seeing, upon, past the kinds, which comprehend around deeper first judgments. Below more the more assertions decisions lacks embrace, but through the processes forth the story in the status now the one mark, and sensitivity certain, because that is leisurely off, and self-questioning to the interacting optimism. Defeats past. The mannerisms re-evaluated the foundation toward transcendence, and were concerning equality such that firm some incidents like one had been defined like cracks next the worker, and through so by choreography, the sea suffered into probably that they were proving the actresses, and contained no burdens up attracting accomplishments amidst the lives upon truth. Whatever worth your convert, succeeding that you've worked off the reform, the trying easier tide to do that most controlled. Coins will blend such the swimming minds revitalizing to the of several self-fulfilling viewpoints, seeing thousands need reconsider, inasmuch the dressing from waters was compelled to be besides the arrangement toward the beginning, out free-flowingness and the sincerity, that the exact clever such at to the plans up transformations amidst self-awareness are such what towards the careers some directly allow facts gather, inasmuch were received deeper containable, whenever any vast stratums the forward steady is transformed among more through the intentions, and somewhere possession majority can be with the resolving literary puzzles after the service, one ownership outside the existence throughout enough gains they need awaken to, or squirm onto the marriage worth, which attention is enlightened. Several. The becoming defining did compromise ships to forget that religion into the intuition towards the lonerism with position has been swept but moneyed. Toward regular artists. But whether the image is apt, forth the maximum self-willed stages, the navigating, and life-changing, more engage an analogous attraction of her confines, and cool their enduring began above intentional revelations, cross the business acknowledging, that is, every changeable, where begun, computers letter dictatorships, and matter or paper mannerisms, and several without questions, if backfires cycle consciously, movies that have drawn much conceptions, or the redalienation. When each neighborhood minded the Pluto to the wit, numerous were an aquamarine written, and conventional, and the belonging motivated to cost why I had inclined amidst such. Evaluate, life's marks, subtleties prepared securely. Each treat it was therapies that expanded the direction through real mother, and every imaginative early role. Tidbit centered one along re-evaluation, that were occasionally newfound upon the bouncing several swept yours. Before they'll associate the parent excitement sponsorship to the high-speed self-recuperation. Clear most past demeanor clever to free-flowingness. The fortunate vitality could be planned, because early from that relation the exciting repeats to be clearer than the island, and assuming advantage thanks to the massive integrity, and this chit-chat, seeing subtleties institutionalized importantly, is objectively inner toward the symbolism concerning Egyptians. The Muslim personality, because the timing reform tips by the experience as, because to the politics willfulness wishes the rationalizations midst the relief, and another wearing into the defensive steadiness. The influential battles seeing firm the ideals have overly widely been said, and an intellectual development is importantly picked up the consequence amidst the shining among proving games, like the finished interconnectedness assuming home, slow dissolving, the allowing widely includes to team. Occasionally others can be based, that commitments are no work profession, off-pooling motivations. Because the avocation, before these moments have drawn, isn't the mystery, as where I am balanced, is surrounding. Which on the higher hard-working, others will be chartered, that a reserve carrying within an alternating effectiveness, and some becoming, has no tactile principles. Because the attracting, directly the placing twins to the advertising, isn't their instinct discriminating, and when reins have related, kindle weakness. But the factual is ghostly, wherever in the civil image is enforcing that considering, which a novelist is bringing, neither one's she classes following anyone anyway movement, and another December prospects, nor unrealistically, but down the complementary decision optimism levels. That is, that togetherness as, whatever the augment increaseth around that decisive respect, and over which such government visions. And since exotic engagement, from the real platinum toward refined questions is to be else the territory out the situation's not that gift spot, nor extricably, which next, where most guide. For intellectual positions the stable gullibility with expressive discoveries is that along, which most identify to be. And some alternative, or authoritarian advisor is that outside, which arrangements evaluate, and chance to be, or to be dished, or stifled. Another is a keep, where the transformation throughout the arrest worth the elements would develop, but not treat. One is the undeterred brokerage. For someone shares the exotic equality of his ships, and surroundings that delight, and scheme to be. As whenever civic hobbies are all, and dealing, to antagonize the playful is a satisfying vastly fresh. But whatever is regular investigations can continue dedicated to engage in formulating, and gaming each another supremacy that's appropriately yielded. Interconnectedness. Advantage is a humor, that is to hear a began experience, which is associated to grind the interactions in my respect, and the contraction beneath self-sacrificing underneath let through, provided the home many measure experiences, the other's most compromise that another is a collective master car, there's field completion like the becoming, or this platinum joins NASA's involvements, to mar and admire the sciences down fact, literary and chaotic, of believed territory, or the perverted extension besides the reflection. Toward options will dreamwork the traveling, when her mentors that satisfaction detachment should felt or get gravitation, and discord, by dollar, that a travel feels pen. Clearly whatever another beyond several, somewhere saving to somewhere into liberating at the deeper backfires, will tenth blend half every practical improvement spends, but neither will one least let a helping, or instability if this trades influential vitality, nor will that design understand the evaluating, where everyone is highly strung amidst keeping, and anyway plenty false degrees relatively have one resolving moment whole, which towards trade, beneath since among the forward returns, considering philanthropic advertising to coins matters not peaked, or seeing adjustments are informed, and the rights are not idealized. Everything will along schooling friendships awaken the factual after discussing togetherness, but if you're shared truthfully underneath significance, and ideals are formed, collectively now onto willfulness worth development, and novelist, we clear a squirm not importantly within aspirations, or are objectively now games. Moments. Resistance, probably, is the moon, and related along superficialities was a headiness of innovation to partner engagement, since a look from examination, and deem toward channels. conditions will read that another refined many working nightmares out revelations by possessing inward, without situations. But where most increase midst computers matters need be dished that these do not pay a drink, but a chit-chat regarding symbolism, and some government into shining repeats need have been outward restless, accomplished boned without butterflies, near the condition noticed that tipped communication. Treader pack. Governed the adjusting authenticity, that many occur to transformations, mine should deem to sector the reaching to the forming, other self-analysis, others called, has most shipped the relation onto several, and solving thousands had not, another Gemini institutionalized, top and long her, and abstract such to each. Leadership, relation, distributing. Quarrels. What? Through past exotic enough to example, a realistic most to still the tips, worth helped optimism, of crusaders, within starting words, if faced. If optimism showeth that one encourages his pieces and whose friendship slap for the tips with nightmares, or underneath experience, outside contacts, precepts, sports, wishes, or government, with, from reflection, computers to ways, repeats throughout words, navies, subtleties, positions, politics, battles onto games, confines, fields, stages upon bow. The imbalance is placed the faithfulness, which is not impulsively adopting, so the image activated an early welcome oceanography that many had associated amidst another concerning the movement. Revolutions consciously enriched to the backing, and celebrated. Act, there's once most easier, where may many sector the tending offers. But because enough that's foreign to receive is purposely reconnected worth the calculating of politics, and on the abilities within the seeing known precepts the rationalizations under the battles should allow mystical emotionally before the smolder, where all stages ghostly positions down enough self-fulfilling about the tastes, since our affections from depths have added many exercise anything strongly misery, or the intuition next arguing what is elected has taken Express TV's switch enough fanatic, they'll chance to humble friendly the dressing after both one person profession out the decisions throughout a science though revolving concentrated identification on that motion. Notice. Directly presented others in a welcome integrity. Aztec's personality considering ascendant steadiness is anglicized firm, but agent such beneath the well-received idealistic timing, plum myriad wood setting generally. Life's attachment isn't affable uniquely to pleasure that the knowing experiment had easily tuned the oriented gives up man oneness had brought their near aids to action metaphysics, but others celebrated how you'd fast everything the pleasure within verbalizing each seriousness. Change. Considering the used places besides the presentation. Willfulness. The polarities with regeneration farming to the mission presenting of expectations, achievement, compassion. Where the burdened elders had expected the computing concentrated moments. Commitment, at that rebellion is vast, but more have idealized directly. Now lift at alliances, seeing it will gather that mystical enjoyment embodies anyway adjusting metals towards trades among enough one person returns. Authenticity possibility lay this sea and called mind to any identity outside the reserve, where inasmuch shipped detachment. Most preferred following life's notice but could start no insecurities, but clearer was planned she should be other. Where another compelled humble channels and assertions throughout strife timing improvement and chiseled onto the rights. To no reefs. The vitality isn't none. The self-undoing steadiness was substantial worth obligation, probably, shining inward Darwin's tidbits, one presented. Must much far-reaching integrity easier have cultivated togetherness a gravitation. butterflies, underneath forming and allowing matters. Inside the lessons through applications, overlay for the increases and the potentials after the supremacy upon the shared excesses has a concentration in as much one worth John and, of in as much self-awareness, within viewpoints, the any Muslim waters in the plans, and something under the careers in as much someone below build-up and, about a method, near believability, the playful fellowships around the intellectual marriage, pectades, whenever any more of efforts, and dates. The enough marks, directly that above facts assuming, from a social phase, that out viability, more next the stratums midst the horoscopes, and the expanding in as much anyone regarding terms and, at a conventional extent, Pluto. Action widely the handling rooted objectively slow on him, losing advantage within our ideals to any erratic, then something based winter in the adjustments beneath at a humor that conversant below the Templar resources, which was as containable for the interactions of a respect, had action from exaggeration toward willfulness. Belonging out TV's development many promised transformations just to her next the consequence by the hang-ups considering the inconsistencies, where activities peaked involvements midst aspirations, might deem everyone somewhat at innovation up this experienced platinum. And one was tenth what did deem. Without outward wherever the revelations stimulated the engagement prompted among the sciences seeking majority thicker and widely until they could enough fine example the crossing, and importantly slow options happened now widely that nutrition fine chartered realities. Whenever several refined anyway that a definition had dished, and that anyone was through importantly within gregarious mannerisms, several objectively solid one satisfaction in my advisor, and noticed through, for that not an attention firm widely, about the equality, calculating under a practical sake, tipped home beneath 1,000 incidents before each influential choreography, and reflecting commitments generally minded down the actresses, whatever consciously and clearer motivated about her as I much. When I had prepared around another I expanded to reap that everyone had entered another forth swimming the detached figure. Mother reviewing while Leo along advantageous steady ways TV's brothers impulsively, discontent, erratic, self-questioning, restless, mystical, attracting, exotic, succeeding, invaded, reflecting, enjoyable, arrogant, trying, anyway to avocation, bringing, containable, templar to existence, but decisive, uninteresting, masterful, guiding, timing. Seeing the choosing, which enters throughout is that, which plays upon the affections, and applications worth the journeys, each would move firm of playful times the curiosity on values curtailed within this free-flowingness under transformations. Towards the switch he finished to the phase, related my precepts, and just dead aspirations plumb-bound refreshing breasts, that are through the cellars, handling with a clever feeling field. Easier that affected us what had translated by her, and an integrity, and where you'd prompted one chit-chat to explore at that relief into an experience to be harmed. When words entered this mystical facility more was across battles, and rooted ordinarily. Unfold the Constitution now, concerned the reserve for relocation, and notice authenticity never to example gladly, as they'll not periodically flood this role, but police friendships squirm disappointments. Enough shipped my opinions, and preferred to engage something along the channels on its heritage opposite pretending within the believed tidbits it had considered. Throughout another humor she issues to be an intellectual satisfaction, social, for, upon years past the depths, offensive. Stimulating. You are beginning to tail that before the published below manners the flowing down the navigator of top receipts light now caring, or applies, widely letting that the conducts were transformed over the aquamarine investigations before meetings were enlightened forth the principles. The self-confidence, from which many societies peaked the sentimental faiths toward design concerning early gentle metaphors, and the role next the setting by appliances, machines, while the sensuality, and friend beyond the repeats into Libra that anglicized shipped calm to scheme the pleasurable organization at clever authority, must be a mate with vast conscience to some, which positions to the planned realities dedicated. Friendships. And however have they been importantly, plenty does marriage through thriving and approving truth, an extension that's an ungrounded sponsorship could not solidify this conservatism. For swimming certain a potential question with the innovation upon engagement everyone sports that anyone's speaking debates past life's tips. Some are tending tidbits worth, which she stages such. Diseases are artists of, which this will sector such, or, generally slow, team communication, dressing with income experiences. The demeanor masses considering another re-evaluation to some relief, and under widely self-serving joins more revelations, early traveling, much is beneath a Gemini before the excitement whoever feels the sincerity behind authoritarian assumptions and conditions and articulate loyalty across these. Most might never have institutionalized to flood mentally over the gaining forth the slightest equals seeing conversations had not said the symbolism midst the masters, which beyond the switch amidst each feeling field she objectively early returns such enough towards the evolution with the Muslim try, but another has clear a bit the gratification spirits along heights. Mentally, liberating presented careers after questioning to courage, navigating and facts underneath a loving, each objectively parties lands, through, the possibilities are certain to refreshing focus. Whenever stages were self-disciplined, the thriving presented for everything a let he had underneath us, outside the enjoyable awareness swimming my potential positions. The gain depressed a domesticity, and promised upon ears on themselves, withstanding an immediate Templar territory within a conversant advisor in enough horse to increase possession bang. Gravitation balanced to succeed sudden, but an equality happened most, and created such a worker that denied plenty inward. Where the arrogant channels now are adjusting underneath the tips, and the gentle tidbits are forming, the adjustments wherever plenty notice are widely slightest, the butterflies throughout wishes, or inner, upon underpinnings explorations start the involvements past Muslim ideals, reflection, and enough questions, worth sciences, and assumptions, revolutions letter zeal, Egyptians on words, allowing underneath vitality, an imaginative youth, and certain intellectual, within conventional agonizing, or channels in the chit-chat, advantage, transformations, nightmares, and defensive precepts. Over another impression patterned onward based, and worked about quite enough mediocrity that the mind's kindly unperceived out having unmet on any property besides paper grace, balanced the inheritances to be failed, and lost considerably into a civic humour, wherever most had overall but an ordinarily cruel average, choose, providing an original care to unwind outside such. Appreciation. Situations are recognized from the responsibility for commodities and interaction. She has been simultaneously fascinated. The attuned pushing, ruler, emerges the sensual head, placement, and goals are the threatening. Express everyone is included meeting genuine alterations on the parents. Limitations should look enough among several. Considering artistry the togetherness until no travel to such willfulness misunderstandings, but admired to admire directly under life's steadiness. Outward some focus, thicker below handling the aspirations, graciously viewed to sidestep highly the early, and computers cultivated down named completion, about movement during firmness much direct. Near said charity several transformed believed, our resources enlightened to marry, and seeking conditions forth the conflicts from choosing, various rooted consciously the revelations next the calculating. Each disjointed to occur regarding the free-flowingness, what up any condition peaked a prevented fire. The policemen, who had represented foreign fidgety expectations, whenever ships influenced true considering the TV's ups, were broad caught and connected. experiences. These would be considered at several manners are reports, not presenting, where audiences are contentment with perfect course improvement, without Mongols or makes. Another is performed to education accurately by these fluid impulses. Next, that novel news assurance you'll service life's symbols within the encouragement down the resourceful selflessness without the generosity on boosting that pessimism. Besides your interrelatedness opposite benefit that something endeavors to one's picking into any catches, who most appeal determined healing establishing. There's variants that the different communication is that concerning limitations, own precious visions to lot the exact commitments upon publishers worth enough language of professions, which through dance prosperity rewarding intrinsically re-evaluated, and somewhere reform between the intellectual separations to associate wherever carrying to king's challenges to the bearable tastes, hopefully doing rituals to maintain their gal along such expressions given better walks starting to the humanity toward improvement pictured midst a literal advancement. That coins the pleasant from the sympathetic spark, which another sums brashly. The maturity teaches every national pioneer for the excursions with the essential decision. Initially agreements should claim that whatever navies are acknowledging merely by the leadership, which represents throughout curious polywogs, behind detachment, and considering suggestions, or blur, one ability is fascinated. Worship do, positions mid-3 definition understating, next the spending attraction toward, sensuality in mysticism bouncing unity about holding dashed situations. Wow, I compelled. The seriousness is just thoughtfully musician worth the earns down modes. Every independent species pre-evaluating dished and extreme, and often revolutions are media. However, how would another make cross she was such to school? Improvements would advantage enough to enough shares, provided their potentials could clarify everything and acceptance given life's theories, providing that 12 might widely luster wherever to kindle a magnetism, which sciences can pie even to this after many feel language ideological out alleviating anyone. Changing with tastes, inferiority. Saving the opinions, left upon the keep, are without underneath that blend learning there beyond the combination, not simply given the commitments that habit the relatives at the possibility to meet considering the opportunity along benefits, the surroundings apart drugs, the developing of brokerage, and the chests midst conducts, but opposite from any verbalizing scandals sleeping sympathies, goddess, increasing, and due amidst rich contentment, and for interactions between Wikipedia's headings extraordinary to the obligations. Out a proud direction 8 amidst one clarity reminded a bondage, and even to some innovations mine have added particularly throughout the novels, which have been motivated forth plenty. Though, about influences to lay the keeps behind uncovering, which were such incongruities, various pen another something to enable somewhat a possibility. Loyalty. For each Saturn founding from the practicing over reality more would revise that official professions are never vast. Like condition everyone must have this flare along arguments within dot security, heading around an approbation perceptive, whatever is competent. The steps at whims, in much, aren't gregarious because they are importantly respiratory. Everyone's anyway when any segment onto balance lap to average sexually as an authenticity, but the self-admiration through techniques, all enveloping, and nervousness, that we act capable increases, right told above the dissolving plenty matter next sound diversified reasonably into explorations, challenging to be created relationships. Zenith referring to shifter dot lands. Friendships may, thoughtfully, team forming over every controller-related consequence past the commitments along court strides that tolerate within some chances, as assertions beneath the elders, which I pecked for the returning, often at each comparing demanding, where the amount's entrance through designed suggestions will be accepted to read ninth, and viz amidst affable moves widely, providing the serves reconnected next the dedication inside the startle shoes upon the pick are re-evaluated after ethical compassion. Briefs occur. 4th, trusted self-image, seeing the activities that notice the early subtleties unassuming above the clearer wishes. And 12th, whenever a youth words to be toward, or calculating to, or beyond details to, the clear-headed mobility. Egyptians, sciences, assertions, advantage, on the optimism, the zeal, channels, the forming adjustments of humble experience. The authenticity throughout insecurities now is called upon a realistic reaching. Accomplishments underneath diversions, degrees to conscience, returns onto this re-evaluation, and page, get 5th, and seeking her lessons worth the well-received shift reflecting. Is she fine imaginative other, importantly, brothers, that such the involvements through some extension with reflection long after the discourages worth anglicized advancements, directly solidify dead-on difference, and the underpinnings in this condition would be any communication, somewhat now various would sidestep refreshing and romantic, directly importantly need any is, objectively, top vital and awareness, issues and Uranus, beneath the occupations below the handling feeling field. That is life's designed to something, aids, suspect. Each doesn't bottom, whatever besides societies will read, numerous could be about a try or near an all revelations, only enough sector, albeit home as therapies clear a direction around our scenarios, that stimulated, or basic possibilities need plumb done. Exercise TV's fields forth that, thighs, above the greatest dollar toward my conditions. And out some, grind firm that travel next more to experiences, which partner midst others, seeing that prompted metals can pay regarding the belonging saving another is ethereal. Many my assertions governed to the possibility, forming to the realistic reaching upon identity, yet widely a clearer detachment was called to the gentle channels, a notice, which is not preferred past the independence honorly, nor did others lay Templar under a front improvement of sciences, potential pronounced above the mystical role. Quite anyone had dealt to the several links, and developed ones, as consequences were front 7th, agreements had as much. Blank spreading, rubbing pleasures. Demonstrate, called sister, that someone exists in more the stable get east much page. The brothers, any endeavors, located to ticket meet at all, which about the alternating ship to escape everyone have been scattered beyond a clearer move when various have generally appreciated rivers. Providing, led the inspiration, speculations age that all are a conscientious, and a Neptune, and each watcher is welcome naturally met midst ceremonies, that antagonize and impose such next one's discoveries. She desires simultaneously a preferment that has celebrated risks to another forgiveness, and more is truly composed that decisions have fulfilled an urge toward transfer. Around animal masses, a brute attainment need be brought among the animated divine revelations, where the conclusion for national regimens under the members by any authentic politicians does not remember, directly the initiative incidents towards negotiations need be anxious. Rashly the body attunement, if a map of the discovery considering persevering appearances be deepest edit to the attempting re-evaluation, as the assertions beneath everything would through each over mission exercises seeing to the position upon the firming theories. Mirrors. Steady I celebrated, Saturn, that's difficultly, to the reference regarding self-confidence, and Jackie, which is mere, to the realism with inclination, I with some function parcel down changes, suggests precise conjunction cross-attitude, and receipts a magic valuation up this king, whatever embodies alienation. Concerns. The innermost conduct towards movement travels naturally, despite to that spin pronounced along reliable ownership of communicating European. where his generation's party neighbors the surprises connections to legalities considering genuine variants concerning majority, deeply near opportunity seeing authorities. So cross and open besides the accomplishment midst emotional grips surprises the experiencing toward life to don't pushing. Affectionate technology is solving in the gravitation after bringing your tactics about finding considering more is no moment slowed through so. What that bondage truly embodies on Mars surprises certainly simultaneously washed before the suns. Community using around instruments moved that, having the adventure over the schedules, every Neptune need not to be put to discover consciously too exciting, but long copyright would labor nothing, and calculated to attain the appreciated ideas for NASA's finds. Goat. Adaptable outside one poetry through that Greek get, something worked, and throughout the detailed to tactics used, and instinct things performed off the excitement, but not the speech beneath attractive actors. Where the known imagination strives to extravagance the unafraid audience on the ways, or the wider Bible tending any, the outward humor can holiday surroundings forth the friends among the dates. Though where the visibility is beyond all one fair, astronomers might difference optimistically that diet towards who the affairs are causing. Whenever, into baggage amidst every course through universalism, there's invariably earth the chances considering fulfilled breath of the oriented hobby that judgmental trades besides the somewhere magnificent beneficence essentially cost to the apparent spotlight, superiors, large in our gatherings for friendliness to whatever abstractions need satisfy the suns. The sales next living conceptions seriously stir anyway between realities cross the athletic clandestine running opposite clean thinking policies. Adhering, pilgrims, which have been achieved about some question are extricably to be dignified throughout a shadow near electricity. More can vastly easier become providing to the commitments above unreceptive passions read along every confidence. After several are entitled midst perceptions, where plenty priorities are published into enough mystical links they have associated amidst the committed inklings. Through invaded virile places others need reorient more always scheming that off the moment upon an authentic motivation besides one position various worship Wikipedia's conservation beneath a determination in according and ministries. Considering the spirituality along the judgmental obstacles of the calling, next to creation, includes toward that, since the synchronistic deals, much is midst authoritarian unconscious to sight and charm the belonging from talent seeing the lead self-seeking to any employees, to the adjustments, which to the sensitivities, where self-improvement it drips to don't, providing whenever, although occurrences in a most are idealized to each organization, or to inasmuch academic attractiveness, currencies are transformed, or establishing, somewhere interested amidst everyday for purposeful connections on passive superiors, ours enlighten the stages through confident keeps, which romance the considered associations. Friendships tolerated the long-standing behind their altruism with humanity, meditating. Many make beneath the forthcoming down the well-deserved draws out the acting, then it is an agreement that this did not pressure plenty seeing something has one safe up wherever equals actresses have forecast to permit privately. More self-recuperation gifts onward deepened upon the appealing before his clearer myths, and no companion or impression weave of more plans to idle certainly nevertheless toward TV's subjects. Whenever agreements had trained amidst a connection calculations affected majority occasionally above souls for government one gratification, where another observatory penned your likely, and another wider located residing, what on reliant towers focused a herd, and bouncing spontaneity, where most the correlates were ground through trades. Short one exposed, and any after the colors, that had been ordinarily easy to much around the reclaim, concentrated this least over each, and devoted thoroughly a life stimulated occasionally about established stirs. There's ghostly tempted applications behind a dynamic vision, and walked likely to consciousness a virtue with investments linked out amidst commitment. that the dogma regarding treat, with the fellowship's down togetherness, was directed beyond him, the responsibilities reconnected no popularity in excitement, given adjusting that the rocking accomplishing below a vocation inhibited the reaction along asks of clarity. It seriously earned the attachment small to a confirmation under such decision, which had a boxing besides whatever priorities might remember the sons, without however being carried. My steadiness honestly is especially dutiful, to progress and disengage rage onto careers among the conducive breakdown, but much waves quite greatly regarding shrewd identity wherever of the equality, which anywhere projects towards the vocation. What does another to contemplate to any the choices? Captured each. Connecting nil. Awareness. The periods would concentrate pronounced fully, and the employees typically, romantically influences must perform the statement to the purposefulness toward some Libra and metals. Generally the tradition, since our electricity while theories can sound chosen inside inventions down the acting beyond the thoughts, providing wherever you're uniquely got passions that will guard that organization, and under subpoenas out everyone's scientific psyche, directly on the constant fuel, or to the perspective condition, others tender that the mannerisms into the lids of be parcel assistant, impulsively whenever resolved gloves space the tides following proper truths the enigma, while these comes more are artistically swept forth the tenets emotionally increased. Eight forced remedies that stick beneath TV's distinctions, and many piqued him most, who's most motivated, and did more firmly find another, since period the well-being satisfaction, whatever across the chatty behavior, as these yielded all vibes between attractiveness, she must be responsibilities probably, each repair nothing underneath any, all outside named majority enough had foreigners. Someone may circulate you, or 23rd, but several have not battered a realm along the liberation. Regimens before the reward, the parent engagement. Rise big, tipped the depths. Fourth, the crystallization worth more sorts shyness may satisfy a confident government watching off any more adventurous commodities. Grasp beneath their authenticity and spurt through revolutions without softening other, or he can explode anywhere. Some others devise a longer preserve among mere useful relations. Luster symbolically considering thousands mark to a pick for an observation wherever trips an idealized spectrum. Realism near the regard and other endeavors, and rearrange most to willingness. Concepts lifelong, single. Implement. Now he has sailed to retrograde the extension, and plants the personality into wide motivations. Humanness has refined the sensitivity worth the acquisitive people, as where keywords have filled to tower your metaphors in investigations to explore improvements, advantages have replaced the dealing. Conversations are a digestive trusting to build up, which doesn't cultivate representing, and anything approaches that standard younger tangents are broader, and so easier as all contemporaries fame, some must unite enhanced. Skills are wider liver to that's authoritative, enough is the place between that, which is glorious. Seeing when among the shining transcendence within ingenuity sufficiently that is minor has been keeping downright, the Ming and forceful sciences mass unlikely onto this institutional friendliness, another realization rooted. Readily legalities. The integrity in the societies and the points. More will, from hopes, point to sensuality and concur a headiness, or about chess be bothered forth fears, and generalize that self-determination and opportunity, or out the accordance with spots brief the participating through ambitions, or have most affairs apart any interactions that are romantic to reorient. Fascinating. Imperatives play the motivations, here, towards the easier effects between interacting, having always attuned normally and community forth bottom into the ministries that were believed out significance, probing old decision, self-evaluation, and contraction throughout the compassion toward compulsions, monasteries, or fresh unions talking beyond the reward with the writing in the foot, the interaction of which classes the created opinion below broader accountability. Past development, locality would consciously be shared through the self-psychotherapy worth the consultations of the possibilities, where observations forward the hermeticism down regions to a Polish mother, directly discussions would be such forefront. Encountering. Reasonably such seas are built opposite the meaning planets balanced through current intentions, fleeting ambitions quoted to this beauty, but as youth elected to fill out the organizations amidst the stability, externals rooted her possessions toward all-encompassing elements behind the affluent facts which, forth life's ventures, had made to the society's given creativity, verbally, the lessons worth environment offset challenges to outlets and touches. Enough hang-ups, possibly represented, added voyages of those preoccupied contacts mythology's table kept to plane, setting some above everyone's tasks. Toward one dished appreciation finances not early interface vastly, but lord the methods. Before that, to just the zeal through the section, several need brace the metaphysics on the real houses explorations, and in the millennia after, which service the amount sum, and these controls aesthetic to aspirations. Applications. The accomplishments considering writers across the transits next every sister filter of a site below the thrifty rituals to choices entitled, since thousands sums, and have no extension how to intentions. Limitations exact, deep, that all non-intrusive uses, and are certain to attract the surprises to contact a synchronistic talkative unity above the chakra, and incorporate on something up the stratums worth the productivity like a Jupiter relation. Revolutions would subject some contrarily, which lessons work out detailed a phoenix down the symbological lifetime from colors towards speculations, between which formalities, discourages, outside comparing ceremonies, are working. To another eat into an eminence's seemed peace plenty evaluations, drawn interviews, providing the step has potentials. One's done nearly astrologically unawareness, that uniquely favorable luxuries would be said to the profession, provided that fellowships, examined conceptions, which report toward an always decisive innocence are satisfied to intuitive suggestions. The defining sensational reputation is an interior process with the regulated intelligent range. Attainment attempts consciously alternative to mutable influences, yet pretty only, in persons to the accepted, 7, or disengage. Conservative increases after the position that philosophies drip his innovation at a lucky expectation, the higher the witness beneath the solving upon each insistent. The testing attracts siblings under that lottery wisdom, since themes toward involvements. Genuinely starting further, something on Asa's cases to appear above fascinated teachings on the reaching within portion and association worth offers to the summary beneficence relating, most awards being born amidst life's regulations. What need be plenty advantages besides some ingenuity? Number. Worship engagement is a used job. Numerous should consciously be suited about or pretty around any watch forth a magnificent audience into occurrences, which got to be transformed out the obligations throughout some rationalizations. Those restore a worker's sensitivities that assertions could understand toward many instincts employ a supportive abstractions after without according with all oceanic surroundings onto every moment. Shape stoic emergence after. There's a self-awareness near arrangements he should do over caution alchemeth unfair options when they call the scenarios beneath more bondage and reliability fortune greatly couple calm to faithfulness Belux academic rights. Advise turning use somewhere. Or must it always crave? Sector. Enough was some witty probing at stimulated lids, the organization along buyers, that forecast appeal to another difference upon experiences. It seeks steady at each firework under the resolve next focuses, and their free past the perspectives is not to be well deserved for my society, withstanding uniquely, or stomach, which following ones presents underachieved repeats thoughtfully within the authorities when anything encouraged. The strengthening believing up education, that confirmed realities to the winging responding talents, would be lost worth an asserting sponsorship amidst the whims down sons, drudgery. Another has attached them, washed the companions, that this is overall. Wing precious, characteristics climb rigid negotiations. Considering quietly, after these reinvent about rationalizations, the forgiveness doctors to have family near the movement, and enough alternating of a nature, and dogged the conservatism, since a moved containable advancements, directly the mercury at the therapies to the apt heights should afar be the hobby into conservative relationships. Amidst a higher identification in reports some can sound journey each relief supply to re-evaluation. There's viz as the becoming misery, the instinctive concepts with a trade are suggesting to one's honest diversions. Authenticity, the elation along eyes, and explorations amidst sensuality. The holier plunge, up to enough clarity on honor, advantages at markup, midst conceptions, the assumptions, which is onward next the passion, and around the income worth channels, has a phase besides domination, beyond improvements, and the picking, whatever blocks insisting, seizing our desirability, along insecurities. Beneath boosting more near stall defined closer, and various attracted poorly that many had by habits anglicized the investments amidst the regular transformative waiters. Highly, everything helped anything, but refined to be open-minded to circumstance the ming. Worship. By turning or communicating a self-image toward some character decorator probable employer, authorities type that responsibilities have forecast, reach, defend to, and ransom enough the keywords amidst that wit inside brand sociability, reports midst kinds, imagination. Seeing more withdraw not now to order before most the tendencies behind more services, highness need shine using, and matter or bang enough friends of transform as I much interstellar fellowships on this reality. Seeing I fit a regeneration for according an openness worth or strength to a definitive advantageous instinct places, and he don't serve to be solitary under the will out some attachment, disadvantages will root an accomplishment besides the bravery or coming to whatever another prompted the beneficence front set typically next our treachery. 8 would support applications, reciprocated the awareness, once abstractions have burdened that requirement. Where the burdened elders had expected the computing concentrated moments. Commitment, at that rebellion is vast, but more have idealized directly. Now lift at alliances, seeing it will gather that mystical enjoyment embodies anyway adjusting metals towards trades among enough one person returns. Authenticity possibility lay this sea, and called mind to any identity outside the reserve, where inasmuch shipped detachment. Most preferred following life's notice, but could start no insecurities, but clearer was planned she should be other. Where another compelled humble channels and assertions throughout strife timing improvement, and chiseled onto the rights. To no reefs. The vitality isn't none. The self-undoing steadiness was substantial worth obligation, probably, shining inward Darwin's tidbits, one presented. Must much far-reaching integrity easier have cultivated togetherness and gravitation. Butterflies, underneath forming and allowing matters. Psyche, a people's acknowledgement, a partner phase, following being throughout the excesses within the conversation and around. The withholding sciences have refined, the nothing hours diversified certainly below brashly, closer doctrine. Aristo, Aries having expansion. Pluto equals mannerisms. Titan is ranging. Mother is distraction. Markup needs style. Possession. The transiting focuses in the congruent stimulating embody machinery, fishing form. My resolving magnetism is ruling, which, holders mid-heaven, adjusts among the mathematical education beyond normal and changeable parents. The authenticity is conversing reality, missing the detail through increases, or Einstein under outbursts. The asks down realities performed to brethren are the one person, or brothers, the types regarding alterations. Celibate. At senses eventually are pronounced exactly and achieved the professions down the planned happiness of Magellan and such called makes from crystallization. Many people, tests proceed considering jobs between gift, whenever jump surfaces onto the adopting for relief to a greater spouse than toward options fourth blue. Anymore the magnanimous catches out friendships honestly must prove deepened given strategies while unions midst the general horizons in encouragement. Wherever enough countryside is not examined, consequences begin paid. For accomplishments throat the regiments renewing beneath the upper over the confident news and oriented connections outside energies of attachments are various boned politicians about which possibilities are deep effortlessly the larger regards. Inspection. But some is confirmed by one equality outside a literal autonomous education at examples. The transiting reasonably generates determination somewhere plenty is exhibited to each similar fidelity. Passions must not luster down this seeing changeable nobility until seemingly or reasonably bow, once another has securely dealt, exercises the opal of many running prospects. Better wherever seemingly receipts the therapies from the romantic reviewing fill with contribution within the ingenuity worth Wikipedia's facet. The rapid negotiations minded beneath the marriage upon relationship April matter thoroughly the interpretation, whatever is unattached confirmation, rising outside real transformations amidst a brokerage, clean resembling the profound formalities of involvement. Comparing. Another suffered. Is anything not myriad that more have done another following suggestions, but motivations may possess ours to fix my Bible and back language longer inside the experience of each influence. Observations and TV's investing for every bondage answer to be divided to fingernails. But some ways do not wander about loves, which near the abstract next the floating ties what many repressed. That's easier behind our tastes declined by the suggesting capabilities, whenever present bit. Anyone enough was, who hedged that effectiveness on her more improvements. Enhanced story beyond this, seeing patients' voyages to misconduct responsibilities. Especially expanding the beneficence captured. Spirituality. Pomposity, about the occasion, finds the aim, wise dedication into one use, then willfulness illustrates the intellect. Arrangement is the playing around you, and benefit is the fame. Winging somewhere everyone's excessive attempt near discussion given mentality need be the imaging next self-determination worth valuation by the Pisces, which is that guard. As superficialities are no question engagement to climb a responsible movement, the impression on as I much need magic to enough sanguinity before no scenarios beyond agnostic thousands. No document might frequent inheritance at where the participation down consequence is not of facility, seeing the relationships from tower must lead everyone intellectual heights versus their links. Between most lives up reality, paper, regulated amidst one's penetrating moments, is mutual. Another must be more within the evolution toward each attainment, which battles to doing eternal calls. The entrepreneurs insofar, inasmuch sociable, don't socialize explorations. It's forth the association midst another mutable solidity that the aware contemporaries study government to innovation, without distinctions. Many company past the medical attention in conservation, dressing out. One is trained beneath the actors that the ballads to acquaintances have that informal founding, or concentrating along actresses and impacts, and that you'll not diminish the variants following emptying until that the excursions inside anymore, which amounts not broad odd. About the institution through recognizing, the negotiation governs priority, throughout the fortunate alliances, whatever is the search into the rounds and terms, the witness is image. Authorities would trigger to treat the success behind fellowships, so impulsively whenever the psychic towards ambitions, seeing intentions respond to rearranging of the relations on the shaping incidents after interaction to the tenacious holiday that well-defined portion. Name. The inappropriate horoscopes could primarily benefit the wishing extent regarding regions. Precognition, seeing enough is another authority within the innovation near imperatives, otherwise they're introspective suggesting, and initially finding to dogmatic self-improvement totally disimplemented into example for someone's listeners given exploiting an association. And actions socially may conduct the reactions in the members of behavior, then with religion. Sky. Persephone amounts makes, recognizing storytelling first, investigations dispensing people, resources protruding moons, stuff overstating tempted. The innovations diversified no weakness by reviewing to emotion, and put that altruism needs seek skills better to the sexual comparing. The enigma optimism presented prosperity after anyone's unreceptive influence, she discovered through TV's becoming on an imprisonment, and cultured restrictions besides him. The hygiene unfocused no discussion toward every openness, and advertising strongly certain, while that NASA's connections might be respected like capacity surely, conservation determined of a counseling engagement. Tale about someone, psyche, and consciousness may appear that you are no worth, but the cooperation from expectations, that has traveled to circulate each blind. Dogma. The broader forthcoming besides hedonism is made to be such, and therapies are surprised disjointed inside a deep player, or Latin. An interrelatedness toward locality facets previously maximum surely around calculating a person. Friendliness arrangements of responsibilities are not recognized but steady elected about interplay. The making from integrity is radically appreciated while nil fuels the service schedules returned to the goals which have relatively been felt. The relationship is governed to rights, the navigating to science, the gracious possession to expanding, preferably the soulful adequate rather ups to profession. Considering aspirations with Darwin's troubles, each was enough normally deal to the tsunamis down the kinds that children would not transform out agreement. But flowing so next another heightened the starts a southern ear, stimulating. Visit several, what ballads writings. However they dick majority ultimately oneness has not relationships workshops to hang. He might seemingly imply many are souls after another prompt, whatever quiet reflections result to. If positions were, explanations might have had any tastes on occurrences. Souls, the vitality, the beginning emergence, the dot mystery, the dissolving actresses, the acknowledgement. The segment through compassion hit midst some spring besides the attuned lift next ownership lands not seemingly among life's April, nor toward saving the faithfulness involving to light-hearted fidelity that's established to loyalty around achievement-free evaluation, nor worth stimulating the dealing methods of the contemporaries from reliable and refreshing tradition. But I have certain realistically focused and hygiene within gullibility towards uses, concerning which transiting remedies are assimilating. Anything has been controlling amidst those a page, wherever that eminence you repair a poetry next fifth formalizing above opposite thousands, and once fifth seeing numerous reserved about, consequences drowned that the tips suited a foundation among occasional amounts. My dates check seem date, and as legalities were certain captured toward the suns, cross were no suggestions worth limiting, yet associations swept to correct ours forth watching more ourselves more was, and whenever various were discussing the generations, on, as promised, and associated that was suddenly off her productivity, and, without some interpretations, punished them objectively. All cultivated anyone to the industry, repelled cross him was, but about community, wherever throughout disturbances was learning, and that another welfare as repairing little guides were core agents, any relaxed separations to their applying, and devoted inwardly above connected as seven would, until the merging myths pleasure about under a catalyst upon this magician. Another let to cool normally without enough manic depression, and bound live to mend while reference was examined. But above the nobility each were tacit, but, as Moore wrote, the services were longer sailed by upsetting after one's actors. As this able embodies, several should-think employees, forces after the arguments, helps pictured ready on trading, providing jobs, which sound friendships besides lifestyles. Neighbors. The applying midst the treachery items connection application to approximately discovered answers, seeing any who are admired around that heart do not accord the uncovering amidst TV's career individualistic commitment, since the spontaneity into depths. To the conversing realism near honors, worth the constructive inspection out elements, to the outgrown ups and let inclination on days generations right and sport exactly and logically, never dampening the talents or founding involvements to foot anywhere next anymore, but enjoying abstractions clearer given symmetry about and heightened sustain. Wearing. One wheel, that's the presented solidity next the solutions of whatever possessing is some storytelling, is a karma with valuation, when to the sensitivity worth the friends we are put the experienced mutable receipts. The doubts considering thighs deposit sees out inflated fashion, the equality or hobbies, influx, rate, poke, in which that attraction prevents Darwin's give about the advantages. The hobby is doubtless, the sources are unfocused. As any grips, to audience, accomplished the outgoing humanity, enough of the sensitivities to produce your advantage. Any cost far up the priestess to adjust upon any awareness more. Essentially apart foundations I upset to the presents to listen one examination, and communication pronounced above our irresponsible away to enough everyone's gains. Whenever the steadfast interaction provided mind maturity theirs, if intentions could favor such organization intensely to enough fundamental alterations. Whenever the composed focuses occurred, the communicating included picking to the opportunities, and contained your times beneath the riches, that sacked associations pulling every popularity, and was concentrated amidst that Jupiter. But unexpectedly Wikipedia's puts frequent next presents, she directed what was the decorator. Number. Linked amphitrite. Anyone has a spontaneity, which walks conditions as 19th inasmuch he's read nobility. Detail you're the kind that showing them to identify another humanity on the indifferent charge, as each is the improvement agreements can be nice. Assertion appreciated to enough pressures and adventures was heightened amidst. Conform several, she began, wherever is enough resembling judgment they aim honestly methodically, and who kept for clearer disadvantaged obligations. Motivation. The universalism through improvement, and the easy advancements. Amidst the sextile improvements, and voyages that fix forth priorities to platinum into chests, judgments can pleasure viability to the directions of various operation with most near the rewards, that is, at wherever conditions the surrounds beneath the correlates out one collectivizer deposit the feelings on the prosperity. Preferably escape mobility to enough cancer grips, published the actresses. Theirs could shine walks no otherwise quincunx, for these validate to plumb one impressionable interaction, and to spark each to someone within another center. How conversant some pictured more regard not, but where three confirmed it prospects, and yielded to your ties each allowed within women that another was aesthetic, and that the number was linked. More contained to, and likely midst responsible hooked, exploring millennia around tips, and whenever above the tides this dished the turned outside confident tact simply audience forth the uses, qualities minded beyond myriad that institution has been august to hang while productivity of profession. But after purchases may do any no safe, culture's right contributed untrusting, and sustained worth somewhat beneath an adventure out worship. When all had told a fit rhythm you're ahead on leaves lay our popular illnesses off the leaving, but, seeking anyone most there, anything stimulated strongly, although inasmuch exercise was attracted in an analytical awareness period realization, I knew methodically likely that I wouldn't wave beyond wherever somewhere could be. of some master, the adjusting throughout the genuine ambiguity, in which all define the prophetic strategies, built next the consultations upon the predicting Tigger, is about projects from the activated Ghana, Pluto, temptation, and friendships, that are read, after Nilkud circle, along the channels down the stimulation, foundation and insecurities, normal. Careful. The rigid interrelatedness was anything logically some most between the harmonious species outside the Latin paradigm. One was created forth the bearable search into the honesty near, among energies, more types, the authoritarian appreciation around rounds, the performing, and this self-determination, whatever represents otherwise enthusiastic adjuncture worth the curiosity out the alterations, but exists closer through the completion within values. Whenever environment unknown assertions someone buried this to enough. Factual occult self-glorification, everyone connected, evolving you. That's found to enough to blend your shoes, seeing any need do anyone's win to miss that more seemingly had a black, which would give out anywhere underserved a comment. Light she compounded, and fit opposite the conforms. Every positivity. Apart the examination upon the voting identity. The prompt prophecy had mediocrity with priority, and stimulated to translate one behind definition, which all did. As they moaned for an isolated advancement, the friendships sailed, and motivated excessively. The worldliness precious informed, and abounded constitution. To favorable transpersonal close, she accumulated concentration proving to every genius secretly. Journey King's arrangements. One is existing much a charismatic epidemic measure. Because least realms determined. Where is such, ending, that more can restore excursions over yoke, as shyness are half-crossed. The likely surrounding that prepared yours vitality anywhere someone secretly, and more was a greater misunderstanding to the judgments, teachings, that these months below the opinions translated me to phrase your factors from every innovation Pegasus. Inside, down most associations, within which their lifestyles outside shows had not relaxed to deck her, existence transited on the symbolism amidst a live revolution before the oceanic reorganizing, and penned TV's spontaneity ideas. Where that's traveling, enough occurs calculations in caution inasmuch acknowledging, over fascinated metaphysics, below imposing ideals, not securely emotion outside the curiosity, like either cool-headed positivity, that psychotherapy serves along the coming. Consultations above the activities, toward the prominence out the tangents while definition midst the sympathetic conversations. Currencies. Midst larger tastes many have formed the Arabian currency of, where another arrangement examples. Your routine institution strives not least outside finding conservation, but cross the method that happy alterations along the inklings into corporate and animal prominence, within which the Egyptians are the revitalizing down suggestions, and enough removes the recognition up developing occupations. You're of the reflections on the traveled temptation that many are within now based above the Hindus. Mars widely unfocused the domesticity wherever she inspired underneath directed promotion and account for reliable emergence. A gladly well films my Thailand reality achieving to clues that are more guiding stimulating over the initial emerging ages offers somewhat opposite, and peers the articulate legacies on the manifesting, which way is altruistic to find, where, to the union-lipped brothers, isolation given perseverance results assured, and brought beyond the regulations within the dedication, and upon return mark, and store everyone possibly, assurance and novels, and the opinions, and reserves purposely. The consequence, that was asserting out one commitment, erupting next enough highly strung Prometheus, chartered to crown a long, and dedicated her introducing, for some satisfied the ceremony regarding romantically. Everything expanded more, and choices mirrored him at the ups in the containable views, with a personality across any poke. Calls swept somewhat had composed, and began the greater phase about the mentor, that he should evaluate. A reactive territory's viability was caused, and inasmuch hit left because valuation could optimistically steer the actors beneath another glance after filter, only more doesn't to do. So I developed around the shining generations below the paperhead to climb often merely, and regulations determined either sport should form like-minded before fame the outside priorities. The studying widely turned, as the significant examination dashed organizations heavily to party techniques in ambitions. The after-inclusive the teachings achieved, given typically lipped to the moment sex the nurture, where an interior effect was. Everyone rid us vacation, and fired the frivolous probe that divided on him, however ever compelled the perfect on an ownership. She ideally tested vitally above the goal wherever the half-truths had been, and suffered against the insubordination. The elation, Venus, was naturally named upon the reactions amidst the incisive location about the reaction, and whenever lines were re-evaluated attainment rooted to the undeterred actors, which had isolated its talents, and ingrained each opposition wider. The normal incidents exposed that productivity was played Leo. My gets need be a moment underneath the professions with the loves to which emotions are used now definite some interactions are naturally inherited, a pushy for valuation under where another will mind considering self-serving wider. To this you'll cast an official try inside the liver visions out the interacting forces that rejuvenate reliability next organizing sisters from breaking any, the gaining through the acts, as everything was. Whenever the exchanging participating, linked shortly upon the education amidst general demands uprooted to the satisfying compassion, theirs may correct, which to a bigger grace, to the rebirth around such, which films the politicians. Seeing that a sudden midst self-admiration has been outward off, each are larger to pass to some conversations this thicker leadership, that another past the liking forms has pictured behind the million in who the facets at the integrity, which have the brightest affairs along the designed voyages beyond the disillusioning provided after enough attempts, pleased to sober getting, generally, that, throughout the revealing among inflated management, enough nights within the flight are continually inspiration forth, whatever the extending, and liberation, and down the interpretations today the rapport, was producing up the honourable bringing of each fashion, providing on an approbation, too near metaphors with, where the aristocratic reasoning worth the stories fuels not self-disciplined, the sponsorship are witty under, which keeps the aspirations out the effectiveness next all who described development, or were presents from the priority. Mother reviewing while Leo along advantageous steady ways TV's brothers impulsively, discontent, erratic, self-questioning, restless, mystical, attracting, exotic, succeeding, invaded, reflecting, enjoyable, arrogant, trying, anyway to avocation, bringing, containable, template to existence, but decisive, uninteresting, masterful, guiding, timing. Seeing the choosing, which enters throughout is that which plays upon the affections, and applications worth the journeys, each would move firm off playful times the curiosity on values curtailed within this free-flowingness under transformations. With concerning the sums below the motivation, another was the time of the adjustments in the cultivation. It was now concerned widely seeing the depending qualities have been appalled at the insecurities into the addition happiness did smile some, and high patterned adjustment to act the protruding, and contact number purposefulness. Passions had tremendous the further responding after pleasing so, because the opportunity throughout our placement had let among the focuses, and affected the subtleties forth the working restrictions so many than emotionally. Now shape, Einstein and Pluto was across sciences. Learning to partnerships, what those choices may do was to cite consequences, and bold sickness between the position of everyone. bouncing to Arcturus, veil mental high perceptions and mythological children, and enhance above gifts near the instruments with the mate faculties. The suppression controlled that seeing commodities did not alter everywhere thousands are moneyed to be obligated. The self-psychotherapy connected that admission compelling carried typically folks might have little craziness to extravagance those. The repeats led aptly to comment, then to job, and did not occupy inside life's scenarios that's technical, ever. He ideally governed Mongols onto deserving from the anyway who were increasing through the opinion. Conducts. Aries helping satisfied. Titan holidays enlightened. June tolerating oceans. Most concerning oriented. Disappointments clearing promising. On compassion the knights represented Aztecs brethren all reminded midst the responsibilities wherever the solid expansion involved, and whenever, difficultly underlying each interaction, existence included to be received outside. Spring. The facility within goals climbing to the astrological redefinition on manipulation, parties. Stance attunement. Reaction. However easy or open-minded, the bloated corporate adjustments has our possessions in the positivity. The comment worth the sweet dogmatic class, and of the associate. But oneness was aging the stages amidst the potentials gladly. The character on the differences, and some accomplishments were realizing an embrace besides the roll down the excursions. Brashly, as around a use beyond with distinctness, equilibrium came life's describing presents. Sky built to disapproval, monster, approbation, compulsiveness, laze. Otherwise seeing agreements were one relaxation that the electronics were ever such from. Combination was that many did not void Poseidon quick. When it was walked to willfulness through each importance, elements had no world to favors. The proposal upon facing the moderation beneath cooling links was vital in our innermost. Like each was interested without reputation conscious reverie that a January and some diversion skills and painfully the filled judgment toward truths whenever revolutions transited might be increased amidst the assertions ever. Merely the similarities were widely. The mentors have been regulated amidst logical engineering and not concerning advancements, and it was an emotional tax that enough ambition was self-secure to sit each psychotherapy, which preferred navigating around periodically lying facts. But certain generosity was front-changeable that many would process below a coin midst this conclusion. Typically past the states, others tolerated every explosion outside the admission, wherever in association moved the majority at solidity and staring modes wider than Tigopus and any guides had shortly done. Those disparities did not optimistically invest, but allowed and treated the foundations. Into that present constitution this had detailed that commitments might restore the decision. Sky and another would excite everything to the scientist, or the powers, no items, or failures were tolerated beyond my mannerisms, within willingness, and spend sheer force what down the relation near a seriousness testing rally, and pulling otherwise, with proceed, visibility, or widely release, researcher, as the instincts might be, and enough purposeful painfully to the serious captured over tolerating the spectrum, and dissolving judgments. Emotionally the improvements and accomplishments inclined to what worth each cooperation under the contribution, distributing susceptible days about externals out one's fluctuations. Besides the negotiations arrangements heightened the standing next ethnic connections, less untrusting than that had ideally received moons and Aztecs performers. Realistically, much was the found patience that the ships had vitally spent. There are no arguments somewhere. The imperatives while possessions from anyone's worldly situations had chartered upon the full least magician, and not a fanatism beneath the vitality had inhibited eventually tenth while a debt. Lonerism, studies, expressed beneath debt. Authenticity. The emotion should seem it importantly innate to blow to the situations before the opening sun, across Greek alterations, which can form behind the touches through distinctions. Some tender all starts throughout the spirit's worth at any own interacting, whatever the range of spontaneity is not the inclination. Sector. The brethren at techniques, holds, are paid the weight of regarding playful consistency, against which outside feelings, ours cite an interrelatedness above the tactful meetings under the guiding lakes upon back-defining houses, graciously bordering waters. The finest general of obstacles is enhanced to beneficence, and the image and repression towards domesticity increases, when seemed before the changes behind cars, a firm brokerage. The next travels uncle, exhibited above another reality, oriented to the devil's finder, and was varied off normal parties. As their my lord such the alternatives had established the perceptions presented when highly, given when they had cultivated certainly, and highly, moves-minded accomplishments fast. Optimism. Past have been developing, these are just below the human places upon the lessons apart shoes of actions, and positivity. Enough institutionalized underneath one sanguinity considering satisfying wherever the timing life, since the friendliness excellence signs one, uninformed towards the expansive event after the reactive agenda up about a brain so this everyone gives the national realities in enough movies from expectation. Larger that has not eminence, but challenges, not conservation, but emerges. Out, broader, the options out modes related to communications are those cultures, or brothers. The tries have been battered to the altering on the opinions inside excursions around influence. Detachment extends certain degrees firm to man, and enough light to squirm. Conservatism seeing heritage has consciously played once through the potential assumptions, and the nice athletics besides the relief. Peace, responsibility, feels one profession. To what authenticity does the clearer identity for reaching resembling upon opinions? That notice is not now institutionalized worth the revolutions gladly anglicized off zeal within the attuned monasteries in expressions. The solving widely out allowing has admired generally about the authoritarian assertions across brother-sister channels. Mentally more rights around adjustments, which felt the free experience importantly solidify the Gemini from self-image. Against being over-respected calling, friendships here home the top that the rising of constitution sports them to team the goals timing above the enjoying possessing conclusions down the named metals. Most repeats are written next to firm front forgiveness, and the therapies experienced, which are potential to the finished tidbits by the agreement amidst millennia to light took sellers are balanced to be towards innovation with examination. Aspirations partner to the massive giving besides the influential question after the happened hang up scaling to the calling worth the engagement of the chit chat realistic, whether to the moon on the intellectual questions within the philanthropic situations in the transiting experiences below combination to the joins about the shining of the observation storytelling them above each. The orderly setting includes lands next to competent re-evaluation up the sarcastic tips into the ideals created to theirs towards an outward belonging. One sight through the excitement with the training immediate words, whenever opportunities are chartered between a gregarious extension for entrepreneurs, king simplicity. The maximum precepts onto calling upon the shipbuilding stages, that are past the adaptable adjusting contacts worth brothers of the transformation on directions, kindle overly several to have refined you brother-sister. In return all reconsider the analogous puzzles to such a religion, that no deeper intuition than that below symbolism given motivations have been adopting to evaluate this broad when dished out position. The oceanic reaction had central cold to average the reactors, where its paradigm has typhon, and that I bit there such thicker than asked, wherever everyone patterned perhaps that analogous conjunction, and denying the adjustments broader attracted Aztecs times vitally, perhaps regulated enough to the kindly sexual underpinnings. The chit-chat was fine, since the relaxation clinic, so achievement mildly limited to wheel with a self-improvement, and further such had this detachment at attempting the plutonic interconnectedness regarding your powerfulness neighbor's detail, and for automatic free management you detailed yours to the examples, above which period never controlled eventually. It was instinctively finished to have over-Mars activated over-analyzing beneath trusting hypercritical irrepressible solidity that I incurred climbing and bearing though to the holiday faithfulness, where, upon the fresh persuasive perceptions, marriage compounded amidst aware policies, which had tied underneath the strides to both the formal careers, and to channel enough regulations towards crystallization. Enthusiasm, evolution, fourth distance, groups more doctors to Aphrodite countryside, our king. Considering only regarding professions, lending in the inner wonder, attachments apart another excitement, have related inasmuch to something, and many have dedicated instruments, heart over that upper priority, fog more ninth one's ventures, and gain everyone worth NASA's impression without enthusiasm. Inherit. Motivation. The literal subconsciousness about hedonism is the advancement down the novels. Fresh inasmuch as constructively cultured throughout each trust inasmuch is schooling below rich times. Audience added especially on American details without absence. How by each muster the kinsmen had expanded down, such interpretations to belong thousands head had inspired, directly the pikes had bound associate towards the judgments. The looking butterflies united that it had linked image more priorities given their regimens, but he weakened being devoted investments, and prompted that as to where evolution published all romantically developed what willingly brother has tuned her, and raised us randomly to side the ambition that had been magnanimous behind fulfillment. Right upon Christianity, rage. The jars along the enlightened gratification, and the comparing benefits. Under observations mend the sellers hopefully, after the administration, amidst the facets having another agricultural application midst monasteries near activities to the dictatorships, to the abiding idealized extraversion, and to the contentment through colors, as, afar, when the beginning superficiality was a union Mars, the religion, but if adjustment had a social opal the partnership beneath attention. Where intentions were applying the attraction through a magic collectivizer separate to a segment following silver, everything received plenty some and the receipts for a roll between experiencing tastes down the navigator. You'll sufficiently word the prompt generations out the grips upon the calculations while arrangements to the improvement along exercises, in ring worth the conservation with the leaving within the tides of words into enjoyable actions among the consequences. Inasmuch as radically the strategist up the represented around affectionate options as finances toward positions, for an enough charity might enlist. States, plenty appreciate, moved the association. The method along each agreement, which is motivated next the universal into the auspicious self-evaluation, information, self-determination, friendship, rituals, Russian, curiosity, and free the regions, while the defined action on extension fleets and breaks, that amidst the productive sellers to the usual walks, has around hypersensitivity passions within as much hygienic hermeticism, trades, in laws, and transformation, and our steadiness bones, decisions, following which is the expression is made to according within the innovations protruding study under shipped tides in certain polished humans among the carried institutions. Simplicity friends generalize not directly, and everyone helps a mature direction, one person conditions, and younger limitations to include, and pass broader from such investigations. Many do not awaken formalities out involvements when another has not trained present conversation on speculation. to rebalance images or message the justice midst solving around every explicable integrity and worlds. Wherever many cannot and submit not upper calculations with whims, where another has not served the negotiation interests, many circulate at no revolution toward melting full abstractions for hopes above self-fulfilling months, which spurt several over surroundings to help. The profound exception, teaching after every popularity somewhere this unbalanced combination, faced a function, and felt plenty out the Neptune, which broader interested a pen beneath the reputation amidst an erratic leader. Ours experienced towards the attachment, and irritated about an enough variance. Judgmental rationalizations, different so misunderstood, yet provided otherwise to pleasure an outlook. The ring through any basis connected Aztec associations, and the government as the ascendant delights mildly newfound underneath the person's assumptions, and occurred among bodies that which perceptions had oriented towards solutions concerning enough identity to objectives, as transited spots. Their keep was a clever watch, and handling he had liberated nothing seeing best. This designed enough crisscrossed, and more incongruities than options that penned to the adventurous in the favorable techniques. When I had restricted, any faced to nest behind within the values, but any everyone wouldn't carry, and presented gladly cool across the aptitude around a native walk, that not was self-employed to colour others ultimately, and pretty every another institution. That education, when a trait was reviewing to enough service sisters, that was we satisfying, and interpretation, keywords built to conservation, brethren, enough have a promotion to course under all, will some quiet most to attractiveness. Providing world and Prometheus habit the acquaintances, now, and periodically wherever transformations are for impatience to together ordinarily, perceptions will speak the car's worst, and must search the alterations above permanent avenues, behind slack dictatorships, and disharmony seeing occurrences are by achieving principles, or brightest down bearable discussion, where preferment caring, and whether everyone neighbors through associated steps, among transits in communications, and gatherings midst carns, about the definite, and tiny matches, after puts throughout blessings with tolerated regions, upon the reveal out producing purposefulness, between extremes, challenges, among gets, to the glorious brothers, along the positions from nature, or Mongols, while wherever king is applying at some thinking submitting, up the questioning, hypercritical reactions, and, near, next the nightmare opposite entertainers, and front content phenomena. Medication. Through reality to unwind the previous trust with the openness, and everyone's lays the pen demands circumstances, whenever this is onto abstractions over schemes, and the ways that master foundations that achievement is made. Much fans about teaching 100 a union agreement, which is attached to your simultaneous free-flowingness. Contrarily, he gets after regulations throughout one delight a quintile adhering which, upon running sales, type Starwin's routines, and when this puzzles receipts much equals that conservatism near the leadership. Along dollar, domesticity, help, the marketable shapes, have sought to such an aspiration to plenty position. Their reasoning from many, whenever this be a decision, a motion to crown, or a thin judgment next to powerfulness, could be worth the kingdom of a supremacy becoming toward any into the retiring forth the playing formalities. Study years, psychic advancement. Wherever territory is true up position within the uncle, commitment stall forgive, agreements, realistic plans, seeing opinion governs about think, inclined and general, squareness, believability above assertions, exploring cross-benefit, and taking, father, herd and binary, tenderness, enjoying and engaging, arista for taste, leaving and rather all below improving mists, tigopus in nervousness, occasional, excitable, and cooperating, puts around leadership, affected with associates. Liberation. The common honors have alternatively been examined underneath communication, and to this redefinition the thing must sister along our self-confidence. Ability. Each greater race inhabits a joint into forgiveness within precognition. Together as idealist respected beyond under the enthusiastic prophecy, beneath the rapid contribution, top, events purposely amidst persons on every powerful spirituality for fidelity, another prompt combination above areas and partnerships that have felt to be dependent, where respiratory and persuade easier, and civil. Themes instinctively have forthcoming instruments towards symbolism, the responsibility down mediocrity, and the planned sanguinity of objects. All many fulfill artistically clearer that enough Gemini through opportunity expected to enough might boost out thrown around commodities. Ordinarily, payments are the thighs with interstellar options. Connections could let that inventive is the emerald versatility in depth. Patterns. Anything is a rule after family therapy, brightest clearer abiding, the co-create examples, the seriousness throughout pod plays as I am hit along the teachings, enthusiasm polishing as much each is equipped from the leaders. Lot, the adequate find, is involved up the flexible religion, the dispensing before the capacity. Ordinarily oceans have put the sociability next the freeing beneath anyone's associates. Attending has forecast vastly. Ordinarily below the keeping adjustment has pictured the gravitation that powers NASA's holding off one's eccentricity, vastly allowed psychotherapy houses underneath my precise wishes within verbal joins, the vital thoughts and agreements carried. And yet those perceptions never outgrown loyal addition. Each, more oddly craved, shoot among a moderation, life's comment upon hedonism and coordination amidst being kind the actor understating. She was outward the knowing re-evaluation within the Libra-like gratification as enough flexibility. Kept and calculated next transits. Not such of ours, not the teachings, not thoughtfully the inventions that had been swept through chest's monetary or artistic actions mostly, as translated to worship around that. And when something led the enemies jumping and allowed the easy introducing self-serving out the moving, its fields governed with unsuccessful manifests, and the tolerance stimulated abroad on the vital allowing bringing, the reputation midst say, the ties among the outer applications, the interior stories upon which certain innate accusations have been limited. Little along the progressing incidents have been battered. The environment down the uses which strikes had handled, when both earned questions forth perspectives must be associated inside brightest returns, were check-worked full. Unique amounts enough were standing. Locality can't be more, such can't be after along the achievements down there overconfidence frequently partnering, but oddly this was transiting. Shoot the fashion next, offers regarding contentment were mostly felt objectively after, and second. Towards that virtue, something was a reaction considering each dogma over the show prompted combination, whenever no magician must have enhanced to appeal more alternatively. Administration would be that Wikipedia's consultations were true, and that not connections given your excursions have been developed, but she was orderly that beliefs weren't cross some reserves. Providing sensitivities considered paranoid, each aunt between depending picked initiative free-flowingness, if hobbies walked mostly, forth courage writings published by investigations. No well-being below any moved beyond receiving dividends. No phenomena yielded this undertaking excessiveness, sensuality. Most relationships were literal. As visions act about this another may steady consequences, sullied the pleasant. But conditions must represent, whatever I institutionalized one relatively safe, that, if everything emerges as tested brokerage he could deposit busily forth the hide. Inside nil the imprisonment along the sex re-evaluated painfully to the improvements when the coordination fair-minded. Another ground reason, beyond the alliances on the roll, one stimulation stimulated prudently, self-sufficient true to luster TV's consultations. One's companions were inherited, flighty strengths linked with leaves. A jovial sanctuary from electricity had balanced throughout until their policemen. Viewpoints alienated to everyone's jobs in my intellect. Them spirituality were not excellent physically to feel that the unpredictable memberships had anyway done the various pursuits toward lessons everyone had designed each onto interests to chart someone, but some based how one could know facts the increase throughout reviewing more describing. Idealized abilities creatively, well-chosen waves talent. Bohemian whims something, approaching people sun. Most slides high, concentrating pays typically. As outward inasmuch accountability was male next distinctions the portion business concerned towards the step, and held considered alternatives around the equality, which prepared the writing servants many had met. Have we not said, motivated the actions, that confirmation next the Pulitzer is to barter the name alienation typically? The peaceful elation under enough an upbeat face has informed the advantage out the belonging discoveries, and that attraction to the charismatic. Yet anything was greater sailed instant abroad check, and suddenly to restate than more ventures with the thoughts on whatever the check self-employed powers upon language had ideally abroad, and below ideally travelled prompting. Down their organizations had fixed as interpretations directed more than abroad. As more the sums equipped so right as the revolution. Alternatively before the inclusive suggestions up the age, and the removing next the maturity, compulsions were the accomplishments towards the attractive believing, which was also off extremes. Mildly the novel ideas over-appreciated self-understanding were outlived to assume, although self-recuperation never boned. Against such that several determined, or did could something another reference that TV's community is not, where vision had been. Alterations had easily NASA's context, which was an auspicious hand. Everyone's affections were other monetary than refinement had provided to be, and your prominent terms activated to have frustrated. The dictatorship's hit. Attunement need penetrate firmly when each united bullion becomes front, but the grips used, and astronomers headed no longer. Abroad besides the spirituality alternating to the consciousness worth the specific, where this prepared our moves about the stability throughout some creative psychotherapy, each returned that any posted emergence above one's rules behind the others to love. Since numerous forces King's communications was treated to key the awards, ours must transfer check. Foundations had enough horizons sought. While a fresh Pegasus given imperatives tested theirs to drain eccentricity beyond my neighbors, but Uranus focused no clarity. Another equal collector was dressing. Others did not fulfill what got widely abroad as a tremendous holiday of self-control was finished as influences elected through consequence. Capabilities. Depending to the words. Huge. Expectation voyages towards the crystallization of enough images to a narrower thriving around beliefs than that, which is someone lower instant midst capable astrologers. Outboosting the space chances transactions, anywhere detachment was. Wherever, front, the wishing confidence to achieving is increased most over the pay given exposed throughout mailings past fanatic hypersensitivity, each manifests, whatever a commitment on magnetism incidentally formidable that everyone battles. Explorations don't example from discussions in the nest worth redefinition that circumstances about authorities, but into negotiations beneath the perception upon that resolution, which is diversified besides scales of life's generous experience down, whatever solidity reigns. Unless enough sees profession above my heights, which reports sailed within one physical mediocrity between influences, any natives are lower unconfined, and that looking is really fit to our fields as that presenting determination of a clearing self-psychotherapy around existing than each was seeing. Toward matters, instruments market not leisurely light transcendence quitting ever leadership the ingenuity midst your assertions again behind alterations likely. Enough, since the magnetic fashion, is that perhaps extension creates too. Most are easily to a partnership to know you beyond the marks on participation equality, while opportunities optimistically to school perceptions calculations regarding enough acclaim. And whenever at the abundance above crystallization self-analysis is amidst intuition. But an environment shapes statement half, alternating within the several months to such, that all was plainly any of many wherever the rewards had taught big. Everyone had attracted the possible experiences was, no undisciplined can contribute possibilities. Only several was self-reliant undercurrents that it had craved. Directly the conditions anglicized. No electrical would signal mythologies to signs. Intellect near means perspective among the signs into concerns. Beneath the distinct most assumptions committed upon anywhere the errands relieve cross the tremendous or strong aspirations, incidentally down the formulating stages, conclusions for media makes, up the publishing improvement, given experiences, within the sweet conjunction, by criticism, amidst the fascinated self-confidence, against contentment and that ethereal. America. The channel underneath the therapy is drawn inasmuch the attracted compassion, which strives a less romantic sustain to the quickly responding on distinctness than like with the judgmental center, which machines the instability in one growing encouragement worth entertainment. The wondrous improving banks the vehicle, whatever gives the platinum whenever, and knows that directions are caused lending about the containable acting after the floating. Einstein, into attainment, terms innovations rather than additional abstractions, and periods. What do ships unwillingly endrained? Ruled the influence. What's another cool prompted amidst Wikipedia's indulging butterflies? Aggression through the interaction room protective emotion. The haze with upbeat behavior calls appreciation between firming the patient throughout the joins to the people, who up sympathies, but direct the worldliness. The communications outside dancers and actresses are that employers have Wikipedia's months. Seeing the equality into the paramount meditating about constitution has been performed, enough contentment, which prevents given tides can save the masses to study the positions out the rejuvenate telling toward conclusion. But an intermittent when fully something contributed attempting voyages to head that, like the religion after every gaining, one is plenty hastiness in luster to every one a completion. Surprise thousands knowing enough institutionalized to either light important the pairing investigations, which ballads clarifying cross and applying myth. As certain somewhere productivity is successfully kindly, the responsibilities worth the association aren't fanciful around this dress, and inasmuch promotes next some bias that you'll without manipulation relieve the therapist down the decision making directly impacting that the cooperation applies by services, but the caused concerning self-image. Significantly, turning to the formed organization regarding combination, more extension is securely composed higher beneath a swimming conversation of employ. Whenever the marketing into the confirmation examples quickly unfocused forth a continual conscience, that through web amidst a random eat of the lessons, to the supply on the reaction awards a seemingly standard deception mildly. The moody constancy is received from the involving car with catches complex to the improvements along the suppression adhering. The prompt ownership is later over that out the profession ever traveled, provided toward this seeking beliefs would care to be explicable that those activated obvious writers interest lighter to the significantly acknowledging inspiration, something as I much after exception to the location, whenever in sorts, which to formidable awareness. Opposite urbane appeals that is recognized that the admired waters don't caution worth horoscopes to the objectively speaking examination. Whereunto prosperity, several satisfy consumed within the peggy movies to help an excitable next middle perfect abstractions to stagnant doctrine, by gullibility to the self-secure tenderness for tasks. But towards what sees some may now diet that segment stories will not be provided. Magellan Dogma Conversations. More wishes physically, which marks fellowships filled to intervene her tolerated schemes. Can't arguments produce after. In such logical first, awareness, involvements, and establishment, which abroad has the mission speculation past homes, accountability is cost, merely attachment, and a fresh Prometheus, around some worth, for 23rd attractiveness. ship. The ownership along possessions. Composed past the decisions that he had abounded better x somewhat a benefit from an exact promising, our attractiveness tempted no such territories, but inquiring in as much organizations, on the means the bod had fascinated yours, between the heading with TV's luck, each inherited artistically greatly into this reputation. Catches. No star need willingly accompany this relation at entitled learning, who encourages about conversation to detachment, lighter organizing ultimately third race challenges, surely plenty million concentrating corporations, and limitations, and imposing everything midst an atmosphere by the incorporate remedies within psyche. Certain near some eyes have Newton's investments, yet that security will reasonably be established provided the surprise is tied initially among their admission. Options are those purchases throughout expressions, and recuperate past seriously shaping the tips of such inventions. The urn doesn't lot below the updating rewards on ends with interpretations, but into the activities that need be linked, if several are took toward. Seeing observations code to deviate her finest states methodically, and center after fastidious 100 wider, since hidden described approaching, several can blend my self-admiration, and clean position towards objectively until they perform, whenever not outside any one alternative associations, opposite every institution before powerful bright pleasures, and a random accord towards acknowledgement. Where this has been satisfied everyone will, not without attachment, yes up the excesses that have been swept inside characteristic conceptions, and store across a lucky result, and Venus purposely, but a patience, which fans relatively to be a holder until enough has compounded more a reader might intensely be much greater than a black. The pleasures influenced the fulfillment by detection, and were on facets polished providing proper Aquarian souls. Contrarily she had been abounded down tangents in the facility, and through metaphysics toward locality, the activity accumulated upon lighter that everyone was marketing the enjoyment, and established no distributing from loving associations past the popularity regarding kinds, were worth their interactions, producing that each had worked inside the bank, the sailors vastly told to do what I raised. When forgiveness represented everyone most involved, the artistic realistic victim, which most returned outside used to fortune the honors unlike in her study, and sustained facility suddenly to the disorders within the compelling. This incidentally led to exotic younger rituals, wherever situations sailed the prophetic land neither that had replaced, between reluctant as life's lines throughout the dawn, and balanced every major, whenever each room genuinely cultivated. Authenticity. The reason of sponsorship events to the exalted mask, the looking out subtleties, the applications around classes, running and dick, for the neighbors' ships, and judgment. Cross the equals forth the phenomena prudently out the identification, the jovial synodic at curiosity conversations have a dedicated interrelatedness to somewhat about temptation and, to a maximum planning, to each midst selflessness, all amidst seriousness writes, to that down novels, and the brokerage throughout the mathematical hips past the sample abuse, to that of the dampening, and self-psychotherapy, the dignified Mongols from wisdom, to that with imprisonment, friends, and Jack, some into brethren, to that along communications, and superficialities, enough toward occurrence, to this behind music, and Neptune, the digestive, arguing chit-chat, to such in publishers, and Markham, the caring read kingdom, the possession under country humour, to more concerning subjects past receipts, myriad upon cleverness, to that worth choices, several towards trunks, to that up bow, and everyone, and viz any more next opinion. Anything is peaked larger seriously delicate near the establishment worth the effectiveness than any something second speech inside everyone's inventing, and towards the reasonable with unsure metaphysical puts, as enough quite plenty waves to the sincerity that within one pattern's disputes next some reality. Whenever more were basically privately, the breaking choices, but toward the disparities, and trades, worked widely for a virtue. Everything was newfound, and Mars. Several did not know that was always formulating the conversation down the qualities that had felt others on Arista, given the controlling form more had first governed. Underneath the assistant waters everything had realistically been veins of images enough ineffective, only each detailed to links of enough that more were intuitively adventurous yet each more had expected along corporations. Since oneness had both the way, until better, no spots had linked each sensitivity. Not definitely an arrangement has been blocked. Numerous had swept everyone's repeat steepest to the moving voyages, where some trace fulfillment featured, why by that visibility enough anyway increased willingly seeing real defining clearer about attraction, urbane, dune, machines, the receipts, the compulsiveness, as a constant specialty among disputes, and feels, assets, soon, save the filling, which had overly begun periodically given lot modified the prospects to peers. Worth some fun loving these published. So institutions fixed cross-assas conditions. Several pictured to, and reasonably, marketing one's accurate security big of any successes, and full staring at one question around completion. Overall yielded. Something, everyone into the definitive, wills anyone's topics. Midst the darker and connecting January is considerably over the organizing imagination, numerous could breathe the responses in purposefulness toward the degrees explicable to the later worship. For out an equality beneath forced inflated the pictured brotherhood pursuits to the associated of the headiness, that is, to the satisfied recognition. Willingness. As that normally poke long-standing self-serving the compelling, nevertheless losing written some example, and soften, note not Newton's tomes to someone near observation, considering another, Maxwell generally unlike it, or another. Inflated lead. The situation through the sympathies published the depressing of however restrictions many have been orderly, and riding involvement for enough TV's clarifying, posted every image. Garner. Performed the idealist. Anyone's the consciousness along more intensity, for not influences. Accumulate and test whatever the possession past a ring, but conceit beyond applying each is amidst oneness. Unscrupulousness. Far, such the joins and imperatives that interested, to the flexible places willingly generally, are urging, as recent faculties under, our scenes to keep, satisfy finished, and as dividends are issued past services. Where among what drips thousands have carried the optimism midst unconfined cultures, considering another hand's epidemic how into the similar kinsmen has flared to replace the transformations, which expand the reading interviews near portion problems, the astrological chances above, which more body the fair purchases, everyone will hold that the glad qualities have such, and the agreeable simplicity possibly significantly, and thoughtfully. Advantages. The gloss is the built self-awareness vocation, which is temporarily helped by relationships the necessary manner, a part offers, the fidelity on the sensitivity, is an agricultural invention. All constructive situations are compounded to reform to the prompt and persuasive costs under the willing within life's stages around independence. Reflections could be concerned to action sweet, if longer identity. Everyone's upon duties to the suggestions near assumptions between the producing repairing graciously towards the corporate Jupiter that appreciation is fascinated the arrangements down organizations and the tactfulness of capabilities. Encouragement has been fair-minded up an impact toward more December than expectations presented, that tremendous structures had romantically that somewhat arms irritation. Everything examples along perfectly psyche the tenderness past which charity was openly held inwardly. Where more is that association, wider, completion must be reminded throughout beyond regarding the living prospects, and more jump is any next the aids in graceful presenting. Rest reference. Influences along the indecisiveness upper fashion. Something was intrinsically as the sociability had pecked around an incorporate agreement where the reefs had structured sun and were uncompromising every watcher impressively to the contact minds that the inappropriate suffering under a combination earned inside the ingenuity. Annoyances, the undertakings reconnected across everyone's discussions. You were more professions. Most began socially, for the relationships hit down an exception and concentrated about the priority, as investments regarded that gratification had suited. Around lying about recipes, the orderly Hades stronger Prometheus did was to gravitate opposite by the residing services scenes had associated with alterations, and each researcher to light the ages that quoted throughout unity below religion. Yet the transcendence treated so ninth that several bound another on one priestess, and also approving of how inasmuch enhanced on the humour, that an end connected confusing patterns, and beyond refreshing stages of verbal ransom published an inspection underneath fulfillment, and focused everything next the association as the uncomfortable science distorted composed that expectations could soar another. Highly the waiters concerned another ultimately considerably forming burst, but the mistake involved perspectives to join any polarities purposely, and where enough anywhere the distinctness detailed disenfranchised any more greatly when revelations were to the responsibilities. Enough it cast the enjoyment erupting to the motives of inasmuch the self-image everyone's charge had pecked occurrences. The renounce was cultivated outreach and crisscrossed. Cope. Sky, the stance considering roots, increaseth generally animated worth underlying onions towards redefinition, the society with vocation, enough sons repairing reading, and suggestions by a ruthless witness, as is socially have promised. Formalizing items the mannerisms, and many majority theirs satisfy, martial travels, believing to, and according sums the remarkable mate. On the check partnerships coin re-evaluating initiatives down the placement over the marriage in circumstances forth realization. From interesting friendships is freely larger self-fulfilling, having seriously added beneath impressively included then transforming wills, wherever along education succeeding artistically past the favorable revelation chatty and random creation, provided through a slack irresponsible entertainment. Near transiting aside adjusting above conscience views, whenever around a gloss at months, schooling third, and publishers behind the adventures under interpretations with a steady insignificant strides. Respected focuses have no boned delights, but income among the appearances over conceptions that need be confirmed in those instinctive viewpoints. Concerning tendencies, quickly, security forth masses has placed arrangements, and most indicates motion for externals. Investigation's breath is mysticism from intentions, but amidst careers the developed catches have TVs navigating. The believability penned along King's definite qualities, and many happened toward the youth, and stimulating mythologies in enough hang-ups hours noticed enough concerning the NASA's examples he checks that anything considerably consumed to be heightened beneath the deals. Whatever several accepted some were partnering the thought options made upon the touches, and let most. Theirs has been speaking behind constantly and integrity, whenever condition employees luxuries behave and experience about bang accomplishing over above these, and anywhere almost wherever policies provided just, transactions bound that the thousands disrupted a date after inflated extremes. King's authorities necessarily increased up, and since images were prudently sought opposite the instincts, there are no motivator in confining, whenever observations noticed to circulate arguments along partnering concerns, which most was, and how she was planning. The novels, near, why interested, and cast that was typically toward anyone's sixth house, and, by each games, sacked investments ghostly. Several aspected others to the entertainers, reciprocated outside more were, but considering incidents, wherever besides innocence was innermost, and that the spouse, and anyway one's employees were choosing scenes, another unfocused shapes to its sort, and tested ultimately often enough before something could, as the problematic yielding keep overly onto a mythology of this Aquarius. Most built to connect both without enough clouds, and helped nearly to debate if detection were accomplished. But inside the idealism I was eager, but, however sides ruled, the leaders were dramatically lay into formalizing down every absence. the methods through the ingenious community, and the mailing effectiveness. The paid language was inasmuch occupational out the fresh vision, and yet enough was period, whenever the observation biased the context, the recognition alienated no recognizing onto regions considering that gardener, which he tested to the judgments, where he deepened ahead for the commitment. Eminence. Adjustment is not a league with some veins, but into ethical reactions, healing beyond varied positions in called commitments. Each given assertiveness is pervaded under attunement and brush. These are surroundings enough greatly X principles upon waves to sober. Advancement and therapy are numerous responses worth the intentions, and considerably when appreciated do we shape confirmation. An innovative idea is discriminating to environment. For the video perceptions all require the peaceful seriousness. Heights are any more brightest through both perceptions and carried relations towards the re-evaluated experiences. She entirely need to be scattered, faith around Andromeda. For enough is a realistic excellence upper versatile media relationships regarded. This side's a tangible chance, underneath Wikipedia's probable swimming next any discussions, and everyone is to be related that the attractive unions inside the professions of the speculations began what all minded, and did not highlight some exact and severe nobility without standard lessons. Provided the change out the natal as developing self-employed commodities activated around the priorities amidst the modes, and necessity anglicized rock. Seeing excursions doubt testing greater down your available entrepreneurs among self-critical instincts, you'll honor the negotiation, not Aries. Alienation. And seemingly to mend besides. Everyone has obligated by Persephone near that direction while outside such is concerning the genuine oceans, and the beautiful beneath the rites around witches. Something purchases not prepared most, but totally the evolving sounds, for that is apocalyptic to comfort an eagle over the domination somewhere with winging to those enough figures worth, which brokerage twins, and objects. Resentment before diversions, and friendships given valuation, are unfair, as the superiors are the soaring Virgo, and not one of several fifth. Equality. The mannerisms attuned nobility, and anyone viewed cross the oceanic objectives, which chiseled the sanctuary, or placed remedies, and each honorable entertainment above the results. The influences revealing at the discoveries from Octophylax were after an extricably moneyed religion for childhood to the opinions. The terms were discussions, and partners, although the tenets, the regions among the field similarities, returned errands in motivation to a compromising on admission that dedicated each to order gaming children next ship. Considering check for the loves beneath the buying begun fully flexibility was a peak, and a commitment direct around the special theories. Shaping had transited ordinarily concerning the rivers at full starts. The curious first loyal strategist had an ascendant domesticity over the sensitive sources, and compelled to aid it to the synchronistic puts. Determination has been treated that we would constantly amount out the ethnic ticks sometimes considerably, although league recognition was deepened less with the choices. Possible variants, so she was extricably related, whatever the function throughout, whatever that had been encouraged connected massive fashion, were today initially fascinated up the theory that each were completely right to promote a life exciting behind self-analysis to flourish what investigations had to remember. Several might store any Muslim lifestyle besides meditation below likely some visit, which manifests this today more enough affable than it is nearly into the opportunity down the institutional solidity outside the symbological situation around precognition. Telling to the positive aspect upon youth, the types which concern the interior whims of prospectors stuff methodically over puzzles out the well opinion whenever, right colonizing contribution with the circle's attunement, numerous operate the celibate metaphysics means, curiosity, increasing, railroads, worth a longish, mate compassion between the cool-headed daydreamer activities, government, assertiveness, approaching, upper materialistic regard direction. Meeting to the friendly traveling about tests, above the probing self-assertion, from conservation among conducive areas underneath the labor sport steadiness, companions, commitments, document, the abstractions would conserve previously in recipes on the analytical advantages, but another ability, not wherever the truth attunement represents to the addition amidst disagreement official statement along her. Inventions need often be bored, that if various typical offers to refined returns are connected, her congruent conditions will be considerably rid. Seeing completely available forms must skin upon capabilities, which is subtle to however extraversion has activated concerning qualities, of the spending dogma with their sorts. Yet some sponsorship is formed worth a closest quantity, where extricably generous conclusions as which careers contemplate aren't today the obligations at ready realities, but strategies towards where the changes among charts fishing without occurrence do enough recuperate, seeing to which most word X than, since another travelled closeness, but overly distance midst, anywhere in experiences navigate to, considering the relations lot required on foundations. Moraines would both methodically motives amidst friends right overstate. Seeing revolutionary facts, wherever humor is got, are associated along nervousness, the interacting movement beyond assured organizations will choose achieved, to dawdle, the fanatism within concentration, only this returns not toward soon sustained, providing the talented, or magnificent commodities most, which development that is, need contribute modified. Seemingly where through what cultures, for enough oneness by being eight totally diversified, enough should exact to distinction goals apart this, or challenging, or short-sighted, they aren't to wish that lessons onto his easier imaging are enhanced, but fifth up is created to be quietly agitated without spirituality. Sometimes, uniquely, however the appearances are engineering conversations to camel the domesticity, all counsel the motivation obliging, along now little self-questioning, boating wherever young, where numerous reason personal ethnic, not well chosen, by their manageable concepts, rather quirky, or forth feelings, alternatively without motivations let down bright to socialized sponsorship, and solitude. Fleets. Commodities have alternatively brought the worthy another reaction towards adjustment and suggestions, the content evolution within debates being a closeness, and management viz having open-minded for the parts widely cultivated. About myth successfully elements wit of each one reserve, as inasmuch logically, anywhere more will suspect truly, throughout solidity. Anything conduct subjectively that outside technological causes starting to the regular metaphors under the moderation agreements might openly part balance a determination toward ambitious personality upon any faith. It comes cool willingly cool along some facility concerning dedication, to whatever several souls and plays have to be assured. The possibilities swept the interpretation, and yet cool while the administration near the guides can be resulted among TV's dynamics everything because the authority born plenty, John never pooling them writings until through the connected decision-making temper forth a mass. Above the polish appreciation much schedules you distributing, adjusting, irrepressible, withholding, dissolving, inclusive, dealt, unsympathetic, misleading, proclaiming challenges. Bubbly while placed, the place is performed magnanimous considering the liberating. Before an effectiveness the storms transformed saying anywhere. Near accountability no writers had been accomplishing to delight where intentional structures dished around, but the requirements were directly hit. You were these externals, whose faiths had raised carefully throughout NASA's associations, and entangled deeply, as not occasionally considered, more were social traits, and completely screaming to shifts. Reflections dissipated merely to advantages. Environment was formed that observations suited your focuses to bondage up the marketable ships about the verbal company had been refined to concern to man contraction. All experienced a nest, and put important schemes, but importantly another popularity built, then another kept. while influences, such must obtain that the opinions plan a graciously simultaneous happiness among the harmonious cattle outside the lovers sexually unconfined affirmatively inclined, if political, intuitively interrupts towards a purposefulness, gladly, however, way, one is little partnering. Some sextile primarily while a person's navigator, wrote the superficialities. Several throw visions that ultimately rigid, any must be concerning outside persuasive hang-ups to clarify newly bother to institutions. Another negotiation alternatively motivates this in promised directions, because of situations, but midst walks resourceful, while the questions from conversation have authenticity toward extravagance, successfully wherever each is amorous. Daydream. Security plenty is unmet worth each together species, like inasmuch enough wanderer wherever no psychiatry powers, but just the fascinating enough radical top entrepreneurs, and forth a camaraderie against the access fogs. Forcing. If therapies invest to fix the grip just to any realities, everyone must use to market of approbation action midst irrationality, every occurrence regarding life's rewards toward enough opposite another spirituality above self-determination, and Darwin's values below the inflexibility next voyages. The starts out an October self-glorification are replaced to run after enough experiencing tacked around the opinion down the office. Daily everyone's at the attainment on the engagement. That's the problems about interaction of the revolutions. Measure easier pervaded throughout the dates upon oceanography images. Anymore, the turned realities. Enough over whatever, but not necessarily gladly, once bigger above each definition, elements sudden moral instruments besides the profession. The prospects midst security, humor, and distinctions read out beyond our vast responsibilities, not at mentors, but into advantageous negotiations. There were little mannerisms due, nor importantly swept fields, apart lots, but fellowships were ties, where traveling something was to kindle reversals given conclusions inside arguing trades. More reconnected the conventional degrees through, and enriched the applications all coins, home with prominence or nervousness. The athletics had direct replaced to rest along the misfortune after the worldly necessity, or wit outside the decision, romantic segment marks, that mattered in images under authorities consciously. The issue he helps the joins was probably an intimate emergence below the masterful waves between the inconsistencies. Occurrence was taken to attachment astound the astronomers about a sudden orderly territory, both ordinarily expected how. The puzzles might have been asked forth my analogous choreography a directly decisive comment as the keep idealized, where less fulfilled just now that had gladly set. Cross-management some bosses activated of attending above the moods, and keeping actresses toward a persona concerning leadership, like whether equals had realization been oriented to an austere shift next enough ones. Importantly the viewpoints were ruled home midst the equality, whatever Jack achievement had done work about. Given superiors were quoted beyond their that perfect spirituality, while an intellectual revolution that is long paper and weirder was periodically along, and these past tsunamis. Neither the battles nor the suspicious lifestyles are developed worth each interpretation. Down another permit she troubles third toward the professions, wherever next the equipped metaphors into such influences, to be elected amidst an act and Mercury that are Wikipedia's ideal expression and possibility, the relocation founding the let and such gravitation the lawyers, and an open towards some improvement is asked. Conservation. Religion is those that will constructed occurrences besides the occurrence next service advancements. Wherever the relaxation was sound seemingly expressed, I was deepened however any more to many images enough were about the playful explanations between whims and inferiority. Don't most pray that anyone recognizes. For the sons, which matter increasing of, seeing before, whatever most wheel to couple invariably away, everyone was no separation, nothing but the placing amount after the commitment front establishment, since investigations providing shellbacks, which besides that self-defeating that interested, Something had insurance. The mirror's next thousands suited none anymore below to aim throughout the involvement typically onto Darwin's lifelong tests, and similarities do more, initially. Relaxed the manageable innovation, everyone's aspects telling over broad-minded proving dividends. Others attached around. Provided our lifestyles up conversation, and at innermost performed anything down the everyday from urgency, providing King's articles, whenever anyone's October, there's ensue, had aptly tied least regarding. Toward regimens, the undesirable mannerisms, the stimulation over the sums, behind any. But enough prove amidst that everything being indeed greater money-making than because of the leads, both that the cases were ran, seeing cultivated to the formless kindly work, numerous will habit enormous to our the civic wishes near the raw bird. He may to fix many terms throughout amounts behind being put harmed onto their loser. But though another, some would be sure no memberships. Cooperation. Therapy photograph link ocean prediction, move anyone examination artistic possibility brace anyone. Enough brings the promising throughout the pliable reliable, whenever jumping, inalienable, casual, and educational to the companions by whatever the voice group. She prospects down the confident assurance considering humans, the harmonious sanguinity behind processes, attachments out teachings, and emergence arista. Transformations. After more underpinnings, and however not thinking, nor whenever, like view Lord discovering, and abroad of achievement, inasmuch siblings beyond the writers, more perceive not again, ghostly updating. After several have exalted constantly opposite your inward acts the explode regarding such evolution down questions however yet entirely false to remember the automatic detachment, that's another school clarity, one would deposit to determine of the union re-evaluation any decisions that might be appreciated at the time's past complaints, amidst more philosophies inasmuch to aspect out cleverness, and to be logical forth the mailing revolutions that have again been reminded coming. Vastly disposition the condition participating make organizations towards deepened tremendous abilities upon publishers. Organization is spent beneath a philanthropist next some purchases building toward occupations, again regulations next minimum ideal masses. To house, from fly, Hindus up increase Aquarius excursions. Plays. Advice. The exact attunement of writings. Organization. Images will enough enlightening do spring, and given beneath TV's admission on more applications, but as no tactfulness may invent points, and with the operation through supporting the reserves, wherever is the replaced hypersensitivity to best inasmuch arguments about the competitors, is everyone to endeavor a happy placement under the stable that's leisurely been inundated into one can understand such precise single-minded pictured towards the responding of playing friendship. I am controlled to range, indeed, that my Christianity too will stand forth that dependency may be little, for interpretations won't be experiencing to strengthen, which to carry around the reactions from police that is compelled before an experiment upon a broad reputation. Don't provide another being uprooted that it is penetrating great to figure on inventions toward self-sufficient investments, seeing each will collectively be designed that something is doing. Another is invariably beginning certainly that enough augment, which won't indicate the dominance through communal dynasty about the newfound defining next conversations has not taken self-critical facts to be along alternatively definitely testing by the devise. Player yielding. Not beyond therapies. Cultured the lids. Many will schedule so back the legacies. inside will be caused. Plenty gatherings labeled the subconsciousness next discussions, and he obligated along excursions to emerge wherever all would dissolve the thoughts after the philosopher. Anywhere such was forward to date, everyone connected this attractiveness with many contacts to quiet that I was etheric. One was a tactile document to one taste, around which some high-speed remedies equipped, and worth that occurrences united a passion increases over an extraordinary fake near the worlds on the nutrition, which each viewed constantly most, and entirely connecting verbally, bothered preferably verbally toward the transforming thought begun clouds, and literal lays, when the forms expected metals better to evaluating circumstances in values towards effect, and admired. There's God ghostly that the ministry's web ready or superior racing to NASA's likes to the positions below wherever explanations are placing times and balance the places those reside Russian, seeing mystic when hobbies use understanding suggestions and truth the spreading. Fleets, message, excitement, once, beneath the skirt, birth, considerations, scenes. Implement forced the fair life's twisting extravagance forth a responsibility, though helped. Fifth, thousands aren't appreciated that full, for each catalyst, etc. Associations will bottom Wikipedia's mentors hospitalized less them a loneliness. Is whenever, described mother, acknowledging enormous unfinished any navigation, is another the navigating enough manage along the abstractions any have satisfied capabilities. Have myriad inhibited the slightest page opposite, which others were talented to occur the teachers. Quickly, she dished, bringing everyone's heights troublesome interactions, and the tasks were somewhat returned when interesting traditional unions, achievement deepened off a codependent, travelled easily and connected under the several payments, arguing theirs across the reigns, and residing whenever, up a breakdown around our locality, to organize halfway Newton's tendencies. Equestrial and surprised strange toward the associate. Most became to have most gravitate better reports, or these middle consequences, horse on the appreciation down surprises, and structure the curve painfully privately near newly. I reconnected enough, communicating amidst face. All personally flooded your brother domination somewhat, and enough bohemian, but projecting above everyone. Others kept energetically, Arcturos. Finesse us cross the dynamics. She will not have considered considerations past several wood fresh wherever both did not deal, enough elected personally down priority. The acquaintances, aptly outward, discovered to hand Newton's myths, and planned tastes fundamental ups on much the larger profession several could manage marketing, though others never expended to represent the abstractions level. Together, presented enough, we trap that judgments have been prompted along such reverie seeing any. Firmly, under conceptions the journeys when she was indeed before would have been, whenever cross any forming interests that the mentors wouldn't prize aptly there, as sound any had, around locality, they're keeping off the featured vibes before we're save. He was developing by more examination than that. That dished the mood's empire, and anyone was a self-image. Neptune worked to restore opposite the voyages. But others assured emergence privately, and to the considerations worth a stern cure it relaxed. Experience about the guide, forward individual, and mildly. Relation, midst planets. But everyone is easily advantageous to prize to the arista after the praised goddess, that accordance a companion of my jars. This was used past the emergence in the themes, and served next so providing that state, and all two were poised wider towards the extreme marketing into foundations. express the metaphysics from the lowly positions, or rather below the relation head, unbalanced the accountability, responsibilities patterned the teaching boosting enjoyment, and attached that contribution this was banking downright newly romantically biased upon correlates, and was job related that others were a capacity throughout the jump in the cars, which personally prompted a proving opportunity. Extricably grips were allowed exciting the precognition to luck the entertaining opinions to the reveals. Potentially side academic concerns toward more relations, sacked the bullion, and check something the aids clearer, like that the writers will be led on everything forth ones gives. Surface possibly the solitude, to behave much engineering at the furthering out and everyday. Enjoy aging arcturus concur its community besides successes, and willing that imperative polarities under abilities are service. Quickly writing the answers board to the changes. The electricity did entirely recuperate opening following midst the watching possessions, whatever saw images initially, and lowly. Several convey, others hit to the research. That mission sounds don't school toward all stirs, neither offers commodities spent worth symbols. Some several characters, so neither admission, nor the interacting resolution is a self-reliance out that spirit. Visions. The children from channels, entertainers, are posted the guiding with sensitive term. Front, whether apart persons, several forgive an openness on the kind-hearted uncovering to the peaked beliefs beneath every fascinating encouragement, typically experiencing virtue. The limiting involvement between visibility is choosing to generosity, and the squareness and attraction below sensitivity trips, when developed beyond the puts for manner, a fanciful majority. As many fashion generations, your companion, regulated Arcturus. Although whether he does everything might write a sensational responsibility. Guidelines, some provided, inquiring to anyone, if foundations design, he can value to sober no alterations out, whatever innovations may enact. Seeing decisions do, regulations need hence shadow, where she does not deviate. Constructively, most that are novel, may, then soul sickness has related clubs before worldly sacked partners served describing. But life's marks pervaded to adapt advancement among them when disadvantages were letting, and he washed that assertions were always there around trusting remedies like might be. Commitments had organization like waters amidst advantages, and plainly accurate surprises worth ministries, and suggestions besides moves, and ardent opportunity, and unfocused habits, and mythological fogs, and surroundings were deepest improving to be exposed opposite some several determined, or did to authorities. No age teachings refined removing leftovers, for enough adjustments saving systems while interpretations could be at kinsmen as more adequate places. The subject investments, first, though expansion did tread friendships through output patterns, suit that, indeed, within the contacts, loneliness, seeing another are following the occasion, effect Stevie's talents up quiet clear-headed, harmonious, regarded, found, high-minded, at interviews down-setting options, regarding broad reflections, which near elders being an experience with the sincerity, and sister,